Thelikes her face, gent like a rested Bethebres, resembled a vast emerald, shimmering with an alluring luster. On a bank Bethelake side a satin elder lemon with snow-white hair, trembling hands flipping through to an inaudisio fiscritical condition. On this day, hue seculiawarethe the hadri ched thet will I tophis life. As an ordinary manunable to practice martial arts, even thuffabo retha namely lua diane possessedimenswolf. Hekud no talterthian a corrible declinave ishi art, nor kuda defifa telike martial artisto extendis days. No twite melon a satyr mused by martial artists storfertordinary pliwa cultivate. Just as li ludaways in gulf fed in despair, a luxurious sports red to lift, executing gag grace full drift to a halt not far away. Cough, cough. Theox housed Fremez from the sport scar trigger a daviolent coughing, fightinly luadi. As Theodore swungupin, a paraflong, snow white a leg scot his eye, followed be the radiant figure of Sujianya, hair when arid hair glisten in gint the soon light. Shepazesadane exquisite tebu tienda devilish figure, her black mini skirtax intuiting the perfect contour soft her legs. As a gentle breeze passed, her snug to plunked her skin, revealing her enchanting silhouette. Liluo did red note gafferlong, fearing it might be overwhelmed by her beauty. Speak up, what's the urgent matter that brought you here? Sujianya inquired coldly, her finas eyes sparkling with intensity. She had just list fifth timely and due to an emergency meeting, and der mood was for from pleasant. Liluo de struggle Taurus, excitement flicker engine his eyes Jinya. You actually came. Enough, I fire Yunwol, just emaciated. Sujianya approached in her high heels, her graceful neck adorned with a stunning facius. I fi out and explain yourself, Ishal Sujianya aliened slightly, Herod lips Spartan gas hey treated, kick that as less little quello fio yours. Liluo de jolted, hastily clarifying, rest assured, Ikla do her for a significant matter several 100 million word Hoff projects. Up in hearing this, Sujianyazi esnerode, glimmering with a dangerous light. Lilua Dyson said a potential misunderstanding gondwas about to explain, when a echoed from a distance. An armored jeep, modified for speed, sped towards them, and from it leapt a petita figure Linuru. With hair styled in twin ponytails, Shawasa vision offbe, clad in adlicate white blousey and a black skirt, her long legs sin cased in white socks. Standing alongside Ethel Sujianya, they formed a striking contrast. Notha Tavarian Ishir, tell us, what is it you need? Sujianya pressed her crimson lips doge there, her beautiful eyes flickering with curiosity. Linear also gazadatli luida with intrigue, her fair, smooth face glowing under the soon light. Liluida was thyris band, yet duito, his lack of spiritual veins, Hekud not become a martial artist, merely watching as they maintained Thyrial through cultivation. Despite this, their just were actually comparable. Lilua de Luke dethetwa beauteous before him, Thena thighs, maciate hands and stupid frame, letting out a sigh. E have delayed you both over thy ears. Hair retrieved twa black cards from his pocket, each contains 500 million, as compensation for its years. Sujianya accepteth the black card, lightly caressing it, a cold smilla gracing her lips you call a dusheray just for this? Lilua dina earnestly, a bitter smilly in his face mid a maestroing near, and phys money cannot be taken with my bufindidus full. Seeing Liluidis despondency, Sujianya, though expressionless, instinctively clenched her delicate hand. Linuru, on the other hand, unreserved lie accepteth the black card, moved beside Liluadi, and gently put to shoulder danse that. At least we had armaments if you're when I war younger. Doyo have ye any wishes? We will help any woken. Liluidis sudden lie lifted isht, tentatively asking any wish cam fulfilled? Linura smiled slightly off course, but transformage winto a martial artistus impossible. Liluidis gaze shift head between Sujianya and Linuru, cautious sly proposing considering my impending departure, kudayu both indulge me on some more? A flush instant lie colored Sujianya and Linura's cheeks. Area still capable? Sujianya asked, skepticism lacing her voice. After Alpha Sears, aside from leaving Guz drenched in Salava, Waddle second Udo Linura lamented, rubbing her temples. Does Thisme and you agree? Liluid inquired, astonished. Donlai spoke offhandedly, not expecting the response. Linura shrugged him indifferent, as long as serial right. Sujianya's gaze flickered, gently bidding Garedla Padea's husband Dan wifey's Andrade so affection, let's consider thighs a fulfilling conclusion to our long-standing relationship. Up in hearing this, Li Luddy was overwhelmed with excitement. Quick help up, let's go to the villa. You can't heaven stand doy. Think that's feasible? Sujianya replied, somewhat exasperated. Then, Lin Yuru and Sujanya skillfully assisted Li Lua die toward the nearby villa, closing the bedroom door behind them. 3 minutes later. Lin Yura had just changed to top her blouse. Harry swide with disbelief. Have they already finished? Sujinyayu. Chapter 2. The special system. The next day, at the grand square of Lingxiao Peak, a throng of new disciples gradually arrived at the designated location. In the center stood a colossal arena, upon which gleamed a luminous testing spirit stone, intended to assess the qualifications of these disciples. However, one position among the 7 main seats on the platform remained vacant. Dongfang had yet to arrive. Senior brother, didn't you say that Xiaoqi would be here? One disciple remarked that it is almost time for the SI hour. 6th junior sister, you know Xiaoqi is quite the sluggard. Every time we convene in the grand hall, he is always the last to arrive. Lin Yuan replied with a helpless shake of his head, glancing at his eldest disciple beside him. Xiao Chen, go see what your Shirshu is up to. Yes, master, Su Chen responded, cupping his hands in respect before preparing to head towards Xiaoyao Peak. However, he soon halted in his tracks, for in the distance, Dongfang was slowly making his way over. His attire drew the attention of the new disciples, as their senior brother had already warned them about Shirshu. Those who had yet to encounter Dongfang understood from his garb that he was indeed the master of Xiaoyao Peak. Dongfang was remarkably handsome, yet his outfit was strikingly out of place among them. Brothers, 6th senior sister, I have arrived. You still remember to come? Were you busy tending to your garden and fields again? Su Liu teased, playfully tugging at his arm. Resembling a protective elder sister, she indeed regarded Dongfang as a younger brother, having cared for him the most after their master Lingji Daoist brought him back during infancy. Shirshu, please have some tea. As soon as Dongfang took his seat, Su Chen poured a cup of tea and placed it on the small table between Su Liu and Dongfang. Very good. You are already at the 2nd level of Yuaning. Quite impressive, Xiao Chen, Dongfang praised. Your flattery is unwarranted, Shirshu. If it weren't for your guidance during my time at Xiaoyao Peak, I would not have made such progress. That is also due to your own innate talent and diligence. However, your master is indeed quite the taskmaster. You must cultivate and also guide those younger disciples. Now he's burdened you with the responsibility of the disciple selection ceremony. Perhaps one day we should knock him out and have you take over as the sect leader. Shirshu, you remain ever the jester. All right, I am still present. Do you think I am deaf? Xiao Chen, you may begin. Yes, Master. Su Chen nodded and took a step forward, signaling to the elder standing beside the spirit stone. The elder, upon receiving the signal, addressed the gathered disciples. Congratulations to all of you for passing the preliminary examination and becoming outer disciples of the sect. Today is the day to test whether you have the opportunity to become core disciples or even direct disciples. Now, without further ado, who will step up first to be tested? I will. As soon as the words left his mouth, a male disciple at the 9th level of body refinement boldly jumped up. At the elder's signal, he placed his hand on the spirit stone and infused it with spiritual energy. A flash of blue light erupted, only to quickly fade away. Blue spirit sea. Not bad. Next, time passed swiftly. Observing the testing below, Dongfang stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat bored. The same scene unfolded repeatedly, and he was growing weary. Collecting disciples was a task for the other 6, while he merely attended for the sake of formality. System, come out and chat. State your desires plainly. A mechanical male voice echoed in Dongfang's mind. Upon hearing such an emotionless response, Dongfang shrugged it off. He had grown accustomed to the system's personality. It was amusing. While other systems urged their hosts to take action, his simply required him to survive well in this realm for its performance metrics to be guaranteed, without issuing any tasks. This was perhaps the most entertaining revelation he had encountered. Even systems had their own KPIs to uphold. Nevertheless, the system still provided decent rewards. When he first traversed into this world as an infant, it had bestowed upon him a substantial gift package, offering 3 mythological figures for him to choose from, enabling him to acquire some of their abilities and treasures, and with a stroke of luck, even amount. Again, when he turned 16, he was presented with 3 more mythological figures. Since then, he had not received any unsolicited offers. All requests had been made by him, such as seeds for farming, seedlings for planting, and the spiritual fields that had been cultivated. I just wanted to inquire, are you really not going to give me any tasks? It has been decades. I have stated, your survival here is the greatest task. All right then, How about some vegetable seeds? Are you becoming addicted to farming? I am merely upholding our traditional virtues. I have already placed them in your ring. Check for yourself. Upon hearing the system's voice, Dongfang glanced at his storage ring. Indeed, several bags of vegetable seeds had appeared, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, even knowing precisely what he desired. What are you laughing at, Xiaoqi? Ah, it's nothing, senior sister. I was merely reminded of something amusing. Focus your attention on the disciples below. You ought to accept a direct disciple this time. Well, I am fine with being alone at Xiaoyao Peak. You are just being lazy. The last time I asked you to instruct Xiao Qian and his group, you made all sorts of excuses, and when you finally agreed, you had them work the fields for you. Third senior brother Yin Yu shot a sidelong glance at Dongfang. Yet, did I not help them advance? Besides, when you all threw your direct disciples at me without consulting, it was hardly a fair arrangement. We are merely training you, so you will be better prepared to teach when you take on disciples in the future. Fifth senior brother, you have no room to criticize. You, the strongest sword cultivator in the sect, had your disciple encounter a bottleneck, and it fell upon me to resolve it. I find it quite absurd. Yet, did you not help that young man carve out his sword intent? And to hear you say I am the strongest sword cultivator in the sect, I can hardly accept such praise. Enough, you lot. The disciple selection ceremony has not concluded, and here you are bickering. Lin Yuan quickly interjected, sensing the rising discord among them, mindful that the new disciples were still watching. After a lengthy half-day, the disciple selection ceremony finally drew to a closed eye in the end. Only 3 peak masters had accepted a direct disciple, while others were chosen by the elders to become core disciples. The remainder were assigned as inner and outer disciples. However, after the ceremony, Dongfang and the other 5 peak masters did not depart but were instead summoned by Lin Yuan to the Grand Hall. Before long, the sect competition in the southern continent will take place at Tianchua Palace. We need 2 peak masters to lead disciples to participate. Who will go? Lin Yuan inquired, casting his gaze at the disciples seated on either side. Chapter 3. The panel upon sensing Lin Yuan's gaze. Aside from Su Liyue, who expressed her willingness to go, the other 5 turned their heads away, providing no response. Lin Yuan, unperturbed, shifted his attention to his second junior brother, Xiang Ming. Senior brother, you know my responsibilities. The discipline peak oversees all sect affairs, even the sect's expenditures are managed by US.AS the peak master. I cannot be absent. Yin Yu. Senior brother, you know my duties as well. Yin Yang Peak is the closest to the borders of the demon race and is primarily responsible for monitoring their movements. I truly cannot leave Li Daoyan. Senior brother, you are aware that Danshu Peak is responsible for the crafting of talismans and elixirs, as well as controlling the sect's great formation. There are few elders in the sect, aside from myself, who can manage these tasks. All right, I see you are all busy individuals. However, there is one person who seems rather free, no? Before the 5th junior brother, Baiming Sikong, could speak, Lin Yuan quickly raised his hand to halt him, then turned to Dongfang, who was drinking nearby. The other disciples also instinctively turned their gazes toward Dongfang. Feeling their collective attention, Dongfang awkwardly set down his gourd. Senior brother, you know I have never traveled far or led a team. I am not suited for this. Nonsense, this time, you will go with your senior sister. But my field's at Xiaoyao Peak. Let Su Chun and the others take care of them for a few days. They have managed before. Besides, you have never ventured out, so this time you must go. Seeing Lin Yuan's resolute demeanor, Dongfang realized there was no escaping this. Yu Liyue, beside him, also gave him a knowing look. If someone he considered a sister hoped for his participation, then perhaps it was indeed a good opportunity to explore the world beyond. That's the spirit. We have all witnessed your strength. With you among us, we can rest assured. I just remembered a pertinent issue. The sect competition was originally meant for Su Chun and the others to participate in. So what need do I have for them to tend to my fields? The sect competition only allows disciples at the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core stages to participate. Su Chun and Do Yun cannot go, as you may have forgotten. Upon hearing the 5th senior brother's reminder, Dongfang finally recalled Dado right. Disciples in the Yuaning stage cannot participate in the sect competition. Su Chun and Do Yun have both already broken through to that stage, and those two are quite reliable. With them watching my back, I shall feel more at ease. After the meeting concluded among the 7, they each departed from Lingxiao Peak. However, Su Liue did not rush back to Huan Yufeng but instead accompanied Dongfeng back to Xiaoyao Peak. As it is Eastern's first journey to participate in the grand competition of the sect, there are several important matters she must discuss with him. So many rules to adhere to. Must one really restrain their own disciples from engaging in private duels with disciples from other sects? Naturally, since this is your first visit, you should temper your temperament and refrain from appearing too carefree. Once we arrive, remember to maintain a serious demeanor, understand? I know my limits. After all, we are merely going to watch others fight. Eastern waved his hand dismissively, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bracelet on Su Liue's wrist. Senior sister, may I discuss something with you? Go ahead. So many years have passed, yet I remain unaware of whether that person is alive or dead. Do not wait any longer. The only one suffering is yourself. Su Liue tightened her grip on the bracelet, her expression somewhat uneasy. He will come. He promised me, and if he never comes, will you foolishly wait your entire life? To be honest, if it weren't for your interference back then, I would have long since dealt with that guy alongside third senior brother. Enough, you little rascal, I know you believe I am unworthy of this. But you are still young and do not understand. Prepare yourself well. We will be departing in 2 days. I must take my leave. Su Liue stood up and ruffled Eastern's hair in a comforting manner. Watching Su Liue soar away on her sword, Eastern sighed, realizing he could no longer dwell on such matters and should focus on his own preparations, especially since they were set to depart the day after tomorrow. System, open my panel. System holder, Eastern, strength, golden immortal, abilities. Primordial True Qi, Supreme Divine Thunder, Law of Heaven and Earth, Copper Skin Iron Bones, External Avatar, Somersault Cloud, Fiery Eyes and Golden Sight, 72 Transformations, Magical Treasures and Weapons, Golden Cudgel, 4 Swords of Extermination, Extermination Formation Diagram, Universe Bag, Jade Gourd, Primordial Golden Dipper, Dragon Binding Rope, Mount, Kuan Yo. That should suffice. Eastern nodded in satisfaction at his panel attributes. Although the abilities and treasures he had acquired were not his complete arsenal, they were generally sufficient for his needs. Otherwise, considering that individual's vast collection of treasures and skills, what he possessed would be far from adequate. 4 days later, the day to set off for Tianxue Palace arrived. And the selected disciples for the grand competition had gathered early by the cloud ship. Su Liue also arrived here with her eldest disciple. These disciples included the direct disciples of several peak masters as well as elders, totaling 15 individuals, 6 direct disciples and 9 core disciples. Eastern was the last to arrive, as he had to remind Su Chun and Do Yun of important matters, causing him to be slightly late. Peak Master Eastern, Peak Master Su, now that everyone is gathered, shall we set off? Yes, let us depart. After Su Liue nodded to the 2 accompanying elders, she and Eastern stepped onto the cloud ship, followed by the others. Mu Shui has already reached the 8th level of the Golden Core. It seems your master has put in considerable effort for you. Thanks to the guidance of my little uncle from earlier. The cool and aloof Mu Yushue cupped her hands in greeting towards Eastern. Observing the child's frosty demeanor, Eastern felt somewhat perplexed. His senior sister did not possess such an aura. How could there be such a stark contrast between her and her eldest disciple? In the competition, do your best. Your senior brothers Su and Do are unable to participate due to their breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, so you must set a good example for your junior brothers and sisters. Furthermore, you all should be aware that Mu Yushue, as your junior sister, has already surpassed most of you in strength. You must strive harder, Eastern said as he glanced at the other 5 direct disciples. The 5, like Mu Yushue, had spent time at Eastern Xiaoyao Peak, but their improvements were not as significant as those of Mu Yushue, Su Chun, and Do Yun. Senior sister, your disciple needs to lighten up. Girls should smile more. Maintaining a stern face is unbecoming. Children have their own temperaments. I cannot control that. Encourage her to engage more with the other disciples. If she spends all her time practicing swordplay alone at the back mountain of Wanyu Peak, the only person she can talk to is you, and she will eventually become ill from loneliness. With that, Eastern ceased his words and retrieved a reclining chair from his storage ring, lying down and promptly falling asleep. Chapter 4. Arrival at Tianxue City. After 2 hours of travel, Eastern and the others finally arrived at Tianxue Palace's affiliated city, Tianxue City. Due to the competition, in addition to Eastern's cloud ship, many other cloud ships from sects in the southern continent were also present. Upon seeing the location, Su Liue hurried to Eastern's side. Eastern, wake up, We have arrived. Have we arrived? How long have I been asleep? For an hour. Elder Chun, elderly, please have the disciples prepare to find a place to stay. The competition does not commence until tomorrow. Understood. After docking the Cloud ship, Eastern and the others disembarked. However, Eastern's modern attire drew the attention of many. As a person dressed in contemporary clothing stood out starkly among a crowd clad in traditional garments. Oh, is that not Su Liyue? When did Lingxiao sect acquire such an unusually dressed disciple? Following the voice, a woman adorned with heavy makeup approached Eastern and the others, accompanied by a group of disciples. Eastern regarded the woman before him with a somewhat pained expression and leaned closer to Su Liyue. Whispering, "Senior sister, who is this? She seems rather peculiar. Dengyu from Tianyu sect. She is currently an elder of their sect. She was my rival during my earlier excursions, as she harbored feelings for a man who once pursued me. And since she has lost to me in every competition, she constantly seeks to undermine me. Pursuing you? Is she referring to that guy from Mingyin's sect named Ling Tian whom you mentioned upon your return?" Seeing Su Liyue nod, Eastern thoughtfully cast a glance at Dengyu, noting her cultivation at the second layer of the transformation stage. Such talent was rather unimpressive. His senior sister had already reached the 7th layer. "This is my junior brother, the master of Xiaoyao Peak of Lingxiao sect, Eastern. Master. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Lingxiao sect has truly fallen if they have appointed a mere child as their master. How could such a sect possibly shoulder the responsibility of guarding against the invasion of demonic tribes?" Deng Yu's exaggerated remarks drew the attention of many from other sections upon hearing that such an oddly dressed, youthful individual was the master of Lingxiao sect. Many were astonished. The reputation of Lingxiao sect had been bolstered by Su Liyue and her companions during their previous excursions, leading them to be referred to as the Six Sons of Lingxiao. As for Eastern's absence from this title, it was simply because he had never ventured out for training, and thus, most were unaware of him. Nevertheless, to have attained the position of master, his strength must be considerable. Furthermore, they realized they could not discern Eastern's strength. He appeared strikingly ordinary. Fighting is prohibited within Tianxue City. The white-haired elder suddenly appeared between Su Liyue and Deng Yu. "Ladies, after all these years of cultivation in the southern continent, are you not aware of the rules of Tianxue City?" Hiss. "This is Chimin, the deputy master of Tianxue Palace, personally overseeing Tianxue City." Upon seeing Chimin, the crowd quieted and Deng Yu ceased her chatter, obediently leading her disciples to find an inn, leaving only Su Liyue and Eastern behind. "I have seen you, Elder Chimin. It has been many years since your master departed. I have not seen you since this your little junior brother? Greetings, Elder. Interesting. I cannot see through your strength. Have you employed some secret method to conceal your cultivation?" Chimin observed Eastern with keen interest. Hearing Chimin's words, Eastern merely smiled without responding. He had not hidden his strength. It was merely that Chimin's cultivation was too low to perceive it. Noticing Eastern's disinclination to explain, Chimin assumed he had indeed utilized a method of concealment, as many preferred to hide their true strength from being discerned. Thus, he refrained from further inquiry and engaged in a few more exchanges with Su Liyue before taking his leave. "Senior sister. Who is this Chimin?" "He is the uncle of the current master of Tianxue Palace, a contemporary of our master, at the 4th layer of the refinement stage." "Ah? Our eldest senior brother has already reached the 8th layer of the refinement stage. This elder appears significantly older than us. Everyone's talent is ultimately different. Just like you, I have always been perplexed as to why you could match us evenly in combat since you began training at 16. Even as our strengths have increased, you still manage to hold your ground. What is your current strength?" In the guest room, Su Liyue stared earnestly at Eastern. Under her intense gaze, Eastern felt somewhat uncomfortable and took a sip of wine. "I am quite strong." "Strong? Never mind. If you do not wish to share, then do not. The children have all gone out to explore except for you, Shue. Keep an eye on them and ensure they do not stir up any trouble." At this moment, she was assuming a commanding older sister's stance. "They are all grown. Do they still need me to watch over them?" Although Eastern voiced this, upon meeting Su Liyue's gaze, he obediently departed the inn. After all, as a peak master, he was responsible for overseeing these children on this trip. Should any incidents arise, he, as their uncle, would be held accountable. However, as Eastern walked down the street, he attracted many curious glances. Unlike in the affiliated city, where the locals had become quite familiar with him. Fortunately, the children had not caused any disturbances outside, allowing Eastern to enjoy a moment of ease. On the day of the grand competition's opening, Su Liyue and the others rose early to prepare for their entrance into Tianxue Palace, while Eastern continued to indulge in slumber. Ultimately, he was dragged out of the inn by Su Liyue, who had seized him by the ear. Upon entering the Tianxue Palace, the group was promptly assigned to their positions at Lingxiao sect by the disciples of the palace. Observing the grand arenas below, Dongfang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is even larger than our own sect's courtyard, and it is littered with ice. No wonder it is called Tianxue Palace." According to the customary rules of the grand competition, the drawing of lots should commence shortly, so be prepared. "Rest assured, Master Su," one disciple replied. "Although Senior Su and Senior Do are absent, we shall still endeavor to bring glory to our sect. Besides, we have Junior Sister Mu with us. She has comprehended the essence of the sword and is sure to achieve an impressive rank. Dongfang, you should say a few words as well." Su Liyue glanced at Dongfang, who was drinking nearby. Realizing he was merely there for the spectacle, their own disciples could use some encouragement. "Just do your best. Rank is not paramount. Ensure you do not leave with regrets. However, I have heard that Wu Yuan sect seems to harbor animosity towards us. If you encounter their disciples, feel free to give them a sound thrashing. You have your master to back you up." Hearing this unconventional encouragement from their junior master, the others chuckled. After all, they had grown accustomed to her peculiar way of speaking, the only mystery remaining being her true strength. After all, this was Tianxue Palace, where the palace master was a formidable expert at the 7th level of the Void Refinement Realm. Chapter 5. Conflict Before Long. Disciples from various sects were summoned to the arena for the drawing of lots. However, after the drawing, today was merely the first round of competition, lacking any significant spectacle, and it concluded swiftly. Given the elimination format, it would take nearly 4 days to finish. Nevertheless, time passed quickly, and by the final day, only the more powerful disciples remained, with Lingxiao sect having only 3 left: Mu Yunxue, Chao Xing, and O Luo. The next match was Mu Yunxue from Lingxiao sect against Xiao Ji from Wu Yuan sect. Upon hearing her name, Mu Yunxue clasped her hands in greeting to Dongfang and Su Li, then leapt onto the arena. Meanwhile, on Wu Yuan sect's side, Xiao Ji was halted by a senior who was leading their team. "What is it, master?" "At last, we've encountered Lingxiao sect. Remember, do not show mercy just because your opponent is a woman. No holding back, rest assured, master." With that, Xiao Ji jumped onto the arena and faced Mu Yunxue. As the signal to begin sounded, they drew their swords and clashed. However, thanks to Mu Yunxue's comprehension of sword intent, Xiao Ji found himself slightly disadvantaged, struggling to keep up. Watching the duel unfold, Su Liyue, as a mentor, felt a twinge of anxiety. Those from Wu Yuan sect were notorious for employing unscrupulous tactics, especially against Lingxiao sect. She hoped Mu Yunxue would not suffer. "Sister, do not fret so. Yunxue has grasped sword intent, and her opponent is at a lower realm," a fellow disciple reassured her. "What if Wu Yuan sect resorts to trickery? At present, Tianxue Palace is somewhat allied with Wu Yuan sect. I fear they may turn a blind eye below." After being steadily pressured by Mu Yunxue, Xiao Ji's gaze turned vengeful. After parrying her attack, he shattered a piece of red jade hidden within his chest, causing a crimson glow to envelop him, elevating his strength above Mu Yunxue's. To the spectators, it merely appeared as if Xiao Ji had employed a method to enhance his power, rather than relying on external aids. "Ha! What does it matter that you've comprehended sword intent? Today, victory will surely be mine." After licking his lips, Xiao Ji charged at Mu Yunxue with his sword. His speed was so swift that it wasn't until he was nearly upon her that she reacted, raising her sword defensively. Yet, the force of the blow sent her staggering backward. Mu Yunxue shook her hand, feeling numb from the impact. Observing Xiao Ji's actions, Dongfang smirked. Relying on external means had only brought him this far. However, he refrained from exposing Xiao Ji's reliance on external aids, knowing Mu Yunxue's strength would prevail even against such tactics. As Mu Yunxue faced Xiao Ji, she gripped her sword tightly, the chilling energy of Tianxue Palace beginning to converge around her. Though employing secret techniques has its time constraints, I need not wait for that moment. Humph, if you have any skills, now is the time to display them. It seems that with those 2 from Lingxiao sect absent, you are the only one left to challenge. Defeating you will secure my Wu Yuan sect's victory in this grand competition. Mu Yunxue began to levitate, the cold energy swirling around her and flowing into her sword. This was her first time participating in such a grand event. Previously, with the talents Su Qin and Do Yun, Lingxiao sect had claimed the top position for 2 consecutive times. Now, without them, she was the strongest disciple among the participants. Should she fail, she would have no face to show her master. Very well then. Let us see if you can withstand this strike of mine. Raising her sword, she conjured an ice phoenix born from her sword intent behind her. This child could have easily defeated Xiao Ji by merely stalling for time. Why must she resort to such a technique now? Su Liyue furrowed her brow, recognizing that Mu Yunxue had yet to fully master this move and could not control its power. Cold Phoenix sings to the heavens. As Mu Yunxue thrust forward, the Ice Phoenix let out a cry and surged toward Xiao Ji. Seeing the Ice Phoenix charging at him, Xiao Ji gathered his spiritual energy to confront it directly, resulting in a clash that unleashed a tempest of spiritual force. In the next moment, Xiao Ji was sent flying off the arena, crashing heavily and falling unconscious. Huang Bin, the senior responsible for leading Wuyuan sect, swiftly appeared by Xiao Ji's side, examining his condition before glaring furiously at the exhausted Mu Yunxue. His spiritual sea has been damaged, and he has fallen 2 minor realms. Is your Lingxiao sect truly so ruthless? He chose to take the hit himself. It has nothing to do with me, Mu Yunxue replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Bin. Stubborn girl, today I shall teach you a lesson in respect. Huang Bin gathered his strength and struck toward Mu Yunxue. Just as he was about to reach her, a sword aura materialized in front of Mu Yunxue, and Su Liyue descended, sword in hand, standing protectively in front of her disciple. Huang Bin, even after all these years, you remain as shameless as ever. It was your disciple who overstepped his bounds, yet you dare to accuse mine of being too harsh? Humph, young lady, even if you are now the peak master of Lingxiao sect, by seniority, you ought to address me as senior. Enough. Do you think I am invisible? Zhao Long, the master of Tianxue Palace, slammed his hand on the armrest and appeared between the two. Zhao Zhongzhu, you have witnessed the brutality of Lingxiao sect's disciple. My sect's Xiao Ji has suffered a blow to his spiritual sea and fallen in rank. They are unworthy of competing in this grand event. Old fool, I have refrained from pursuing this matter out of respect for your seniority. Do you truly believe I can be easily intimidated? Su Liyue was known for her fiery temper, though she was gentle with her own. Otherwise, she would not have earned the title of Fire Leery Fairy during her travels. Very well. It is normal for such situations to arise in a contest. If Wuyuan sect truly wishes to pursue this, then let us do this. You two shall face each other again. If Wuyuan sect wins, Lingxiao sect will compensate. If you lose, the matter shall be dropped. Zhao Ling's proposal seemed reasonable. Yet, Huang Bin was at the 9th level of the transforming spirit realm, while Su Liyue was at the 7th level, clearly favoring Huang Bin. Observing this, Dongfang swiftly flew to stand before Su Liyue. If that is the case, allow me to take his place. It is unbecoming for a man to bully 2 women. You brat, who do you think you are to speak here? Lingxiao sect, peak master of Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang. As they witnessed their junior master stepping forward, Chao Xing and the other disciples expressed their excitement. They were about to witness their junior master's true strength. Chapter 6. The competition concludes. Disciples from other sects watched the standoff on the arena with amusement. After all, this spectacle had nothing to do with them. Who didn't enjoy a good show? Upon hearing Dongfang declare his identity, Huang Bin couldn't help but scoff, realizing that while he was aware of Xiaoyao Peak and Lingxiao sect, he hadn't expected the current peak master to be so young. Xiao Qi, let me handle this. He is merely 2 minor realms above me. Don't worry, sister. I'll take care of this. I'm eager to see if this old fool will try to extort me again. You arrogant fool. Today I shall teach you the meaning of respect for your elders. Seeing Dongfang step forward, Huang Bin had no objections and nodded in agreement. Very well. Since it has come to this, you two shall compete. If the outcome remains contentious, do not blame me for not giving face to your sect master. As the onlookers dispersed, only Dongfang and Huang Bin remained on the arena. Go, master! Chao Xing and the other disciples cheered for Dongfang. Observing Dongfang's calm demeanor, Huang Bin extended his hand, summoning a black spear. In response, Dongfang's left hand gently grasped a bamboo stick, equal in length to a sword, causing Huang Bin to erupt in laughter at the absurdity. You underestimate yourself, Boyd. My Heiyuan spear is forged from cold, profound iron, and you dare to wield a mere bamboo stick? How arrogant! The bamboo stick is more than sufficient. Since you've chosen death, I shall oblige. Huang Bin lunged forward, spear in hand, directly aiming at Dongfang. Yet, the moment he drew near, he found himself swinging at empty air, as Dongfang had already repositioned himself behind Huang Bin. The pace is insufficient. Is this the extent of your speed at the 9th level of the transformation realm? Let's see how many more times you can evade. Huang Bin brandished the spear in his hand, and a black dragon instantly coiled around him. Soon, the black dragon roared and surged eastward. Yet, Dongfang remained utterly unperturbed, gently waving a bamboo stick, and a sword chi instantly shattered the black dragon. This moment left not only Huang Bin but also the others momentarily dumbfounded. Huang Bin's previous strike was a full-force attack from the 9th level of the transformation realm, yet Dongfang casually dispelled it with a mere sword chi. How is that possible? Are you not of the transformation realm? Has your attack concluded? Then allow me to intervene. With those words, Dongfang abruptly appeared before Huang Bin, executing an upward thrust that sent him flying off the stage. Upon landing, Huang Bin violently coughed up blood. Utterly astonished that Dongfang's seemingly light strike had inflicted such severe injuries upon him, in his current state, he dared not summon his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would only exacerbate his injuries. Are you coming again? Cough, I concede. I did not anticipate that the Lingxiao sect harbored someone of your concealed prowess. Today, I admit defeat. Upon hearing Huang Bin's concession, the audience erupted in astonishment. Xiaolong, Qi Min, and another member of the Tianxue Palace, all of whom had reached the void refinement stage, recognized that Dongfang's strength was undeniably at that level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to inflict such heavy injuries on Huang Bin with a single strike. Observing Huang Bin's acknowledgement of defeat, Dongfang quietly retracted the bamboo stick in his hand, having meticulously controlled his strength. Otherwise, a bit more force would have rendered Huang Bin's injuries far graver than they currently were. I did not expect the master of Dongfang Peak to possess such formidable strength. Congratulations to the Lingxiao sect. Now that the outcome is clear, let us proceed with the next round of the competition. Xiaolong hastily intervened, recognizing that any further favoritism towards Huang Bin would be glaringly obvious. Moreover, it was wise to avoid offending someone of Dongfang's evident caliber at such a young age. Dongfang, too, refrained from excessive commentary and returned to his position. You've not suffered in vain. You know how to avenge your master sister and your disciple. Look at what you're saying. I am not one to stand idly by. And as the master of Lingxiao sect, I cannot simply allow my disciples to endure unfair treatment. After this minor interlude, the competition continued unabated. Ultimately, under Mu Yunxue's efforts, the Lingxiao sect once again claimed first place, which greatly delighted Su Liyue. A successful disciple brings glory to a master. After Mu Yunxue received the rewards of the competition, everyone prepared to return to the Lingxiao sect, only to receive a transmission from Lin Yuan just as they were about to depart. What is it, senior brother? Your competition has concluded, hasn't it? Yes, it has. Yunxue secured first place. I was originally planning to convey this joyous news to you on the way back. Is that so? Excellent. However, before you return, there is a matter that requires one of you to attend to. A friend of our master from the Xianyu dynasty has passed away. As per their agreement, they left something for our sect. After their departure, you need to go retrieve it. Who among you can take this on? The Xianyu dynasty. Is that the master's friend who is a weapon refiner? Precisely. Dongfang and Su Liyue exchanged glances. Where in the East Continent? He resides not far from the Xianyu imperial capital, atop a mountain known as Tiannanshan. After relaying this, Lin Yuan concluded the transmission. Regardless of whether it is Dongfang or Su Liyue who goes. It was merely a matter of choice, sister. I shall go. I have never ventured far, and this will be a good experience. Are you certain? Yes, just remember to have those two little brats keep an eye on Xiaoyao Peak for me. Rest assured, my strength is sufficient for self-preservation. You need not worry about me. Seeing Dongfang's determination, Su Liyue could not object. Since he volunteered, it would be prudent to let him go, especially since his strength undoubtedly surpassed hers, providing an added layer of safety. Subsequently, Su Liyue boarded the cloud ship with the elders and disciples to return to the sect. After bidding farewell to Su Liyue and the others, Dongfang set off towards the East Continent, opting not to walk but to fly instead. However, given the vastness of the Tianyun continent, he leisurely flew while admiring the scenery for quite some time before arriving at the junction of the East and South continents. As dusk fell, Dongfang decided to rest in a dense forest. Just as he was roasting a wild chicken he had caught, a figure, battered and bruised, suddenly burst from the underbrush and collapsed before him. Who are you? Seeing such a youth appear before him, Dongfang poked the young man's forehead with the skewer holding the roasted chicken. The weak Mo, upon seeing someone of similar age, spoke in a feeble voice. I apologize. I did not expect anyone to be here. You should leave quickly. I don't want to drag you into my troubles. However, before Mo could finish speaking, 6 men in black suddenly emerged. Surrounding both Dongfang and Mo. Chapter 7. Mo. Dongfang showed no surprise at the sudden appearance of these individuals. They were merely 6 golden core cultivators, beings he could easily crush with a mere flick of his finger. Your Highness, I regret to inform you that your life ends here today. Dispose of this strangely dressed pretty boy as well. Upon hearing that the 6 intended to attack him, Dongfang tilted his head. What is this? I merely encountered them by chance, and now they wish to silence me. But upon reflection, it seems this is the way of assassins, and they even referred to this young man as Your Highness. Clearly, their master's identity is far from simple. You are sent by the Emochi sect, are you not? This grievance is between him and me. It has nothing to do with this brother. Your Highness, you are not in a position to negotiate conditions. Now, having said that, it's time for you two to depart. Kid, you can only blame your bad luck. With that, the 6 men prepared to strike. However, Dongfang remained unperturbed, extending his right hand and grasping the air. The 6 were instantly overpowered by a tremendous pressure, forcing them to the ground, unable to utter a word. Ignoring the 6, Dongfang slowly approached Mo and helped him to his feet. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the 6 men transformed into a mist of blood. Considering you were still thinking of me just now, I'll take care of these 6 for you. They just called you Your Highness. Are you from the Xianyu dynasty? Yes, senior. Having just witnessed Dongfang effortlessly dispatch 6 golden core cultivators, Mo now regarded him as an immensely powerful figure. Since you are a prince, how did you end up being pursued? Ah, senior, you may not be aware. Mo gave a self-deprecating smile before recounting his ordeal. He was the eldest son of the Xianyu emperor, Mo Tian. However, when the Xianyu dynasty was defeated by the Qiang dynasty of the West Continent, he was sent as a hostage to Qiang for a full 12 years. Upon returning at the age of 18, the once indulgent emperor and empress, along with his sister, began to shower affection on his new younger brother instead. After returning, he found himself living a life worse than that of a dog, branded as a petty thief. And his betrothed was given to his brother, whom she accepted without hesitation. After enduring for a year, Mo finally erupted, seeking to sever ties with them. Thus, on the night he attempted to sever those ties and was stripped of his spiritual see, he escaped the imperial city with the help of a loyal old servant who perished for his efforts. Little did he expect that his own younger brother would wish to eradicate him completely. As a result, he fled for his life, trying to escape into the South Continent, only to be found by the Emochi sect's men, and despite using all his trump cards, he sustained considerable injuries, merely managing to delay the 6 for a short while before encountering Dongfang. Upon hearing Mo's tale, Dongfang regarded him with interest. This experience undeniably marked him as a favored child of destiny. Had he not met Dongfang, he might have leapt off a cliff to escape the pursuit of those 6, obtaining fortuitous encounters, and subsequently leveling up, making his parents regret their actions, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. You show considerable fortitude. Despite being rendered powerless, you managed to escape from 6 golden core cultivators. However, your parents are rather cruel. As a hostage, you safeguarded the stability of your dynasty, only to be treated this way upon your return. Truly, the imperial family is heartless. They excel at discarding those who have served their purpose. Thanks to that old servant who helped me escape from the dynasty, I was given a means of survival. But it cost him his life. Looking at Mo before him, Dongfang suddenly had an idea. Since this lad is from the Xianyu dynasty, he should know about Tian and Shan. Would you like some roasted chicken? May I? Mo swallowed hard, eyeing the roasted chicken in Dongfang's hand. Dongfang chuckled and handed him the chicken. After all, he wasn't hungry, merely indulging a craving. Seeing Dongfang's approval, Mo immediately began to devour the chicken greedily. Slow down. After you finish, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing that Dongfang had business to discuss, Mo set the chicken down. Senior, please go ahead. Though you know Tian and Shan? Yes, it's not far from the Xianyu imperial capital. I know where it is, but it will take quite some time to travel there from here. That's good to know. Would you be willing to guide me there? Mo Yi's gaze faltered slightly. To reach Tiannanshan, he would have to pass through the imperial capital, a place he no longer wished to return to. He was now a cripple. With his spiritual seed destroyed, he could no longer cultivate. And even if he wished to seek vengeance, it was no longer possible. Dongfang discerned Mo Yi's hesitation and promptly patted him on the shoulder. Cast aside your burdens, since you claim to have severed ties with them. They are no longer your concern. With my presence, you need not worry about them causing you trouble. Thank you, Senior. However, my father, or rather, Emperor Xianyu, is now a formidable entity. I should guide you along a detour. Indeed, a formidable being, yet there is no need for concern. We are merely passing through. I can assist you in concealing your identity. Seeing Dongfang's insistence, Mo Yi gritted his teeth and acquiesced. After all, Dongfang had just saved him and provided sustenance, and his prowess appeared to be quite significant. The following day, amidst the clouds in the sky, Missouri found it difficult to open his eyes as Dongfang carried him toward the capital of Xianyu. Senior, could you perhaps slow down? I can hardly keep my eyes open. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you are merely an ordinary person now. Dongfang finally realized Mo Yi's predicament. Fortunately, they hadn't used the somersault cloud. Otherwise, Mo Yi would have struggled even more in a brief time. The duo arrived at the grand capital of Xianyu, preparing to disembark. Dongfang, having exhausted the liquor from his gourd, intended to procure more. Gazing at the capital, which dwarfed several sects from Nanzhou combined, Dongfang was taken aback. However, a corpse hanging at the city gate caused Mo Yi to halt in his tracks. What troubles you? Do you recognize that corpse? He was the old servant who aided my escape. I never imagined he would suffer such torment even in death due to my actions. Mo Yi clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening. Dongfang cast a glance at the corpse above before approaching a soldier at the city gate. Soldier, may I inquire why there is a corpse displayed here? You must be from another place. This man was punished with extreme cruelty for aiding the crown prince in fleeing the capital. Upon his death, the emperor ordered his body to be hung on the city wall to be exposed until it became a desiccated corpse. The soldier looked at the oddly dressed man before him with surprise. Upon hearing this, Dongfang couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a tyrant! He clearly forced his son to flee, yet he blames an old servant. Chapter 8. The Bet. Dongfang observed the restrained anger radiating from Mo Yi. To be honest, after hearing the latter's experiences, he felt a profound sympathy for him. A sudden idea struck him. He wished to test this young man. Do you wish to save him? I do, but I am currently powerless, struggling to ensure my own survival. How can I rescue him? Without uttering a word, Dongfang gradually raised his hand, producing a jade pendant before Mo Yi. Shatter this, and you will gain the strength of a 9th layer Yuanying for half a stick of incense, but it will inflict tremendous agony upon your body. However, it will suffice to rescue him in a short time. As soon as Dongfang finished speaking, Mo Yi shattered the jade pendant without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, an indescribable power surged into his body, overwhelming pain nearly causing him to collapse, yet he persevered. Observing Mo Yi's reaction, Dongfang was somewhat astonished, having expected a moment's hesitation. Mo Yi removed his mask and approached the city wall, drawing everyone's attention. Dongfang swiftly moved to a rooftop, toying with a slender golden rod in his hand. Crown Prince! The guards were bewildered to see the arrival of Crown Prince Mo Yi. As the aura he exuded left even the weaker guards gasping for breath. In the next moment, Mo Yi waved his hand, incapacitating the guards with his spiritual power. As he prepared to leap and retrieve the corpse overhead, he was suddenly intercepted by a blade of air. A middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a fine blade, materialized before Mo Yi. He was Li Si, the commander of the southern city gate, a 4th layer Yuanying. Crown Prince, when did you acquire such strength? Li Si, step aside, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. 9th layer Yuanying? Impossible! Crown Prince, regardless of how you attained this power, even as a royal, openly rescuing a criminal compels me to detain you and present you to the emperor for judgment, Li Si declared, charging forward with his blade. Overestimating yourself, Mo Yi lightly extended his hand, transforming his spiritual energy into a flurry of blades that surged toward Li Si. A fourth layer Yuanying stood no chance against Mo Yi. Now at the ninth layer, Li Si was soon covered in wounds and collapsed to the ground. With a swift motion, Mo Yi severed the ropes binding the corpse, catching the old servant's body as it fell. However, just as he prepared to depart, two figures appeared in the sky. One clad in a dragon robe, the other in a phoenix robe. Unfilial son, after fleeing for so many days, you dare return to cause trouble? I truly misjudged you. It seems there will be no issue bestowing the title of Crown Prince upon your brother. Mo Yi's presence atop the city wall quickly reached the ears of Mo Tian and Su Yun. Although they were astonished that Mo Yi, having lost his spiritual C, still possessed ninth layer Yuanying strength, it was insignificant in their eyes. We severed ties 15 days ago. Spare me the paternal tone, elder brother. How can you speak of father in such a manner? Do you not know how long father searched for you after your escape? Mo Yi, enduring the pain coursing through his body while cradling the corpse, spoke just as his younger brother approached, feigning concern for his elder sibling. Dongfang observed the scene with a smile. How could such a couple have a child like Mo Yi? Surely, they were not his biological parents. Unfilial son, I shall detain you today. We will settle this once we return to the palace. Mo Tian stretched out his hand, unleashing a wave of pressure toward Mo Yi, yet it was instantly repelled by an unseen force. As Dongfang appeared beside Mo Yi, the golden rod in his hand radiating a faint glow, "Senior, quite bold, I must say. You shattered that jade pendant without a second thought. I admire your spirit, young man." Dongfang remarked, reaching out to withdraw the force. In an instant, Mo Yi reverted to the ordinary person he had been before. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Xianyu dynasty? You, a formidable being in the integration realm, bully my future disciple. Do you believe I cannot intervene? Arrogant. You are the first young person to speak so boldly before me. Seeking death." Mo Tian clenched his hand, summoning a colossal golden dragon to strike at Dongfang. However, Dongfang merely tossed the slender rod, effortlessly dispersing the dragon and charging toward Mo Tian. Seeing this, Mo Tian reached out to defend himself, but upon contact, he was sent staggering back, while Su Yun looked on in disbelief. "Who are you?" "A youthful man of around 70, known as Emperor Xianyu. I wish to spare you the humiliation before the public eye. Considering your esteemed position as a ruler, Mo Yi has severed ties with you. I am merely passing through, and there is no wrongdoing in rescuing one who aided my escape from confinement." Mo Tian regarded the youth before him, who wore a faint smile, with a hint of trepidation. The mere strike from that slender rod had unsettled even his own organs. He regretted not only having acted against Dongfang earlier, but also allowing Mo Yi to escape, thus entangling himself with someone so unfathomable. Your second son, I presume? At 18. Yet only at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. With such mediocre talent, what were you thinking bestowing the golden spiritual sea upon such a fool? Upon hearing Dongfang's insult, Mo Qi suppressed his rage, fearful of provoking his father. Should he dare utter another word, he might find himself severely punished. Even if your strength is considerable, my son is not someone you can deride at will. He is far superior to that waste of a brother. And you would take a waste as your disciple? You are a fool. Su Yun, upon hearing her second son insulted by Dongfang, shouted furiously. Entirely disregarding Mo Yi as her biological child, Dongfang chuckled, unperturbed. He relished their arrogance, for it promised future amusement. Who says one cannot cultivate without a spiritual sea? Believe me, I need only 2 years. In 2 years, even without a spiritual sea, Mo Yi will triumph over that waste. Humph, even if you were a reincarnated deity, a waste without a spiritual sea cannot cultivate. Is that so? Then do you dare to wager? On this day 2 years hence, Mo Yi will return here and defeat your son. What is there to fear? But what shall be the stakes? What do you propose? If my son wins, you must give me that rod you wield. Agreed. If my disciple emerges victorious, I shall require nothing but the destruction of that boy's spiritual sea. Very well. Mo Tian and Su Yun readily accepted the terms. Observing their agreement, Dongfang's smile widened. While he had taken Mo Yi as a disciple out of admiration, he was far more eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. Chapter 9. Tiannan Mountain. After finalizing the agreement with Mo Tian and the others, Dongfang gently patted Mo Yi's shoulder. Let us depart. Young Ma and Moe hoisted the old servant's corpse and followed closely behind Dongfang. As he gazed at Moe's departing figure, Mochi clenched his fists in resentment and turned to return to the palace. Moe, in 2 years, I shall personally resolve matters with you. Meanwhile, after burying the corpse of the old servant, Moe erected a wooden plaque as a memorial. After offering a bow to the tombstone, he cast a remorseful glance at Dongfang, who was drinking against a nearby tree. Senior, I know what you wish to say. However, my decision to take you as a disciple stems from my admiration for you. Rest assured, since I have promised to allow you to cultivate, that promise stands. Hearing Dongfang's words, Moe fought back tears and knelt before him. Master, I bow to you. All right, rise. No need for such formality. Once we complete our business at Tiannan Mountain, I shall take you back to my sect. Yes, master. Subsequently, Dongfang led Moe as they soared above the imperial capital on their way to Tiannan Mountain. On the way, they returned to the capital to procure some wine. Dongfang generously tossed out over 10,000 spirit stones, purchasing all the wine from the establishment, with the astonished eyes of the shopkeeper and Moe upon him. He stored the wine in his flask before departing the capital. Before long, the two arrived at the summit of Tiannan Mountain. However, upon landing and observing the wooden house before them, Dongfang appeared somewhat taken aback. Is this truly the place? Master, this is indeed Tiannan Mountain, though I had no idea anyone resided here. Dongfang nodded and approached the wooden door, knocking upon it. Soon, a youth dressed simply, appearing to be of similar age to Dongfang. Open the door. Greetings, is this the residence of Senior Huanzhu? You must be from Ling Xiao sect. Master has been expecting you for quite some time. Please wait a moment. Observing the young man turned to re-enter the house. Dongfang took his time, leaning against a nearby tree to wait, while Moe curiously surveyed the courtyard. When the young man returned, he was carrying a box. This is what Master left for Ling Xiao sect. After receiving it, Dongfang realized that the box was not merely a container but a sword box, and he could distinctly sense that 7 swords of considerable quality lay within. Thank you. You're welcome. This was meant for you all along. Now that you have it, please take your leave. I must not see you off with that. The young man turned and closed the door behind him. Dongfang did not say anything further, storing the sword box in his storage ring before departing Tiannan Mountain with Moe. This time, Dongfang effortlessly lifted Moe and stepped out. Arriving in an instant at the gates of Ling Xiao sect, Moe, still in disbelief, exclaimed, We were just at the halfway point of Tiannan Mountain, weren't we, Master? So you truly are a member of Ling Xiao sect? Oh, you know of this place. Ling Xiao sect has stood here for 600 years, guarding against the invasion of the demon tribes at the border, so naturally, I am aware. Alas, despite its renown for guarding against demons, since the departure of the first sect master, your master-grandfather, it has begun to be looked down upon. Moe felt a bit awkward, unsure of what to say. However, Dongfang did not elaborate further, instead leading Moe back to the blissful peak. Upon their return, they encountered Su Chun, who was feeding the cattle, and Do Yun, who was tilling the garden. Junior uncle, you have returned. Yes, you've worked hard these past few days. Of course, and who is this? Su Chun smiled, glancing at Moe, who stood behind Dongfang. This is my disciple. Allow him to introduce himself. Greetings, senior brother. My name is Moe. Junior uncle has taken on a disciple. What is his level of strength that he has caught your eye? Upon hearing that Moe was Dongfang's disciple, Do Yun rushed over, only to be playfully restrained by Dongfang, who remarked, A big man like you, acting so rashly. All right, you two have done well these past few days. Here. With a wave of his hand, 2 jade pendants appeared before them. I do not possess any treasures suitable for you, and it would be unreasonable to instruct you yet again. These 2 pendants, infused with my spiritual energy, contain my consciousness. Consider them a means of self-preservation during your future endeavors. Thank you, junior uncle. Now, hurry back, lest your master comes looking for me. Junior uncle, we can still do some more work. Scram. If you keep working, I want to have anything left to give. With a swift kick, Dongfang sent Do Yun tumbling down the mountain, his cries echoing in their ears. Su Chun also bowed to Dongfang before departing Blissful Peak. Master, where shall I reside? Moe asked, eyeing the several bamboo houses before him. Choose anyone that suits you. I must visit the sect master for a moment and will return shortly. With that, Dong Fong soared into the sky toward Ling Shao Peak.in the sect master's hall. Lin Yuan scrutinized the sword box Dong Fong had brought back. The 7-star sword box, containing 7 divine swords. It seems this is indeed the final masterpiece left by Senior Huan Zhu. Indeed, I can sense the powerful sword intent within, and all 7 swords possess spiritual resonance. Seemingly on the verge of birthing sword spirits, Dong Fong nonchalantly took a sip of wine. Unperturbed by it all, no matter how impressive this sword box might be, it could never surpass his 4 swords, each of which wielded terrifying power in its own right. Keep it for yourself? Huh? This was originally meant for you. Before his passing, Master specifically instructed me that if I retrieved anything from Senior Huan Zhu, it should be given to you, but I do not require it. Keep it. Since it is intended for you, it belongs to you now. Did not Su Qin mention that you have taken on a disciple? You may give it to him. After pondering, Dong Fong concluded that it was indeed a reasonable notion, for it seemed that none of the peak masters could make use of it. His 5th senior brother, Bei Ming Sikong, possessed his own life-bound sword, while his direct disciple, Do Yun, had acquired his own sword 3 years prior. The other peak masters wielded swords as well, but none had reached the pinnacle as Bei Ming Sikong had. As for Mu Yunxue, his sister had long since procured a sword that suited her perfectly, rendering this sword box unnecessary. Very well, I shall accept it. By the way, I will accompany you back to Blissful Peak to see your newly taken disciple. To have caught your attention, he must possess commendable talent. Dong Fong had no objections. If they were to go, then they would go. However, upon their return to Blissful Peak, they were surprised to find the other 5 peak masters had also arrived, with Moe serving tea to the 5. What brings you all here? Your 5th senior brother's disciple mentioned you had taken on a disciple, so we all came to take a look. Is that so? Moe, once you finish pouring, do not keep holding that teapot. Yes, Master. Moe nodded obediently, standing to the side as he observed the 7 individuals engaged in conversation. Chapter 10. The sword box acknowledges its master. The 6 scrutinized Moe, but upon noticing he lacked a spiritual C, all but Su Liu frowned in disapproval. Little 7. This child Moe has no spiritual C. Indeed. Then how will you allow him to cultivate? Masters, have you forgotten that little 7 also lacked a spiritual C? Su Liu's reminder prompted the others to recall. When Master had brought the infant Dong Fong back, he too had no spiritual C, and they had presumed he would never cultivate. Yet, he had indeed begun to cultivate, and to this day, he had never revealed how he managed it. However, upon hearing that Dong Fong had once been without a spiritual C, Moe found it hard to believe. To cultivate to a level that would intimidate his own father, who was at the integration realm, was a true genius, especially at merely 70 years of age. Very well, since you have taken on a disciple, it would be remiss of us not to provide him with something. Each of the 6 presented Moe with an item, ranging from magical tools to storage rings. This warmth left Moe momentarily stunned. Having been a hostage in a foreign land for over a decade, he returned to his own country only to face neglect and scorn, living a life worse than that of a dog. Yet here, these individuals were genuinely kind to him, and he could feel it. Thank you, esteemed uncles. You need not be so polite. Young one, work hard alongside your master. Perhaps you will become one of the pillars of our sect in the future. I will strive diligently, not to disappoint Master and all of my esteemed uncles. After chatting for a while longer, the 6 departed Blissful Peak. Observing his newly acquired disciple, Dong Fong retrieved the 7-star sword box and placed it on the bamboo table. Master, what is this? The 7-star sword box, a gift for you. A token of my acceptance of you as my disciple. However, you are not yet able to control it. Keep it for now, and I will teach you how to gradually master the 7 swords within. Then, how should I begin cultivating? Do not fret. Spend a day familiarizing yourself with Blissful Peak, but be cautious of the fields and gardens. Do not trample upon them. We shall commence our training tomorrow. After yawning, Dong Fong reclined in his chair and fell into a deep slumber. Watching the slumbering Dong Fong, Moe suddenly entertained the notion that his master might be somewhat unreliable, but he quickly suppressed it. After all, great beings often disregarded trivial matters. Moreover, Dong Fong had such faith in him that he dared to wager against Moe Tian. He could not let the other party down that night. Moe found himself unable to sleep. He sensed that the sword box within his storage ring seemed to call out to him. Urging him to take it out, Mo Yi sat up and retrieved the sword box, observing that it shimmered with 7 colors of light. In the next moment, the sword chest suddenly floated open, revealing 7 swords embedded within, appearing before Mo Yi. Outside, Dongfang Yi instantly materialized in Mo Yi's room. Master, it seems this sword chest is quite extraordinary. I had been apprehensive when it was stored in my storage ring, but now that it is in your presence, it begins to stir. Perhaps your loss of the spiritual sea is a blessing in disguise. Dongfang observed the sword chest thoughtfully. The reason for his remark stemmed from the fact that his storage ring contained the 4 swords of Zhu Xian. Thus it was only natural for the swords within this chest to exhibit fear. As soon as he finished speaking, the radiant glow emanating from the 7 swords in the chest suddenly coalesced into a small golden sword that embedded itself into Mo Yi's brow. Mo Yi found himself levitating as a subtle sword aura enveloped him. I told you. This lad's life experiences are undoubtedly those of a favored child of destiny. Even with his spiritual sea damaged, he is bound to encounter fortuitous events. Observing Mo Yi's state, Dongfang chose not to intervene, allowing the situation to unfold as the young man's aura gradually ascended to the 5th level of body refinement. Subsequently, Dongfang scrutinized the names of the 7 swords within the chest. Ziyin, Qing Shuang, He Yuan, Ting Yu, Qi Lei, Wu Hen, and Yu Ming, each shimmering with distinct brilliance. Clearly, Mo Yi possessed some unique constitution that resonated with these swords. Claiming them as his OWN at that moment, Mo Yi descended from the air and sat on the bed, cradling his head in confusion. He had yet to process the recent events, but he distinctly sensed the presence of spiritual energy within his body. Master, what has happened to me? It seems the sword chest has acknowledged you as its master. How can this be? I am merely someone whose spiritual sea has been damaged, yet it has granted me the strength of the 5th level of body refinement. You likely possess a unique constitution related to swords, and the awakening of your abilities due to the loss of your spiritual sea might be a fortuitous turn of events. Is that truly the case? Mo Yi inquired incredulously, gazing at his hands. Upon moving his right hand, the sword named Ting Yu flew out of the chest and landed in Mo Yi's grasp. It appears you can currently wield 1 sword. As your strength grows, you should be able to master all 7 swords in due time. If others were to learn of this, they would surely regret their past decisions. Rest assured, Master, I shall make you proud in 2 years. As long as you have confidence, that is sufficient. Now, rest. For tomorrow you shall have tasks to attend to. After stretching, Dongfang exited the room and returned to his recliner beneath the giant tree for some rest. The following day, Mo Yi gazed at the hoe in his hands with surprise. Master, didn't you say we would be cultivating? What is this? Practice begins with the heart. Moreover, you are now ready to commence your training. Conveniently, I have an empty vegetable patch that needs planting. Go and sow these seeds. Very well, Mo Yi replied, somewhat resigned, as he accepted the bag of seeds from Dongfang and made his way to the indicated patch. Just as Mo Yi was halfway through his task, Do Yun arrived at Dongfang's Suyao Peak. Junior uncle. What brings you here again? Well, since you've taken on a disciple, and each of the 7 peaks now has an official disciple, we thought it would be a good idea to gather and exchange insights on our training. It could also benefit the junior disciple. Oh dear. You young folks do enjoy gatherings, so are you here to take him with you? Indeed. Very well, finish your work in the field, and then you may go. Great. With Dongfang's consent, Do Yun rushed over to join Mo Yi in tending to the garden. Chapter 11. The Six-Tailed Fox Demon. After Do Yun left with Mo Yi, Bei Ming Sikong and Li Daoyin also arrived at Suyao Peak. Upon seeing the two, Dongfang immediately understood their intentions and promptly refused. Not going. We haven't even said anything yet. Isn't it just to go to the city for drinks? I still have some from my gourd that I haven't finished, so I'm not going. Seeing Dongfang reclining in the chair, refusing to budge, the two exchanged glances. Junior disciple, don't you enjoy listening to music? A new courtesan has arrived at Feng Lai Tower, and she sings beautifully. She's quite a sight as well. Let us go. Before Li Daoyin could finish, Dongfang had already stood up and begun his descent down the mountain. Not because of the mention of beauty, but rather his genuine love for music, as it was the only connection he had left to his former world outside of his attire. Thus, the 3 peak masters made their way to the city in front of Ling Xiao's sect to indulge in drinks. Upon entering Feng Lai Tower, the proprietor, seeing the 3 familiar patrons, rushed over to greet them. Peak Master Dongfang, Peak Master Bei Ming, Peak Master Li, it has been a while since your last visit. Xiao Li? Where is your father? It has been some time since the three of you came. My father has passed away, I see. My condolences, it is not a concern. My father lived to the ripe old age of over 100 years, which is considered a fulfillment in the eyes of ordinary folk. Indeed, passing away peacefully is a cause for celebration, especially since it was not due to illness. That is truly fortunate. Dongfang nodded. In his original world, most elders succumb to illness due to old age, and few passed away peacefully, often ending up in hospitals even for minor falls. Shall we sit in our usual spot? Yes, that will do. It has been quite a while. Bring out any new dishes and wines. Upon entering the private room, Dongfang cast a disdainful glance at his two senior brothers, having already surmised their purpose for inviting him. So, who is footing the bill? Junior disciple, you know our situation. Ever since I married your sister-in-law. Stopped. I understand now, so that's why you insisted on bringing me along. How shameless of you to leech off your own junior brother. Observing the silly grins on the faces of the two, Dongfang chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had scarcely spent any of the spiritual stones that had accumulated in his storage ring. Enough to build several mountains like Suyao Peak. In this world, there are three forms of currency: copper coins, silver, and spiritual stones, with spiritual stones holding the highest value. One spiritual stone is worth 1,000 taels of silver. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hall below, signaling that the courtesan was about to perform. Junior disciple, you will definitely love her song. Let us hope so. In the next moment, a stunning woman holding a pipa gracefully made her way to the center stage. Her appearance captivated the attention of many men, except for Dongfang, Beiming Xikong, and Li Daoyin, who remained unfazed. Soon, the woman began to strum her pipa and sing. Although Dongfang found her voice melodious, he also sensed something amiss. The tune seemed to be enchanting him. He glanced at his two senior brothers. Beiming Xikong possessed a sword heart, while Li Daoyin carried a talisman of his own making, thus the melody had no effect on them. They likely only found it enjoyable. Dongfang then focused intently on the woman at the center. A silhouette of a six-tailed fox emerged from her form. A fox demon? A six-tailed fox demon of comparable strength to the realm of refining emptiness had infiltrated. After retracting his gaze, Dongfang continued sipping his drink, deep in thought. How is it, junior disciple? I told you her song was delightful, indeed, quite impressive. Meanwhile, at Su Chen's residence, all 11 of the Peak Master's direct disciples had gathered. Including the typically aloof Mu Yunxue, a large feast was laid out in the courtyard. Eldest brother, your culinary skills have certainly improved. Thanks to junior uncle, I spent a full 60 days cooking under his guidance. And given how difficult he is to please, my skills had to improve. Junior disciple, consider this meal a welcome feast for you. Eat plenty. Thank you, eldest brother. Have all the senior brothers and sisters received guidance from my master? Moe inquired, looking at the gathered crowd. Of course. But we also helped junior uncle with quite a bit of work. Just planting? Not just that. We also chopped wood, fed the cattle, and more. However, the rewards have indeed been substantial. Especially for eldest brother, Do Yun, and sister Yunxue. Those three have comprehended sword intent. Moe glanced at the quiet Mu Yunxue, who was focused solely on her food, and at Do Yun, whom he had encountered at Suyao Peak. Together with Su Chun, these three were the strongest direct disciples of Ling Xiao sect. By the way, junior disciple, why don't you tell us about your origins? Junior uncle has never mentioned it. Well, I hope you won't laugh at me. I actually come from Moe shared his background with his senior brothers and sisters, recounting the entire process of encountering Dongfang. After hearing Moe's story, everyone felt a twinge of sympathy for this junior disciple, pondering what misfortune had led him to such parents. It's all right, junior disciple. In 2 years, we will accompany you to cheer you on. I never expected that even without a spiritual C, the sword chest would still acknowledge you as its master. Perhaps, as junior uncle said, your loss has awakened your unique constitution. It seems our sect will soon have another disciple with sword intent. But as junior uncle's disciple, it is to be expected. Have you all noticed something peculiar? Junior uncle managed to subdue a powerful being and brought back a junior disciple under his wing. As Mu Yunxue spoke, the others finally grasped the implications. The enigmatic figure of the junior master has long been a source of intrigue. Their master has never divulged the extent of their prowess, merely stating that it is formidable indeed. As the eldest disciple of the sect, you, the senior brother, ought to possess greater insight into this matter. However, my knowledge is limited. I am only aware that the junior master excels in both swordsmanship and staff techniques. Su Chen sighed, pondering how much he could truly know. This junior master consistently presents an air of mystery, making it difficult for others to discern their true nature. You might consider inquiring with junior sister Yunxue, as she once went to great lengths to uncover the secrets surrounding the junior master. Before Do Yun could finish speaking, the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn echoed in the air. He swallowed hard and, casting a glance at Mu Yunxue, promptly fell silent. Chapter 12. Scholar within Fenglai Tower. The trio from the Dongfang family emerged as night fell. Dongfang instructed the other two to return to Lingshao's sect while he himself concocted an excuse to linger behind. In a secluded chamber, Meishin set aside her pipa after playing a tune and slowly sat upon the bed. Here was a dignified fox demon of the void refinement level, reduced to performing songs in a human tavern merely to gather intelligence. Suddenly, the basin before her surged and transformed into a mirror, revealing several fox-eared, human-bodied fox demons. Have you entered the jurisdiction of Lingshao sect? But we are still unable to ascertain the specific circumstances within. I advise you to refrain from being too hasty. Time is of the essence. If we delay, our Fox clan's status among the demon tribes may be jeopardized. Understood, we will act swiftly. After Meishin spoke, she waved her hand gently, restoring tranquility to the room. Unbeknownst to her, Dongfang was seated beside her, manipulating his golden rod as he observed the proceedings, only to vanish back to Xiaoyao Peak moments later. Master, you have returned. How have you fared with the senior brothers and sisters? They have all been very kind to me. That is good, so. Have you gained some understanding of your sword box? Yes, I am now able to cultivate. I can also relearn all the secret techniques I studied previously. I see. Allow me to teach you a few moves. Take out your sword box and follow me. Moe nodded, retrieving the 7 stars sword box from his storage ring and strapping it to his back, following Dongfang to a secluded area on the back mountain. Upon turning around, Dongfang drew the 7 stars sword box into his grasp, and with a casual motion, the box sprang open, releasing 7 swords that circled around him. Master, what will you teach me? The true martial 7-cut formation. As the words fell, Dongfang gestured, and 1 sword shot into his hand, while 6 duplicates of Dongfang manifested, each wielding the remaining swords. The 7 Dongfangs executed various sword techniques in unison. The sword chi surged skyward, exerting such overwhelming pressure that Imoe found himself pinned to the ground, struggling to breathe. This technique was acquired by Dongfang from the system, being an avid fan of Jin Yong's novels in his previous life. He had long admired this formation, which doubled in power with each additional participant in the realm of cultivation. It was nearly an unparalleled force. Now, with Imoe possessing the 7 stars sword box, Dongfang imparted this formation to him, alongside the method of external incarnation. One person could overpower many. Regrettably, the true martial 7-cut formation had never been utilized in the novels, likely due to its overwhelming nature making it difficult to weave into the plot. Dongfang had never employed it since acquiring it from the system. After all, with his strength, unless he encountered someone stronger, he was already the mightiest being in this area with his golden immortal power. Teaching Imoe this technique would certainly grant him the opportunity to wield it. Once Dongfang retracted the 7 swords, the 6 duplicates vanished into thin air, and he returned the sword box to Imoe. How is it? So powerful, master. Are you truly going to teach me this? Of course. Focus your mind and resist not. With that, Dongfang pressed his index finger against Imoe's forehead. The true martial 7-cut formation, the external incarnation, and a technique known as the Dugu 9 swords surged into Imoe's mind like data being transmitted to a computer, causing him to endure a painful headache as he absorbed the teachings. After Dongfang withdrew his finger, Imoe was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. All right, combined with the secret techniques you have previously studied, this should suffice. However, to execute this formation, you must first grasp the external incarnation and elevate your strength to at least control 2 swords. As for the Dugu 9 swords, given your physique, understanding it should not pose a challenge. Disciple understands. I will diligently cultivate and strive not to disappoint your expectations, master. Very well, take your time to comprehend it. I shall retire for the night. Dongfang languidly stretched before vanishing from Imoe's sight. That night, Imoe remained on the back mountain, contemplating the techniques imparted by Dongfang. but he only managed to grasp a hint of the Dugu Nine swords. The other two techniques proved exceedingly difficult to comprehend, particularly the external incarnation. The following day, amidst the tranquil atmosphere of Lingshao sect, a bloodied scholar approached the sect's entrance. The guarding disciples rushed forward, exclaiming, "Are you all right? Quickly, summon the elders." Before long, the scholar lay in the residence of Su Liue on Huanyufeng. Behind her stood Lin Yuan and Dongfang, who recognized this individual all too well. He had kept Su Liue waiting for decades, departing with naught but a promise to return. They had witnessed Su Liue's longing over the years, and now, to see him return in such a battered state, it was astonishing. This fellow is still alive. Who knows? He vanished for so many years yet remains youthful. It seems he truly embarked on the path of cultivation through his studies. I once thought he had perished after abandoning his junior sister. Fifth senior brother. At the sound of Su Liue's voice, Baiming Sikong promptly silenced himself. Yet Dongfang maintained his indifferent demeanor, aware that his senior sister had suffered greatly during his absence, and now he returned with injuries, likely having stirred up trouble. Fourth brother. Check on this lad. Sigh. Very well. For sixth junior sister's sake. Li Daoyin sighed resignedly and stepped forward to grasp the scholar's wrist. That moment, Su Chun rushed over, a look of urgency on his face. Master, what is the matter? At the sect's entrance, two elders of the Void Refinement Realm demand we surrender a scholar. I told you he had caused trouble. All right, little seven, let your fourth senior brother and your senior sister remain here while we investigate. The sect's entrance. Aside from Su Liue and Li Daoyin, Dongfang, Lin Yuan, and others had gathered, while the two elders above looked down with disdainful sneers. Ha! 4 of you in the Void Refinement Realm. The strongest among you is merely at the 8th level, and there's also a mere fledgling. Might I inquire where you two esteemed elders hail from and your purpose at Lingshao sect? Are you the sect master? Surrender the scholar from your sect, or do not blame us for being ungracious. Hearing the elder's brusque tone, Lin Yuan's temper flared. Elders, even if you wish to take someone, you ought to provide a reason. Reason? You harmed the holy son of our sacred ground and seized the treasures from him. Such a crime warrants execution. You, a mere sect master from a void refinement sect, had best comply. Upon hearing the term sacred ground, the group was left bewildered. It seemed there was no sacred ground in the Tianyuan continent, though they had heard tales of other continents beyond it. Yet no outsiders had entered in recent years. Senior brother, this is the trouble he brought upon himself. Are we truly to shoulder the burden for him? Shall we first stabilize these two elders and wait for him to awaken to clarify? Do they appear like individuals who would listen? Dongfang crossed his arms, observing the two in the air. They are clearly unwilling to relent without receiving the scholar. What negotiation can be made? Chapter 13. Instant kill upon hearing Dongfang's words. Lin Yuan and the others exchanged glances, clearly realizing that the two above were not inclined to compromise. If they refused to surrender Gu Chun, a fierce battle seemed inevitable. Despite the uncertainty of Dongfang's unknown strength, they could not ascertain whether they would prevail. What shall we do? 2 choices. Either surrender Gu Chun, leading to our senior sister's lifelong despair, or clash with them, ideally eliminating them. Given their demeanor, their so-called sacred ground is certainly not a good place. Driving them away will only attract greater calamity. All along, we have been unaware of your true strength. Reveal your capabilities. Can you subdue the 2 of them? The 4 exchanged glances, evidently leaning towards the latter choice. Although Gu Chun had kept Su Liue waiting for many years, they indeed wished to confront him, yet they understood Gu Chun would never intentionally provoke anyone. Moreover, if they did surrender him, who could predict what actions Su Liue might take? Easily. Do not jest. I am serious. Who is jesting? As long as you, the sect master, give the command, we shall act immediately. Then let us act, Lin Yuan declared, and the others prepared their weapons, ready to assist Dongfang. However, Dongfang swiftly conjured a powerful celestial sword radiating immense sword intent and, with a single sweep, severed the heads of the 2 elders before they could react, effortlessly erasing their consciousness. Even if their life tokens shattered within their sacred ground, their people would be unable to trace their whereabouts. Lin Yuan and the others stood in shock, mouths agape. Had Dongfang truly dispatched 2 void refinement 9th levels with a single strike? See? I told you it was easy. Dongfang looked at the 4 individuals, shrugged his shoulders, and slowly walked back. Once the four regained their composure, they hastily restored their demeanor. Ahem, Shao Chun, instruct the disciples to dispose of these two corpses. Oh, yes, master, Su Chen replied, quickly clasping his hands in respect upon Lin Yuan's reminder. On their way back to Huan Yufeng, Baiming Sikong clung to Dongfang, insisting on getting another glimpse of that sword. Junior brother, what exactly is that sword? Why do I feel as though my own life sword is quaking in fear when you draw it? The Jueshin sword. Jueshin sword, what a magnificent name. Indeed, only such a name is worthy of that blade. How did you come by it, and why have I never seen you wield it before? Dongfang rolled his eyes, anticipating that this sword enthusiast would undoubtedly delve into his background. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and the others had already recovered from their astonishment. In their previous sparring sessions, despite exerting their full strength, they had been evenly matched with Dongfang. They had long been mentally prepared. It was just that the recent slaying of two cultivators at the 9th level of the Void Refinement stage had taken them by surprise. Upon returning to Huan Yufeng, Su Liyue approached with a worried expression. Senior brother, who were those individuals? They indeed came seeking Gu Chun, but that little rascal Dongfang has dealt with them. However, we did not fully trust their claims. We must wait for him to awaken to inquire further. Is that so? Fourth senior brother has already examined him and concluded that he fainted due to excessive spiritual energy consumption and severe injuries. He will need several days to recuperate before he regains consciousness. Let him rest then. We shall refrain from discussing further matters. Later, gather at Lingxiao Peak. I have matters to discuss with you all. Later that evening, the 7 individuals reconvened in the sect master's hall. All right, with the emergence of the Shuangbua Mountain secret realm, we must deliberate on which disciples to send. Junior brother's disciple certainly deserves a spot. That sword box recognizes him as its master. Although his physical cultivation level is considerably lower, he, like junior brother, possesses the ability to cultivate despite lacking a spiritual C. His talent is evident. Su Chen, Do Yun, and Yun Shui must also go to AS for the others. I have consulted with the leaders of other sects in Nanzhou. The secret realm is not the domain of a single person, so each sect may send 20 disciples, accompanied by 2 elders who can only remain outside the secret realm. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, everyone turned their gaze towards Dongfang. Again, it's me? After all, you are the one with the least to do among all the peak masters. Now that you also have disciples, it's time you got busy. Sigh, very well. Who else will accompany me? Senior sister must attend to Gu Qian and manage Huan Yufeng. So she certainly cannot go. I've made arrangements. You shall go with your 5th senior brother. Upon hearing that he would also be going, Baiming Sikong did not object. After all, the disciples had been quite self-disciplined lately, allowing him to feel at ease. In truth, he and Dongfang, along with Su Liyue, had the least responsibilities regarding their peaks, and it was time to contribute in other areas. That night, upon returning to his mountain peak, Dongfang found Amoe immersed in his cultivation. Dongfang, not wishing to disturb him, strolled slowly to the side of the cattle pen. Your disciple shows considerable talent. After just a couple of days of training, he has already reached the 8th level of physical cultivation. Those with great talent typically advance swiftly in the early stages of cultivation. However, progress will slow significantly once they reach the golden core stage. Cultivation is a gradual process, but your disciple indeed possesses great potential. Dongfang fixed his gaze on the azure bowl for a moment with a wine jug in hand. Tell me, are you truly a Kuei bull? If so, you would be the steed of the leader. How could the system have brought you to me? Guest, oh, spare me. You two are enigmatic. Oh wait, you're not even human. Observing the bull's teasing demeanor, Dongfang chose not to press further. Although he felt the system might be withholding something from him, it had consistently acted in his favor thus far, so he saw no need to dwell on it. Soon, Mo Yi, who had been meditating in midair, concluded his training for the day and caught sight of Dongfang in the distance. Master, good that I have something to tell you. Please, go ahead. A secret realm is about to open, and the sect master has granted you a spot. You, along with your senior brother Su and the others, will enter. As for whether you will encounter any fortuitous opportunities, that depends entirely on you. Master, I am merely at the physical cultivation stage. I fear I will be a burden. There are still about 30 days before the secret realm opens. Why the urgency? At this rate, with your cultivation speed, you will surely reach the qi refining stage in no time. Just keep it up. Days passed, and with Li Daoyan's assistance, Gu Chen finally regained consciousness. Though he was still unable to rise due to his physical condition, in Su Liu's residence, Dongfang observed as she fed Gu Chen medicine. Upon sensing Dongfang's gaze, Gu Chen felt somewhat awkward. Brother Dongfang, is there something you wish to ask me? I had intended to wait until you finished your medicine to inquire, but you should consider yourself fortunate that your body has yet to recover, and that this is my senior sister's place. Otherwise, I would not be so lenient. Dongfang looked at Gu Chen with a serious expression, genuinely wishing to give him a piece of his mind. Chapter 14. Journey to the Secret Realm. Gu Chen felt somewhat embarrassed by Dongfang's words. However, Su Liu shot Dongfang a glare. If you have questions, just ask. I am not concerned with how you embarked on the path of cultivation through study. I merely want to know why you were pursued by 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the Void Refinement stage, and they are not even from Tianyuan continent. Gu Chen paused for a moment before recounting the experiences he had endured over the years to Dongfang and Su Liu. In his quest for the path of cultivation, he journeyed to the other side of the sea, only to discover the existence of another continent called Yunlan continent. The forces there were immensely powerful, with several formidable beings at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, far surpassing those on Tianyuan continent. There, Gu Chen joined a place called Shuhai Mountain Academy, formally commencing his path of cultivation through Confucianism, and his talent was exceptional. He caught the eye of a master and became a direct disciple. However, during a competition among several major factions, Gu Chen inadvertently injured the son of Yaoguang's sacred land, the time. They did not dare to take action due to the presence of the academy. After entering the Void Refinement stage, Gu Chen informed his master that someone was waiting for him on Tianyuan continent, so he returned, only to find that Yaoguang's sacred land had sent people to follow him all the way to Tianyuan continent. So, your injuries were inflicted by them? Yes, I initially thought I had shaken them off, but they unexpectedly followed me to Lingxiao sect as for robbing their sacred son's treasures. I have never engaged in such despicable acts. Then, do you intend to return to that Shuhai Mountain Academy? I came to fulfill my promise to marry you. Why Master said to pursue what I want and tread the path I wish to take. This time, I shall not leave again. Upon hearing this, Su Liu immediately leaped into Gu Chen's embrace, completely disregarding Dongfang's presence. Watching the affectionate display between the two, Dongfang rolled his eyes. All right, I have a general understanding now. You two can continue your lovey-dovey antics. However, once your injuries are healed, I will settle the score with you for making my senior sister wait so long. Do not think that just because you have reached the Void Refinement stage, I cannot touch you. With that, Dongfang made no further delay and swiftly departed from Huanyufeng. However, instead of returning to Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang made his way to Qiyang Peak. After pouring Dongfang a cup of tea, Yanyu slowly sat across from him. How are your 6th senior sister and Gu Chen faring? They are inseparable. It seems it won't be long before our Lingxiao sect hosts a wedding. However, adding a Confucian cultivator at the Void Refinement stage to our sect is quite beneficial. Indeed, Gu Chen possesses commendable character, but what brings you here? It is rare to see you visiting. I wanted to inquire whether there have been any movements from the demon tribes along the borders. None at all. Everything is fine. The barrier set by our master remains intact. Yes, that's so. That's good to hear. However, you have been working hard. What can I say, as the peak master of Qiyang Peak? Since my master holds me in such high regard, I cannot let him down. Yanyu chuckled, feeling quite envious of this junior brother. He had taken over the easiest Xiaoyao Peak, and his strength surpassed that of the senior brothers. It seemed that Lingxiao sect had a promising future. Upon confirming that the barrier along the borders was secure, Dongfang returned to Xiaoyao Peak. Regarding that 6-tailed fox demon, he decided to hold off for now and see what tricks she might conjure. After all, he was currently at the Golden Immortal stage, and there was no one here stronger than him in the face of absolute power. Everything else was futile. He felt that even if he charged into the demon tribe and unleashed a barrage of attacks, no demon would be able to withstand him. However, as someone raised in a peaceful realm, adhering to the principle of never resorting to violence if peace could be maintained, Dongfang would not act recklessly. In the realm of cultivation, time flew swiftly. On the eve of the opening of the secret realm, under Dongfang's guidance, Moe had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. Though he was still a bit lacking in sword intent, Dongfang imparted to him various sword techniques he had acquired from the system, personally instructing him. With Moe's innate sword physique and Dongfang's guidance, it did not take long for him to grasp them, needing only practice to refine his skills. On the day of departure, the selected disciples gathered, ready to board the cloud ship. Dongfang and Baiming Sikong did not linger, leading the disciples directly to the Shuangbua Mountain's secret realm. This time, remember that your safety is of utmost importance. Your junior uncle and I will stand guard outside, so there is no need to worry about being robbed of any treasures or opportunities you might gain. Fifth Master Uncle, could you enlighten us about the specifics of this secret realm? My junior apprentice and I possess only a limited understanding of IT to IT. Is said that this realm was left behind by a formidable sword cultivator who transcended the tribulations, and access to it is restricted to those below the transformation stage. This is precisely why my junior apprentice and I have refrained from entering. At this moment, Dongfang couldn't help but chuckle. He could easily enter if he wished, yet he believed it essential for these young ones to undergo their own trials. So that is the case. It is no wonder that the eldest senior brother has also arrived. You youngsters need not dwell on this matter. Regardless of the nature of the secret realm, as long as you gain even a modicum of experience in your hearts during this journey, it will be deemed a success. After sipping his tea, Dongfang cast a sweeping glance over the disciples and spoke. Rest assured, little junior apprentice, we will take good care of our junior brother. Who knows? Perhaps he may encounter some fortuitous opportunity within. Eldest brother, you jest. I am merely here to accompany you all in your training, and my strength is still the weakest. I do not dare to hope for any fortuitous encounters. Soon, their cloud vessel reached its destination. At this moment, numerous sects had also arrived with their disciples. As for the exact location of the secret realm's entrance, it remained uncertain, hence everyone lingered at the foot of Shuangbua Mountain. Look, it is the master of the Xiaoyao Peak, the one who injured Huangbin during the sect competition. Upon disembarking, Dongfang and his companions attracted considerable attention. The primary focus was on Dongfang, whose modern attire stood in stark contrast to the others, making him remarkably conspicuous. Coupled with the events of the sect competition, Dongfang had garnered a bit of fame. Anyone present on the day of the competition would recognize the master of Xiaoyao Peak. It appears that your 7th Peak Master has also achieved some notoriety after the last competition. Alas, but it pales in comparison to your renown. The 6 sons of Ling Xiao have been famous for quite some time. In the southern continent, you would be recognized wherever you go, while I remain inconsequential. Very well, you may wander about. Resting here is also acceptable. After speaking with his disciples, Baiming Sikong was promptly pulled by Dou Yun and others to explore the surroundings. Only a few disciples remained stationary, while Baiming Sikong engaged in conversation with familiar friends, leaving Dongfang to retrieve a reclining chair from his storage ring and recline comfortably. They had already arrived, and once the secret realm opened, they would enter on their own without requiring his intervention. Chapter 15. Crisis unveiled. Sikong, is that your junior brother Dongfang? He gained quite a reputation during the sect competition. It is truly unfortunate that I did not attend. Otherwise, I would have loved to witness how Huangbin was injured by him with a mere bamboo stick. A woman, seemingly of similar age to Baiming Sikong, gazed at Dongfang and remarked, "That lad possesses formidable strength. I am no match for him." Surely not. The first sword cultivator of the southern continent admitting he is not a match for his own junior brother? Is he also a sword cultivator of great skill? Baiming Sikong smiled wryly in Dongfang's presence. His title of the foremost sword cultivator seemed rather insignificant. During their sparring, he had revealed all his trump cards, utilizing his sword intent, yet Dongfang had not even employed his sword intent, nor had he unleashed his full repertoire of techniques. A simple, unadorned attack had matched his full strength, revealing a staggering disparity, especially after the day Dongfang had effortlessly dispatched 2 cultivators at the 9th level of the void refinement stage. At that moment, an unusual disturbance erupted. A beam of light shot skyward from the back mountain of Shuangbua Mountain. Just then, Su Chan and the others returned to Dongfang's side. It appears the entrance to the secret realm has opened. You must hurry, Dongfang remarked, observing the radiant column. Su Chan and Moe nodded in agreement and promptly dashed forth alongside their fellow disciples from various sections. However, the elders accompanying the disciples also hurried to the entrance, where a colossal black vortex hovered in the air. The disciples surged forward, eager to enter. Junior brother, shall we not go? What purpose would it serve? We would merely be waiting there, unable to assist them. Let us observe from here. Inside the secret realm, upon entering, Su Qian and the others found themselves separated. He plummeted from a height. landing directly in a lake, but swiftly retrieved his rain-listening sword from his sword box and flew back to the shore. Senior brother, senior sister. After calling out to the surroundings without receiving a response, Imoi realized that the entrance must have functioned as a random teleportation formation, scattering them upon entry. After drying himself with spiritual energy, Imoi strapped his sword box onto his back and cautiously ventured into the forest before him. Currently, he was merely at the chi refinement stage, so finding his fellow sect members would be prudent. Although Dongfang had bestowed upon him numerous life-saving treasures, they were far too precious to use frivolously. However, it was not long before Imoi was obstructed in his path. Who are you? Heh, I noticed you standing with Su Chen outside the secret realm. You must be a disciple of Lingxiao sect. You lot wouldn't happen to be from Wuyuan sect, would you? Correct. Upon hearing this, Imoi grew cautious. He had heard his senior brothers discuss the enmity between Wuyuan sect and Lingxiao sect, especially concerning the events of the previous sect competition. However, they likely did not know he was Dongfang's disciple, only that he belonged to Lingxiao sect. What, do you intend to surround me with 6 of you? Wrong. It is you who shall challenge us 6 alone. As for you Lingxiao sect individuals, we need not adhere to any sense of fairness. Although Imoi was perplexed as to how these members of Wuyuan sect had not been separated, now was not the time for such thoughts. The 6 individuals before him were all at the foundation establishment stage, and he was merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. Even with a special physique, he could not possibly contend with them. Surrounded by 6, escape was futile. Alternatively, that sword box on your back looks rather impressive. How about you hand it over, and we shall let you go? You can dream. Imoi retorted, discreetly clutching a talisman in his right hand. This was the escape talisman Dongfang had given him for emergencies, allowing him to traverse according to the coverage of his spiritual sense. With his current range of perception, it would suffice to evade the 6 before him. Then do not blame us. With that, the 6 simultaneously launched their attacks. Sensing their movements, Imoi activated the escape talisman, instantly vanishing from his position. The 6 strikes collided, sending them staggering backward, and when Imoi reappeared, he was already distanced from the 6 members of Wuyuan sect. Damn it, he got away. One of them punched a tree in frustration. However, just as he finished speaking, a dark figure swiftly darted between the 6, and before they could react, deep gashes appeared on their necks. The 6 collapsed to the ground, breathless. Alas, one escaped, but it matters not. There are plenty of these so-called righteous sect disciples for me to slay. The shadow, emanating dark energy, toyed with the curved blade in its hand, before vanishing swiftly from sight. Meanwhile, Imoi finally encountered Do Yun. And after recounting the recent events, he expressed, "These Wuyuan sect rascals delight in such trivial games. No worries, little junior brother. Follow me, and I shall protect you." Thank you, senior brother, but let us remain cautious. We must not be careless. Although Do Yun was at the first level of the nascent soul stage, this was a secret realm where anything could happen. On the other side, atop a snow-capped mountain within the secret realm, Mu Yunxue also encountered trouble. Before her stood several figures cloaked in black, all at the golden core level, with the weakest among them at the 6th level. You are from the Meiying sect? Indeed, we have finally infiltrated. You righteous cultivators wish to monopolize the treasures of the secret realm. Surrender the ice lotus in your possession. Even if you are at the 8th level of the golden core stage, you cannot withstand us 7 golden core experts in your dreams. Then do not blame us for our rudeness. Attack. Seeing this, Mu Yunxue leaped to evade their assault. Immediately, she stored the ice lotus in her storage ring and drew her sword, unleashing waves of sword energy. To her surprise, sword intent. No wonder she dares to confront us 7 alone. She is a sword cultivator with sword intent. Form a formation. The 7 rushed towards Mu Yunxue, then slashed their palms to form seals. A blood-red magic circle erupted from beneath her feet, and as it came into contact with the red light radiating from the formation, Mu Yunxue felt her strength being sapped. Moreover, the formation beneath her feet seemed to drain her spiritual energy. Damn it! Mu Yunxue positioned her sword before her chest and channeled her spiritual energy. The chill of the snow mountain began to coalesce around her sword, forming a faintly visible ice dragon that spiraled above her blade, its sword intent permeating the entire formation. Do not allow her to unleash her full power. The 7, witnessing the intensifying sword intent surrounding Mu Yunxue, charged toward her. Yet, Mu Yunxue remained entirely composed, raising her right hand as a beam of light emanated from her sword, momentarily freezing the seven. Although it was merely temporary, it was sufficient for her to execute her technique. As the ice dragon fully materialized, Mu Yunxue forcefully spread her arms. "Break for me!" The sword, accompanied by the ice dragon, surged toward the magic circle below. With the seven temporarily immobilized, the formation could not maintain its energy. And under the impact of the ice dragon, it was swiftly shattered. The seven were left severely injured by the force of her strike. Chapter 16. Conflict outside the secret realm. Watching the seven crumpled on the ground, Mu Yunxue hastily retrieved a pill to restore her spiritual energy and consumed it. Fortunately, prior to my arrival, I had heeded the counsel of Dongfang and made ample preparations. Otherwise, having just executed that move, I would have found myself utterly drained of energy. If at that moment they had possessed accomplices, I fear the outcome would have been dire. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Yunxue made her way down the mountain, leaving the seven individuals behind, who were rendered incapacitated due to her previous assault. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, Mu Yunshue's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly drew her sword, aiming at a colossal tree. "Halt! It is I." Upon seeing the tree, which concealed Su Chun, Mu Yunxue sighed in relief. "Senior brother. Indeed, I sensed your sword intent from a distance and hurried over." "What transpired?" After retracting her sword, Mu Yunxue recounted her recent ordeal to Su Chun. "Are you saying that members of the Meiying sect have infiltrated as well?" "Yes, but I cannot ascertain how many have come in. It seems imperative that we locate the others swiftly. Otherwise, they too might encounter peril. Especially our junior brother, who is merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement." Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Dongfang and Baiming Xikong found themselves facing a predicament. Observing the encirclement before them, Baiming Xikong sneered. "Chili, your Wuyuan sect truly has no shame. After losing to our disciples in the sect competition, you seek to make amends and have now brought the elders to cause trouble. Ha! Youth is often marked by impetuosity. Indeed, a lesson is in order." Chili adopted a condescending demeanor as he addressed the duo from Dongfang. In contrast, Dongfang regarded Chili and the other two aging members of the Wuyuan sect with indifference. This was the first time he felt that the Wuyuan sect had sunk to such depths of shamelessness, dispatching 3 individuals at the void refinement level, 2 at the 3rd layer and 1 at the 5th, merely to undermine Lingxiao sect. Other sect members merely observed the spectacle, while a few close to Baiming Xikong wished to intercede, but were deterred by his dissuasive gaze. I am quite eager to witness the prowess of the current foremost swordsman of the southern continent. Chili unleashed a palm strike, only to have it dispersed by a sword chi from Baiming Xikong's pointed finger. Subsequently, Dongfang and Baiming Xikong ascended into the air, with Chili and the other two following suit. Why not take direct action? Though you are merely at the 4th layer of void refinement, you should be capable of dealing with that 5th layer elder. Yes, I wish to toy with these two. You rascal. Very well. It has been some time since I last engaged with outsiders. That 5th layer one is mine. You may handle the other two as you please. With that, Baiming Xikong summoned his North Ming sword and launched an attack against Chili. The two opponents of Dongfang, upon witnessing this, also initiated their assault, but Dongfang deftly evaded their strikes. This brat is only at the 1st layer of void refinement. I shall take care of him. Baiming Xikong's sword is not to be trifled with. You assist Elder Chili? Understood. Just as one of them prepared to aid Chili, a green bamboo stick abruptly appeared before him. Dongfang lightly landed on the stick, holding a wine gourd, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the two. Why the rush to leave? Here, you may continue to spar for a while longer. Impudent fool. Do you truly believe you at the 1st layer of void refinement can contend with 2 at the 3rd layer? As the words left his mouth, a golden hand descended upon Dongfang. By the heavens, the Buddha's palm. Observing the enormous hand approaching, Dongfang raised his right hand to meet it. Seeing Dongfang dare to confront his attack head-on, Chen Yun could not help but smirk, but the next moment, his expression shifted as Dongfang appeared unscathed, shaking his right hand casually. This move is quite commendable. Do you have any others?" Dongfang smiled at the two. What a jest! His golden immortal strength combined with the indestructible body of Sun Wukong made him invulnerable. He could merely stand there and allow them to strike at will. Impossible. Even those of the same realm would suffer considerable injury from this move. This brat is not to be underestimated. Let us join forces, eliminate him first, and then deal with Baiming Sikong. The two exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. They brandished their weapons and charged at Dongfang, only to find their attacks effortlessly evaded. Meanwhile, Baiming Sikong was engaged in a fierce battle with Chili, though he had yet to unleash his true strength, while Chili was already exerting 70% of his power. Old fool, after all these years, your abilities remain stagnant. Back when I was at the transformation stage, you could not best me. Now that I have reached void refinement, you are still the same. Humph, it seems I have been underestimated. If that is the case, I shall no longer hold back. Chili snorted coldly, a violet aura beginning to emanate from him. A roaring lion slowly materialized behind him, the oppressive force of the fifth layer of void refinement enveloping the area around him and Baiming Sikong. Is he about to unleash his ultimate technique? I shall respond in kind and let you witness the sword technique I recently devised. The North Ming sword in Baiming Sikong's grasp began to shimmer with white light. The sword intent he exuded soared into the heavens as he ascended, looking down upon Chili beneath the purple lion. With a swift gesture, he sent the North Ming sword soaring into the clouds. Furious lions roar. With a bellow from Chili, the purple-hued lion charged towards Baiming Sikong's Dai. In response, Baiming Sikong pointed his sword at the lion, and the North Ming sword transformed into a colossal blade. Dispersing the clouds and aiming directly at the furious lion in an instant, the colossal sword clashed with the lion, unleashing a tremendous storm of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Chun Yun and Wu Zhai, who were caught in the pull of Dongfang, hastily distanced themselves, for the force of this collision was no trifling matter. Yet, just as they moved away, they found themselves ensnared by a golden rope, the other end being held by Dongfang. What in the world is this? Why can I not utilize my spiritual energy? I too was careless. Do not struggle. You cannot break free. Dongfang descended with the two. Observing the standoff between Baiming Sikong and Chili, he discerned the inevitable outcome of their confrontation and felt no desire to prolong his engagement with these two. He employed the binding dragon rope to secure them, a tool that even Huang Long, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, had been unable to escape from when ensnared by Zhao Gongming, let alone these two mere void refinement practitioners. Chapter 17. The Jade Pendant of Spiritual Awareness. As another wave of spiritual energy erupted from the clash, Chili plummeted to the ground. Baiming Sikong, sword in hand, gradually descended before Chili, the sword tip aimed at his chin. You are not worthy. If you truly desire trouble, summon Yuan Taotian. With that, Baiming Sikong sheathed his sword and turned away. Dongfang felt a twinge of pity for Chili and the two bound individuals, wondering if there would be yet another elder seeking confrontation. After freeing the two, Dongfang merely waved his hand, sending them crashing beside Chili. Next time, assess your own strength before boasting. Your Wuyuan sect has much to learn. Dongfang smiled, joining Baiming Sikong as they departed. The spectators, who had gathered to watch the spectacle, instinctively parted to allow Dongfang and Baiming Sikong passage, with only a few of Baiming Sikong's acquaintances approaching. Others dared not approach, haunted by memories of their past encounters with Baiming Sikong, who had left lasting impressions. Dongfang's casual display of power, effortlessly dispatching two void refinement practitioners, had been akin to child's play. His strength was not to be underestimated, and it was evident that he was far more formidable than his apparent first layer of void refinement suggested. The master of the Idol Peak from Lingxiao sect was indeed remarkable. It was no surprise he had wounded Huang Bin with a single strike during the sect competition. Truly fearsome. It seemed the Lingxiao 6 would soon be rebranded as the Lingxiao 7. Indeed, but this seventh member's rise to fame has occurred much later than that of his 6 senior brothers and sisters. Within the secret realm, numerous individuals had encountered assaults from demonic and sinister sections. Even Mo Yi and Do Yun had fallen victim to an ambush. However, Do Yun, being the first disciple of Baiming Sikong and one of the 3 direct disciples of Lingxiao sect with sword intent, possessed the strength of the first layer of nascent soul, rendering their assailants woefully inadequate. Furthermore, the two had crossed paths with Su Qian, Mu Yunxue, and other disciples, yet Lingxiao sect had also suffered losses of 3 or 4 disciples. To their astonishment, members of demonic and sinister sects had infiltrated, and without a means to relay messages to their junior uncle and fifth uncle, they were at a loss. Oh, not panic. This secret realm still harbors formidable beasts. and those ruffians would not dare to act recklessly. Henceforth, we must stay together. If we are picked off one by one, it will not bode well. As Suchin spoke, he stood by the lake, cleansing his sword of the blood acquired from slaying a golden core beast. Oluwa stretched his limbs. Having just slain the beast, his body, as a physical cultivator, ached from the exertion, unknowing the formidable strength of the beasts within this secret realm. Junior brother, the sword technique you employed is what our junior uncle taught you, yes? It looked quite impressive. Hearing Oluwa's words, Imoi glanced at Do Yun and Mu Yunxue, who were also looking at him with interest. It was no wonder they regarded Imoi so. He had just executed the Duga 9 swords, taught by Dongfang, in conjunction with a secret technique he had previously learned, allowing him to slay 2 foundation establishment beasts with his mere 6th layer of chi refinement strength. While it had taken considerable effort, it was evident that the technique was extraordinarily powerful. This is known as the Dugu 9 swords, comprising a total of 9 sword intents. I have only mastered the breaking chi style and the breaking palm style. My master states that comprehension is key. Among them, the breaking sword style is said to dismantle all sword techniques. Unfortunately, this particular style is even more challenging to comprehend than the others, the final style. The ultimate formula can integrate the previous 8 sword intents, achieving 360 variations. Once the 9 swords return to 1, their power is unimaginable. Duga 9 swords, you see, I told you that the junior master must be concealing something. I should have insisted on pestering the junior master back then. Perhaps I could have learned something. Enough, Do Yun. Has the junior master not given you enough? Those 2 sleeves of green snakes are formidable as well. I am merely expressing a bit of envy and complaint. Asked the junior disciple. The master will undoubtedly reserve some secrets for him, right, junior disciple? Moe awkwardly nodded. Throughout this time, Dongfang had indeed imparted many extraordinary sword techniques to him, all of which were exceptionally powerful. However, his primary focus remained on comprehending the true martial 7 cuts formation and cultivating his external incarnations, aiming to swiftly master several swords, in the duel 2 years hence. This would be his greatest weapon. So, shall we explore the secret realm, or shall we simply wait for the entrance to open? Explore, Do Yun said confidently. The coexistence of risk and reward is a known truth. If one seeks opportunities, one must not fear risks. Besides, with me and the senior brother here, what is there to fear? Do Yun declared. He and Su Chun were both Yuaning experts possessing sword intent. Among all who entered the secret realm, they were considered among the elite. Moreover, the secret realm limits entry to those at the Yuaning stage and below. Otherwise, it would collapse. The fact that those demonic cultivators can enter here indicates that none among them exceed the Yuan-Ing level. Furthermore, they possess the life-preserving trump cards given by Dongfang, so what is there to fear? Do Yun was not mistaken. Our expedition into the secret realm was indeed for training and seeking opportunities. If we were to abandon it merely due to some demonic cultivators, what would be the point of cultivation? Hehe, is that so? Then let me join you for some fun. Just as Oluo finished speaking, the group was encircled by 3 figures. One was dressed in flamboyant, revealing attire, accompanied by 2 men in cloaks, the weakest at the 4th level of Yuan-Ing, and the strongest at the 6th. It was said that 2 disciples from Lingshao's sect, both at the Yuan-Ing stage and possessing sword intent, had slain quite a number of our people. It seems this journey will not be dull after all. Finally, we have 2 capable adversaries. One burly man looked at Su Chun and Do Yun with a grin. As for the others, Moe and his companions, a group lacking Yuan-Ing strength, were hardly worth considering. That little sister is so beautiful. Why not leave her to me? I particularly enjoy peeling the faces off those more beautiful than me. The flamboyant woman licked her lips, her gaze filled with envy as she looked at Mu Yunxue. Su Chun and the others' expressions darkened. They had not anticipated being surrounded by 3 Yuan-Ing level individuals so soon. Were they to use the life-preserving trump card provided by Dongfang already? However, as this thought crossed Su Chin's mind, a sudden idea struck him. Since he could not relay a message to Dongfang, he could simply let Dongfang enter. Su Chun then produced the consciousness jade pendant given to him by Dongfang, which contained Dongfang's consciousness at the 9th level of Yuan-Ing. Thus, through this consciousness, Dongfang outside the secret realm could also be informed of the situation within. Su Chun shattered the jade pendant, and as it broke, a radiant aura gradually coalesced into a human form, but it was not Dongfang dressed in modern attire. Rather, it was Dongfang clad in flowing white ink, with long hair, exuding an ethereal presence akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Even Su Chun and the others were momentarily captivated, as this was their first encounter with such a version of their junior master. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to Dongfang's original appearance, finding this version somewhat disconcerting. Upon opening his eyes, the white-clad Dongfang surveyed his surroundings. You have used the jade pendant I provided so soon. Chapter 18. The sword box reveals its power. Hearing Dongfang's words, Su Chen hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. He then addressed Dongfang, Junior Master, demonic cultivators have infiltrated the secret realm, and we are surrounded by 3 Yuaning individuals, unable to resist. It is truly a situation of helplessness. Dongfang's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to look at the 3 individuals behind him. Upon sensing the imposing aura of the white-clad youth, the trio's expressions changed instantly. A 9th-level Yuaning. Moreover, it was merely a manifestation of consciousness. One must understand that such manifestations cannot be created casually. They require a high level of consciousness cultivation. Otherwise, even a high realm would be of no use. Given the current strength of all righteous sects in Nanzhou, such a person would not exist. This was also the reason they entered the secret realm without fearing such trump cards from these sect disciples. One at the 6th level of Yuaning, one at the 5th, and one at the 4th. How orderly you are. Humph. It is merely a manifestation of Yuaning realm consciousness. Even if you appear, as long as one of us entangles you, you cannot protect them. Is that so? Then let us have a go at As Dongfang spoke. He gestured toward Mo Yi. The sword box at Mo Yi's side immediately appeared next to Dongfang, opening to reveal the 3 swords, Listening Rain, Red Thunder, and Clear Frost, each embodying different powers, which flew forth from the boxed Mo Yi. Take this opportunity to observe closely how to utilize the sword box once you master more than 2 swords. With a flick of his finger, Dongfang directed the 3 swords, which radiated with brilliance, toward the trio, fiercely attacking. Dongfang remained stationary, using one hand to manipulate the 3 swords in perfect coordination, thereby firmly suppressing the 3. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? The trio found themselves being overwhelmed by Dongfang's 3 swords, unable to mount any effective defense. Their expressions turned grim, and they realized that they had no information on this individual. However, they could hardly blame themselves. They had heard of a powerful and oddly dressed peak master from Lingxiao sect during the sect competition. Yet, it was evident that this consciousness manifestation was not that peak master. Did Lingxiao sect possess another expert? Exchanging glances, the 3 prepared to flee. Upon noticing this, Dongfang intensified his efforts, and Red Thunder unleashed a surge of purple lightning, driving the trio back. Since you have come, you shall stay. Dongfang swung his finger dramatically. The lake's waters surged and, under the influence of the Listening Rain sword's chi, formed water columns that morphed into a water dragon. The lightning from the Red Thunder sword and the chill from the Clear Frost sword combined on the water dragon, bestowing it with an even more imposing presence. With a roar, the water dragon encircled the 3, opening its maw wide to dive down upon them. The lake's surface churned violently due to the sword's intense disturbance, prompting Su Qian and Do Yun to rush forward, unleashing sword chi to shield against the onslaught of spiritual energy and water. As the scene gradually calmed, the 3 floated lifelessly on the water's surface. Dongfang collected the 3 swords back into the sword box and returned to the group, tossing the box to Mo Yi. Thank you, Junior Master, for your assistance. I must say, you and Do Yun are both at the Yuaning stage. Yet you resorted to using the life-preserving trump card I provided without a fight. Junior Master, forgive me, I did this to inform you of the demonic cultivator's presence in the secret realm. This was the only way I could relay the message. After listening to Su Chen recount the information about the encountered demonic cultivators, Dongfang waved his hand. All right, I understand. Be cautious in the secret realm and refrain from using the trump cards I provided indiscriminately. With that, the white-clad Dongfang transformed into shimmering specks of light, dissipating into the air. Outside the secret realm, Dongfang, reclining on a lounge chair, slowly opened his eyes. He had absorbed all the information conveyed through the consciousness. The Phantom Sect and Blood Soul Sect? Huh? Dongfang mused, brushing off his garments as he stood. Swiftly locating Bei Ming Sikong, who was reminiscing with friends, he approached and pulled him aside to discuss the matters of the secret realm. It seems there are indeed members from the Phantom Sect and Blood Demon Sect. These individuals have always been fond of engaging in underhanded deeds. I did not expect them to appear this time. You seem quite familiar with them? Of course, apart from you, we are all quite acquainted with them. These two sects are the most troublesome in Nanzhou. During our time of training outside, we had numerous encounters with them. The senior brother even slew a demonic heir from the Blood Demon sect, which resulted in them pursuing us for a considerable time. Do you know where their sect is located? If we knew, the sects of Nanzhou would have already assembled to attack. The reason they are so troublesome is that to this day, no one knows the exact location of their sect in Nanzhou. Have you never captured anyone to interrogate? Of course we have, but these sect members are under some form of restriction. They cannot divulge any information regarding their sect, lest they immediately turn to blood. When Bei Ming Sikong shook his head, he recalled that after he left the sect following his tribulation and ascension to the refining void stage, he had searched for a while. Without exception, all those captured could reveal nothing. In the end, it was left unresolved. Dongfang nodded thoughtfully. One day, I shall venture to these two sections. Just because they cannot be found does not mean I cannot find them. You seem quite disappointed? Not at all. I merely find them rather peculiar, practicing cultivation solely to cause trouble. There are numerous paths to cultivation in this world, and none are inherently good or bad. It primarily depends on the cultivator. If they were not engaging in excessively nefarious deeds, we would not be so averse to their existence. But alas, they persist in committing heinous acts. What can be done? The hearts of men are no longer as they were, junior disciple. Bei Ming Sikong patted Dongfang's shoulder, offering his perspective. Seeing Bei Ming Sikong adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, Dongfang could only smile helplessly. It seemed he was viewed merely as an ignorant child, which was somewhat understandable. Having spent his life sheltered within the confines of the sect, he had scarcely ventured far or undergone any form of rigorous training. Growing up under the tender care of 6 senior brothers and sisters, as well as his master at times, he felt that their indulgence had become excessive. He had once expressed a desire to explore the world beyond. Yet his eldest brother Lin Yuan and second brother Xiang Ming warned him of the filth and dangers that lay outside. Fearing for his safety, it was only after sparring with them that they recognized his strength was on par with theirs, thus granting him permission to leave the sect. However, by that time, Dongfang had lost his initial enthusiasm for wandering and now only occasionally ventured out to fish or engage in similar pastimes. Chapter 19. The Black Flood Dragon Within the Secret Realm. After Dongfang had resolved yet another crisis, Su Qian and the others departed from the lake they had just occupied and made their way toward the palpable fluctuations of sword energy nearby. Upon arrival, they discovered a gathering of disciples from various other sects, evidently drawn by the same sword energy. However, many from those sects were missing, likely having encountered members of the Phantom sect and Blood Demon sect. Before them lay a sword formation at the entrance of a grand stone gate, where numerous individuals attempted to breach it, only to be swiftly repelled. Senior brother, you've been studying sword formations recently, haven't you? Why not give it a try? This formation seems formidable. There might be treasures behind that stone gate, someone suggested. This formation appears to lack a formation eye. It cannot be broken. Su Qian scrutinized the sword formation closely. He had indeed been delving into sword formations, yet the one before him seemed devoid of any discernible formation. Go locate one. One would have to enter the formation, where thousands of sword energies intertwined flawlessly, making it exceedingly difficult to remain inside, let alone break the formation. However, since the secret realm only permitted entry to those below the divine transformation stage, it was evident that the realm's master hoped for someone to eventually break the sword formation. Otherwise, why would he have created it and maintained this secret realm? He could have simply destroyed his own treasures before his demise. Upon hearing this, the others found his reasoning compelling. Generally, powerful beings leave behind secret realms in the hope that someone will inherit their legacy. Some even wish for those who inherit their treasures to fulfill certain regrets. For instance, the ice lotus that Mu Yunxue acquired could not have grown to such an extent without someone nurturing and protecting it. Therefore, this sword formation must indeed be crackable. Junior brother is correct. Doyun, let us venture in and give it a try. Very well, I too wish to engage with this sword formation. Exchanging a glance, the two drew their swords and approached the formation. As they stood before it, He suddenly felt the 7 swords within his sword case stir, but he quickly dismissed the sensation, thinking it was merely a figment of his imagination. Look, Su Qian and Do Yun from Lingxiao sect. They are both geniuses who have comprehended sword intent and reached the nascent soul level. Let's see how they fare against this formation. We need not intervene. As Su Qian and Dou Yun approached the sword formation, the other disciples halted, watching intently to see how the two would contend with it. Guoshi, the eldest brother of Wu Yuan's sect, felt a pang of discontent as he observed Su Qian and Dou Yun. Once, he had been their equal, yet for reasons unknown, they had surged ahead in their cultivation. Though he too had reached the nascent soul stage, he felt inadequate in comparison, especially since even Mu Yunxue had grasped sword intent. And it was only a matter of time before she surpassed him. Are you ready? Let us see just how formidable this sword formation truly is. With Dou Yun eager for action, Su Qian nodded in agreement. The moment they plunged into the sword formation, thousands of sword energies surged toward them. However, they swiftly unleashed their own sword energies, successfully countering the onslaught and preventing themselves from being expelled from the formation. In the dense forest not far from the sword formation, a figure clad in black, having slain 6 disciples of Wu Yuan's sect, coldly observed the scene. Where have those 3 from Blood Demon's sect gone? It's perplexing why the sect leader chose to collaborate with them. They seem utterly unreliable. Elder Wu, should we take action? Have you managed to contact the other members of Blood Demon sect? Yes, but they cannot reach their 3 leaders either. Without a clear directive, they are hesitant to act recklessly, Wu Shua replied, his expression impassive. This unexpected turn of events had caught him entirely off guard, and among the sect disciples, the strongest were merely Su Qian and Dou Yun, both at the first and second layers of the nascent soul stage, respectively. The 3 individuals from Blood Demon sect were all significantly stronger. It was unlikely that they had been defeated by the 2. Could it be that they had encountered the Black Flood Dragon residing within the secret realm? Wu Shua recalled the Black Flood Dragon he had encountered before, which possessed the strength of the second layer of the Divine Transformation stage. It seemed that this creature had been raised within the secret realm. Yet, the realm only permitted entry to those below the Divine Transformation stage, making it impossible for the 3 to confront such a creature. The most plausible outcome was that they had fallen victim to the jaws of that Black Flood Dragon, Wu Shua, at the 4th layer of the nascent soul stage, mused that if Su Qian and Dou Yun joined forces, bolstered by their respective sword intents, he might not stand a chance against them alone. Indeed, this sword formation is truly formidable, and no wonder they were expelled so swiftly. Even we, at the nascent soul stage, are heavily drained, let alone them. The density of sword energies is too great. We cannot locate the formation. We should exit before our spiritual power is depleted entirely. Dou Yun nodded, and after exchanging a meaningful glance with Su Qian, they synchronously sought an opportunity to withdraw from the formation. However, the formation had already consumed 70% of their spiritual power, a terrifying rate of depletion. Senior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just that the expenditure with Dou Yun was considerable. This sword formation is too powerful. Everyone should avoid attempting it lightly, or there will be dire consequences. Seeing that Su Qian and Dou Yun had been unable to break through, the other sect disciples abandoned their ambitions of trying their luck. Realizing that if even those who had comprehended sword intent could not succeed, they stood no chance. After Su Qian and Dou Yun took a moment to recuperate, a sudden commotion drew everyone's attention. Those closest to the source of the noise curiously peered into the dense forest, only to be met with the sight of an enormous maw emerging, swallowing one of their own whole. This shocking revelation left everyone in a state of disbelief. How could such a large black flood dragon have concealed itself within the forest? The aura it exuded indicated that it was a creature of the Divine Transformation level. What? Is it not said that only those beneath the Divine Transformation stage may enter the secret realm? How did it come to be here? Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Olua gazed at the black flood dragon in astonishment. Mu Yunxue quickly unsheathed her sword, positioning herself alongside Su Qian and Dou Yun to shield the other disciples. It must be one of the beasts that dwell within the secret realm. Have you forgotten the creatures we previously dispatched? We should flee at once. This is a Divine Transformation flood dragon. Even if we all band together, we cannot hope to defeat it. Fleeing may not be an option. Look above your heads, Su Qian warned, his gaze fixed warily on the flood dragon. Hearing his words, the others looked up to find that they had been ensnared within a circular black barrier without realizing it. The disciples from the other sects soon recognized the situation. No matter how they attacked, they could not breach the barrier. Meanwhile, the black flood dragon eyed them with the predatory gaze of a wolf within a pen, its tongue flicking in anticipation. Chapter 20. Left outside the black barrier, Wu Shuo and his companions retracted their hands after successfully casting the barrier. Elder Wu, they can no longer escape. Let them become the souls devoured by that black flood dragon. We shall take our leave. Wu Shuo had detected the stirrings of the black flood dragon earlier. Thus, he quickly formulated a plan, gathering everyone to jointly cast the Phantom Sect's shadow formation, trapping the disciples alongside the encroaching flood dragon. Faced with a divine transformation beast, they knew they stood no chance of victory. Within the barrier, the black flood dragon commenced its slaughter. The disciples, left with no choice, banded together to attack the beast. Confronted with such a powerful creature, they could only unleash their full strength, unable to even spare forces to shatter the barrier. However, their strikes were utterly ineffective against the flood dragon, causing it no harm whatsoever. Moreover, Su Chen and Do Yun had yet to fully recover from the drain of the sword formation, and they had to remain vigilant to avoid being drawn back into it. ASMO, prepared to assist. The moment he opened his sword case, the 7 swords surged forth uncontrollably, soaring above the sword formation. This unexpected movement drew the attention of the black flood dragon, which halted, its gaze wary of the formation as if sensing a familiar presence. In an instant, the dragon turned and shattered the black barrier, fleeing the scene. The onlookers stared in bewilderment at Mo and the 7 swords, which were now rapidly absorbing the thousands of sword energies from the formation. In that moment, Mo found himself drawn upwards by the 7 swords, hovering above the formation. Junior brother, Do Yun, remain calm. Look. Following Su Chen's gaze, they saw the 7 swords channeling the absorbed sword energies into Mo's body. In no time, the entire sword formation's energies were completely absorbed, and the 7 swords returned to the case. However, the formation rapidly elevated, causing Mo to vanish from sight. At that moment, the stone gate behind the sword formation began to open slowly. Senior brother, what is happening? If we enter through that stone gate, it seems junior brother may have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The group nodded in agreement and, following Su Chen, surged into the stone gate. Once the other disciples regained their senses and noticed the sword formation's disappearance and the flood dragon's retreat, they too rushed into the stone gate without hesitation in the dimly lit space. A solitary blue flame illuminated a portion of the surroundings. Upon awakening, Mo found himself lying before a statue, with his sword box beside him. Where am I? Young one, you have finally awakened. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Mo swiftly turned around. There stood a translucent figure of an elderly man with white hair, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at him. Who are you? I am the master of this secret realm. However, I perished long ago due to a failed tribulation, and what remains here is merely a fragment of my soul. Mo remained silent, his expression skeptical as he regarded the elder. Sensing his apprehension, the elder chuckled softly and reached out, drawing Mo's sword box towards him. The 7 swords within flew out, hovering around the elder with a touch of exuberance. I never expected to see you 7 again. Someone has crafted such an exquisite sword box for you, and to be encountered by a pure young sword body. Remarkable indeed. Do you recognize these 7 swords? Who are you? My surname is Zhua, and my given name is Hua. They were crafted for me by a friend from long ago, accompanying me in vanquishing numerous foes. However, after my failed tribulation, I entrusted them back to that friend, hoping he would find 7 suitable successors. Zhuohua explained to Mo. He had not anticipated that these 7 swords would acknowledge a single master, yet it was no surprise given that this master was a pure young sword body. You just mentioned that I am a pure young sword body. What does that entail? What else could a sword body signify? It denotes a natural talent for wielding swords. I did not foresee that you share this trait with me. In that case, it is only fitting that I pass on my legacy to you. As he spoke, Zhuohua returned the 7 swords to the sword box, handing it back to Mo. You wish for me to inherit your legacy? Of course. Why else would I have used the sword array to bring you here? There is no one more suitable than you. However, I must first test your strength. Senior Zhua, I am merely at the 6th level of Qi refinement. That is of no consequence. I shall suppress my strength to match yours. Hearing this, Mo contemplated briefly and ultimately agreed. Given this opportunity, he would accept it. This would expedite his growth, especially since his master, Dongfeng, expected him to fulfill a 2-year pact with Mo Tian. He could not afford to remain weak. All right, let us begin. Upon Mo's consent, Zuohua manifested a long sword from his sword queue. Mo Yi drew the listening rain sword from his sword box and charged at Zuohua, the dim space suddenly ablaze with the intensity of their clash. Good lad. Your strikes are quite fierce. I shall not hold back. After repelling Mo Yi with a single sword strike, Zuohua's sword intent surged. Since you wield the listening rain, I shall employ the techniques of the listening rain sword. Treating this as a lesson on its usage. Pay close attention. Zuohua's sword gradually coalesced into a cool sword intent, mirroring that which resided within the listening rain sword. Subsequently, a water dragon formed from Zuohua's sword. Raging Dragon breaks the waves, though not as powerful as when Dongfang wielded it. The formidable water dragon was sufficient to compel Mo Yi to exert all his might. Gripping the listening rain tightly, he positioned it at his waist, preparing to draw. The sword chi around him coalesced within the listening rain. Heavenly slash, draw sword. With a vigorous motion, Mo Yi drew his sword, unleashing a powerful white sword chi that collided with the water dragon. The resulting tempest of sword chi enveloped the entire space. When the storm subsided, Mo Yi knelt on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Zuohua gradually descended before him. Well done. That last strike was impressive. In my time, I could not comprehend such a sword technique. Child, who is your master? My master is a formidable individual, and his swordsmanship is exceptional. He may even surpass you. Zuohua did not take offense at Mo Yi's bluntness. Instead, he appeared delighted. Ha ha. You are quite to my liking, speaking as candidly as I did in my youth. It seems fate has brought us together. You are indeed the right recipient for my legacy. With that, Zuohua waved his hand, and a luminous circle appeared on the ground before the statue. Sit within and focus your mind. I will guide my legacy into your consciousness. Including the sword techniques I developed for the 7 swords, Mo Yi sheathed the listening rain sword, approached the circle, and seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes. Zuohua transformed into a stream of light and entered the statue. Directing a beam of light from its fingertip to Mo Yi's forehead, as Mo Yi hovered in midair, the light enveloped him. Chapter 21. Departing the secret realm, 2 full hours passed before the light beam dissipated from Mo Yi's brow. And he slowly opened his eyes. Zuohua emerged from the statue. How was it? Thank you, senior. Do not mention it. You have now received all my teachings, including the 7 sword techniques. The future lies in your hands. Now, I have one final gift for you. Another. Yes, it is my remaining soul. With your current strength, you have only mastered the listening rain sword. My fragmented soul can infuse you with enough power to elevate you to the foundation establishment stage. As for the sword intents of the 7 swords, you must comprehend them on your own. Sit cross-legged, Mo Yi nodded and once more seated himself before Zuohua. The elder transformed into a glowing aura and merged with Mo Yi's body. As he felt an influx of spiritual power, he swiftly began to harness it to enhance his strength. Before long, Mo Yi's power surged from the 6th level of Qi refinement to the 5th level of foundation establishment before stabilizing. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself alone in the space, yet 2 swords, listening rain and clear frost, floated beside him. Zuohua's voice resonated once more. Child, this is the extent of my assistance. You now simultaneously command both clear frost and listening rain, sufficient for you to execute the techniques I have imparted. As for the other swords, you will need to master them on your own in the future. The exit of this secret realm will soon open once you depart. Without you, there is no longer a reason for its existence. After hearing this, Mo Yi turned and bowed to the statue. This marked the second individual who had greatly aided him. He then rose and stepped towards the glowing curtain behind him. Meanwhile, Su Qian and the others had already emerged from the stone door, having searched for Mo Yi for a considerable time without success. Where could the junior disciple have gone? Uncertain, but I believe he is safe. Just as they finished speaking, a glowing veil suddenly rose from where the sword array used to be. Amidst their astonished gazes, Mo Yi slowly emerged from within. Junior disciple. Seeing his senior brothers and sisters approaching, Mo Yi smiled and reassured them of his safety, recounting the events that transpired in that space. Su Qian and the others listened with envy but were primarily delighted for Mo Yi. Originally, the 2-year pact set by Dongfang for Mo Yi was quite tight, hindering significant growth. Now, having obtained the legacy and reached the 5th level of foundation establishment, he had made remarkable progress. Elsewhere, in the Xinyu dynasty, with the aid of his parents, Imo Qi had also broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment. Exhaling slowly, he got to his feet. I never expected that after such a long time apart. You have already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Imo Qi turned to find two exceptionally beautiful women standing behind him. Royal sister, you have returned from Tian Yuan sect? Who is this? This is the chief disciple of Tian Yuan sect, Zhao Wanqing. The emperor has informed me that you are now eligible to enter the sect, and as you possess a golden spirit sea, I can take you to cultivate there. With your talent, you will at least become a direct disciple of one of the sect's inner courtyards. Greetings, Senior Zhao Dunamem. Zhao Wanqing nodded expressionlessly. I will handle matters here. We shall return to the sect in 3 days. Observing Zhao Wanqing's icy demeanor, Imo Qi, though captivated by her beauty, restrained his emotions. Thank you, Senior. After arranging suitable accommodations for Zhao Wanqing, Imo Yue returned to Imo Qi's residence. She was already aware of the 2-year pact between Imo Yi and Imo Qi, which explained her request to her master to seek permission from the sect leader to bring Imo Qi into the sect after receiving a message from Imo Tian. Ever since Imo Yi arrived as a hostage, Imo Yue's attitude towards him had mirrored that of Imo Tian and Su Yun, never treating him as her own brother. That ingrate from the spirit sea, unable to cultivate even after receiving so much, dares to set a 2-year pact? Do not worry, sister. 2 years from now, I will certainly trample him underfoot. During these 2 years in the sect, cultivate diligently. Since his master dared to set such a pact, he must have some means. Do not slacken your efforts. At this moment, behind Xianbo Mountain, a commotion ensued as Su Qian and the others were transported out of the secret realm. Upon sensing the disturbance, Dongfang and Baiming Xikong hurried over, joining the others. Fifth uncle, junior uncle, finally, you have emerged. It has been over 10 days. Did you gain anything? Ah, just over 10 days, but we have only spent 3 or 4 days inside the secret realm. Hearing Dongfang's words, Do Yun scratched his head in confusion. It seems the flow rate outside is different from that in the secret realm. As he spoke, everyone returned to the foot of the mountain together. Dongfang and Baiming Xikong also learned about Imo Yi obtaining the inheritance. Among these disciples, only Imo Yi and Mu Yunxue had gained such opportunities, which is commendable. However, when the conversation turned to the deaths of several disciples due to those demonic cultivators, everyone fell silent. By the way, those demonic cultivators should have emerged by now. Why haven't we seen them? Baiming Xikong looked at everyone and inquired. They probably disguised themselves as disciples of other sects and are likely in hiding again. Enough of this, fifth senior brother. Now that our journey in the secret realm has concluded, we should return. Dongfang stated, but after lying back on a lounge chair aboard the cloud ship, a shadow of Dongfang, invisible to others, gradually flew out of his body and ascended into the air, departing from the cloud ship. After Wu Shuo led the disguised individuals away from Shuangbo Mountain, he removed the disguise, preparing to take everyone away. Elder Wu, fortunately, we were not discovered by those sex experts, especially Baiming Xikong. Otherwise, we would never have made it out of here. Stop the nonsense. Let us hurry and leave, Wu Shuo said impatiently before continuing onward. Yet, a massive golden light suddenly burst forth above their heads, and at the moment they looked up, a colossal golden palm print was already descending upon them. With a resounding crash, everyone, including Wu Shuo, was crushed to death, leaving behind a gigantic palm imprint at their location. In midair, Dongfang, with a sharp gaze, retracted his hand after executing all of this, transforming it into a stream of light and flying off in another direction. That direction led to the remaining members of Blood Demon Sect who had entered the secret realm, and their fate was already self-evident. Chapter 22. Preparing for the wedding feast in a dense forest. There was a pitch-black area, as if it had just been struck by lightning. Dongfang hovered in the air above it, with faint azure lightning lingering in his hand, his eyes indifferent as he gazed down at the darkened ground below. Truly worthy of the sect leader's divine thunder, having controlled such a minuscule amount of power for the first time, yet still leaving it nothing but ash. After speaking, Dongfang flicked the lightning from his hand and vanished into the air. Upon the return of this out-of-body clone, Dongfang slowly opened his eyes on the cloud ship. Rising from the lounge chair, he turned to Mu Yunxue. Su Qian mentioned that you obtained an ice lotus. Let me see it. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxue retrieved the ice lotus she acquired from the snowy mountains within the secret realm from her storage ring. It emanated a significant chill. Quite a fine quality. You should now be at the 8th level of Golden Core, correct? Yes. This ice lotus contains immense medicinal power. If you refine it, it should be time for you to undergo tribulation and break through to the nascent soul stage. It seems our sect will soon have another nascent soul, Dongfang remarked, glancing at Baiming Xikong beside him. Baiming Xikong was also pleased. If Mu Yunxue broke through to nascent soul, then Lingxiao sect could be regarded as the strongest sect among disciples. Of course, the peak masters like them had contributed to Lingxiao sect's high standing in the southern continent. Once we return, let us start preparing. When the time comes for your tribulation, both your master and I, along with your little master uncle, will assist in protecting you. Moreover, your little master uncle possesses a treasure capable of withstanding tribulations. What was it called again? The Hunyuan Golden Bell. It's Hunyuan Golden Daodu. Dongfang replied helplessly. When fourth senior brother Li Daoyan underwent tribulation to enter the refining void stage, he was injured at the time and forced to face the tribulation. Had it not been for Dongfang's timely use of the Hunyuan Golden Daodu, Li Daoyan might have become the first among them to fail and perish during tribulation. Furthermore, the Hunyuan Golden Daodu's capabilities extend beyond this. In the novel about the Fengshen War, the goddess Yunxiao not only used the Hunyuan Golden Daodu to break Yang Jian's profound arts, but also seized Jinjia, Mu Jia, and their treasures. She stripped the 12 golden immortals of their 3 flowers and 5 qi, causing the second-generation disciples of Yushu to lose all their magical power drastically. It even frightened the likes of Ran Deng Daoran and Jiang Taigong. Had it not been for Yuan Shi Tianzun and Laozi intervening, the second generation of Yushu would have likely found no one capable of defeating them. A mere tribulation for transforming divinity and entering the refining void is utterly insignificant before the Hunyuan Golden Daodu. Indeed, it is the Hunyuan Golden Daodu. That item successfully shielded fourth senior brother from all remaining tribulations during his own. At that time, fourth senior brother was in no condition to bear it. I couldn't just stand by and watch him perish under the tribulation, so I had no choice but to use it. With Yunxue's strength, she will surely be able to overcome the tribulation herself. I am merely providing this child with a sense of reassurance. Rest assured, little master uncle, I will definitely rely on my own strength to face the tribulation. Before long, everyone finally returned to Lingxiao sect. After Dongfang and Baiming Xikong returned, they headed straight to Lingxiao Peak. After reporting the events of their secret realm journey to Lin Yuan, he nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Chun. Please make arrangements if those deceased disciples have families, provide them with compensation. Ultimately, this matter reflects Lingxiao sect's failure to protect them, and we owe it to their families. Understood, Master. After Su Chen acknowledged, he turned and left the sect leaders' hall. Now only Dongfang, Baiming Xikong, and Lin Yuan remained. There were losses, but also gains, which is already quite satisfactory. As for the debts owed by Meiying sect and Blood Demon sect, they will be repaid in due time. Sect leader, don't be disheartened. The deaths of disciples were unforeseen. Let us not dwell on it. Upon hearing Baiming Xikong's comfort, Lin Yuan nodded and changed the subject. Let us not discuss this. Let us talk about something else. Li Yu plans to marry Gu Cha. Is that so? It seems that besides the cooking uncle, Huan Yufeng has finally gained a male presence. Dongfang leaned against a side, casually commenting while holding a wine jug. Be serious. The sect has been busy preparing invitations to send to other sects. In about 30 days, their grand wedding will take place. So soon? Your second senior brother picked an auspicious day, so the sect needs someone to oversee the arrangements for the wedding feast. However, your fellow senior brothers and I are all busy, hence. Seeing Lin Yuan's gaze upon him, Dongfang understood this task was being entrusted to him. So, I'll assist my senior sister in organizing everything? Precisely. The task of sending out invitations has already been assigned to the disciples. Your responsibility is to ensure the various preparations for the wedding feast are properly handled. I'm more curious about what gift Gu Chan will present. Dongfang looked at Lin Yuan, questioning, as there is no concept of a dowry in the cultivation world, right? Moreover, it is somewhat unreasonable for Gu Chan to marry his own senior sister without a proper gift, especially since she has many admirers in the southern continent. Although Dongfang wasn't particularly worried about Gu Chen facing trouble during the wedding feast, a suitable gift was indeed necessary. He has provided one. Provided one? What is it? Lin Yuan flipped his hand, revealing 4 powerful artifacts and a pile of premium medicinal materials and pills above their heads. Especially those 4 artifacts, 2 7th tier, 1 8th tier, and 1/9 tier, along with the 9th tier artifact emanating an aura that was already approaching that of a divine artifact. In the southern continent, possessing even a 6th tier artifact is considered exceptional for a sect, and now Gu Chun's offering of just these 4 items is already more than sufficient. What do you think? Little junior brother? It seems he is quite generous. No wonder he has joined a formidable force in another continent. Looking at those artifacts, Dongfang had nothing further to say. Although they were inferior to his weakest artifact, they were still quite precious to Lin Yuan and the others. These must have been given to Gu Qian by his master at Shuhai Mountain Academy. Otherwise, he would not possess so many powerful artifacts. All right, I'll head to Huan Yufeng to discuss with my senior sister. You can keep these gifts and rest. Upon finishing his words, Dongfang transformed into a streak of light and flew towards Huan Yufeng. In Su Liuyue's residence, Gu Qian had fully recovered and was seated in the courtyard with Su Liyue, listening to Mu Yonshue's report regarding the recent secret realm journey. Upon seeing Dongfang's arrival, he quickly stood up, feeling a natural apprehension towards Su Liyue's senior brothers. Oh, it seems you've recovered well. Even have the leisure to enjoy tea with my senior sister. Dongfang brother, you must have had a tough time during this secret realm journey. All right, little Qi, don't frighten your brother-in-law. You're not even married yet, and you're already calling him that? It seems my little brother is about to lose favor. Su Liyue playfully tapped Dongfang. Enough of that. What brings you here? Senior brother instructed you to prepare to be the bride. I'm here to help oversee the wedding arrangements. I wanted to ask what I should supervise since I've never been married. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, Su Liyue stifled a chuckle, then took out a long list and handed it to Dongfang. It contained various items needed for the wedding feast. Here, your task is to arrange for the disciples to procure these and oversee their preparations. It's quite straightforward. All right, you all enjoy yourselves. After receiving the list, Dongfang departed from Huan Yufeng to find the disciples for the preparations. Chapter 23. Collaboration on Xiaoyao Peak. Dongfang summoned all the direct disciples. Excluding Su Qian and Mu Yunxue, along with some core disciples, it was the first time for those core disciples to visit Xiaoyao Peak, and they gazed in curiosity at the simple decorations and fields. Their intrigue towards Dongfang intensifying. Little Master Uncle, what brings us here? Your Su Master Uncle is getting married, so I need to help arrange her wedding feast. Hence, I called you all to assist in the preparations. As Dongfang spoke, he handed the list given by Su Liyue to his second senior brother, Chao Xing, who was the eldest disciple. Junior uncle, this list appears to require quite a number of spiritual stones. Have we been provided with a budget? How else are we to procure these items? Oh yes, they did not provide me with a budget. It was only upon Chao Xing's reminder that Dongfang realized the oversight. Without a budget, was he expected to pay out of pocket? However, after some contemplation, he decided it was acceptable. After all, the system had granted him an unimaginable amount of spiritual stones, and Su Liyue had treated him like a younger brother since childhood. If he had to spend, so be it, he would consider it one of the gifts for Su Liyue. Hand me your storage ring. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, Chao Xing presented his storage ring to him. After receiving the ring, Dongfang touched it to his own, and soon a multitude of spiritual stones appeared within Chao Xing's storage ring. Here, I have placed all the spiritual stones for the purchases inside. You are responsible for directing them to prepare everything, and Moe will accompany you. Yes, master. Assigning the task to Chao Xing was also due to the fact that he was the eldest disciple of Xiang Ming. Having assisted Xiang Ming and the elders with various affairs at the discipline peak, apart from Su Chun, he was the most suitable for such responsibilities, so much. The remainder can be considered a reward for your hard work. You little rascals. The corners of Chao Xing's mouth twitched slightly. Even if they doubled the purchases on the list, there would still be a substantial amount left over, far exceeding the combined allowances of all the disciples present by hundreds of times. Indeed, this junior uncle was quite generous with spiritual stones. Determined not to disappoint, Chao Xing replied, very well. I shall take my junior disciples to procure the items. Go ahead, and should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I will resolve them. As he watched everyone depart, Dongfang prepared to leave as well. After all, he needed to arrange a gift. They possessed the mind-sensing jade pendant he had provided. And to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident, Dongfang had made some modifications. As long as someone spoke into the pendant during an emergency, the mind-sensing would transmit to him, allowing him to be informed. Where should he go to prepare the gift? Dongfang pondered, suddenly recalling his fourth senior brother, Li Daoyin, who had traveled extensively. Perhaps he would know of a place with treasures. Initially, Dongfang had intended to consult the system. But given his recent frequent requests, it was best not to disturb the Danshu Peak. Li Daoyin was counting the medicinal materials he would need for alchemy when he spoke. You plan to go out in search of a gift? Yes, fourth senior brother. You have traveled far and wide. You must know where treasures can be found? Let me think. There is a place known as the Haiyuan realm in the South Sea. However, I've only heard of it is said to contain numerous rare resources. The South Sea, the coastal area of our southern continent, right? Indeed. But the sects in the South Sea would likely have more information about the Haiyuan realm. I only heard of it and have not sought it out myself. Perhaps you could try your luck there? That seems feasible. I shall take my leave. After speaking, Dongfang departed from the Danshu Peak and flew directly towards the South Sea. The South Sea and southern continent were two distinct regions, and although Lingxiao sect was quite far from the South Sea, Dongfang chose to fly leisurely, appreciating the scenery along the way. Upon entering the territory of the South Sea, Dongfang found an inn catering to travelers. Just as he ordered his meal, 2 men and 2 women entered, all possessing golden core cultivation, and they took a seat at the table next to his. Senior brother, how long until we reach the harbor for the Haiyuan realm? Not far now. The Haiyuan realm will open in 10 days. Tonight we will arrive at Haidu City, and tomorrow we will rent a boat to set sail. Many families and other sect members were heading there, and competition would be fierce. After all, it was a secret realm that opened once every 100 years, and many sought to seize this opportunity. Dongfang, upon hearing about the Haiyuan realm, perked up his ears. He was troubled about how to gather information regarding it. But now 4 individuals had conveniently provided him with the details. He could simply follow them thereafter. Senior brother, that person's attire seems rather peculiar. Could he also be a practitioner? He does exude an extraordinary aura. Perhaps he too is coming for the Haiyuan realm. Why not ask him? After Tanjing spoke, he rose and approached Dongfang, cupping his hands in greeting. Greetings, this humble one is Tanjing from the Xinhai sect. These 3 are my junior disciples, Li Yuan, Du Zhai, and Imo Xiaoxi. I see that you possess a remarkable aura. Are you also a practitioner? I am Dongfang Wuming, a wandering cultivator at the 7th layer of Golden Core. Greetings. Dongfang's eyes twinkled as he appended Wuming to his name. Then I shall address you as Brother Dongfang. To cultivate to the Golden Core level by your own merits speaks volumes of your talent. Are you here for the Haiyuan realm as well? I simply go where the winds take me. I am unfamiliar with this Haiyuan realm you mentioned. Upon hearing Dongfang's response, Tanjing's eyes sparkled. They were a few disciples short for their journey to the Haiyuan realm. If they could recruit Dongfang to work together, it would ease their efforts. Moreover, Dongfang shared the same cultivation level as him. Such talent among wandering cultivators was rare, and if he could later join their sect, the elders would surely be pleased. The Haiyuan realm is a maritime secret realm of our South Sea, supposedly naturally formed, containing many rare resources. It opens once every 100 years, and there are considerable opportunities to be found within. Is that so? So you all are indeed heading for the Haiyuan realm? Precisely. I wonder if Brother Dongfang would be interested in collaborating with us? For a wandering cultivator like yourself, a secret realm presents an excellent opportunity. I am indeed interested in taking a look. Seeing Dongfang's interest, Tanjing's face lit up, and he continued, Indeed, Brother Dongfang, your strength is at the 7th layer of Golden Core. While there are no restrictions on strength within the Haiyuan realm, those entering are primarily young individuals like us. Partnering with us might grant you a chance to seize an opportunity within the secret realm. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Dongfang agreed to Tanjing's proposal. He had intended to seek information from a sect, but encountering Tanjing meant he no longer needed to. Chapter 24. Sending invitations the next day, within the city before Lingxiao sect, after 2 days of procurement, Chao Xing and the others had managed to acquire most of the items on the list. Exiting the main entrance of Fenglai Tower, Chao Xing and Imoi walked alongside the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, please ensure that the banquet for the wedding is handled by Fenglai Tower. I have already paid the deposit. Do not forget. Since it is a joyous occasion for Lingxiao sect, Fenglai Tower will certainly provide the highest standards. Inform Master Dongfang to trust me with this matter. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, they strolled along the bustling street. Senior brother, is there anything left to purchase? All necessary arrangements have been made. The items for the wedding banquet have already been taken back by your fellow disciples. I wonder where junior uncle has gone. Let me send him a message. As he spoke, Chao Xing took out the mind-sensing jade pendant given by Dongfang to report that the items had been procured. Returning to the Xiaoyao Peak with Mo, With Dongfang absent, the peak was left with only Mo E and a green bowl, creating a tranquil environment suitable for cultivation. Since Dongfang was not returning, they, as his direct disciples, would remain on Xiaoyao Peak to cultivate and could help manage the vegetable garden. Perhaps there would be rewards in store for them later. On the boundless sea, Dongfang sat at the edge of the ship. Gazing into the distance, he had just received a message from Chao Xing through the mind sensing. Brother Dongfang, we still have some time before we reach the area where the Haiyuan realm opens. Why are you sitting here lost in thought? Tan Jing, with a broad smile, approached Dongfang from behind. It's my first time at sea. I wish to enjoy the ocean breeze. Indeed, Brother Dongfang seems like a true wanderer. A wanderer? Yes, a term for those who love to travel the world. They include practitioners as well as ordinary people, and for them, the beauty of the world is what they yearn for, unfettered by cultivation or wealth. Listening to Tan Jing's description, Dongfang felt a twinge of desire to be a wanderer. However, his nature did not align with that of a perpetual traveler. Occasional adventures were welcome, but he preferred the tranquility of Lingxiao sect. At Xiaoyao Peak, the direct disciples engaged in sparring with one another. As Do Yun delivered the final strike, slicing down with his sword like twin azure snakes. Mo E could no longer withstand the onslaught and fell to the ground, his swords flying back into their scabbard. Senior brother, you truly are formidable. Even when suppressing your cultivation to match mine, I still cannot prevail. Your talent surpasses ours by far. Victory is merely due to my greater experience in the sword path. And you have yet to comprehend sword intent. Had we grown together, I suspect only the eldest brother could contend with you. Indeed, junior brother, your swordsmanship is already quite impressive. Why have you yet to grasp sword intent? Master said he would arrange for me to comprehend sword intent upon his return. For now, I am to learn from all of you. How enviable! Among us, only the eldest brother, Do Yun, and Yushua have received guidance from junior uncle on comprehending sword intent. Alas, we do not practice swordsmanship. Luo expressed a hint of envy. He was a body cultivator, and Dongfang's method of teaching him had involved numerous beatings, particularly with that golden stick of his, which had been excruciating. While the practicality of body cultivation is indeed remarkable, the charm of sword cultivation is undeniable, as evidenced by Master Brother Su Chan. Recall the last sect competition, where Su Chan effortlessly defeated opponents with merely a few strikes of his sword. Furthermore, just now, Emoe wielded 2 swords with such finesse. It was nothing short of impressive. Why envy at all? The physical prowess instilled in you by little Master Uncle has left both Master Brother and Do Yun in a quandary. Had it not been for your arrogance during the competition, you could have contended for the top spot alongside junior sister Yun Shui. Indeed, as little Master Uncle mentioned, if you were to master the refining star body technique to its zenith, you would possess the might to shatter myriad laws with a single blow. At that point, who could withstand your power? Ah, how harmonious you all seem. Just then, Lin Yuan appeared behind the group. Upon seeing the sect leader, the disciples hurriedly clasped their hands in greeting. Sect leader, oh, not be so formal. I prefer to hear you call me Master Uncle. And what of your little Master Uncle? Little Master Uncle has sent word that he will be away for a few days to prepare a congratulatory gift for Master Uncle Su. By the way, Master Uncle, we have procured everything needed for Master Uncle Su's wedding. How shall we arrange the decorations? As he spoke, Chao Xing placed the gathered items into the storage ring provided by Dongfang and handed it over to Lin Yuan. Well done. As for the arrangements, I shall leave that to others. I came here knowing you would be present. There's something you wish to entrust to us, Master Uncle? Indeed, you must make a trip to Zhongzhou. It is best for a direct disciple to deliver this invitation. Zhongzhou? Correct. Initially, I intended for your little Master Uncle to deliver it personally, but with his absence and Master Brother also away from the sect, I am assigning this task to you. The journey via cloud ship will only take a few days, after all. After handing the invitation to Chao Xing, Lin Yuan directly named Mo E, Chao Xing, Do Yun, and Luo to undertake the task. The 4 wasted no time, quickly preparing before boarding the cloud ship bound for Zhongzhou. Master Brother Chao Xing, have you heard of the Tian Yuan sect? I have indeed. My master spoke of it. The current sect leader, Duan Kong, is a close friend of our master. He possesses an impressive cultivation of the 9th level of the harmonization stage. The Tian Yuan sect is arguably the strongest sect in Zhongzhou, if not the entire Tian Yuan continent. This senior is one of the most formidable individuals in our Tianyun continent. So the invitation we are delivering is for the current sect leaders junior? Precisely. It is intended for Senior Liao Si, one of the 6 heads of the Tianyuan sect. He is the only remaining friend of our master. Moe nodded in agreement, well aware of this sect. After all, his elder sister was also a disciple there, and among the 6 heads, a direct disciple of Xuemi during his years as a hostage, she had entered the Tianyuan sect. And upon his return, he was overjoyed to learn of her presence there. However, her cold demeanor swiftly made him realize his misplaced affections. She had merely returned to deliver cultivation resources to Imochi. He hoped not to encounter her again. He had long severed ties with the Xianyu dynasty, and she was no longer his sister. Little junior brother, why are you lost in thought? Do Yun patted Imochi's shoulder. Noticing his silence. Huh? It's nothing, just reflecting on a few matters. Oh, right. You mentioned before that you have an elder sister cultivating in this sect. Are you worried about running into her? She is not my sister. I merely fear that if we meet, she might entangle us further and delay our delivery of the invitation. Fear not, little junior brother. If she dares to ridicule you, we shall not hold back. What of the first sect? It is merely because their elders are formidable. Their disciples do not necessarily surpass us. O Luo offered some words of comfort to Moe, asserting that being a disciple of a major sect did not guarantee superiority. Chapter 25. The Sea Garden's Secret Realm. After 2 days of travel aboard the cloud ship, Moe and his companions arrived in Zhongzhou, though they had yet to reach the Tianyuan sect. However, Dong Feng's group had already arrived at the waters where the Sea Garden realm was set to open. At this moment, numerous ships surrounded theirs, and even some cloud ships hovered above. It seems we have indeed arrived. Given the multitude of vessels, indeed, but the method of opening the Sea Garden realm remains unknown. You are unaware? That is unclear. We only know this is the domain for the opening of the Sea Garden realm. However, it is said to hold great opportunities, albeit with considerable danger. Tan Jing shook his head, revealing that it was their first time at the Sea Garden realm. Just as the group conversed, the sea suddenly began to churn violently, forming a massive whirlpool that caused all ships to sway uncontrollably. Dark clouds gathered overhead, prompting everyone to quickly employ their spells to ascend into the air. Dong Feng followed suit, using a bamboo stick to gently propel himself alongside Tenjing and the others. With a booming voice from above, they heard, "The Sea Garden's secret realm has opened. All disciples, follow me into the whirlpool." A throng of individuals steered their magical artifacts and soared into the gigantic whirlpool. After exchanging glances, Dong Feng and Tanjing followed suit, descending further into darkness, with no visible bottom in sight. The others could only feel a wave of dampness enveloping them, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. Only Dong Feng remained fully aware, as a colossal light curtain rose before him, prompting him to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself standing beside a waterfall under a clear sky. But the others were nowhere to be seen. So, they must have been separated by the secret realm. It seems there is indeed a teleportation array that randomly disperses those who enter, much like when Moe and the others ventured into the secret realm before. Dong Feng calmly took a sip of wine. Now that he was inside, the whereabouts of Tanjing and the others mattered little. Moreover, he could even perceive the entire secret realm, allowing him to exit without waiting for the realm to reveal its exit. Now, he sought to discover whether there were any treasures hidden within the secret realm. However, just as Dong Feng prepared to leave, he noticed a disturbance in the lake beneath the waterfall. Could it be another whirlpool? No sooner had he thought this than a 5-clawed golden dragon soared from the lake, its eyes fixated on Dong Feng. Yet Dong Feng remained unfazed, observing the dragon calmly. It was merely a 5-clawed golden dragon at the 9th level of the harmonization stage. Easily dealt with, however, Dong Feng did require someone or something familiar with the secret realm. "Hello there. Human, prepare to perish," the golden dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of golden dragon breath toward Dong Feng. In response, Dong Feng slowly extended his hand to block the attack, then produced the golden cudgel from his ear, twirling it a few times before tossing it into the air. The cudgel soared above the golden dragon, rapidly enlarging as it descended towards the creature. The dragon was promptly sent crashing back into the lake. Dong Feng retrieved the cudgel and flew above the water, taking a deep breath as he summoned a large white hand that grasped the golden dragon. "Why such hostility? We hold no grudge against one another. Let us discuss matters. Tell me where I might find treasures in this realm." "Humph, dream on, vile human. Even if you were to kill me, I would never yield. Is that so? Well, I must say, if you agree to cooperate, I would be inclined to offer you this Transcendence Pill. As he spoke, a golden-hued pill materialized in Dongfang's hand. This fifth-grade Transcendence Pill, when consumed by someone at the harmonization stage, could enhance their success rate during Transcendence by 20%, while those at the Void Refinement stage could see a 10% increase. It had been crafted by his fourth senior brother, Li Daoyan, one of the few sixth-grade alchemists in the entire Tianyun continent, who had spent half a year and considerable resources refining 7 pills, distributing them among his fellow disciples. Transcendence Pill? Indeed, the Transcendence Pill. You are currently at the 9th level of harmonization, and judging by your aura, you are close to transcending. Should you consume this pill, it will significantly increase your chances of success. Humph. Why should I trust you? I can let you examine it first. You can verify its authenticity before agreeing to anything. With that, Dongfang tossed the Transcendence Pill into the air, where it floated before the Golden Dragon. He also withdrew the grasping hand. The Golden Dragon eyed Dongfang cautiously before beginning to inspect the pill before it. Observing the dragon, Dongfang chuckled, recognizing its naivete. If he truly intended to deceive, it would have been impossible for the dragon to detect it. After sensing the exceptional quality of the pill, the Golden Dragon enveloped it with its breath and swallowed it whole. Hey, you are consuming it already? Foolish human. I merely stored it within my body to refine it when the time comes for my transcendence. Oh, so your stomach has that function? Very well then, can you now inform me where I might find treasures of good quality? Dongfang inquired of the Golden Dragon, though he was particularly curious about any hidden treasures at the bottom of the lake. After all, a 5-clawed golden dragon guarding this place must surely indicate its significance. Even if its cultivation level was somewhat lacking, continue straight behind you, and you will find a sea of flames engulfing a fiery expanse. You may wish to investigate there. Is that all? That place has never been breached. Even those at the Void Refinement stage have been incinerated by that sea of flames. Not even the beasts of the secret realm dare approach it. The Golden Dragon spoke. It recalled the time it had watched as a mere young dragon, witnessing Void Refinement experts enter the fiery expanse without ever returning. Really? Then it seems worth a visit. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Dongfang turned abruptly and soared away in the direction behind him. Upon witnessing Dongfang's departure, the Golden Dragon returned to the lake to recuperate, having sustained considerable injury from Dongfang's previous strike, which emanated a terrifying aura. As Dongfang accelerated his flight, he eluded the gaze of nearly all onlookers, and soon a sea of flames appeared before him. However, the flames burned a dark crimson, exuding an exceedingly fearsome presence. Hiss, Dongfang mused, these flames seem quite formidable. It's no wonder that those who entered during the Void Refinement phase perished within. Even those undergoing tribulation would likely be unable to withstand it. Observing the fiery expanse, Dongfang rested his chin on his hand in contemplation. Yet, for him, traversing this sea of flames was as effortless as taking a bath. As his sturdy physique was impervious to any substantial harm, it appears there is indeed something extraordinary beneath this sea of flames. I shall investigate further. With that, Dongfang plunged headlong into the inferno, rapidly descending into the crimson abyss. Chapter 26. The Fire Flame Taoist. As Dongfang continued his descent, the temperature of the fire sea escalated. However, he felt no discomfort until he laid eyes upon a colossal palace. Realizing he had reached the bottom, just as he prepared to enter the palace, a massive figure emerged to obstruct his path. The creature was entirely crimson, boasting 9 enormous heads and a tail with 2 more. Resembling neither a snake nor a dragon, and not even a true dragon serpent. Its physique was serpentine, yet its strength had already reached the first layer of the composite body stage. What a peculiar new species! Dongfang thought, intrigued despite his awareness of the peculiar beasts inhabiting the cultivation world. The creature's appearance was so bizarre that words failed to capture it, unlike the golden dragon outside, which could articulate human speech. However, Dongfang had no intention of engaging with this entity for long. He swiftly extended his palm and pressed downwards, instantly pinning the beast beneath a golden handprint, rendering it immobile. My apologies. I merely seek treasure and must ask you to remain here for a while, Dongfang stated, as he advanced toward the palace, unfazed by the creature's resentful glare. Upon entering the palace, Dongfang was greeted by an expansive chamber devoid of any other rooms, save for a sphere of flames pulsating with a potent aura suspended in the center. On either side floated 6 distinct magical artifacts, each ablaze with a different hue of flame. Observing the fiery orb, Dongfang quickly deduced that it was the source of the fire sea. Could this be this isn't the world of Dopao after all? While Dongfang examined the scene with curiosity, his gaze was drawn to inscriptions etched into the wall behind the blazing sphere. I am the fire flame Taoist of the Red Fire sect on the Yunnan continent. After discovering this in the secret realm, I have become unable to escape due to excessive consumption of energy. Aware that I cannot flee and unwilling to sever my lineage, I have left my lifelong teachings within these 6 magical artifacts. Should a fated individual enter this place and manage to leave, they may take all 6 artifacts to comprehend my legacy. After reading the inscription, Dongfang shook his head in regret. Go seek treasure and pay with one's life. Such folly is not uncommon in the cultivation world, yet I find such actions rather foolish. To recklessly enter unknown territories without assessing one's strength ultimately leads to ruin. He sighed. Well then, since we are fated, I shall help you find a suitable heir with that. He produced his Chinquan bag and tossed it into the air, quickly absorbing the 6 magical artifacts within. Subsequently, Dongfang turned his attention to the massive black-red flames. If what the fire flame Taoist claimed was true, this would be immensely beneficial for his 3rd senior brother who practiced fire-based techniques. Additionally, the spiritual energy of Qiang Peak was sustained by a peculiar flame. Bringing this back could prove advantageous. With this thought in mind, Dongfang wasted no time and took out a green jade gourd, directing it towards the flames to begin the absorption process. Feeling the immense suction, the flames struggled to escape, but the gourd in Dongfang's hand was also a magical artifact, a treasure of the sect leader, rendering it incapable of resistance. In no time, the flames were drawn in. Though Dongfang left a portion of the fire seed, recognizing that this flame could regenerate and thus saw no need to absorb it entirely. Having completed his task, Dongfang noticed a significant decrease in the concentration of flames in the vicinity. Nonetheless, given the current situation outside the palace, it would remain stable for several decades. Alas, while I did not find the congratulatory gift, I discovered these intriguing items. Yet, this secret realm holds more. I should inquire with that little golden dragon. Securing the jade gourd back at his waist, Dongfang exited the palace and released the beast he had restrained. Meanwhile, Moe and his companions had finally arrived at the location of the Tianyuan sect after half a day's journey, halting before its grand entrance. Wow, this is the Tianyuan sect, truly deserving of its reputation as the foremost sect of the Tianyun continent. This entrance is quite impressive. The Tianyuan sect boasted 4 grand entrances, and they stood before the southern gate. The gatekeeper disciple, noticing the 4 newcomers, approached with courtesy. May I inquire who you are? Greetings, I am Chao Xing, a direct disciple of Lingxiao sect, accompanied by Do Yun, Oluo, and Moe, here to deliver an invitation from Elder Liao Si of the Kanglan Courtyard. We kindly ask you to relay our message. Delivering an invitation, then please wait a moment, the gatekeeper replied. And one of them immediately took to the skies on a sword, heading toward Kanglan Courtyard. Shortly after, a young man of the 2nd layer of the nascent soul stage returned with the gatekeeper. You must be the disciples of Lingxiao sect. Indeed, I am Qian1, the 3rd disciple of Elder Liao Si. My master has sent me to guide you. Let us proceed. Thank you, Brother Qian. The 4 followed Qian1 as he led them toward Kanglan Courtyard, marveling at its architecture and landscape. Apart from Moe, who remained composed, Chao Xing and the others were awestruck. The courtyard alone was as expansive as their entire Lingxiao sect, truly a staggering expanse. Upon reaching a small courtyard, Qianwen landed and stepped forward, clasping his hands. Master, I have brought the disciples of Lingxiao's sect. As his words fell, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a voice from within. Let them in, yes, please follow me, disciples. The 4 nodded and entered the courtyard. They beheld 2 elderly figures, each exuding an air of immortality, seated across from one another enjoying tea. Upon sighting them, the 4 immediately clasped their hands and greeted them respectfully. Ah, so these are the disciples of Lingfeng. It has been quite some time since I last saw a disciple of Lingxiao sect after your friend's passing. Those 7 little ones must have grown considerably. I trust they all have disciples now? Duankong stroked his beard, observing Chao Xing and his companions. Indeed, who among you is a disciple of those 7 little ones? reporting to the elder, "I am the disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak's Master Xiang Ming. O Luo is the disciple of the Qiyang Peak's Master Yin Yu. Do Yun is the disciple of the Divine Sword Peak's Master Baiming Sikong, and Moe is the disciple of the Carefree Peak's Master Dongfang." Oh, that peculiar little fellow who can cultivate without a spiritual C, dressed in an odd manner, also has disciples now. The last time I saw him was during the passing of their master at Lingshao sect. Hearing that Dongfang had also taken on disciples, Liao Si expressed some surprise. That lad has always given me the impression of being carefree and enigmatic. In the past, when their master was still around, I would occasionally visit Lingshao sect, and he would audaciously invite me to drink flower wine, claiming that one must maintain the vitality of youth even in old age. I quite liked one of his sayings: "Growing old is not frightening. It is the aging of the heart that is truly terrifying." A most intriguing young man. Chapter 27. Journey to Central Continent. Listening to Liao Si's remarks, the four shared a knowing smile. Subsequently, Chao Xing produced the invitation from his bosom and presented it with both hands. "This is an invitation from our sect leader's master for you." Ah, another celebratory invitation. It seems Lingshao sect has yet another joyous occasion. Liao Si nodded as he accepted the invitation from Chao Xing, opening it to read the contents before storing it away. Who would have thought? The little girl Liu is getting married. Old fellow, how I wish you could witness this. Rest assured, I shall attend personally. Oh? The disciple of Ling Feng's marriage is indeed a joyous event. Moreover, Lingshao sect has safeguarded the border against the demon tribes for so many years. Deserving of recognition, Tianyuan sect shall also extend its congratulations. I shall have Wanqing accompany you. Acknowledging Duankong's words, Liao Si nodded in agreement. At that moment, however, Liao Si's gaze shifted toward Moe, who felt somewhat at a loss under the scrutiny. Dongfang's disciple, Moe, you are the Grand Prince of the Xianyu dynasty from the East Continent, are you not? The young lady Xuemi, the fourth disciple of Dean Shui, is your royal sister. And the newly accepted disciple of Dean Qin, Mo Qi, is your younger brother. Senior, she is no longer my sister, and he is not my brother. I am Mo, the eldest disciple of the Carefree Peak of Lingshao sect, not the Grand Prince of the Xianyu dynasty. Upon hearing that Mo Qi had also joined Tianyuan sect, Moe paused before continuing. From your tone, it seems the 2-year agreement is indeed true. I have severed ties with them. From now on, we are as strangers. As for that 2-year agreement, it was merely to fulfill my master's expectations and hopes. How intriguing! I am indeed looking forward to witnessing the true nature of the Xianyu dynasty. Your ability to cultivate without a spiritual C is undoubtedly the handiwork of that young lad from the East, for he too lacks a spiritual C. Moreover, the aura emanating from you is as sharp and formidable as a blade. A promising talent indeed. My hopes are high for you, Liao Si remarked, stroking his beard, eager to see if the disciple nurtured by this peculiar Eastern fellow would prove to be as exceptional as he himself. Seeing that Moe appeared somewhat despondent, Chao Xing promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands in salutation. Senior, since the invitation has been delivered, we shall not linger any longer and take our leave. You are considerate of your fellow disciples' feelings. Liao Si noted. However, since you are here, stay for a few days. In my Songlan courtyard, only internal disciples are permitted, so you need not worry about encountering anyone you wish to avoid. Qianwan, please assist these few disciples in arranging their accommodations. Your disciple will take care of it right away. 4 Junior brothers, please follow me. Given Liao Si's invitation and the assurance that they would not encounter anyone unwelcome, Chao Xing agreed and departed the courtyard with Moe and the others, accompanied by Qianwan. After watching them leave, Duan Kong lifted a teacup to his lips. The Lingshao sect, who would have thought? Ling Feng's 7 disciples truly uphold the sect's reputation. Years ago, Ling Feng, despite his injuries, attempted to transcend to the Great Ascension realm but unfortunately failed. Otherwise, the Lingshao sect would have reached even greater heights. I have faith that those 7 disciples will guide the sect to a loftier status, so you hold those 7 disciples in high regard. What a pity I have yet to meet them. They are indeed remarkable, having attained levels we could not at their age, especially that young disciple from the East. What is it about him? Upon our first meeting, he exuded a peculiar aura. His demeanor, character, and that strange attire all seemed to place him at odds with the rest of us, as if he did not belong to this world. Hearing his junior brother's assessment of such a young individual piqued Duan Kong's interest. What kind of man is Liao Si? Not only is he extraordinarily powerful, but his mastery of calculation is unrivaled even in the distant Yunnan continent, which surpasses the overall strength of Tianyun continent. Yet, for him to speak of a young man in such a manner indicates that this individual is indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, after emerging from the Sea of Flames, Dong Feng sought out Jin Long to inquire about other locations of treasures. At that moment, he held several high-quality medicinal herbs and a large iron block radiating a luminous glow, ideal for crafting a new sword for Su Liu. After stowing his treasures, Dong Feng leapt into the air. Gazing at the sky above, he unleashed a fragment of celestial energy from his hand, creating a rift. Many in the secret realm observed and mistakenly assumed another treasure-laden area had been uncovered. Hastening toward Dong Feng's location, upon retracting his hand, he quickly flew into the rift, which sealed shut the instant he entered, leaving those who had yet to arrive feeling frustrated, believing Dong Feng would monopolize the treasures within. Deep beneath the sea, as a rift appeared, Dong Feng soared upward towards the surface. This expedition into the secret realm was quite fruitful, yielding numerous treasures, and it was time to return. After a brief period, he flew back to the Ling Shao sect on his Nimbus cloud, only to find several direct disciples awaiting him at the Xiaoyao Peak. What brings you all here, little uncle? Everything has been prepared. We are here to watch over Xiaoyao Peak for you. Dong Feng cast a suspicious glance at them. And Moe? Master Uncle arranged for him to accompany senior brother Chao Xing, senior brother Dou Yun, and senior brother Luo to Zhongzhou to deliver the invitation. Zhongzhou? You mean that old man Liao? Very well, I understand. You may return now. As Dong Feng spoke, he gifted them with some of the treasures he had found in the secret realm. Once they departed, he prepared to head to Zhongzhou, where he could ask Liao Si to assist him in finding a craftsman to forge the iron block. After a brief conversation with his Azure Bull, Dong Feng left Xiaoyao Peak once more. In the Zonglan courtyard of Tianyuan sect, Qianwen arranged accommodations for the 4 disciples. You 4 junior brothers can rest here for a while. Dinner will be served soon, and I have other matters to attend, and I will return shortly to take you for dinner. Thank you, senior brother Qian Wen. Do not mention it. Make sure to rest well. With a wave, Qianwen departed from their quarters. Senior brother Chao Xing, this Qianwen seems quite refined and easy to get along with. He shares my level of power, both at the second tier of the nascent soul stage. But I have a feeling I cannot compete with him. Dou Yun remarked earnestly, sensing a disparity despite their equal tier. There was an instinctual feeling that he could not best Qianwen. His sword intent whispered that this individual was indeed formidable, undoubtedly deserving of being Liao Si's direct disciple. Chapter 28. Ping Nan's artistic endeavors. That night, within Liao Si's courtyard, Dong Feng silently appeared before him. Yet Liao Si was unperturbed, calmly pouring a cup of tea for Dong Feng. Those 4 little ones are far more courteous than you. However, for you to arrive so quietly that even I could not detect your presence. You truly are, as your master described, not simple at all. You flatter me. I have brought you a gift as well, Dong Feng said, producing the drunken immortal brew from his storage ring. Upon seeing the wine Dong Feng presented, Liao Si's eyes sparkled with delight. This young man certainly knows how to cater to his tastes. He has grown weary of tea and craves this flavor. How did you learn of the Tianyuan sect's location? The foremost sect of Tianyun continent. Anyone can find it with a bit of inquiry. As for locating your Zonglan courtyard, it was simple. I am quite familiar with your aura. You have come to ensure the safety of those 4 little ones? That is merely a secondary concern. I am here to seek your assistance with a particular matter. Pray, do tell. Liao Si examined one of the jars of drunken immortal brewed. I wonder if you know any talented weaponsmiths. I wish to use this to forge a sword as a gift for my senior sister. Saying this, Dong Feng waved his hand, revealing the radiant iron block between them. Liao Si scrutinized the iron block, nodding in appreciation. This iron is of exceptional quality, indeed rare even in Tianyun continent. I happen to have a friend who is a 7th-tier weaponsmith. However, he no longer forges weapons. Yet, he is the only one who could refine this iron perfectly. Shall I assist you in approaching him? Does he harbor some emotional trauma? Did a loved one perish? How did you come to know this? Dong Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation, recalling similar tropes from novels and dramas. If not due to a lost love, then surely some other trauma led him to abandon his craft, though the former is more likely. After all, every man has that one unattainable ideal, especially one that has passed away. Just a guess. Your intuition is indeed correct. He forsook weapon crafting following the death of his beloved and has taken no apprentices. He now resides not far from Tianyuan sect in Yunya City, running a blacksmith shop. Knowing of his existence suffices. I shall find my own way. Thank you, senior. Dongfang remarked. Stowing the iron-blocked it was best not to involve Liao Si in this matter, as it might only serve to reinforce the man's reluctance to forge for him. Are you planning to leave just like that? Yes, those little ones will be safe under your watch, so I should hasten to find that weaponsmith. The wedding of my senior sister is fast approaching. Even if you persuade him, refining this iron will take considerable time. If you wish to present a gift, you will undoubtedly be pressed for time. Not to worry. I have several alternatives to present to my senior sister in the meantime. This iron can be given later. After all, fine treasures require time to mature. With that, Dongfang left several jars of drunken immortal brew behind and vanished silently before Liao Si. Watching Dongfang disappear, Liao Si gazed at the bright moon above, stroking his beard, before tossing a few coins onto the table. Observing the coins, he shook his head in resignation, realizing that any matters concerning this boy yielded no concrete results. Very well, let him try his luck. Perhaps this peculiar little rascal will indeed help him find his way out. On the other side, Chao Xing and the others were being shown around Songlan Courtyard by Qianwen. Songlan Courtyard ranks as the second strongest among the 6 great courtyards of Tianyuan sect. We have just visited several areas. This is where the disciples of Songlan Courtyard engage in sparring, known as the Divine Martial Platform. Any major competitions within the sect are held here. Following Qianwen's indication, the 4 disciples observed numerous practitioners sparring on the platform, most at the Golden Core level. However, one particular arena captured their attention. On that arena stood a lively boy at the 6th tier of the Golden Core stage, wielding a blank book and a small brush. After only a few strokes on the page, a massive fireball appeared above his opponent's head and crashed down. That one seems rather impressive. That is the youngest disciple of our master, my little junior brother, Pingnan Huiyi, the only disciple in the sect who practices through Confucianism. To my astonishment, the Tianyun continent actually harbors Confucian cultivators. No wonder they appear so extraordinary. Why, junior brother's talent is indeed monstrous. At merely 15 years of age, he has already attained the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Surely, he will surpass us senior brothers in the future. After Qianwen finished speaking, Pingnan Huiyi, who had concluded his battle on the stage, leapt down joyfully and hurried to Qianwen's side. Third brother, you fought splendidly just now. These individuals are guests from the Lingxiao sect. It's the Lingxiao sect that guards the border against the demon tribes. I have long wished to see your sect. Those capable of shouldering such a heavy responsibility must be quite formidable. Would you care to engage in a friendly spar? Observing Pingnan Huiyi's eager demeanor, the 4 felt somewhat awkward. All right, junior brother, Chao Xing and the others are guests. Why would you invite them to spar right away? Allow me to give it ATRYMOE voluntarily stepped forward. Although he was only at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, he had heard of the particular strength of Confucian cultivators, whose cultivation was even more arduous than that of others. The fact that this younger Pingnan Huiyi had reached the 6th level of Golden Core at the age of 15 was indeed worthy of a spar. 5th level of Foundation establishment, lacking a spiritual C, yet you emit a faint aura of sword energy. How have you accomplished this? Senior brother Qianwen, how did junior brother Pingnan discern this? Naturally, my eyes informed me. Junior brother, have you forgotten what master instructed you? My apologies, brother Chao, but I truly cannot disclose this. I hope for your understanding. Qianwen hastily interjected, admonishing Pingnan Huiyi. This lad sometimes speaks without restraint, despite being told that his keen eyes should not be carelessly revealed. He cannot help but speak his mind, and no matter, I can understand. Everyone has their secrets. Upon hearing Qianwen's words, Chao Xing ceased his inquiries, and after all, the other party was a disciple of Liao Si. So he trusted Qianwen and his companions regarding Moyi's circumstances. Did you not suggest a spar? Come, I shall also suppress my realm to the 5th level of Foundation establishment. I am genuinely eager to test my skills against someone without a spiritual C. Observing Pingnan Huiyi's exuberant expression, Moyi offered Chao Xing a reassuring glance. Then I humbly request your guidance, brother Pingnan. Chapter 29. The Soul Within the Sword. As Moyi and Pingnan Huiyi ascended the arena, they drew the attention of other disciples from the Kanglin Academy who were engaged in their own duels, halting their matches to observe the two. Who is that? He dares to challenge Brother Pingnan with only the strength of the 5th level of Foundation establishment? He does not appear to be one of our Kanglan Academy disciples. I have never seen him before. Moe, facing Pingnan Hui, retrieved his 7-star sword box from his back and placed it on the ground, directing his sword in a flourish. The swords Qing Shuang and Ting Yu flew out the instant the box opened, swirling around Moe. Wow, impressive. Why not release the other 5 swords as well? With my current strength, I can only wield 2 swords. I see. Since we are at the same level, I shall not hold back in my techniques. Be cautious. Pingnan Hui brandished a brush, drawing in midair. A massive ink sword materialized above Moe's head, bearing down upon him, but was instantly thwarted by the sword energy emanating from Moe's 2 swords. As the ink sword dissipated, Moe took the initiative to attack, directly manipulating Qing Shuang and Ting Yu to launch an assault on Pingnan Hui. In an instant, the two found themselves evenly matched, and even Qianwen was somewhat astonished by Moe's strength. Without any sword intent, he was able to contend with Pingnan Hui at the same cultivation level. If Moe were to comprehend sword intent, Pingnan Hui would likely need to elevate himself several minor realms to match him. Junior brother Moe's talent in swordsmanship is also formidable. If he were to grasp sword intent, I shudder to imagine. Senior brother Qianwen, you flatter me. Your disciple has reached the golden core stage at such a young age. He is the true genius here. On the arena, the two had entered a fervent stage. Moe found himself ensnared in Pingnan Hui's ink paintings. Yet Pingnan Hui was also relentlessly assailed by Moe's sword energy. After both exerted force to dispel their attacks, they exchanged glances. Delightful. If you were to comprehend sword intent, I might even bring forth my golden core strength to face you. Let us settle this with a single strike. I wholeheartedly agree. Pingnan Hui smiled. Tossing his brush into the air, a colossal landscape painting was instantly conjured by the brush, hovering behind Pingnan Hui and exuding an overwhelming aura. Observing this, Moe retracted Qing Shuang into the sword box, drawing Ting Yu at his waist, adopting the stance he had utilized against Zhuo Hua in the mystic realm, while sword energy and spiritual power gathered within Ting Yu. You even retracted a sword. This move must be quite powerful. But I shall not concede. This is one of my strongest techniques. By Yun Mountain Water painting of the long sky. Go. With a sweeping motion, Pingnan Hui sent the enormous landscape painting crashing down toward Moe with tremendous force. Moe's hair was lifted by the gale, and he tightened his grip on Ting Yu. Heavenly slash, draw the sword. With a swift motion, Moe unleashed a beam of sword light that collided with the descending landscape painting. The onlookers scrambled to shield themselves from the ensuing shockwave. Once they regained their sight, Moe and Pingnan Hui stood side by side, both unscathed. I never expected your swordsmanship to be so remarkable. Should you ever grasp sword intent, I would love to engage in another duel. To be able to spar with a Confucian cultivator has been immensely beneficial. I must certainly seek your guidance again in the future. The next day at noon, in a corner of Yunyang City, Dongfang, after a thorough search, arrived at a seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop. However, the interior was empty, with nothing but an empty storefront. Dongfang called out several times, but received no response. Glancing at the wide-open wooden door, he cautiously stepped inside, his attention drawn to a sword exuding a chilling aura. This was a sword that had developed a sword spirit, yet it was bound by seals that confined the spirit within, preventing it from emerging. However, Dongfang noticed something peculiar about the sword spirit. Wait, how can this sword spirit possess a soul? Who are you? Before Dongfang could finish his thought, a voice emerged from the doorway. Turning around, he saw an elderly man dressed plainly, lacking any visible cultivation, glaring at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Senior, please do not misunderstand. I saw your door wide open and assumed you were inside. So I came in to take a look. I apologize for the intrusion. Are you here to forge iron tools? I have heard of your deeds and came to seek your assistance in crafting a sword from this. As he spoke, Dongfang waved his hand, revealing a piece of rare iron before Yu Daoqiu. However, Yu Daoqiu did not even glance at Dongfang. Instead, he slowly walked past him, placing a wine jar down. You have come to the wrong place. I only forge agricultural tools and iron implements. Senior, you are mistaken. After being shouted at by Yu Daoqiu, Dongfang had no choice but to exit the blacksmith shop. However, he stood across the street, refusing to leave. Yu Daoqiu paid him no mind, instead picking up a piece of iron and placing it into the furnace to begin smelting. Dongfang rested his chin on his hand, pondering. He was certain he had not misjudged earlier. The sword spirit contained an incomplete soul. A human soul. Suddenly, a plan formed in Dongfang's mind. I apologize. Though it may be somewhat shameless, there is no other way. As night fell, and Yu Daoqiu fell asleep. A shadow appeared before the sword in the wooden house, swiftly seizing the sword and vanishing without a trace. The next morning, just as Dongfang had anticipated, Yu Daoqiu stormed out of the blacksmith's shop, his face a mask of fury, charging at Dongfang. You took my sword. Calm down, senior. I can assist you. Assist me? Hand over the sword. Otherwise, even if you are a cultivator, I am not afraid. As he spoke, Yu Daoqiu rushed back into the blacksmith's shop, grabbing a hefty iron hammer and lunging at Dongfang. Seeing this, Dongfang had no choice but to run, with the two of them darting back and forth down the narrow street until Yu Daoqiu, utterly exhausted, finally sat down. Dongfang then approached him, offering a wine jar. Senior, you must be tired. Please have a drink. Get lost. Return my sword. I can genuinely help you. That sword belonged to your beloved, right? Do you not wish to see her again? What did you say? I mean it. I can help you see her, as long as you assist me in crafting a sword from this piece of iron. First, return my sword. Observing Yu Daoqiu's obstinacy but slight willingness to relent, Dongfang knew his strategy was working. He then retrieved the sword from his storage ring and presented it to Yu Daoqiu with both hands. Yu Daoqiu accepted the sword, cradling it in his arms as he gently stroked it, then turned to Dongfang. How will you allow me to see her? Let us return to your blacksmith shop. It is inconvenient here. Inside Yu Daoqiu's blacksmith shop, Dongfang approached him, channeling a surge of celestial power into the sword. The seal on the sword was instantly broken, radiating a brilliant light. Yu Daoqiu squinted against the blinding glow, but the hazy figure that gradually appeared before him made him disregard the brightness. Staring blankly at the silhouette, Chapter 30. Agreeing to forge as the figure slowly descended to the ground and turned around, Yu Daoqiu's aged eyes began to glisten with tears. After 30 years, you still shine as beautifully as ever, while I have grown old and lost my cultivation. Qiu, it has been so long. Witnessing their reunion, Dongfang discreetly stepped out of the blacksmith's shop and closed the wooden door. Upon granting the two individuals their privacy, it became evident that his intuition had not failed him. The original master of the sword had sealed a fragment of their soul within the blade, allowing it to endure until the present day. After the passage of 1 hour, the wooden door behind Dongfang slowly creaked open, rousing Dongfang from his slumber at the threshold. Senior, please enter. Following Yu Daoqiu inside, Dongfang found no trace of the enchanting woman he had previously seen. Moreover, the sword was devoid of any lingering soul, leaving only the sword spirit behind, suggesting that Yu Daoqiu's emotional turmoil had been resolved. Please, retrieve that piece of iron. Upon hearing Yu Daoqiu's request, Dongfang unhesitatingly produced the iron intended for sword forging. After examining it with a nod of approval, Yu Daoqiu remarked, having spent an entire century as a master artificer, I can easily discern the extraordinary quality of this fine piece even with the naked eye. I am surprised you managed to acquire such a rare treasure. It is indeed suitable for sword crafting. However, the refining process will require some time. Are you able to wait? How long will it take? If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Though I may have lost my cultivation, I am still capable of forging. I have simply grown somewhat rusty due to my long absence from the craft. Let us say, a year from now at a year? That is indeed quite swift. After a moment of contemplation, Dongfang agreed, reassured that he possessed other treasures to present to Su Liue as a wedding gift, which could be delivered at a later time. With Dongfang's consent, Yu Daoqiu commenced preparations to refine the rare iron provided by Dongfang. Dongfang chose not to intrude upon his activities, leaving behind a considerable number of spirit stones before departing from Yunya City. Initially, he had intended to leave some magical artifacts, but Yu Daoqiu had declined. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianyuan sect, Moe and his companions were preparing to depart, only to encounter individuals they had hoped to avoid, Moui and several other disciples. Although Mochi was absent, Moe, you ungrateful wretch, what are you doing here? Moui exclaimed upon seeing Moe. However, Moe paid her no mind and continued toward the cloud ship. How arrogant. It seems that your father was correct in severing ties with you. Today, allow me to teach you a lesson. Feeling slighted by Moi's indifference, Moi unleashed a surge of spiritual power. Yet, it was effortlessly dispelled by Qianwen, who appeared before Moi. While you are the princess of the Xinyu dynasty, this is Tianyuan sect. Do not bring your royal temperament here. Furthermore, Moi and his companions are guests of Maitsong Lan Academy, and it is not your place as a disciple of Shunqi Academy to interfere. Qianwen, he is my brother. Do I need your permission to discipline my own sibling? Is that so? Moi has declared that he has severed ties with you, and you have agreed. Therefore, he is no longer your brother. You attempt to use this pretext to oppress Maitsong Lan Academy's guests, thinking I am easy to deal with? Moi ground her teeth in frustration at Qianwen's defense of Moi. Realizing she could accomplish nothing today, with a huff, she led the other disciples of Shunqi Academy back. Once Moi had departed, Qianwen turned to Moi and the others. You 4 disciples may take your leave. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I will accompany our master to Ling Shao sect. Until we meet again. Thank you, senior brother Qianwen, for coming to my junior brother's aid. When you visit us, we shall treat you to a drink. It is settled then. After bidding farewell to Qianwen, the 4 boarded the cloud ship and departed from Tianyuan sect. However, just as the vessel set sail, a voice from the rooftop caught their attention. What a fortuitous coincidence. Mind if I catch a ride back with you? Uncle sure, master. The arrival of Dongfang brought surprise to the 4. As Dongfang leaped down from the rooftop and approached them. He had just arrived in time to witness Moi's encounter with Moi, and had chosen to hide away to enjoy the spectacle. To his surprise, Qianwen had intervened, and he had initially hoped Moi would reveal his cultivation level to astonish Moi. What a pity it was that such an opportunity was lost. What brings you here, Uncle Sure? Of course, I am concerned for your safety. However, it seems you have been well treated at Tianyuan sect. I appreciate your concern. Well then, all tasks have been completed. Now we await the grand wedding of your master Su. Under Dongfang's guidance, the 4 returned to Ling Shao sect in merely 1 day's time. It could have been swifter, but the cloud ship was unable to withstand greater speeds. Otherwise, Dongfang could have transported them in less than half a day. Upon arriving at the peak of Xiaoyao, Dongfang led Moi back. Considering the time, you should commence your comprehension of sword intent. Master, may I begin to grasp sword intent now? Indeed, let today be the day. With that, he tossed his gourd into the air. Before Moi could react, he was drawn into the gourd, and by the time he recovered, he found himself within an expansive space. Observing the 7-star sword box that Moi had left outside, Dongfang opened it, releasing the 7 swords and casting them into the gourd as well. Except for Qingshuang and Tingyu, the other 5 swords formed an intricate formation of sword intent within the gourd. Master, how do I comprehend sword intent? I have utilized the sword intent from your 7 swords to create a sword formation. However, you still have control over Tingyu and Qingshuang. With the sword intent inherent in these 7 swords, you should be able to grasp your own sword intent. You may exit once you have achieved that. Thereafter, Dongfang ceased speaking, leaving Moi to manipulate Qingshuang and Tingyu as they resisted the onslaught of the sword formation. Outside, Dongfang reclined on a lounge chair and began to doze off, reattaching the green jade gourd to his waist. Chapter 31. Changing attire. Time swiftly passed, and Moi remained inside the gourd until the day before Su Liu's wedding. However, Dongfang kept a watchful eye on his progress, noting that all was well. After all, the gourd would release Moi automatically once he comprehended sword intent. At present, Dongfang sat atop a stone pillar in the grand square of the sect, observing the disciples below as they prepared for the wedding banquet. Indeed, he had been tasked with overseeing the arrangements for the wedding scene. Jiu Chun had also taken up residence with Dongfang. As Su Liu's close companions had arrived early at the sect for the wedding. Upon discovering that Gu Chun was staying with Su Liu, she had been promptly expelled from Huanyufeng, as it was deemed inappropriate for the bride and groom to see each other in the days leading up to the wedding. Su Liu, resigned to this fate, had asked Dongfang to take Gu Chun in temporarily. You rascal, have you really tossed Moi into the gourd? Are you not afraid of drinking him down? Beiming Sikong settled beside Dongfang. A jug of wine in hand. The space within my gourd is compartmentalized. It does not interfere. Whenever you have the chance, let me take a look inside. It is quite impressive that it can aid someone in comprehending sword intent. Come now, you are already the foremost swordsman of the southern continent. Do you truly need to enter? Weren't you busy overseeing the border with third senior brother these past few days? How come you have time to return now? You dare mention it? The essence of that foreign fire you brought back was overwhelming. Third senior brother has yet to emerge since he took it to stabilize beneath Qiyang Peak, and it seems he may miss your sister's grand wedding. Upon returning, Dongfang had entrusted the control of the foreign fire he obtained from the secret realm to Yinyu, along with several magical artifacts inherited from the Fire Flame Taoist. Upon seeing the foreign fire, Yinyu had been ecstatic, requesting Beiming Sikong to oversee Qiyang Peak's affairs while he took the fire beneath the peak. He had yet to emerge since. You know he has an inexplicable obsession with special flames. Why does he not share your surname of Xiao? Why should he have the surname Xiao? Oh, it's nothing. I was just joking. I will go check on him. I hope he does not burn himself down there. Since you have a moment, keep an eye on these young ones as they prepare. With that, Dongfang soared toward Qiyang Peak with his gourd. Upon entering the depths of Qiyang Peak, Dongfang immediately sensed the elevated temperature compared to before. Along with the dense spiritual energy of the flames, the stone door slowly opened. He beheld Yinyu sitting cross-legged before the massive flame, drawing in a portion of its spiritual energy. His cultivation had actually broken through to the 5th level of the refining void realm. Perhaps sensing Dongfang's arrival, Yinyu gradually opened his eyes and descended to the ground. It seems you have managed quite well. Yes, thanks to your measures to seal much of its spiritual energy. Otherwise, even as someone training in fire techniques, I would have struggled to endure it. Well then, it appears stability has been achieved. The disciples at Qiyang Peak are fortunate. You always manage to surprise us. This time, third senior brother owes you a favor. Oh? Then I must consider how many rounds of drinks I should treat you to. After conversing with Yinyu for a while, he expressed that he would emerge before Su Liyue's wedding banquet commenced the following day. Dongfang had nothing more to say and soon left the depths of Qiyang Peak. The next day arrived, and Su Liyue was to marry Gu Chan. Ling Xiao sect was bustling with activity from the early morning, yet Xiaoyao Peak remained rather quiet. Aside from Olua and Do Yun, who delivered the wedding attire, only Dongfang and Gu Chan remained present. As Gu Chan continued to scrutinize his wedding attire endlessly, Dongfang, seated nearby, found himself at a loss for words. Brother, you look exceptionally handsome today. Please cease your self-indulgence. No, I am merely exceedingly nervous, I understand. For marrying a girl who loves you as much as you love her is a dream cherished by many yet achieved by so few. However, you must compose yourself for the ceremony shortly. I shall exercise restraint, by the way. Allow me to remind you that you may have your hands full soon, and of course, I do not refer to toasting the guests, but rather that my senior sister is renowned in Nanzhou as the Fire Glass Fairy, and she has no shortage of admirers. Upon hearing this, Gu Chan immediately grasped Dongfang's implication. Having suspected it himself, it was only natural for someone as stunning as Su Liyu to attract admirers. Noticing Gu Chan's understanding, Dongfang chose not to elaborate further, instead directing his gaze towards Luo and Do Yun, who stood by, still lingering to deliver the wedding attire. What are you two still doing here? Shouldn't you assist your senior brother? There are quite a number of guests today. The two hesitated for a moment before retrieving a box containing garments from their storage rings. Little uncle, Master Uncle instructed that this outfit is for you to change into. He mentioned that today is a momentous occasion for Ling Xiao sect, and you ought to dress more formally. With that, they opened the box, revealing a pure white ensemble before Dongfang, accompanied by a thoughtfully prepared pair of matching shoes. Very well, after all, I must show some respect for my senior sister. After casting a glance, Dongfang accepted the attire and proceeded to another room to change. When Dongfang emerged, he appeared transformed. If his previous modern attire had made him look merely handsome, now, clad in white, he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. His aura had shifted dramatically, and his hair, now long and styled into a high ponytail secured with a jade hairpin, added to his ethereal appearance. Little uncle, you look far more splendid like this. But how did you manage your hair? Hair. It takes on whatever form I desire. With this, Dongfang lightly brushed his hair, reverting it back to the modern style. Then with another stroke, it transformed again into long locks. This left Luo and Do Yun in awe, affirming Dongfang's extraordinary nature. Even Gu Chan, who had been somewhat bewildered, realized that Su Liyu had spoken of Dongfang's exceptional nature, and he had assumed it was merely due to his peculiar attire. Now, it was evident that coupled with his unperceivable strength at the 3rd level of Lien Su, Su Liyu's junior brother was indeed remarkable. Let us go. I must greet the guests. Dongfang declared, beckoning Luo and Do Yun to follow him. However, Dongfang's new appearance once again captured the attention of many disciples. Although they recognized him as their little uncle, it was the first time they had seen him dressed so elegantly instead of his usual eccentric attire. Little uncle looks so handsome. He won't overshadow the groom? Will he? I fear he might. After donning this outfit, he resembles a celestial being. Dongfang paid little heed to the gazes of the disciples as he arrived at the sect's main gate, where he joined fourth senior brother Li Daoyin and several other disciples to welcome the incoming guests. Chapter 32. Stirring trouble as the guests arrived, Dongfang and Li Daoyin, as the primary hosts, maintained smiles throughout the proceedings, nearly exhausting Dongfang's facial muscles from the effort. However, due to Dongfang's change of attire, he garnered the attention of numerous female guests, their stares making him feel somewhat uneasy, akin to a wolf fixating on its prey. After half an hour, a cloud ship descended slowly from the sky above the gate. Upon recognizing Liao Si on board, Dongfang and Li Daoyin hurried forward to welcome him. Following Liao Si were Qian Wan and a rather aloof female disciple, Zhao Wanqing, who had accompanied Mo Yue to the Xinyu Empire to fetch Mo Qi for Tian Yuan sect. Senior Liao, Li Daoyin greeted, "It has been a while, and you, Dongfang, have transformed quite remarkably with your new attire. Your flattery is misplaced. Who are these two? This is my master's eldest disciple, Zhao Wanqing, and my third disciple, Qian Wen. A master produces exceptional disciples. Senior, please lead them inside. My senior brother has prepared a seat for you," Li Daoyin remarked, personally guiding Liao Si and the two disciples into Ling Shao sect. Dongfang waved to Su Qian and the others, signaling them to retrieve the congratulatory gifts prepared by Liao Si.as the last guest to arrive. Liao Si found the grand square of Ling Shao Peak already filled with guests. Gu Chun, observing the multitude before him, felt an indescribable tension rise within him. Noticing Gu Chin's anxious demeanor, Dongfang patted his shoulder. "Do not fret. With your strength, are you truly afraid they might cause trouble? I worry about being too heavy-handed. You concern yourself with that? If those people dare to create a ruckus in front of everyone, let them. Why be gentle? Today is the day you wed my senior sister. You must assert yourself." Dongfang suppressed the urge to chastise Gu Chen further, reminding himself that he was, after all, the groom. Hearing Dongfang's admonition, Gu Chun slapped his face to regain composure and nodded. However, an unwelcome voice soon interrupted the moment. "Lord Lin, it appears the wedding banquet will not commence for some time. Is it appropriate to wait idly?" The voice belonged to Qi Li, who had previously sought trouble with him and Dongfang. Dongfang recognized him and noted that a cold-faced disciple followed him, likely Quan Zi, the first disciple of Wu Yuan sect, known for his conflict with Su Chan. Others began to echo Qi Li's remarks. "Indeed, and now that the Fire Glass Fairy is marrying, we know nothing of the groom." "Precisely. Let the groom come forth for us to see. If he possesses formidable strength, we shall have no objections to his union with the Fire Glass Fairy." Their insinuation was unmistakable. They sought to challenge Gu Chun. "See? I told you, you'd be unable to evade this. What should I do now? Be more assertive?" "Absolutely. After all, you have traversed continents to wed my senior sister. Be spirited and do not lose face." With that, Dongfang gave Gu Chun a gentle shove, propelling him forward. As Gu Chun appeared in his vibrant red attire, many cast hostile glances his way. Lin Yuan, catching Dongfang's eye, remained seated quietly, observing how Gu Chun would navigate the situation. If he was to marry Su Liu, he needed to exhibit the resolve befitting such a commitment. "So, this is the groom. He appears rather frail. How will he protect the Fire Glass Fairy?" Gu Chun glanced at Dongfang, then steadied himself, channeling the aura of the third level of Lien Su. He released it, silencing the crowd, including Qi Li. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the wedding of Gu and Li Yu. I am fully aware that many of you in Nanzhou harbor affections for Li Yu, and I welcome your challenges to ascertain your recognition." The crowd fell silent in disbelief. Had he revealed his Lien Su status earlier, who would have dared to speak out? Observing Gu Chen's demeanor, Dongfang smiled reassuringly, thinking, exactly. With this strength, he should let his aura do the talking, rather than ramble as he once did. Dongfang stepped forward to stand beside Gu Chen. "Oh? What happened to the challenges? Weren't you just proclaiming to challenge my brother-in-law?" "Hee, Dongfang, you jest. My brother Gu's cultivation is indeed impressive. He is quite suited to the fire glass fairy. Indeed, indeed. Oh, so no fighting now? Yes, no fighting. As the atmosphere lightened, Dongfang lost interest in further trouble. However, one individual remained on his radar. Though Gu Chun was unaware of the intentional provocation, Dongfang and Lin Yuan recognized it. Dongfang's gaze fixated on Qi Li. Moreover, since Wu Yuan's sect had not sent an invitation, their uninvited presence seeking to stir trouble at his senior sister's wedding would not be tolerated. Senior Qi Li of Wu Yuan's sect. During the recent expedition, I was quite intrigued by your spar with my fifth senior brother. Since you find the wait tedious before the banquet begins, how about we engage in a friendly match? It would provide entertainment for everyone as we await the festivities. The battle between Lien Su cultivators should pique everyone's interest. Qi Li hesitated under Dongfang's piercing gaze. Previously, 2 Lien Su cultivators had struggled to subdue him, and he had even bound them with an oddly peculiar rope, rendering them unable to channel their spiritual energy. Yet, he found himself cornered now. The crowd's eager anticipation weighed heavily upon him. An elder beside Qi Li quickly interjected. Dongfang, you jest. We are all Lien Su cultivators. Should a fight break out and ruin the wedding banquet, we could not bear the consequences. How about this? Each sect can send forth a disciple to compete, adding some lively entertainment to the wedding. Li Yang's proposal quickly entangled the other sects in the mix. Dongfang, impressed by Wu Yuan's sect's audacity, recognized their attempt to drag others into their failed provocation. Nevertheless, he agreed, thinking it would suffice to deal with them on their return journey. Dongfang, since that is the case, you and Gu Chun come along. After all, there is still some time before the banquet begins. And waiting around for drinks is indeed dull. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, Dongfang nodded and, together with Gu Chun, approached Lin Yuan and the others to take a seat. However, Dongfang also sensed the commotion within the gourd. Mo Yi was likely on the verge of comprehending the sword intent. With a glint in his eye, Dongfang smiled. After uttering a few words with the wine jug at his lips, the jug returned to its tranquil state, and he cast a glance towards the direction of Wu Yuanzong. Since it has come to this, let Wu Yuanzong send out their disciples first. After all, it was you who proposed it. Chapter 33. Master and disciple sparring. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, Qi Li and Li Yang found it difficult to refute. They looked back at a disciple behind them who was at the 9th level of foundation establishment, Qi Li's young apprentice. Qing Wu. You go. Qing Wu did not protest. After nodding, he leaped into the center. The other disciples from various sects exchanged glances, none daring to volunteer for the match. They had come merely to attend the wedding banquet and had not anticipated a sparring contest. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Dongfang picked up his wine jug and looked at Qing Wu. Since there are no other challengers, let my disciple fight you. With that, Dongfang tossed his wine jug down to the stage, where it hovered momentarily before Qing Wu. The onlookers were baffled, wondering if his disciple was merely this jug. However, the next moment, the jug emitted a powerful sword and 10.7 swords flew out from the jug. And Mo Yi, bearing a sword box, appeared in a flash of light, having broken through to the 8th level of foundation establishment after comprehending the sword intent through his training in the sword formation. Sword intent, indeed. Another disciple of Lingxiao sect has grasped the sword intent. This Master Dongfang is no ordinary person. He managed to confine his disciple within a wine jug to attain the sword intent. After exchanging a glance with Dongfang, Mo Yi nodded. He then turned to face Qing Wu, having already grasped the situation from the conversation Dongfang had with the jug. I am Mo Yi, the eldest disciple of Xiaoyao Peak. Please enlighten me. With a flick of his sword finger, Qin Shuang, Ting Yu, and the Red Thunder, who were all contained within the jug, instantly flew to his side, while the other 4 swords returned to the sword box. Lying quietly within As he beheld Mo irradiating a strong sword intent. Qing Wu felt a twinge of uncertainty. How could he compete with someone at the 8th level of foundation establishment who had comprehended sword intent? Yet, having already stood there, he could not back down without a fight. With no other choice, Qing Wu drew his sword, unleashing all his aura as he charged at Mo Yi, only to be blocked effortlessly by a single sword. Zhao Wanqing, sitting behind Liao Si, recognized Mo Yi's name and face, instantly realizing that he was the elder brother of Mu Yue, the prince who had severed ties with the Xian Yu dynasty. She was astonished to learn that Mo Yi, despite lacking a spiritual Si, could still cultivate and had even comprehended sword intent. The eldest disciple of Wu Yuanzong, Quan Si, fixed his gaze tightly on Imoe below. He had already felt uncomfortable with Su Chun and Do Yun surpassing him due to their comprehension of sword intent. Now, with both Mu Yunxue and this Imoe, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage, having grasped sword intent, he felt even more unsettled. As a 9th-level foundation establishment disciple, you are indeed strong, but daring to cause trouble in my Lingxiao sect. I shall not hold back. After whispering something only Qing Wu could hear, Imoe unleashed an intense chill from the Qing Shuang sword, significantly slowing Qing Wu's movements. Soon, under Imoe's relentless assault, Qing Wu found himself half-kneeling on the ground, conceding defeat. Observing this, Imoe returned 3 swords to the sword box, solidifying his own sword intent through the battle with Qing Wu. After engaging in several more matches, it was finally time for the wedding banquet to commence. By the end of the day, Wu Yuanzong dared not seek further trouble, as Dongfang and Baiming Xikong directly joined them for drinks. Qili could only offer a hollow laugh as he clinked glasses with the two. As evening approached, all guests, save for Liao Si and his companions, were sent away by Lin Yuan and the others. However, after Wu Yuanzong departed, Dongfang vanished within the sect, donning a night cloak to conceal his face before swiftly heading towards Wu Yuanzong's direction. Upon returning, Dongfang possessed an ancient-looking storage ring, having changed back into modern attire and hairstyle. Yet, upon seeing Gu Chun still being forced to drink by several senior brothers, Dongfang felt a sense of helplessness. With the guests gone, only they remained, and Su Liyue had already retreated to the bridal chamber. Jiu Chun, let me tell you, the 6th sister and Xiao Qi are cherished by our brotherhood since childhood. If she suffers any grievances because of you, it will not end well for you. Indeed, we see you as an honest lad, and it is for our sister's development that we consented to her marrying you. Do not betray our trust. Observing the already inebriated Baiming Xikong and Li Daoyin, Dongfang, upon Lin Yuan's signal, sent a message to summon the 2 sisters to take the men away. They were to consummate their marriage tonight. Yet they were still drinking here. After the 2 sisters tugged at the ears of the 2 men and led them away, Dongfang exhaled, gazing towards the direction Gu Chun had departed, the Huanyun Peak. Now that his supposed elder sister was married, he no longer had to worry about Su Liyue suffering endlessly without resolution. Upon returning to Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang found Imoe feeding grass to the green ox. Master, how does it feel to comprehend the sword intent? Well, I cannot articulate it precisely, but I can distinctly feel that all the swords within the 7-star sword box resonate with my sword intent. Is that so? Not bad. Let me test your sword intent. Huh? Are you suggesting we spar? Indeed, come forth. As Dongfang spoke, he moved to an open area. Imoe collected his thoughts, donned his sword box, and stepped to face Dongfang. Summoning Qing Shuang, Tingyu, and Red Thunder. In Dongfang's hands appeared a bamboo staff, matching the length of a sword. Come at me with all your might. Master, I apologize. With that, the 3 swords surged towards Dongfang. In response to the various assaults of the swords, Dongfang merely waved the bamboo staff, dispersing all their attacks without retaliating. However, Imoe's onslaught was not over. Suddenly, the 3 swords rocketed into the sky. Imoe executed the same technique Dongfang had used in the secret realm. A dragon of water, exuding coldness and enveloped in purple lightning, manifested above Dongfang's head. Seeing this technique materialize, Dongfang gazed at Imoe in disbelief. He had only used it once, and this lad had already learned it. Truly deserving of being called the pure Yang sword body, possessing a unique comprehension of sword techniques. Master, be careful. As the colossal dragon charged down upon him, Dongfang simply waved his hand holding the bamboo staff. Chains of sword energy formed from all directions, instantly binding the dragon in the air, rendering it unable to struggle. Dongfang then teleported above the dragon's head, lightly tapping the top of its head, causing it to crash down and dissipate. Imoe was sent flying, colliding with an ancient tree, and the 3 swords lodged beside him. Well done. With your current strength, you could contend even with those at the 1st or 2nd levels of the Golden Core stage. However, now that you are at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, your cultivation will certainly slow once you advance to the Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, you should have no issues with the agreement set for 2 years from now. Continue to cultivate diligently. Saying this, Dongfang tossed a storage ring to Imoe. This is a reward for your comprehension of sword intent. But it would be best if you stored the contents in your own storage ring. As for this storage ring, you may discard it or keep it as you wish. After inspecting the storage ring, Mo Yi's mouth twitched. The contents were far too abundant. Connecting this with his master's brief disappearance after sending off Wu Yuanzong, Mo Yi had already deduced where it came from. Chapter 34. Out for training the day after Su Liue's wedding. The sect returned to tranquility. However, Huanyan Peak now had an additional male presence. Yet, Gu Chun remained quite reserved, avoiding aimless wandering around Huanyan Peak, instead heading to Xiaoyao Peak to enjoy tea with Dongfang. You just married my senior sister yesterday, and today you come here for tea? What a commotion. I have no choice. Aside from the old man cooking in the dining hall, even the errand workers are female disciples at Huanyan Peak. Your senior sister mentioned that only your Xiaoyao Peak has no disciples, making it peaceful. By the way, your senior sister said she wants to send Yunxue out for training and asked if you would let this child Mo Yi accompany her. Is it just Yunxue and Mo Yi? Dongfang was not concerned about the two young ones developing feelings for each other. It was natural for young people to grow closer. Besides, one was his disciple, and the other was his senior sister's disciple, so he would not oppose it. Yet, Mu Yunxue had already reached the 9th level of Golden Cord. Shouldn't they wait until she breaks through to the nascent soul stage? Perhaps. Liyue mentioned that Yunxue hasn't gone out much and should experience the world to cultivate her heart. Remaining confined to the sect makes it difficult for significant advancement. But isn't Yunxue already at the 9th level of Golden Core? That's precisely it. It seems she has encountered some bottleneck and has been unable to prepare for the tribulation. Perhaps a change of scenery will provide her with the breakthrough opportunity she needs to cross it. That makes sense. When do they depart? In a few days. Do you agree? It is indeed time to let Mo Yi take a stroll. One cannot truly confine him here for 2 years without venturing out. It is far better for him to experience the world. At noon, after bidding farewell to Liao Si, Qianwan, and Zhao Wanqing alongside Lin Yuan, Dongfang returned to Huanyu Peak with Gu Chun, while Mu Yunxue obediently stood by, pouring tea for the trio. So, you have agreed to allow Mo Yi to go out for some training? Yes, but having just the two of them seems insufficient. Let Do Yun accompany them as well. He spends all day at the sect, neglecting his responsibilities, while Su Chun at least helps manage affairs. As for him, it would be better for him to go out. Otherwise, I might feel compelled to give him a good smack. Since you have agreed, let them prepare. Dongfang nodded and lingered for a while before returning to Xiaoyao Peak. A few days later, atop Xiaoyao Peak, Su Liyue, Dongfang, and Baiming Sikong offered their well wishes to the three who were preparing to depart. Little uncle, master, why must I accompany you as well? Is it not enough for you to remain within the sect? Well, I often find you rather bothersome too, Baiming Sikong chimed in, nodding in agreement as he glanced at his cherished disciple. Do not pay heed to your little uncle and master's frivolous remarks. You have never ventured out before. This time, you shall accompany Yunxue and Mo Yi, and you can protect them along the way. Be obedient. Su Liyue shot a glare at Dongfang and Baiming Sikong, feeling discontent that no kind words were spoken as she was about to leave. Nearby, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle quietly, realizing that it was not just Dongfang who was peculiar. The dynamic among their 7 siblings and their own disciples was quite fascinating. Subsequently, Dongfang bestowed upon the three his spirit jade pendant and life-saving talismans before they departed from Lingxiao sect. However, as soon as they left, the three found themselves somewhat perplexed. So, where should we head now? You are the senior brother. You should be asking us, Mu Yunxue replied, her expression unchanging as she looked at Do Yun. I have no idea. With the protective measures given by little uncle, we can likely roam freely. After all, little uncle dared to confront the Xianyu dynasty and bring back little junior brother. Shall we head west? But the west is where the Qiang dynasty is. Haven't you forgotten that little junior brother has been there? Upon hearing Mu Yunshue's reminder, Do Yun finally realized that he had inadvertently touched on a painful subject for little junior brother, who had previously served as a hostage in the Qiang dynasty. It's fine, senior brother. I am all right. If we are heading to the west, that works too. Besides, I have a friend in the capital of Qiang, and I can check on him as well. In that case, let us proceed westward. However, the Qiang dynasty should not be related to our sect's Qiang Peak, right? It should merely be a coincidence. When I returned to the sect with Master and learned about Qiang Peak, I thought the same, but it is likely just a coincidence. The three reached a consensus and set off in the direction of the west continent. 30 days later, within the Qiang dynasty, in a room of a courtyard, a young man sitting in meditation gradually opened his eyes, having elevated his strength to the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage. Phew, I have finally advanced another small realm. I wonder how Amoe is faring. Lu Ran exhaled slowly, his gaze filled with concern as he spoke to himself. He was the friend Amoe had mentioned, the only person with whom Amoe had formed a close bond in this place. Lu Ran, the grandson of the Duke of the Lu Kingdom in the Qiyang dynasty. Young master, the Duke requests your presence. Coming. Upon hearing the maid's voice from outside, Lu Ran hurriedly rose from his bed and opened the door to leave the courtyard. However, upon reaching the hall, he halted in his tracks upon seeing his fiancée Long Qingyu. Upon seeing her, he immediately understood the purpose of her visit, especially since her beloved, the son of the national general, Yi Sun, had recently returned and joined the Tianyuan sect as a personal disciple. Grandfather Ranner, Long Girl says she is here to see you. You may speak with her, I understand. Lu Ran nodded, then turned to Long Qingyu. In that case, I shall speak plainly. I am here to annul our engagement, I understand. I agree, Hearing Lu Ran's swift acquiescence took Long Qingyu by surprise. After all, it was well known that Lu Ran had feelings for her. Yet here she was, asking for a divorce, and he had agreed without anger or attempts to retain her. Moreover, Lu Ran's expression seemed to suggest he was eager for the annulment. Did you not hear me say I agree? Go seek your exun, Lu Ran. I know you are hurting inside. I can offer you compensation for breaking the engagement. There is no need for you to feign indifference to draw my attention. Lu Ran shot a bemused glance at Long Qingyu. How could one be so self-absorbed? After hearing about the events that transpired when Amoe returned, he had come to terms with things. Compared to Amoe, who had severed ties with his family, relinquished his royal status, and been rendered a cripple, his own troubles were trivial. Chapter 35. An unexpected encounter in Huayang Town. Long Qingyu left in a huff. Her anger palpable due to Lu Ran's demeanor, yet Lu Ran cared not for her feelings. His focus was solely on becoming stronger. To Ranner, grandfather, I am fine, and I have no feelings for her anymore. I wish to ask you for something. Speak, and I shall grant it. I wish to venture out for training. Remaining sheltered under your protection will not allow me to grow. Observing his grandson's resolute expression, Lu Ran hesitated. Having lost both his son and daughter-in-law, he was left with only this grandson. What if something were to happen to him? But your strength is only at the foundation establishment stage. I worried I will not come to harm, and without facing trials, how can I enhance my abilities? When I return, I shall uncover the truth behind my parents' demise. I implore you, grandfather, to grant me this. With that, Lu Ran knelt before him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ran sighed in resignation and acquiesced to Lu Ran's request. He promptly arranged for supplies for Lu Ran's journey, and the next day, after bidding farewell to his grandfather, Lu Ran left the capital of Qiyang with naught but a sword. Meanwhile, within the Yi residence, Yi Sun had a cloaked guard kneeling before him. Did you witness Lu Ran depart from the capital with your own eyes? I did, my lord. Is that so? Without his grandfather's protection, I wonder how he shall ensure his safety. Arrange for someone to kill him. The guard nodded and swiftly exited Yi Sun's quarters. As he watched the guard leave, Yi Sun's gaze turned icy. While I am away, you dare to covet my woman through our engagement. You shall not be spared. Outside the capital of Qiyang, Lu Ran had traveled far after a day's journey. He arrived at a place called Huayang Town. As he entered an inn, his eyes immediately fell upon a table of patrons, none other than Moe and his companions, who had journeyed from the South Continent. They had dismantled a bandit stronghold and dealt with some evil cultivators along the way, and now they had settled here to rest. Lu Ran, Moe exclaimed, rising in surprise upon spotting Lu Ran at the entrance. Moe, it has been a while. I never expected to encounter you here, nor did I. I had intended to visit you in the capital. By the way, these are my senior brother and sister, Do Yun and Mu Yunxue. Pleasure to meet you both. No need for formality. Since you are a friend of our little junior brother, please join us. Lu Ran felt no need for excessive courtesy, for he and Moe shared a bond akin to that of brothers. The two then recounted their respective journeys, with Moe learning the reason behind Lu Ran's presence here. Indeed, we are truly kindred spirits in distress. However, you mentioned that Yi Sun joined the Tianyuan sect. That is astonishing. Mo Chi has also joined the Tianyuan sect. Is that so? Given your recent experiences, it seems Mo Chi will not be able to defeat you 2 years hence. Observing the two conversing, Do Yun became contemplative and slowly turned to Lu Ran. Lu brother, would you consider joining our Lingxiao sect? I believe little uncle would be quite interested in you, little uncle. Is that what you call my master? Indeed, that is what I mean by my master. I appreciate your kindness, Do Yun, but my aptitude is rather mediocre. I fear I may not catch the eye of that esteemed elder. Little uncle never judges by talent, and joining the foremost sect does not preclude you from surpassing others. Do Yun remarked, toying with the teacup in his hand. He was among the personal disciples who, although not familiar with Dongfang's strength, understood his character quite well. Influenced by Dongfang, he had developed a fondness for amusement, and Baiming Xikong often remarked that he was becoming more like Dongfang in both temperament and personality. If Dongfang were to learn of Lu Ran's experiences, he would undoubtedly find them intriguing. Indeed, Lu Ran, join me. Under Master S guidance, you shall surely undergo a remarkable transformation. Does that esteemed elder truly find me worthy? Little uncle is very kind. There is no need for you to feel so inferior, Yu Yunxue spoke calmly from the side. After some contemplation, Lu Ran ultimately decided to accompany the three back to Lingxiao sect. Having a sect to bolster his strength seemed advantageous. Moreover, he had heard of the Lingxiao sect's defense against the demonic tribes, which surely could not be lacking at this moment on Xiaoyao Peak. As Dongfang sipped tea with Gu Qian and Su Luiyue, he suddenly sneezed several times. Achoo, greetings. What troubles you, my junior disciple? Have you caught a chill? Sister, as cultivators, do you truly believe that an ordinary person's cold could affect me? It must be that rascal Do Yun speaking ill of me. That child holds you in high regard, does he not? Dongfang remained silent, continuing to sip his tea meanwhile, since Mo Yi and the others had encountered Lu Ran. There was no need to proceed to the imperial capital. Instead, they decided to leave the town with Lu Ran. However, halfway through their departure, Do Yun instructed them to halt. What is it, senior brother? Someone is following us, 7 of them. All at the Golden Core stage, the most powerful among them at the 8th layer of Golden Core. Before Do Yun could speak, Mu Yunxue interjected, having noticed the pursuers when they exited the town. You right, junior sister, but they likely do not mean us harmed. As Do Yun spoke, he turned his gaze toward Lu Ran. Are they after me? I've never offended anyone in the imperial capital. Let us capture these followers and inquire about their intentions. We shall proceed without alerting them. I will handle the situation. The 3 nodded in agreement and continued walking nonchalantly alongside Do Yun. The 7 masked figures trailing them closely followed, but in the blink of an eye, Mo Yi and the others vanished from sight. Where did they go? I don't know. They disappeared in an instant. Let us split up and search. Just as the 7 were about to separate, a mocking voice echoed from above. No need to search. We are right here. As soon as the words fell, several sword energies descended upon the 7. Do Yun's Yuaning attack, imbued with sword intent, caught the 7 Golden Core cultivators completely off guard. Cough, cough. This pressure. Yuan Ying, and their sword intent? Correct. You are quite bold to follow us without gauging my strength. Now, tell me, who sent you? Do Yun and the others leaped down from the trees, surrounding the fallen 7 from all angles. Upon seeing the masks they wore, Lu Ran immediately recognized their affiliation. You are members of the Qian Sha Pavilion. Who hired you to kill me? Chapter 36. Mu Yunxue's tribulation upon hearing Lu Ran unveil the identities of the 7. The 3 were left puzzled. Qian Sha Pavilion? What sect is that? They are an assassination organization from the Western continent. For the right price, they would dare to take out the emperor, madmen with no regard for their lives. So, someone indeed hired them to kill you. That simplifies matters, Do Yun declared as he swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that swiftly decapitated 6 of the 7. This technique was taught to him by Dongfang. When dealing with such individuals, it sufficed to leave one alive for questioning. Hence, Do Yun spared the strongest among them. Now, speak. Who employed you? Cough. The Qian Sha Pavilion never reveals the identity of its clients. Abandon that thought. Why be so stubborn? If you tell us, we will let you go, and you may yet live. Ha. Revealing the client's identity would violate the Qian Sha Pavilion's rules, and I would be marked for assassination. What good would your mercy do? Seeing the man's obstinacy, Do Yun frowned, feeling somewhat troubled. At that moment, Lu Ran pondered, as if he had deduced the identity of the one who hired them. He remembered Yi Sun's recent visit and recalled the warning to be cautious. Forget it, brother Do Yun. I think I know who it is. Is that so? Then there's no need to inquire further. Do Yun said, and with a swift motion of his sword, he beheaded the remaining man. Who would wish to assassinate you? It must be that fellow Yi Sun. Otherwise, there would be no one else. The Duke's residence has always been at odds with the Yi family, and now Yi Sun knows of my engagement to Long Qingyu. You two truly are brothers in arms, even sharing common enemies within the same sect. Brother Do Yun, please refrain from jesting. We should leave quickly. Although we possess a trump card from our master, he did advise us to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Very well, let us proceed. After tidying up, the four resumed their journey. Days later, they rested by a tranquil lake. Do Yun and the others were grilling fish when suddenly, the clear sky darkened with clouds. The seated Mu Yunshue's aura began to rise steadily. It seems Sister Yunshue is about to undergo her tribulation. We should keep our distance. Otherwise, if we remain within her tribulation zone, the heavenly tribulation may mistakenly judge us as participants, amplifying its power. Upon hearing this, Mo Yi and Lu Ran quickly distanced themselves from Mu Yunshue. The sky erupted with thunderous roars as Mu Yunshue slowly opened her eyes to the rumbling clouds above, drawing forth her sword. After days spent refining her heart amidst the mundane world, coupled with the ice lotus she had refined, she was finally ready to welcome the tribulation. The lightning began to manifest within the dark clouds. Mu Yunshue soared into the air to confront the heavenly tribulation. Sister, this Yuaning tribulation looks terrifying. Your sister is a prodigy with the sword. This tribulation appears even more formidable than mine from years past. I wonder if she can withstand it. As they watched Mu Yunshue being struck repeatedly by the lightning, Do Yun swallowed hard. After an extended trial of the heavenly tribulation, Mu Yunshue bore numerous wounds. Despite the pain coursing through her, she gritted her teeth and persevered. After half a stick of incense had passed, the tribulation began to weaken, and within Mu Yunshue, a small figure began to take the place of her golden core. When the final bolt of tribulation lightning descended, and Mu Yunshue withstood it, the dark clouds dissipated, returning the sky to its sunny disposition. Upon stepping into the first layer of Yuaning, the injuries inflicted by the tribulation began to heal, and her spiritual energy restored to its peak. Congratulations, junior sister, on becoming the third direct disciple of our sect to reach Yuaning. Congratulations, sister. So this is the sensation of being in Yuaning. Mu Yunshue reflected on her newfound realm before turning to Do Yun. Seeing the look in her eyes, Do Yun understood her unspoken message. Junior sister, since you have just broken through to Yuaning, perhaps it would be wise to consolidate your realm first. There will always be time for a contest, right? Mu Yunshue remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Do Yun. Realizing he could not evade her determination, Do Yun knew he must confront the two he least wished to face in the sect. Su Qian and Mu Yunshue. One was his superior, and the other was far too tenacious. Winning would only lead to further challenges, which was why she had refrained from confronting him previously after he broke through to Yuaning. Very well, consider it a special benefit for my junior disciple. Junior disciple, be sure to watch closely during the duel between me and your sister. It will benefit you as well. Upon Do Yun's acquiescence, Mu Yunshue unsheathed her sword and ascended slowly into the air. Gazing down at Do Yun gestured for the others to stand back, drew his sword, and flew to face Mu Yunshue. Come. In an instant, two streams of sword intent and light intertwined in a fierce clash, creating a perfect balance. Moe and Lu Ran watched in awe, especially Lu Ran, who realized their talents might surpass even those of the direct disciples from Tianyuan sect. Ling Xiao's sect appears to be more formidable than I had imagined. At least Mu Yunshue and Do Yun are undoubtedly among the top youths in the entire Tianyun continent. The intensity of their sword intent was palpable even to someone like me, who practices swordplay. Suddenly, both felt a chilling aura as Mu Yunshue's icy sword intent intensified. Heavenly cold break. You're going all out, are you, girl? Seeing the ice spikes formed from her sword energy hurtling towards him, Do Yun quickly maneuvered to evade. Yet the sword energy emanating from his sword only grew stronger. Then I shall not hold back either. Let me show you this technique my master taught me recently. Do Yun dispersed the remaining ice spikes with a single strike, then raised his sword high above his head, his sword intent surging. From behind Do Yun, a colossal shadow resembling him emerged, wielding a massive sword. Qian Gang, sword fall. The shadow lunged forward, brandishing the giant sword with tremendous force towards Mu Yunshue. Unfazed, Mu Yunshue summoned the technique she had displayed during the competition, conjuring an ice phoenix behind her. Both displayed a tacit understanding as they refrained from utilizing the sword techniques taught by Dongfang, instead opting for their respective masters' teachings to give the contest true significance. Cold Phoenix's song. As the Ice Phoenix screeched, it collided with the descending giant sword, creating a storm of sword energy that forced Mo and Lu Ran to retreat further. The trees in the forest below were decimated by the overwhelming force of their clash. Chapter 37. The Little White Fox. As the storm subsided, Do Yun and Mu Yunchue ceased their contest. However, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Mu Yunchue's mouth, while Do Yun, though slightly winded, fared much better. I must ask, why exert such force for merely a spar? Mu Yunchue wiped away the blood without responding, and Mo and Lu Ran rejoined them. Once Mu Yunchue regained her composure, the four resumed their journey, having heard rumors of a hidden paradise, and they planned to venture forth in hopes of fortune. On the other side, by the river closest to Lingxiao sect, Dongfang sat quietly fishing. Yet his efforts yielded no catch. Once again, he found himself empty-handed. Sigh. It seems that every world treats fishermen this way. Well, time to head back. After retracting his fishing rod, Dongfang patted the grazing green ox beside him. Understanding Dongfang's intent, the green ox slowly bent down, allowing Dongfang to mount, and then ambled back toward the Lingxiao sect. However, just halfway, an injured little white fox suddenly leaped in front of Dongfang and the green ox. What's this? Do you animals enjoy playing tricks as well? The green ox rolled its eyes, disinterested in Dongfang's musings. Observing the injured white fox, Dongfang jumped down from the green ox's back and approached to examine it. A small white fox at the chi refining stage, and injured at that. How did it manage to slip through the border barrier? Or could it be a fox that has cultivated into a spirit in the southern continent? Never mind, you look pitiful. Fortunate for you that you crossed paths with me. Cradling the little white fox in his arms, Dongfang set off with the green ox back to Xiaoyao Peak. Meanwhile, the six-tailed fox demon, Meishin, was watching the water mirror and the person across from her, both wearing solemn expressions. Are you saying the clan leader's youngest daughter has escaped and entered the southern continent? Precisely, which means you now have an additional task. Find the 5th Mississippi. After shutting the water mirror, Meishin sat on the bed, somewhat headache-stricken. She hadn't anticipated this situation. Yet, she found herself exasperated with the foxes within the clan. With so many formidable beings, they couldn't even keep an eye on a chi-refining little fox. What a bunch of useless creatures. Still, she wondered how a chi-refining little fox managed to make its way into the southern continent. Back on Xiaoyao Peak, after tending to the little fox, Dongfang returned to his recliner to rest. The next day, when the little white fox awoke in the unfamiliar surroundings, it instinctively became alert, especially upon seeing Dongfang enter through the door, baring its teeth. Oh, little one, it seems you've recovered quite well, Dongfang remarked with a smile, pouring some milk he had procured from the system into a bowl and placing it before the little white fox. Seeing Dongfang offer it something to drink, the little white fox, in a haughty manner, turned its head away. However, driven by its long absence of food, it tentatively licked a sip. The moment it tasted the milk, its eyes sparkled, and it began to gulp it down voraciously, nearly burying its entire head into the bowl. I thought foxes didn't enjoy milk. If you like it, feel free to drink slowly. Yet, as soon as Dongfang finished speaking, the bowl was emptied. The white fox lifted its little head to gaze at Dongfang, pawing at the bowl to indicate it wanted more. Dongfang obliged, pouring another bowl for the little white fox. However, after finishing, the little fox leaped out of the window, seemingly ready to leave. Yet, upon seeing the ancient tree outside the courtyard, it halted. The tree radiated a rich spiritual energy, compelling the little fox to stay, and it promptly jumped up to build its nest among the branches. What abundant spiritual energy! It seems that peculiar person is not simple. Hiding here allows me to cultivate without being found by my father and sisters. Oh, so you can speak human language? Weren't you just planning to leave? Humph. Noticing Dongfang's amused expression, the white fox arrogantly raised its head, choosing to ignore him as it continued constructing its nest. Dongfang had no intention of driving the fox away. If it wished to stay, so be it. This little fox appeared to possess considerable cultivation talent. Nurturing it might prove beneficial in the future. Fine, you may reside here, but don't disturb my vegetable garden. Having said that, Dongfang reclined back in his chair, drifting into a midday slumber. Meanwhile, Moe and his companions were nearing their destination. The fabled cave paradise, yet Lu Ran unexpectedly encountered individuals he wished to avoid. Long Qingyu and Yi Sun. He hadn't anticipated that these two would also come to investigate the entrance to this cave paradise. Long Qingyu? Is that Yi Sun beside her? Moe recognized Long Qingyu, having met numerous peers from the Qiang dynasty through Lu Ran during his time as a hostage. I never expected they would come here alongside the third princess and the second prince. After all, it was a cave paradise. Many disciples from various sects in the western continent were present, not to mention the Qiang dynasty. Shouldn't you conceal your identity a bit? While none here can match Dou Yun Shixiang and Yun Shueshiji in combat, it's best to avoid unnecessary trouble. In that case, you might also need to disguise yourself. During your previous visit, the third princess and second prince often bullied you. What did you say? They bullied my little junior brother? It's fine, Shixiang. After all, I was a hostage. How good could my treatment have been? Dou Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Sun and the others. Although Dongfang enjoyed sparring with him, it was for his own cultivation benefit, not genuine hostility. Moreover, within the sect, Dongfang treated every disciple well. Now, learning that one was at the 6th layer of Golden Core and the other at the 8th layer was bullying his little Shiji, this was intolerable. Furthermore, upon returning with Lu Ran, there was a chance that Dongfang would take him as a disciple. A senior brother must support his junior brother. No need for disguises. I'm curious to see what they plan to do. On the side, Mu Yunxue also fixed a cold gaze on the third princess and second prince of the Qiang dynasty. Perhaps sensing Dou Yun's thoughts, she subtly suppressed her own cultivation to the 7th layer of Golden Core. If a scuffle broke out, they needn't worry about the other party's few transformation stage attendants. They also had the jade pendants given by their little Shixiang. Who would really come out on top remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Yi Sun and his companions had also spotted Moe and Lu Ran. I can't believe Lu Ran is with him. Could the rumors about the Xinyu dynasty from some time ago be true? Long Qingyu looked at Moe and Lu Ran in astonishment. Upon hearing her words, third princess Qian Xianxian and second prince Chen Wu turned their gazes toward them, equally surprised to confirm it was indeed Moe. Only Yi Sun's eyes bore a fierce intensity as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ran, realizing that the assassins he had hired had failed to eliminate him. Isn't this the crown prince of the Xinyu dynasty? Moe, what brings you here? Have you truly severed ties with the Xinyu dynasty? Such a pity. After serving as a hostage for so many years for your dynasty, they cast you aside without a second thought. Or do you plan to return as a hostage once more? Chen Wu jeered loudly at Moe, drawing the attention of those from other sections. News of the Xinyu dynasty had spread far and wide across the southeast, southwest, and central plains, but due to the concealment techniques taught by Dongfang, many thought Moe was still a mere invalid. Chapter 38. You are not qualified. Seeing Chen Wu speak to his little Shiji in such a manner, Dou Yun immediately stepped in front of Moe, glaring at Chen Wu. Meanwhile, Mu Yunxue was already preparing to draw her sword. May I ask, who are you? 7th layer of Golden Core? You can't be the senior brother of Moe's sect. Questioning my identity? Do you even qualify? The onlookers kept their distance, wary of the confrontation. After all, Chen Wu and Qian Xianxian were the prince and princess of the Qiang dynasty, flanked by several transformation stage attendants, individuals they couldn't afford to offend. Shixiang, let me handle this. Are you sure? Yes. All right, since you wish to speak for yourself, I have no objections. Leave the fighting to me. Moe nodded with a smile and stepped forward to face Chen Wu. I am not a prince of the Xinyu dynasty. I am the eldest disciple of Lingxiao sect's Xiaoyao Peak, Moe. The Xinyu dynasty you speak of has no relation to me any longer. Lingxiao sect, the sect guarding the borders against the demon tribes? You're fortunate. Despite being crippled, such a sect still has use for you. Your master who set a 2-year agreement for you seems to be quite senile. No sooner had Chen Wu spoken than a sharp sword energy surged toward him. Luckily, the transformation stage attendant behind him reacted swiftly, blocking the attack. Chen Wu, still reeling from the shock, glared at Mu Yunxue, bewildered that someone would dare strike at him without knowing his status. Did she not realize which force held the most power in the western continent? Yet, upon seeing Mu Yunxue's beauty, a wicked thought crossed Chen Wu's mind. Dio, you know who I am. How dare you attack me? Zhou, eliminate her. Just leave her a breath of life. Understood, Your Highness. Daring to insult my little Shixiao? You seek death. Mu Yunxue showed no fear of Zhou, the transformation stage guard, charging forward with her sword drawn. Do Yun, not wishing to hide his cultivation any longer, summoned his sword and quickly followed suit. One at the first layer of nascent soul, the other at the second layer, and both wielding sword intent. I wouldn't have expected such talented disciples from Lingxiao sect, but possessing sword intent does not compensate for the gap between nascent soul and transformation stage. Zhou laughed coldly, striking out with a palm that instantly pushed Do Yun and Mu Yunxue back. Do Yun shook his slightly numb hand. Truly, a transformation stage cultivator could easily neutralize their sword intent. They were outmatched, however. Don't think that only you have strong practitioners, as Do Yun spoke. He produced the jade pendant given to him by Dongfang. He began to infuse it with spiritual energy. And as the pendant began to glow, Zhou sensed an ominous feeling and rushed forward to interrupt Do Yun. But just as he approached, a delicate hand emerged from the glowing barrier, repelling him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. A strangely dressed young man appeared before everyone, immediately delivering a resounding slap atop Do Yun's head. Ouch, little Shi Xiang, that hurts. I admonished you regarding the jade pendant, instructing you not to use it carelessly. And yet, this mere trifling being of the third tier of transformation dares to summon me forth, whilst you pay no heed to the jade pendant that possesses the power of a full-force strike from the ninth tier of transformation. After speaking, Dongfang cast a glance at Mu Yunxue, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, you have successfully ascended to the nascent soul stage. Since we are here, allow me to resolve this matter for you. As Dongfang spoke, he began to stride towards Zhou Huwei. Meanwhile, several other transformation cultivators standing behind Shan Wu immediately charged towards Dongfang. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Dongfang effortlessly sent them and Zhou Huwei sprawling to the ground. Unconscious, he then turned his gaze towards the visibly anxious Chen Wu. Young man, are you their leader? Master, they are the prince and princess of the Qiang dynasty. My junior brother was often bullied by them during his time in the Qiang dynasty. And they have just insulted our sect and you. The prince and princess indeed hold some stature. As Dongfang approached with deliberate steps, Chen Wu produced a jade pendant. Do not be arrogant. My father is a formidable being of the seventh tier of integration. You are but a fragment of divine consciousness. No matter how powerful, you cannot surpass my father's awareness. Is that so? Then why not release him? Dongfang replied nonchalantly. This incarnation of Dongfang was not merely a fragment of divine consciousness. It was an external manifestation possessing equal power to himself. In other words, this avatar was also at the level of a golden immortal. Not only could it contend with those of the integration stage, but even those undergoing tribulation would find themselves easily subdued. Observing Dongfang's indifference, Chen Wu gritted his teeth and shattered the jade pendant, unleashing the might of the refinement stage. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe appeared in the air. Gazing down at the assembled crowd, Wei Sun pays his respects to the emperor. Upon the appearance of the Qiang emperor, Chen Wu, Chen Xianxian, Yi Sun, and others knelt in homage. Even those from other sects in the western continent showed their respect towards the middle-aged man. Yet Dongfang and Mo remained standing, unmoved. What is the purpose of summoning my avatar? Father, this man is from the Lingxiao sect. He has disdained the dignity of our Qiang dynasty, wantonly injuring my guards and even attempting to attack me and my younger sister. He must not be spared. Lingxiao sect, state your name. Lingxiao sect, peak master of the Xiaoyao peak, Dongfang. Dongfang, a mere individual from a fallen sect dares to act against those of my dynasty? If Lingji Daoist were present, I might still show some deference, but today, I shall eradicate this fragment of consciousness as a warning. With that, the Qiang emperor slowly extended his hand and clenched it fiercely. A golden nine-dragon jade seal manifested above Dongfang's head. Descending with overwhelming power, Liu Ran watched this scene with trepidation as he stood directly behind Dongfang, unable to escape. Brother Do Yun, should we not leave first? What is there to fear? Do you see my master uncle in a state of panic? Do Yun, noticing Dongfang's calm demeanor, felt emboldened. If his master uncle remained unperturbed, then surely everything was fine. The might is indeed impressive, yet it appears I have been underestimated. After speaking, Dongfang merely waved his hand, unleashing a stream of spiritual energy that shattered the jade seal above his head, sending it hurtling towards the Qiang emperor. Seeing this, the emperor immediately conjured a barrier to block the incoming attack, only for it to be instantly dismantled, leaving his fragment of consciousness severely injured as it plummeted. Chen Wu and the others were at a loss for words. Even a refinement stage consciousness could not withstand Dongfang's might. The Lingxiao sect had indeed produced a prodigy. You dare to strike at me? A mere fragment of consciousness is unworthy of such an endeavor. If you possess the courage, come to me in your true form. I shall await you at the Lingxiao sect. With that, Dongfang casually dispersed the Qiyang Emperor's consciousness, then glanced at Dou Yun and the others. Chapter 39. Taking disciples after surveying Dou Yun and the others. Dongfang clapped his hands, preparing to return to the jade pendant, only to be halted by Dou Yun's voice. Alas, Master Uncle, what is it now? I have found you a disciple. Do you wish to accept? With that, Dou Yun and Mo, he pushed the visibly anxious Lu Ran forward, recounting his tribulations to Dongfang, entirely disregarding Chen Wu and the others. Wei Sun, on the other hand, regarded Lu Ran with a sharp gaze. Should the other party truly become a disciple of this formidable individual, he would no longer be able to act against him, and that Mo seemed to be his new junior brother. The brother of Mo Qi, after hearing about Lu Ran's experiences, Dongfang regarded him with keen interest, causing Lu Ran to feel somewhat anxious under his scrutiny. He had not anticipated that Mo Yi's master would be so powerful, even surpassing the Qiyang Emperor. If he were indeed accepted as a disciple, he might have a promising future ahead. Are you a practitioner of the blade? In response to your esteemed senior, yes. Cast aside from a betrothal. Your parents murdered, quite intriguing. Are you certain you wish to become my disciple? If you do not mind, I would be honored to become your disciple. Very well, I accept you as my disciple. It just so happens that this young lad, Mo cannot manage all the tasks on Xiaoyao Peak alone. Having another person would be beneficial. Come here. Hearing Dongfang's words, Lu Ran was still enveloped in joy from being accepted as a disciple. Momentarily unable to react, it was only after Mo nudged him that he came to his senses and stepped forward. Dongfang placed his fingertip against Lu Ran's forehead. Since I have accepted you as a disciple, it is time to bestow upon you some parting gifts. Once you and Mo return, I shall present you with the formal initiation ceremony. As Dongfang's fingertip emitted a radiant glow, it infused into Lu Ran's mind. Lu Ran soon discovered two new additions to his consciousness, the reincarnation technique and the reincarnation 7 strikes. Very well, cultivate diligently, and you all, be sure to exercise caution during your external training. After imparting these instructions to the four, Dongfang transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the jade pendant held by Dou Yun. Meanwhile, Lung Qingyu watched in astonishment as Lu Ran was truly accepted as a disciple by such a powerful figure. Yet, at that moment, no one dared to underestimate them. Setting aside Dongfang's extraordinary prowess, even Dou Yun and Mu Yunxue, both of whom had attained the nascent soul stage and wielded sword intent, were not to be trifled with. Chen Wu felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunate was he that Dongfang had not pressed the matter further. However, after glancing at Lu Ran, a thought struck him. Is this not Brother Lu Ran? I heard you were out training recently. I did not expect you to have encountered the prodigy of the Lingxiao sect. I must apologize for my earlier rashness. I hope you and your companions will not hold it against me. Second Prince, it seems we are not well acquainted. Chen Wu, spare me your attempts at familiarity. If it were not for my master's intervention, would you still hold such a demeanor? Mo showed no deference to Chen Wu. After all, he had suffered at the hands of the latter during his time in the Qiyang dynasty. Observing Mo and Lu Ran's attitudes, Chen Wu dared not speak further, with several transformation stage guards incapacitated. Facing two nascent soul prodigies who had comprehended sword intent, even as a prince, he could not afford to act arrogantly. Chun Xianxian remained silent, yet the series of events had left her at a loss for words. Very well, the cave's paradise should soon be opening. Let us not dwell on past grievances. However, we can no longer refer to Mo as junior brother. It is now time to address Lu Ran as junior brother. Lu Ran pays his respects to senior brother, to Dou Yun, and to sister Yunxuel. Lu Ran quickly clasped his hands, as it was only fitting to address them appropriately now that he had acknowledged Dongfang as his master. Moreover, upon hearing Chen Wu speak ill of Mo, Dou Yun and Mu Yunxue had instinctively defended him, indicating that the Lingxiao sect was indeed a commendable and protective sect. There is no need for formalities. You may simply call Mo senior brother. Is the senior brother very strong? Very strong, Go put it plainly. He was once considered the most ordinary among us, yet through relentless practice with the sword, He transformed his originally mundane physique into the limitless sword body. Among the youth in the Tianyun continent, he is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional. Moreover, the senior brother is very kind, and all the disciples of the sect hold him in high regard. Imoi added, expressing that his experience in the Lingxiao sect felt more like being part of a family than merely belonging to a sect, where there was no infighting among disciples. And those of higher cultivation never looked down upon their less experienced peers. And what of the master? As for my master uncle, you've just witnessed. He is quite eccentric, possessing an indeterminate level of strength. Only known to be immensely powerful than my sister, the senior brother, and I have all received guidance from him, benefiting greatly. The sect holds him in high esteem, though he occasionally enjoys playing pranks on us disciples for amusement. To clarify, he only plays pranks on Do Yun, specifically Mu Yunxue interjected flatly, leaving Do Yun somewhat embarrassed. While the group conversed, an unusual commotion arose as a beam of light ascended from the distance. It seems the cave paradise is about to open. Let us hurry and see if we can find anything of value. Upon hearing Do Yun's words, the three nodded and quickly followed suit. The others, upon witnessing the emergence of the light beam, had already taken the lead, for they had originally come for this purpose and would not abandon it due to recent events, as long as they did not provoke Mo and the others. They should encounter no trouble. After entering the cave paradise, on Xiaoyao Peak, after feeding the Azure Bowl, Dongfang was summoned by Lin Yuan to Lingxiao Peak. Other peak masters, including Gu Qian and numerous elders, were present. The assembly was convened because Yin Yu had discovered increasingly frequent activities of the demon race at the border barrier, and reports of demonic creatures troubling nearby villages had also surfaced. Master Brother, please tell us how to arrange things. I am concerned about the possibility of a sudden attack similar to that which occurred 200 years ago. Therefore, I wish to discuss with everyone the need for each peak to contribute. Elders and direct disciples should lead the other disciples in patrolling the villages surrounding the border. Relying solely on the disciples of Qiyang Peak would be insufficient. I believe this plan is feasible. Should we call back Yunxue and the other two? Shi, Do Yun, and that child Imoi have yet to return from their training. Since they are traveling, it seems unnecessary to summon them back. We have other direct disciples available. As for the overall leader of this operation, I shall assign it to Dongfang, Xikong, and Gu Chun. The other peak masters can continue managing their respective matters. Regarding Lin Yuan's arrangements, there were no objections from the group. The next day, the sect gathered the majority of its disciples and, under the leadership of Dongfang, the three direct disciples, Su Qian, and the elders, they set off towards the various villages at the border. Chapter 40. War notice from the Qiang dynasty at a tea stall. Dongfang, Baiming Xikong, and Gu Chun were leisurely sipping cool tea. The other disciples had already dispersed, led by Su Qian to various locations. And since no formidable monsters had appeared, the three did not need to intervene. Thus, Dongfang generously provided the tea stall owner with enough silver and some spiritual stones to buy the stall. A strategic position should any emergencies arise, be why the way. Where are Yunxue and Do Yun now? In the West Continent, they recently had a confrontation with the prince of the Qiang dynasty, utilizing the jade pendant I provided. Was it Do Yun who caused the trouble? I didn't delve deeply into the matter, but it seems unlikely my disciple has some grievances with the Qiang dynasty. As you know, he was once a hostage there. It is likely they are looking for trouble with Mo, and Do Yun is merely defending him at that moment. Do Yun, who had entered the realm of the cave heaven, could not help but sneeze a few times. Shaking his head, he felt an inexplicable itch in his nose that was somewhat uncomfortable, yet the four of them had encountered no opportunities since entering. Could it be that we are fated to be here yet find nothing of value? It seems so. We are consistently one step behind those others, and each time they see us, they assume we intend to snatch their treasures and flee at great speed, Moe remarked, tossing stones into the lake. Lu Ran and Mu Yunxue were not particularly disheartened. After all, one had just broken through to the Yuaning stage, while the other was still reveling in the joy of having been accepted as Dongfang's disciple. They had just encountered Long Qingyu and Yi Sun, but Lu Ran barely glanced at them. Well, let's return to the sect after this outing. Training is truly uninteresting, far less comfortable than farming at Xiaoyao Peak. Imoi nodded in agreement, preferring to remain at Xiaoyao Peak for his cultivation. However, returning was not an option now, as the exit of this cave heaven had yet to open. Several days later, Lingxiao sect quelled the disturbances caused by the demon race in the border villages. Initially believed to be demons infiltrating through the barrier, It turned out to be a large rock that had attained sentience through its cultivation. Eventually, Baiming Sikong personally subdued it and imprisoned it in the underground quarters of the Divine Sword Peak, designated for containing demonic creatures. Dongfang and Gu Qian merely observed as spectators for the increasing activity of demons on the other side of the barrier. It appeared to be a group of fox demons lingering nearby, seemingly in search of something. Upon learning that a group of fox demons was searching for something, Dongfang, beneath an ancient tree, glanced at the white fox that was napping in its hollow. Could they be looking for this little creature? When did you acquire a fox? Dongfang was watching the white fox when Lin Yuan appeared at Xiaoyao Peak, also noticing the creature in the tree. I found it injured some time ago. After bringing it back, it insisted on staying on my tree. The abundant spiritual energy at Xiaoyao Peak must be due to this tree, as this little fox appears to be cultivating. Otherwise, why would it remain here? By the way, what brings you here? I received a notice. It comes from the Qiang dynasty in the West Continent. Upon hearing it was from the Qiang dynasty, Dongfang sat up from his reclining position. Taking the notice Lin Yuan offered him. After opening it and glancing over the content, he summarized it succinctly. The Emperor of Qiang intends to send someone to destroy our sect. However, Dongfang displayed no signs of panic. Quietly folding the notice away, rest assured, I will handle it when the time comes. I am not here to hold you accountable. Although the notice threatens to annihilate our sect, you ought to at least explain how you came to be at odds with the Qiang dynasty. Well, it involves the 3 children, Dou Yun, and the others. After taking a sip of wine, Dongfang recounted how he had dealt with the Emperor of Qiang's consciousness. He also mentioned that he had taken on another disciple. Hearing that Dongfang had accepted another disciple, Lin Yuan nodded appreciatively, acknowledging that he was finally showing some maturity. Very well, concerning the Qiang dynasty, I will refrain from asking further as long as you are confident. But are you not worried about your second disciple's family being targeted by the Emperor of Qiang? After all, their family is a noble one in the Qiang dynasty. If they were to find out he has become your student, what then for his family? If the Emperor of Qiang dares to do such a thing, I shall pay a visit to the Qiang dynasty myself. If he were to act excessively, with so many princes under the Emperor, he ought not to fear losing his throne. Furthermore, the balance of power among the dynasties is such that the loss or gain of a single force matters little. Seeing Dongfang speak so casually, Lin Yuan had no doubts. He genuinely believed in his little junior brother, for Dongfang had never spoken of anything he could not achieve. Moreover, Dongfang had returned with Moe from the hands of Zuan Yuwang, who was at the peak of the harmonization stage. There was no need to worry about his strength. It was time to show the other sects that Lingxiao sect had not weakened in the absence of their master, Lingji Daoist, a formidable being at the 9th level of harmonization, and that they were not to be underestimated. About 60 days later, Dou Yun and the others returned to Lingxiao sect. However, upon entering the sect's main gate, several whirlpools appeared in the sky, and imposing cloud ships descended above Lingxiao sect's entrance. What is this? This is a cloud ship from the Qiang dynasty, specifically for military use. Dou Yun was unfamiliar with it, but Lu Ran and Moe recognized it. Seeing the Qiang dynasty's cloud ship arrive, accompanied by many soldiers, the two understood that the Emperor of Qiang truly intended to trouble Dongfang. One could say he sought to cause trouble for the entire Lingxiao sect. Soon, the four saw Lin Yuan and a multitude of elders appearing in the air, but Dongfang was nowhere to be found. Lingxiao sect? I did not expect it to have fallen to such a state that the strongest among them is merely at the 8th level of void refinement. It is truly a pity. The middle-aged man at the forefront, at the 4th level of harmonization, looked at Lin Yuan with disappointment, shaking his head. He could not comprehend why such a grand display was necessary just to confront a fallen sect member. Su Liyue and the others were visibly worried. The leader's strength was unclear, but all those behind him were experts at the void refinement level. Where is Dongfang of Lingxiao sect? Master brother, does the little junior brother truly have a way to handle this? With such a display from the Qiang dynasty, it would not be impossible for them to annihilate our Lingxiao sect. Rest assured, the little junior brother assured us there would be no problem. We should trust him. When Lin Yuan and the others before him remained silent, Chen Han furrowed his brow. Where is Dongfang? If he does not appear soon, this prince will not hesitate to obliterate Lingxiao sect. Guarding against the demon race is not a task exclusive to you. Ha, lift your wise head. Just as Chen Han finished speaking, a languid voice drifted down from above. Looking up, they saw Dongfang reclining on the golden rod. his right hand cradling his head, and in his left hand, a wine jug, appearing as though he had just awoken from slumber. Chapter 41. Playing with Thunder? Upon Dongfang's appearance, Qian Hun snorted coldly, just a mere child. He could hardly believe that his elder brother, at the 7th level of harmonization, had his consciousness suppressed by such a young bo. Do you understand why I have come? Dongfang remained silent, slowly descending before Lin Yuan and the others, producing the notice and tossing it before Qian Hun. 4th level of harmonization. I said I would wait for him at Lingshao's sect, yet you were sent instead. Who are you to the Emperor of Qiyang? Impudent! How dare you speak to our lord in such a manner? Do you not realize that he is the brother of the current emperor, the second most powerful figure in the Qiyang dynasty? Lord Qian Hun? Oh, the brother of the emperor of Qiyang. Do you have other siblings as well? Dongfang asked Qian Hun. Since they were all here to annihilate our sect, he would not hold back. In the days since receiving the notice, he had pondered how the emperor of Qiyang had ascended to power. His consciousness could not even withstand a sword chi from Dongfang's avatar. It was absurd to think that he would dare to send someone to destroy a sect while being so weak himself. An unruly fool, I shall subdue you first and let the Lord decide your fate. The armored general beside Qian Hun drew his sword and charged at Dongfang without hesitation, fully unleashing his void refinement aura. However, Dongfang merely pinched the air with 2 fingers, rendering the general immobile. How is this possible? Alas, it seems the emperor of Qiyang truly is muddled. Even his subordinates are so foolish. With a gentle flick of his fingers, Dongfang shattered the general's sword, causing the man to die instantly from the shock. Seeing Dongfang effortlessly kill his void refinement level general with a mere flick, Qian Hun's expression shifted dramatically. Dongfang's strength was indeed formidable. It seems that my royal brother has summoned me for a reason. You possess considerable strength, and it appears that the Lingshao sect is not as desolate as I had presumed. Allow me to engage with you and resolve this matter. The Lingshao sect may no longer have any reason to exist. Qian Hun's entire being began to emanate with lightning, as the aura of his 4th level of integration swept across the arena. With a sudden tremor of his hand, Qian Hun launched himself into the air, aiming to seize the eastern figure. However, he grasped at nothing but air. In the blink of an eye, the eastern figure had ascended to the peak of the cloud ship, playfully wielding the golden cudgel. How could his speed be so astonishing? That cursed brat. Today, I shall show you the consequences of offending the Qiyang dynasty. Qian Hun pointed a finger skyward, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered ominously. Above the eastern figure, a whirlpool began to form within the clouds. With a resounding crack, a formidable bolt of lightning descended directly upon the eastern figure. Master, you two needn't be anxious. According to my junior uncle, attacks that appear ferocious but are shrouded in smoke are mere thunder without rain, causing no harm. Do Yuan reassured the duo, casting his gaze towards the massive plume of smoke that rose after the lightning struck Eastern. As the smoke dissipated, Eastern remained unscathed, merely emitting wisps of indistinct smoke from his body. Qian Hun was now agitated. This strike was one that even his elder brother would hesitate to endure. Yet the Eastern figure had taken it without a scratch. Moreover, given the youthfulness of his appearance, how could his strength reach such heights? Eastern stretched his neck, feeling no discomfort from the earlier strike. After all, he possessed the copper skin and iron bones of Sun Wukong. No punishment from the heavenly court could inflict even a scratch upon him. Tio Eastern, Qian Hun's lightning was akin to an electrical massage that even an ordinary person could withstand. Without further ado, Eastern decided to reciprocate the lightning game. He took a flask of wine, sprinkled a few drops upon his fingertips, and with a graceful flourish, summoned a bolt of azure divine lightning that struck directly upon Qian Hun's head, annihilating him and all others aboard the cloud ship. Eastern then turned his gaze westward, slowly extending his hand to grasp in the far west. The skies above the Qiyang dynasty darkened, and several azure divine lightning bolts struck the Qiyang imperial palace. The palace was instantly reduced to ruins, a devastating blow that left all present in shock, including the Qiyang emperor, who now lay injured and cloaked in darkness amidst the wreckage. He could never have anticipated such catastrophic damage upon discovering the shattering of his brother's life token. Having completed his actions, Eastern gradually withdrew his hand and returned to Lin Yuan and the others. Junior brother, could you enlighten us as to your cultivation level? How could a single bolt of lightning obliterate so many? Guess, Eastern replied, taking a sip of wine and raising an eyebrow at Bei Ming Sikong. You rascal! Eastern chose not to respond further and instead noticed Do Yun and the others at the sect's entrance. He slowly floated towards them, snapping his fingers to bring them back to their senses. Upon seeing Eastern before them, they quickly bowed in greeting, Junior Uncle Master. Well, now that you're back, let's not delay. You two will accompany me to the Carefree Peak. After the farce concluded, Lin Yuan and the others dispersed to attend to their own affairs. As for Eastern's strength, they did not pry too deeply. It sufficed to know that he was their junior brother and the master of the Carefree Peak of the Lingxiao sect. However, on Carefree Peak, Lu Ran observed Eastern with a tense expression, seemingly realizing that his master was even stronger than he had imagined. Master, he stammered, it seems you have indeed diligently cultivated the reincarnation technique and the 7 strikes of reincarnation. Your talent is commendable.io that to you, Master. Enough of such formality. Can you cultivate? Ah? I have never farmed. Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback by Eastern's inquiry. It turned out Do Yun's mention of farming at Carefree Peak was indeed true. He had assumed it to be a jest. It appears that this master, as Do Yun described, is not only peculiar in attire but also in demeanor. Yet he seems quite affable. I almost forgot. You are a young master, so it is understandable that you have never done such work. Let Moe teach you. Rest assured, Master. Well, get along well. Help Lu Ran acclimate to Carefree Peak, by the way. This? Eastern nodded and then retrieved a slender dagger adorned with black dragon patterns from his storage ring. This is the ceremonial blade left behind by the second master of Carefree Peak, comparable to the sword in Mo Yi's sword box. After its last owner passed, it was left here, as none of the subsequent masters wielded a blade. Chapter 42. Sword Dan with Mo Yi's assistance. Lu Ran began to acclimate to the tasks at Carefree Peak. However, feeling that his talent was mediocre, he often practiced his blades secretly in the mountains late at night. Eastern had long since noticed this, but chose not to intervene. Although Lu Ran was merely at the Purple Spirit Sea stage, his perseverance was genuinely admirable. Time flew by, and after a year and a half of diligent training, Lu Ran successfully elevated his strength to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Eastern additionally imparted more blade techniques and cultivation methods to him. Originally, Moe could have condensed his Golden Dan 6 months prior, but Eastern had advised him to restrain his spiritual power to ensure a perfect condensation, allowing him to achieve a more rounded Golden Dan master. Has my senior brother been consolidating his Golden Dan for so long? I instructed him to suppress his spiritual power to achieve a flawless condensation, thus ensuring that his Golden Dan would be perfect. But it's been over an hour. Shouldn't there be some signs? Just as Lu Ran finished speaking, the sword intent emanating from Moe, who was seated atop the roof, suddenly surged forth. To Lu Ran's astonishment, Moe's Golden Dan did not condense within his body but rather above his head, formed from the sword intent radiating from him. Within the Golden Dan, a small sword shimmered brightly. As the Golden Dan merged into Moe's body, he slowly opened his eyes, having directly surged to the 4th level of Golden Dan due to the prolonged accumulation at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Master, my Golden Dan. No worries. Just like your senior brother Su Chun, your Golden Dan was aided by sword intent, hence the presence of a small sword within it. However, this should not be termed a Golden Dan but rather a Sword Dan. Sword Dan? Indeed, it is a Sword Dan that can rival a perfect Golden Dan. In other words, it is indistinguishable from a perfect Golden Dan. However, your cultivation speed will start to diminish as the higher one ascends. The more challenging it becomes to enhance one's strength. But, don't Do Yun and Yuan Shui possess sword intent as well? They comprehended their sword intent only after attaining the Golden Dan, and both of them possess perfect Golden Dawn. Lu Ran was taken aback. Is this what they call a genius? He felt a twinge of disappointment, fearing he would bring shame to Eastern in the future. Eastern noticed Lu Ran's emotions and patted his shoulder. Do not be so despondent. Your perseverance surpasses that of anyone else. Perhaps it will bring about some changes for you. Do not underestimate yourself. In addition to practicing, do not forget to relax. A balanced approach is the best path to cultivation. You have reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment through your own efforts. Moe also patted Lu Ran's shoulder, having observed Lu Ran's diligence since entering Carefree Peak. In both cultivation and work, he approached tasks with utmost seriousness. Moreover, Lu Ran likely had not realized that during his blade practice, he had begun to develop an awareness of intent, the intent of the blade. However, Eastern perceived even deeper. For with his keen insight, he discerned a hint of golden hue emanating from Lu Rant's purple spirit sea, which prompted him to make the earlier remarks. Well then, considering the time, the 2-year agreement is fast approaching. Are you prepared? Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. Meanwhile, within the Tianyuan sect's return courtyard, Imochi slowly exhaled, having reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment without breaking through to Golden Dan. Yet he felt that this was sufficient. He would await the opportunity to eliminate Imoi before advancing. Junior brother, like me, you also possess a golden spirit sea. To be on the verge of entering Golden Dan in such a short time is commendable. The third senior brother exaggerates. Calculating the time, it will soon be time for you and your elder brother's 2-year agreement, right? I shall accompany you back to witness it. You must be cautious. I warned you last time that he has taken a particularly strong master, and that person may truly have means to aid him in cultivation. Not to worry, even if he can cultivate again, how far can a person with a crippled spirit sea advance in 2 years? I have confidence Mo-Chi was entirely unconcerned, not placing any weight on Yisun's words. He eagerly awaited that day to arrive, to resolve his issues with Mo-Wi. By the way, did you not return with your sister? I have yet to meet her. Why not introduce me? We are not yet wed. She only severed her engagement with that betrothed a little over a year ago, so there is no rush. Moreover, she has entered the Tianxiong courtyard with her own talent, and I seldom see her. I recall you mentioned that her betrothed also became a disciple of Mo Yi's master. Indeed, this powerful figure appears to be a fool, taking on 2 useless disciples. What a pity! Yi soon scoffed. He was fortunate that Eastern could not hear his words, or he would surely have faced dire consequences. After several days, Imochi made preparations, taking Yisun along with him to return to the Xianyu dynasty, as many anticipated the spectacle surrounding the 2-year agreement. They were all eager to witness how a person whose spiritual sea had been rendered useless would fulfill this 2-year agreement. Although the Qiyang dynasty had also dispatched individuals to observe, after the incident at Lingxiao sect, for the first time, the Qiyang emperor felt fear. He was not foolish enough to ignore that the previous events in the palace were connected to Dongfang. The ability to devastate the Qiyang palace from such a great distance using lightning magic was far beyond his capacity to provoke. He now recognized how foolish it was to send people to Lingxiao sect. Moreover, the losses sustained by Qiyang were catastrophic. Nearly half of their elite and powerful warriors had been annihilated, leaving them weaker even than some factions in the Western continent. Thus, the Qiyang emperor had become more cautious. Even upon learning that Lu Ran had taken Dongfang as his master, he refrained from causing trouble for the Lu Guogong mansion. It was not that he feared Lu Ran would seek vengeance upon his return, but rather that he feared Lu Ran might summon Dongfang, which would be concerning. Fortunately, Imoi had severed ties with the Xianyu dynasty, and their relationship had deteriorated to an irreparable state. Otherwise, if the Xianyu dynasty had aligned with such a formidable being, Your Majesty, in a short while, that rebellious son will return. Do you truly believe he can cultivate anew? Humph! Even if he were to begin cultivating again, how much stronger could a waste without a spiritual sea become in 2 years? Archier has reported that he is on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. While that rebellious son may struggle even to cultivate qi, he might not even show up. Then, does that mean that fellow won't be coming either? Did you not claim that the staff in his possession was a weapon comparable to a divine artifact? What of that wager? It matters not. I am already aware that he is from Lingxiao sect. I have now broken through to the 6th layer of the combined body stage. Why should I fear him? Emotion spoke with confidence. The initial oversight of not guarding against Dongfang's staff was due to his underestimation of Dongfang. Now, however, he was resolute. Even if Dongfang possessed such a divine artifact, he believed the opponent could not match his own strength. Chapter 43. The appointment. With only 5 days remaining until the 2-year agreement, Imoi began preparations for departure. Su Chun and a group of close disciples also arrived at Xiaoyao Peak, expressing their desire to accompany him. After 2 years of cultivation, Su Chun and the others had indeed made significant progress. Especially Su Chun, the eldest disciple, who had reached the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage, surpassing some elders within the sect. Junior brother, don't be nervous when we arrive. Your senior brothers are here. With your current strength at the 4th layer of the golden core stage, you will undoubtedly triumph. All right, if you wish to accompany me, let us depart swiftly. We will take the cloud boat. and the timing will be just right upon our arrival. Little uncle, are you not joining us? A group of close disciples inquired. Glancing at Dongfang, who was reclining in a lounge chair, I shall stay behind. You need only know that when you arrive, I will also make my presence known. Afterward, as Dongfang watched the little ones board the cloud boat and depart, he sauntered over to the Qingyo and said with a smile, Shall we go take a look together? I shall not. I do not wish to move, Qingyo replied. Seeing Qingyo's demeanor, Dongfang lost interest in dragging him along, having initially hoped for a means of transport. Before departing, he glanced at the little fox perched on the ancient tree, sleeping peacefully. However, thanks to the nourishing care from Mo Yi and Lu Ran, the little creature had grown fond of the two, showing no signs of rejection. On board the cloud boat, Imoi gazed at the scenery below. Initially, he felt no anxiety as the time had not yet approached, but as the moment drew nearer, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After his spiritual sea had been rendered useless, he had thought his life would end in mediocrity, only to encounter Dongfang, the one who would change his fate. In just 5 days, the enmity with the Xianyu dynasty would be conclusively settled. What troubles you, junior brother, master brother? It is nothing. I merely feel a sense of reflection. If not for master, I might have perished long ago. You must believe this is fate. Perhaps the heavens deemed your life too precious to extinguish, thus allowing you to meet little uncle, when my family was slaughtered and my village destroyed. If not for your master uncle's fortuitous passage, I too might have succumbed to despair. Upon hearing Su Qin's words, Imoi was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard his master brother recount his tragic past, which was even more harrowing than his own. After returning to the sect with master, I hardly trained, consumed by the sorrow of losing my family. It was little uncle who helped me find my way again. Master brother, did you never contemplate vengeance? I did. The marauders who annihilated my village were a band of mountain bandits, yet they were cultivators as well. After I reached the foundation establishment stage, I sought them out. The leader was merely a third-layer foundation establishment cultivator, and that was my first act of killing. Who would have guessed that master brother harbored such a past? It truly is remarkable. Had it not been for Lingxiao's sect, nor for master and little uncle, I would not be who I am today. Thus, there is no need for lamentation. This is fate, Moi nodded, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Meanwhile, within the Xianyu dynasty, a grand arena had been set up at the very heart of the imperial city. This had been meticulously arranged by the Xianyu emperor, who wished for everyone to witness this contest, to ensure all knew that Imochi was the strongest prince of Xianyu, while Imoi was merely a discarded waste. After leaving Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang swiftly arrived using a somersault cloud. However, he had changed into an entirely new outfit, reminiscent of the attire he wore on the day of Su Liyue's wedding. Otherwise, clad as he once was, he would undoubtedly be recognized, especially as many had witnessed him carrying Imoi away in front of Emotion. Well, what a dashing young man. Care for a bit of fun? As Dongfang strolled through the streets of the imperial city, his new attire and flowing hair enhanced his charisma significantly. Passing by a brothel, the young women above began to chatter, flirt, and throw coy glances at him. To be honest, it was Dongfang's first encounter with a genuine brothel, and a flicker of curiosity prompted him to consider stepping inside for a quick look. However, he had no intention of indulging further. He was not one to succumb to base desires. Upon finding a restaurant, Dongfang seated himself by a window, observing the massive arena. The Xianyu emperor has truly orchestrated quite the spectacle. Does he not fear the potential embarrassment that awaits? As time elapsed, the day of the 2-year agreement finally arrived, and the area surrounding the arena was teeming with spectators, numerous disciples from various sects, wandering cultivators, and residents of the imperial city. Even Liao Si, accompanied by 2 disciples, along with Qian Wan and Ping Nan Huiyi, had personally come to witness the spectacle, though they had ensured Emotion remained unaware. Seated on the high platform were Emotion and Su Yun, with Imo Yue, Yi Sun, and the head of Imochi's master, Chun Fu, present as well. This was a duel involving his young disciple. The master had come to observe the excitement. Imochi stood silently in the arena, awaiting Imoi's arrival, while Dongfang found a high building to recline and rest, confident that Imoi had yet to arrive. As noon approached, many speculated that Imoi would not make an appearance. Master, do you truly believe brother Imoi will come? Why has he not shown up yet? Hui, what is your hurry? Also, temper your enthusiasm a bit. We are here secretly with Master, and Chen Fu is still present, I understand, but it is already noon, and I find myself quite bored. Just as Ping Nan Hui finished speaking, a massive cloud boat appeared overhead, capturing the attention of all. Standing atop it were 13 young men and women, with Moe at the forefront, gazing down at the crowd. Moe, the eldest disciple of Lingxiao's sect, has arrived to fulfill the agreement. As his voice echoed, the 13 descended from the cloud boat, each a prodigious talent, with all but Lu Ran possessing strength exceeding the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage. After nodding to Su Qian and the others, Moe leapt into the arena, confronting Mo Qi directly while bearing the 7-star sword case on his back. However, Mo Tian and Su Yun noticed Dongfang's absence. Puzzled by the situation, could it be that he fears defeat and thus chose not to appear, thereby avoiding the wager? Can it be that Dongfang has bestowed upon this child some hidden cultivation method? Liao Si, holding a teacup, cast a glance at Mo and remarked, "Not just me." All the powerful figures present were astonished. They could not perceive the realm of one whose spiritual sea had been destroyed. Could it be that he truly has not cultivated? Or has he employed some hidden art? Otherwise, how could he have leaped down from such a height? Mo, my dear brother, you have finally arrived. Who knows who will triumph? Enough of this chatter. Unleash your strength. With that, Mo gestured, and the sword case sprang open, releasing the Qing Shuang sword into his grasp. Observing this, Mo Qi drew forth his own sword, unleashing the full force of his 9th layer foundation establishment aura. Chapter 44. Mo Tian takes action. Seeing that Mo Qi's strength was merely at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, Mo matched him by suppressing his own power to the same level. He intended to demonstrate to Mo Tian and the others that even without a spiritual sea, he could still defeat Mo Qi at equal strength. You are also at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. I never expected that person could truly enable you to cultivate, but you are certainly no match for me. With his sword drawn, Mo Qi charged directly at Mo. Notably, he did not release his sword intent. Given Mo Qi's current strength, there was no need to do so. On the platform, Mo Tian and Su Yun wore uneasy expressions, unable to fathom how Dongfang had truly managed to enable a person without a spiritual sea to cultivate. Moreover, achieving the 9th layer of foundation establishment in just 2 years, could it be that he had consumed some miraculous elixir? Who would have thought that junior brother's sibling, possessing the golden spiritual sea, has only reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment, yet Lu Ran is already on the verge of surpassing him. Despite only having a purple spiritual SEIT, seems the Xinyu Emperor might be regretting this decision. Now I understand why little uncle finds such amusement in watching. It is indeed quite entertaining. Aluo and Doyun bantered playfully about Mo Tian, exchanging quips until Su Qian reminded them to silence their chatter and refocus on the arena where Mo and Mo Qi were locked in combat. After being repelled by a single strike from Mo Qi exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he channeled his spiritual energy into his sword, causing a golden dragon to dance along the blade. Mo Qi's body began to rise slowly as he lunged fiercely towards Mo, the golden dragon erupting from the sword tip, infused with sword energy. Witnessing Mo Qi's assault, Mo shook his head in disappointment. Since comprehending sword intent, his understanding of the sword had deepened significantly, particularly after mastering the 8 forms of the Dugu 9 swords bestowed by Dongfang. He had begun to feel an uncanny ability to triumph without a sword. Perhaps due to his pure yang sword-bodied it was truly disheartening. Indeed, what belongs to me cannot be wielded effectively by you. This wager should come to a swift conclusion, as Mo spoke. A cyan aura began to radiate from his sword. With a swift sweep of his blade, the Qing Shuang sword unleashed 2 streaks of cyan sword energy, shattering the golden dragon and hurtling towards Mo Qi. Caught off guard, Mo Qi was instantly overwhelmed by Mo's strike, violently coughing up blood before crashing heavily onto the arena floor. "Brother, do not descend," Mo Yue exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but Mo Qi restrained her with a hand. Clutching his chest, Mo Qi glared at Mo with an expression of defiance. He could not accept that someone who had been rendered unable to cultivate could injure him with merely 2 strokes of sword energy. The more he pondered, the more resentment brewed within him, and a golden radiance began to envelop his body, his aura surging. "Xian Diju, father, when did you teach this to my brother?" before you departed for the Tianyuan sect. Your brother was already the crown prince of the dynasty. The Xiandiju would inevitably be passed down to him. Moreover, this was a necessary means of assurance. Your brother cannot afford to lose. Below, Mo Qi harnessed the secret techniques of the Xiandiju, temporarily elevating his strength to the second level of Golden Core. Moe. Today, the one who loses shall undoubtedly be you, Mo Qi bellowed. Forming seals with his hands, summoning a colossal imperial seal above Moe's head, pressing down upon him. Just as the imperial seal approached Moe, the sword box behind him opened. As the collision between Moe and the descending imperial seal erupted in a shockwave. The spectators could not discern what transpired with Moe. Only Mo Tian and the other powerful figures noticed a change in expression, sensing the aura emanating from within, a potent presence of the third level of Golden Core, accompanied by a sword in tint. When the smoke dissipated, Moe's figure gradually came into view, but he no longer held the Qingxuang sword. Instead, he was surrounded by the harmonious presence of the listening rain and crimson thunder swords. Observing the aura radiating from Moe, Mo Qi wore a countenance of disbelief. Moe had attained the Golden Core realm, genuinely and unequivocally, and had also grasped sword intent. Hiss, the eldest prince, despite having his spiritual sea crippled, managed to cultivate to the authentic Golden Core realm in just 2 years and, moreover, comprehend sword intent. The Xianyu dynasty truly underestimated him this time. Indeed, the Xianyu emperor and empress must be regretting their decisions deeply. At that moment, Mo Tian, Su Yun, and Mo Yue wore grim expressions. Regret was palpable, yet they lamented that they should have simply confined Moe at the outset. Otherwise, he would not have encountered Dongfang and such fortuitous opportunities. Furthermore, Moe had completely severed ties with them. Such a prodigy now held no connection to the Xianyu dynasty. In losing, Mo Qi would still be bound by the wager and have his spiritual sea destroyed, resulting in a monumental loss for the Xianyu dynasty. Noticing the expressions of Mo Tian and the others, Dou Yun could no longer contain himself and burst into unrestrained laughter alongside Aluo. The scene was undeniably entertaining. Impossible, impossible. How could a worthless individual achieve such feats? Die? Mo Qi shrieked, shaking his head frantically as he launched a frenzied assault on Moe. However, all of Mo Qi's attacks were effortlessly thwarted by the sword intent emanating from Moe's 3 swords. A mere enhancement through secret techniques could never rival the genuine strength of a true Golden Core. Moreover, Moe was utilizing a sword core that was on par with the perfect Golden Core, his prowess exceeding that of Mo Qi, who relied on secret techniques, by a small realm. With the added sword intent, the outcome of this contest became evident to all, including Mo Qi's master, who recognized that Mo Qi was no match for Moe. Meaningless attacks. Do you truly believe that employing secret techniques will enable you to defeat me? As I stated, this wager must come to an end, and let me resolve this grievance with the technique imparted by my master. Moe declared, gesturing with his sword, sending the 3 blades soaring into the sky. He ascended alongside them, a formidable sword pressure emanating from his being, overwhelming Mo Qi and leaving him gasping for breath. Heavenly, external, flying, immortal. Moe unleashed the sword technique known as Heavenly Flying Immortal, taught to him by Dongfang. As he executed this move, it became clear to the onlookers that victory was assured. Perched atop a nearby rooftop, Dongfang smiled faintly, pleased with Moe's progress. Just as the attack was poised to strike Mo Qi, Mo Tian intervened, extending his hand to block Moe's assault. The spectators regarded Mo Tian with disdain. A sovereign attempting to resort to underhanded tactics was indeed disheartening. Moe, you have won this battle. From henceforth, you shall have no ties with the Xianyu dynasty. You may leave. Moe remained silent, landing on the ground and coldly regarding Mo Su Chun. Dou Yun and the other disciples swiftly joined Moe's side, casting glances at Mo Tian, with Dou Yun sporting a mischievous grin. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the wager with my master? If he loses, he must have his spiritual sea abolished. The esteemed Xianyu dynasty should not be so unprincipled, should it? Upon hearing Dou Yun's words, Mo Tian's expression darkened further. How dare a mere Golden Core 3rd-layer youth speak to him in such a manner? You insolent boy, this is a matter between elders. You have no right to meddle. If you cannot meddle, then may I? Emotion had scarcely finished speaking when Dongfang floated down from who knows where, clad once more in his modern attire, a gourd in hand, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Emotion. Upon seeing Dongfang's arrival, Emotion's countenance could hardly be described as anything but grim. He had initially believed that Dongfang would not appear, allowing Emochi to escape unscathed, but fate had other plans. Little master, uncle, master. Upon confirming Dongfang's presence, Emo-E and the others hastily bowed in greeting. Dongfang nodded to the trio before turning his gaze toward Emotion, silently inquiring whether he would take action himself or if Dongfang should intervene. Ha, young friend Dongfang, since the outcome is clear, and you have demonstrated that Emo-E can rise without the Xianyu dynasty, let us consider the wager null and void. Shall we become friends instead? Hearing this, Dongfang turned to Chen Fu. And who might you be? I am Chen Fu, the head of the Tianyuan sect's returning Sky Institute, and Do Chi is my disciple. I hope you will show some consideration. Ha, how could you, the head of the institute, interfere in matters concerning the Xianyu dynasty? This wager stands as it is. Do you intend to take on the role of the unprincipled party for the Xianyu dynasty? Just as Dongfang prepared to dismiss this individual, another voice interjected, and the crowd parted to reveal Liao Si, flanked by Qian Wan and Ping Nan Huiyi. Upon Liao Si's arrival, Chen Fu's expression shifted. The Xianyuan Institute and his returning Sky Institute had a long-standing feud with the Kanglin Institute. He and Xuemi had especially clashed with Liao Si, as the three institutes had frequently been at odds. Moreover, Liao Si maintained a strong rapport with the former leader of the Lingxiao sect, suggesting that he was now aligned with Lingxiao. Young Dongfang, and you lot, it has been a while. Greetings, Senior Liao. Dongfang returned the courtesy before looking at Emotion. Well then, do you intend to act yourself, or shall I? Dongfang. Spare me. Do not be so ruthless. Even if you possess the strength of the harmonious integration stage, the Xianyu dynasty is not so easily intimidated by a single Lingxiao. Su Yun had also appeared beside Emotion, shouting at Dongfang, firmly opposing any harm to Emochi. Dongfang paid Su Yun no heed, continuing to fix his gaze upon Emotion. Under Dongfang's unwavering stare, Emotion solemnly replied, Emochi is my crown prince. I cannot allow you to cripple his spiritual si. I stand here today to witness how you intend to do so. Emochi represented the next generation's hope for the Xianyu dynasty, and he could not simply be rendered a cripple incapable of cultivation. Observing Emotion's stance, Dongfang couldn't help but chuckle. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Since they refuse to comply, I shall take matters into my own hands. In an instant, Dongfang's figure vanished, reappearing behind Emotion and the others, swiftly grasping Emochi by the neck, prepared to asciti. As Emotion and Su Yun witnessed this, their eyes widened in shock, and they simultaneously lunged at Dongfang. Both were adept harmonious integration stage cultivators, their speed remarkable, yet they found only empty air as they approached Dongfang. Chen Fu, meanwhile, was closely monitored by Liao Si, unable to intervene. If he dared act, Liao Si would assuredly retaliate. Dongfang soared into the air, gathering a surge of celestial power, which he gently pressed against Emochi's crown. Emochi felt an overwhelming force invade his mind, causing excruciating pain as he emitted a wail that echoed throughout the arena. He sensed his spiritual si being forcibly extracted. It was only when Dongfang withdrew a golden orb of light from Emochi that Emotion and Su Yun's expressions shifted dramatically. Cheer! Dongfang held the glowing orb in one hand and tossed Emochi back to Emotion and Su Yun. Since they had chosen to breach their word, he saw no reason to extend them courtesy. I shall kill you. Su Yun was akin to a shrew, utterly indifferent to her appearance. With a resounding cry of the phoenix, a fiery bird soared towards the east. Emotion, without a moment's hesitation, launched an attack in the same direction. Observing the two assailants, Dongfang calmly extracted a golden rod from his ear, which instantly enlarged in his grasp, resembling an intricately embroidered needle, with a casual sweep of the rod. The overwhelming force emanating from it repelled both attackers. Today, I shall render you powerless, allowing you to experience the suffering my son has endured, declared Dongfang. Having been forced back, Su Yun's eyes were now bloodshot, consumed by a singular desire to kill Dongfang. Noticing Su Yun and Emotion's relentless determination, Dongfang leisurely twirled the golden rod on his shoulder, regarding them with a bemused expression. Arrogant fools, do you truly believe you can contend with two beings of the harmonization realm? Upon hearing this, Imo Tian and Su Yun simultaneously unleashed their assault upon Dongfang. The onlookers with lesser powers had already fled, aware that this was a clash between formidable entities, where even the residual energy could obliterate those of weaker cultivation. Only Imo Yi and a few others remained unharmed under Liao Xi's protection. Relentlessly, Imo Tian and Su Yun bombarded Dongfang with an array of attacks, yet he effortlessly dismantled each one with his golden rod. Witnessing Dongfang's nonchalance towards their efforts ignited Imo Tian's fury. Presumptuous. Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for the consequences. With that, Imo Tian and Su Yun joined forces, forming seals with their hands. A dragon and phoenix materialized behind them, intertwining in a magnificent display. The once clear sky was soon shrouded in ominous clouds, as the power emanating from the dragon and phoenix intensified. This was a formidable joint attack from the Xianyu Emperor and Empress Su, one they had once employed to transcend realms and slay a harmonization master in their earlier days as cultivators. Now, strengthened as a harmonization 6th layer and 5th layer respectively, they unleashed this technique once more. Curious whether Dongfang could withstand it. Upon hearing Liao Xi's words, Imo Yi, Lu Ran, and Su Chun exchanged worried glances towards Dongfang in the sky. However, Dongfang remained immobile, allowing them to proceed, intrigued to see what spectacle they would conjure. As the skies erupted with thunder and lightning, the brilliance of the dragon and phoenix behind Imo Tian and Su Yun grew ever larger. Dongfang, observing the escalating aura, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, there is some merit to your strength. A harmonization 6th layer and 5th layer combined display such formidable presence. You are not entirely without value. Unfounded arrogance can lead to one's downfall. Prepare to receive your fate. Imo Tian sneered and, alongside Su Yun, directed their combined might towards Dongfang. The dragon and phoenix, charged with power, surged forth in response. Dongfang nonchalantly twirled the golden rod and tossed it upwards. The rod rapidly expanded, ultimately overshadowing the entire imperial palace. Without exerting any force, Dongfang merely waved his hand, allowing the rod to descend upon the approaching dragon and phoenix. Upon contact, the duo's combined attack was instantly obliterated. Imo Tian and Su Yun, witnessing the destruction of their assault, hastily conjured all their power to form a barrier to temporarily withstand the descending rod. Yet, their faces betrayed the strain they endured. They could not retreat. Doing so would result in the rod demolishing the palace. Managed to hold it for now, but it seems I must exert a bit more strength, Dongfang remarked, lightly tapping the rod's other end. In an instant, their defense crumbled, sending both Imo Tian and Su Yun crashing to the ground. Bloodied and battered, Dongfang slowly retracted his golden rod, sparing the palace from further destruction, before allowing it to return to his ear and descending gracefully to the ground. The sky cleared, revealing a serene expanse. At that moment, Imo Qi was being supported by Imo Yu Wei, while Yi Sun cowered behind his master, too intimidated to glance at Dongfang. Dongfang regarded the still conscious Imo Tian, acknowledging that strike was commendable. The wager is concluded, and the stakes are collected. You sought to strike me, and you have. Do you have any further insights? Imo Tian, clutching his chest, remained silent, his injuries weighing heavily upon him. Su Yun had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving only Imo Tian in a state of relative awareness. Though far from unscathed, he could ascertain that Dongfang's prowess was undoubtedly on par with the foremost individual of Tianyun continent, the sect leader Duan Kong. It was inconceivable that he could so effortlessly dismantle their joint attack. Dongfang paid no further heed to Imo Tian and turned, returning to Imo Yi's side, producing the luminous orb he had extracted from Imo Qi, which contained Imo Yi's separated golden spirit C. This is yours. Decide how to manage it. Imo Yi accepted the orb, gazing at it momentarily before channeling his sword energy into it. The orb ascended swiftly, and before the eyes of the crowd, Imo Yi's sword energy obliterated it completely. He then glanced at Imo Tian and Imo Yu Wei, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Master. Well, the task is complete. Let us find an inn to rest before heading back. Liao, care for a drink? Indeed. It has been quite some time since I shared a drink with you, Liao Xi replied, stroking his beard with a smile, not sparing a glance at Chen Fu as he departed the arena with Dongfang, Qianwen, Su Qian, and others. The events that transpired in the Xianyu imperial capital rapidly spread across the 5 continents, and soon everyone learned of the peculiarly dressed yet immensely powerful peak master of Ling Shao sect. Dongfang. With his singular strength, he had effortlessly defeated the Xianyu Emperor and Empress Su. Upon learning of their junior brother's exploits, Lin Yuan and the others in Ling Shao's sect rejoiced, as Dongfang had thrust their sect into the limelight within a short span. For days later, Dongfang and his companions remained at the inn in Xianyu imperial capital, enjoying their rare outing and wishing to prolong their stay. Oe held no objections. After all, he was merely a disciple of Ling Shao's sect now. Unconcerned with the opinions of Mo Tian and his ilk, junior uncle, on the bustling night of Xianyu imperial capital, the door to Dongfang's room swung open, and Dou Yun and several others entered. After drinking with Dongfang, Liao Si had returned to Tianyuan's sect with Qian Wan and Pingnan Huiyi. What brings you here so hastily, junior uncle? Did you not notice the revelry outside? Today is the annual Yuan Lantern Festival in Xianyu imperial capital. Come join us for a stroll. Yuan Lantern Festival? Master, it's a lively occasion. The streets are filled with entertaining vendors, and there's a renowned tavern known for its exquisite wine. You do enjoy a good drink, don't you? Indeed, that sounds delightful. Let us go. Upon Dongfang's consent, the group eagerly escorted him from the inn. However, Mu Yanshui was pulled away by two other female disciples. While only Dou Yun and the male disciples trailed behind Dongfang, they soon attracted numerous gazes, for Dongfang had become quite the sensation, particularly in his modern attire. What is that? Dongfang inquired curiously, observing the men and women by the river gathering floating lanterns. Master, those are river lanterns. People upstream purchase them and inscribe notes inside, posing questions or composing poetry. When you retrieve one, you open it, respond to the poem, and leave your name and address. Eventually, someone will return it to the sender. And then, if the recipient is pleased with your answer, they will seek you out. However, do take heed. Notes with red ink are from women, while blue ink denotes men. How advanced is this method of making friends? Should we take a look? Dongfang suggested, glancing at Lu Ran and the others, who eagerly agreed to explore, their faces brimming with curiosity. Dongfang nodded, intrigued by this novel approach, reminiscent of the message bottles he had encountered in his previous life. Thus, Dongfang and Moe approached the riverbank to collect the lanterns and examine their contents. Yet, upon opening the first note and discovering it was written in blue ink, he couldn't help but grimace. Why must it be a man? With that, Dongfang returned the note to the lantern and continued searching for others. The second lantern yielded another blue note, further dampening his spirits. Despite his striking appearance, which often turned heads in the streets, he found himself at a loss in this place. As he progressed to the third lantern and beyond, each note revealed blue ink, causing Dongfang's frustration to mount. Are there truly no lanterns from women? In my past life, encountering men posing as women was one thing, but to find myself in this realm with such a fate is bewildering. Determined not to give up, he turned his attention to the seventh lantern. With a deep breath, he grasped the note, hopeful that this time it would be a woman's. Yet, as he opened it, dismay washed over him once more. It was still in blue ink, inscribed with the question, "Who are you?" Dongfang felt a wave of despair. Was he truly so captivating to men? Chuckle. Hearing the system's laughter echo in his mind, Dongfang rolled his eyes. What is so amusing? Nothing, just recalling something delightful. You wouldn't be behind this, would you? I assure you, I am not so maliciously inclined. Perhaps it's simply that you possess an alluring charm that attracts men? As Dongfang was disinterestedly preparing to return the note, Dou Yun approached with a cheerful demeanor. Little Shirshu, how many of these have you collected? Oh, this one is a male, yet the last 4 I received were all females. Could this be a place where my romantic fortunes flourish? Get away, Dongfang said, slightly annoyed, as he pushed Dou Yun aside, intending to place the note back into the river lantern. However, after glancing at the jubilant Dou Yun, Dongfang had a change of heart and took out the note once more, replying with a phrase, "Who are you?" "I am your father, Fu Laiyin." Dou Yun. Ah, I don't know why, but my mood has suddenly brightened. After completing these actions, Dongfang felt particularly at ease. He then turned his gaze towards the next river lantern, retrieving it to find, much to his satisfaction, another male. She does not appreciate my gift. Wake up, what she does not like is you. Fu Laiyin, Dou Yun. I still can't let her go, what should I do? Stop thinking about it. While you are unable to let go, someone else has already moved on. Fu Laiyin, Dou Yun, Thus, he continued this endeavor for a full hour. Although all the notes he collected were from males, his spirits were exceptionally high. On the way back to the inn, Do Yun and the others noticed Dongfang's radiant smile and could not help but inquire, "Little Shirshu, why are you so happy? Did you think of something joyful? Come, little Do, tell your Shirshu, how many did you write just now?" "Around 6 or 7, all girls. I think I might meet some lovely young ladies here." Do Yun chuckled, scratching his head. Dongfang chose not to respond to Do Yun but instead turned to Moe. "Disciple, how long until these river lanterns return to their owners?" "They will float downstream until dawn, and when they are retrieved by someone, the owner will come to collect them, so we must wait until tomorrow morning?" "That is correct." Dongfang nodded, feeling reassured. As the others observed Dongfang's increasingly joyful expression, they scratched their heads in confusion, wondering if their little Shirshu had a romantic interest, given his radiant smile. The next morning, a throng of young men at the Golden Core stage gathered in front of the Fulai Inn where Dongfang and the others were staying, each clutching a note. Dongfang, calmly seated at the window with a teacup in hand, gazed down at the crowd of men. Goodness, not only are they all males, but they're also all at the Golden Core level. "Do Yun, get out here. Yeah, come out and show us what you wrote. Come out. I want to challenge you." At this moment, Do Yun wore a dejected expression, having anticipated girls seeking him out, yet only men appeared. Moreover, Moe had mentioned that there would be no mix-up with handwriting or colors. "Brother, what did you reply to them last night that made them so furious?" "How would I know why there are so many men? I clearly received all girls' notes, and I only replied to 7 of them." "But there are around 20 down there," Lu Ran, holding a sword, remarked from behind Dongfang. Yet, Dongfang maintained his indifferent demeanor, calmly sipping his tea. The names left by those individuals were Do Yun's. What did that have to do with him? "Shirshu, what should we do? We can't just go out and beat them up, and someone must be framing me." "Oh? Who is framing you?" "How would I know? Damn it, if I find out who did this, I'll make him pay." "Calm down, Do Yun. Could it be that someone you offended before joining the sect is here and happened to see you in the capital last night, resulting in this situation?" Su Chen tried to console Do Yun. After pondering Su Chen's words for a moment, Do Yun realized there was indeed a possibility, considering the hardships he faced when he first wandered to Lingxiao's sect from the North Continent and the enemies he made along the way. Ultimately, it was Do Yun himself who had to disperse the crowd surrounding the inn with his strength, or else the innkeeper's business would be in jeopardy. After organizing a few things, the group boarded a cloud ship that afternoon, embarking on their journey back to Lingxiao's sect. Meanwhile, in the Xinyu Empire, Mo Tian sat on the dragon throne, appearing somewhat dejected. After gradually recovering from the events of that day, he seemed to have aged significantly. Mo Qi had been taken back to Tian Yuan sect by Chen Fu and Yi Sun to seek remedies, while only Mo Yue chose to remain and comfort Mo Tian and Su Yun. This time, it was truly a case of losing more than gaining, having lost a talented son who could cultivate despite lacking a spiritual seed. The younger son, endowed with a golden spiritual seed, had now become a useless individual, leaving only a daughter at the 7th level of Golden Core. "Your Majesty, I am fine. How is your injury?" Mo Tian shook his head and turned to Su Yun. "I am all right. I've made up my mind to return to Yunlan Continent. And no matter how powerful Dongfang is, he is merely in Tianyuan Continent. If I return to my family, perhaps they can help Chier." Mo Tian then recalled that Su Yun hailed from the distant Yunlan Continent, and that her family was also a formidable force in the region, with her father being a tribulation-level expert. "All right, I will arrange it for you. Rest assured, I will make sure Lingxiao sect pays the price." Whenever Su Yun mentioned Lingxiao sect or Dongfang, her face was filled with resentment, and her animosity towards Moe, her estranged biological son, only intensified. If it weren't for Dongfang's appearance, none of this would have occurred. After a few days of traveling on the cloud ship, Dongfang and his companions finally returned to Lingxiao sect. However, upon their return, Lu Ran received a letter. After obtaining the letter from the gatekeeper and returning to Xiaoyao Peak, Lu Ran opened the envelope. "What's wrong, junior brother?" After reading the letter, Lu Ran wore a grave expression. During his year and a half in Lingxiao sect, he had corresponded with his grandfather through handwritten letters. However, this time, the handwriting was not from his grandfather. It was likely written by a servant. "Grandfather's health is failing. Rest assured, I merely wish for my master to take a glance at your senior sister. She will not linger there. Moreover, your senior sister has now reached the 9th level of the transformation stage." and perhaps she can make a more rapid breakthrough in the void refinement realm upon her arrival. However, the illusory feather peak is solely comprised of female disciples. It may not be appropriate for me to assist in managing them. Isn't there still that girl, Yun Shui? Besides, both your sisters, Xinxin and Yun Ran, are elders here. They could help oversee your senior sister. After all, your brother-in-law's master is also his elder. Your senior sister should accompany him for a visit. It would be wise, Yu Liu gently caressed Dongfang's head and remarked that Bei Ming Sikong and the others must manage their own peaks. Only Dongfang has no pressing matters, and it seems the disciples of Illusory Feather Peak prefer to interact with this young uncle, given that he is the most handsome among the brothers. Furthermore, he treats the disciples kindly, which makes them more inclined to heed his words. How long do you intend to be away? Traveling to Yunlan continent requires sailing across the sea, taking approximately 30 days just for the journey. Sigh, very well, take this. Upon seeing the two had made their decision, Dongfang had no choice but to hand Su Liu a jade pendant imbued with his spiritual consciousness. After receiving the pendant, Su Liu smiled that you've truly grown. You now worry about your senior sister's safety and wish to protect her. I don't care about Gu Chun, but you are my sister. I can't allow anything to happen to you. This jade pendant can be activated as long as you channel your spiritual energy into it. It's the same as the one you gave to Yun Shui, right? Thank you. I shall temporarily entrust Illusory Feather Peak to you. A few days later, in the square of Illusory Feather Peak, Lin Yuan and others came to bid farewell to Su Liu and Gu Chun. Gu Chun, take good care of my junior sister while she visits Yunlan continent. If anything happens to her, we shall not let you off easily. Fear not, Liu is now my wife. I will safeguard her with utmost diligence. All right, I am merely accompanying Gu Chun to visit his master. I shall return swiftly, so do not worry about me. Having said this, Su Liu cast one last glance at Dongfang, who was leaning against a tree drinking. Noticing he said nothing, she too remained silent, exchanging a few more words with everyone before departing from Ling Xiao's sect. Dongfang did not return to the Leisure Peak, but chose to remain at Illusory Feather Peak. Having promised to assist in management, he could not go back on his word. Yet, as he observed the two elders, Lin and Chen, seated before him, he felt uncertain about how to begin. Lin Xinxin and Chen Yunran were of similar age to Su Liu. One at the second level of the transformation stage and the other at the fourth level, both disciples of the former elders of Illusory Feather Peak, having witnessed Dongfang grow up. Sister Xinxin, Sister Yunran, what is it that I need to do? Do not be anxious, young one. Just check in on the disciples' training occasionally and offer them guidance, much like your senior sister does. You aren't feeling shy? Are you? After all, aside from the old man cooking, the rest are all female disciples. Chen Yunran teased Dongfang. He smiled helplessly. It was not that he was shy, for he was, after all, their elder and regarded them as children. Well, we are here too, along with that girl Yun Shui. You can return to Leisure Peak. If anything important arises, we will seek you out. This seemed acceptable to Dongfang, knowing that Leisure Peak was adjacent to Illusory Feather Peak. If anything were to happen, he could easily make his way over. After chatting a little longer with the two, Dongfang returned to his Leisure Peak. Chapter 49. Poisoned after Lu Ran and Moe departed from Leisure Peak for over 10 days. They finally arrived at the Red Sun Imperial capital aboard a cloud ship, having dealt with some evil cultivators along the way. Upon returning home, Lu Ran rushed in with Mo my lord. You have returned? The steward, seeing Lu Ran finally back, looked at him with a somewhat excited expression. Uncle Yuan, how is grandfather? Alas, the master is not in good health. Please follow me. After a sigh, Steward Yuan led Lu Ran and Mo toward the backyard. Upon opening the door, they found Lu Wan lying on the bed, his complexion pale. Seeing Lu Ran return, he attempted to rise in excitement but was promptly stopped by Lu Ran. Grandfather, please lie down. Do not get too agitated. You have returned, and Moe is here as well. It has been a long time since I last saw you. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Seeing Lu Wan's condition, Moe felt a pang of sympathy, recalling how well the old man had treated him in the past, never looking down on him for being a hostage. My lord, we specifically invited the imperial physician to examine him. He has been poisoned, and the physician says there is no antidote. What did you say? Upon hearing the maid attending to Lu Wan mention that his grandfather had been poisoned, Lu Ran was incredulous. Lu Wan was a master at the void refinement level. What kind of poison could incapacitate him? It is all right, Ranner. I am fine. This is hardly fine. Have you found out who poisoned you? Not yet. However, grandfather has resigned himself to his fate. Now that you have become a disciple of that powerful figure from Ling Shao sect, I have heard about the recent events. As long as you are well, that is what matters. Observing Lu Wen's demeanor, Lu Ran refrained from asking further and encouraged him to rest well. He then exited the room with Mo Yi and the steward, leading the steward to another study. Uncle Yuan, you have known grandfather since youth, and you have watched over my father and me as we grew up. You have managed the Lu family for so many years, you would not conceal anything from me. Would you, young master? I suspect it was the Yi family. Some time ago, at the old man's birthday banquet, grandfather was invited, and shortly after returning, his health began to deteriorate. But we lack evidence. Lu Ran's expression grew grave as he remained silent. The Yi family again. First, Yi Sun sent assassins after him, and now they have targeted his grandfather. Had it not been for his father and mother's untimely deaths, the Duke of Lu would not have fallen to such depths. Lu Ran, our immediate priority is to think of a way to detoxify grandfather. The rest can wait until he recovers. He comforted Lu Ran as he pressed on his shoulder. Lu Ran nodded with difficulty, quickly retrieving the jade pendant given to him by Dong Fong, intending to contact him. Eye in his eyes, Dong Fong, his master, was omnipotent. He would surely have a way to assist his grandfather. Upon receiving Lu Ran's message, Dong Fong instructed him to channel spiritual energy into the pendant to summon his consciousness. Hearing Dong Fong's words, Lu Ran hurried to Lu Wen's room, gripping the jade pendant and infusing it with spiritual energy. A flash of white light erupted, and Dong Fong's figure materialized before Lu Ran. Master, please, swiftly check on my grandfather. Do not rush. I will take a look first. Dong Fong comforted Lu Ran with a pat on the shoulder, then approached the slumbering Lu Wan, extending his palm toward him. A golden light slowly radiated and enveloped Lu Wan. After a while, a mass of black liquid was extracted from Lu Wen's body. Master, what is the situation? Your grandfather has been severely poisoned. The toxin has penetrated deeply into the marrow. The fact that it can incapacitate a master at the void refinement level indicates that this poison is no ordinary substance. I have removed all toxins from other parts of his body, but the one within the marrow remains. Is there no way to extract it? There is a possibility, but I must first inquire with your fourth martial uncle about the nature of this poison. It is quite intriguing. Having said this, Dong Fong transformed into a stream of light and entered the jade pendant. Within Ling Shao sect, after completing his tasks through his consciousness, Dong Fong directly sought out Li Daoyan at Danshu Peak. After discussing with Li Daoyan, who was organizing medicinal materials, the latter's expression grew serious as he regarded Dong Fong. Not only does it erode the physical body, but it also causes a decline in cultivation. This poison cannot be Xian Yun San, can it? Xian Yun San? Indeed. It is a poison for which there is no antidote, concocted by the ancient ancestor of the now extinct ghost poison sect. I never expected such a toxin to still exist in this world. Is there no way to detoxify it completely? There is. Our master once detoxified a friend afflicted by this poison. Depending on the victim's cultivation level, a stronger individual must forcefully extract the toxin from the marrow. As the level of the poisoner increases, the bond with the poison grows ever stronger until it completely erodes the victim. Extracting it forcefully, will that not cause issues? The poisoned individual will endure excruciating pain, and afterward, they may find it difficult to progress further. Your little disciple's grandfather currently has no other options available, and with your strength, you should be able to accomplish this. Listening to Li Daoyan's explanation, Dong Fong nodded. Then I shall proceed with my own method. The drawbacks of your approach are too significant. With this thought, Dong Fong returned to his leisure peak. After a while, as Lu Ran awaited in his home, the jade pendant in his hand suddenly glimmered, and Dong Fong's figure reappeared, revealing the solution to the two-master. Are you suggesting that if we use fourth martial uncle's method, even if grandfather recovers, he will remain at the first level of the void refinement stage for life? To be precise, he is currently at the 8th level of the transformation stage, for the poison has already infiltrated his marrow. Your grandfather's cultivation has already begun to decline. However, my method can allow him to continue his training. Lu Ran clenched his fists in contemplation and, after a moment, nodded at Dong Fong. As long as Lu Wan could survive, nothing else mattered. As for the identity of the poisoner, that could wait until Lu Wan had recovered. A day later, Lu Ran explained to Lu Wan how they would go about detoxifying him. Upon hearing this, Lu Wan waved his hand and smiled. It matters not. Your grandfather's life has unfolded in this manner. However, you are different. I firmly believe you will venture far beyond this. For what are hardships but fleeting trials? I, your grandfather, have fought for the Qiyang for half a lifetime and have endured considerable suffering. Whether one can cultivate is of little consequence now. Observing Lu Wen's demeanor, Lu Ran felt no hesitation. Summoning Dongfang with a jade pendant, Lu Wen was somewhat astonished to witness such an extraordinary technique. His master, Lu Ran, possessed the ability to dispel toxins with mere consciousness. I must trouble you. Master Dongfang, he said. You are too modest. Lu Ran is my disciple, and it is only natural for a master to assist him. If you are ready, then I shall proceed. Lu Wen nodded, and as he prepared for Dongfang to alleviate his grandfather's affliction, Lu Ran instinctively stepped back to avoid interrupting. Chapter 50. Qian Minghan. After Lu Ran and Mo waited outside for a full 2 hours, evening descended. The door to Lu Wen's chamber creaked open, and Dongfang emerged, holding a black mass. Upon seeing him, Lu Ran rushed forward, anxiety etched on his face. Master, how did it go? Rest assured, the poison has been thoroughly extracted from his very marrow. However, your grandfather's inability to withstand the agony prolonged the process. Does this mean grandfather is safe? He has lost consciousness, but he is no longer in danger. Remember to procure some tonics to replenish his vitality. Now, I shall take my leave. With that, Dongfang dissipated the black mass in his hand, transforming it into a stream of light that soared into the jade pendant within Lu Ran's storage ring. Upon learning that her grandfather was safe, Lu Ran exhaled in relief, her previously taut nerves finally easing. All right, grandfather is now out of danger. We can investigate who orchestrated this poisoning. The prime suspect is the Yi family, yet evidence remains elusive, and they would certainly not be foolish enough to confess to their misdeeds. What should we do then? I have already entrusted Butler Yuan with the matter, ensuring that he does not disclose your grandfather's recovery. If the Yi family is indeed responsible, they will undoubtedly be restless if news does not leak from the Duke of Lu's residence. Imoe nodded, finding Lu Ran's reasoning sound. The best course of action is to remain steady amidst the turmoil, for they still possess their master, a trump card even the Qiyang Emperor cannot contend with. The Yi family must have heard of the events unfolding in the Xinyu dynasty. If they reveal Dongfang as their master, the Yi family would certainly reconsider their actions. That evening, in the Yi family study, a middle-aged man and an elderly man with white hair sat together, their expressions grave. Father, it seems Lu Ran has returned. Do you think he will uncover anything? Impossible. He will find no evidence. Moreover, the poison his grandfather suffered from is the immortal's fall, a remedy even deities could not counter, let alone the master he has taken on. But what of the Imperial Hospital's Chao Yi? I am aware. He has been expelled from the Imperial Hospital by that old miscreant Qian Wu and is no longer in the capital. Yet Qian Wu will not concern himself with this matter, as the Lu family's affairs do not intersect with his. Once we return the remaining immortals fall to the Imperial Hospital, he will not hold any grievances. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. The Imperial Hospital indeed has no ties to the Lu family. Even if the Lu family requested a physician, given the lack of skilled practitioners there, as long as it is not Qian Wu, they would never deduce the use of the immortal's fall. Furthermore, even if Lu Ran harbored suspicions, absent any evidence, he would not confront them. A day later, Lu Ran and Mo strolled through the bustling streets, carrying the medicinal herbs they had acquired. These were procured from Li Daoyin at Dongfang's behest. The remedy for Lu Wen's recovery was initially intended for Butler Yuan, but Lu Ran thought it wiser to procure it herself. When shall we return? Once we resolve the matter of grandfather's poisoning, I believe the Yi family will soon be unable to remain idle, especially since our master mentioned we could return whenever we wished. Mo fell silent as they continued forward, only to be halted by a girl adorned in finery, appearing to be of similar age. Recognizing her, Lu Ran knew she was Qian Minghan, the granddaughter of the esteemed chief physician. Qian Wu, Qian Minghan? What brings you here? It's been a while, Lu Ran. And you must be Mo, right? I've heard you both have taken Dongfang as your master. Indeed, what is your business? I'll be frank. I wish to take Dongfang as my master as well, and I hope you will allow me to accompany you back to Ling Shao sect. Exchanging glances, Lu Ran and Mo silently agreed to bypass Qian Minghan and continued on their way. Hey, is this how you treat people with such disrespect? Lady Qian, please do not cause a scene. Are you not merely seeking a place to hide after angering your grandfather again? Lu Ran remarked, exasperated. This girl was notorious in the Qiyang capital for her fiery temperament, known as a little demoness. Though skilled in medicine, her temper was one that most chose to avoid. Additionally, perhaps having spent nearly 2 years with Dong Feng, both Lu Ran and Mo instinctively felt that Dong Feng would never take a liking to such a little demoness. I am serious. Enough of your antics. I have no mood to engage with you right now. Please find someone else to tease. With that, Lu Ran and Mo once again circumvented Qian Minghan. Hey, do you not wish to know who poisoned your grandfather? At this, both Lu Ran and Mo halted, turning to face Qian Minghan. You know? Of course, provided you agree to my terms. Miss Qian, with all due respect, we cannot decide on our master's behalf to take you back with us as a disciple. Should you propose another request, we might consider it.mo mused before addressing Qian Minghan. There is no need for you to plead on my behalf. Just bring me back to see Master Dong Feng, and I will find a way to convince him to accept me as his disciple. After a moment, back at Lu Ran's residence, Qian Minghan devoured the food laid before her, leaving Lu Ran and Mo dumbfounded. How could the daughter of the Qian family behave as though she had not eaten in ages? Ah, I am so full. I must inquire, why did you insist on dining at my home instead of a tavern? What drives your obsession with joining us at Ling Shao sect? Alas, should we not be discussing the truth behind your grandfather's poisoning? Realizing they had strayed from the topic, Lu Ran refocused. Very well. Since you have agreed to my terms, I shall not withhold the truth. Your grandfather's poisoning was undoubtedly orchestrated by the Yi family. Why are you so certain? Qian Minghan set down her chopsticks and squared her shoulders. Addressing both Lu Ran and Mo a few days ago, I happened upon some information. My grandfather discovered that the Yi family had bribed a physician from the Imperial Hospital to acquire some immortals' fall that they were investigating. That physician has since been expelled by Qian Wu. How do you know my grandfather was poisoned, and that it was indeed the immortals' fall? Please, it is common knowledge that your grandfather lies bedridden. Many in the capital are aware. Given the Yi family's connections to your family, combined with my knowledge of the Yi family's acquisition of the immortals' fall, and considering your grandfather attended the elder Ye's birthday celebration, it is hardly a leap to draw connections. Embarrassed, Lu Ran scratched his head, realizing Qian Minghan's deductions were indeed quite astute. Chapter 51. The truth of the poisoning. Once Qian Minghan's words hung in the air, Lu Ran and Mo exchanged glances, the realization dawning upon them. It was clear that the Yi family was behind the poisoning. Yet Qian Minghan's assertions were merely circumstantial, lacking concrete evidence to implicate the Yi family directly. Do not be so downcast. Even without evidence, did you not say your grandfather has recovered? Besides, with you having taken Dong Feng as your master, even if the Yi family learns of his recovery, they are unlikely to act rashly. Waiting idly will yield no results. What do you propose? My suggestion is simple. Focus on your cultivation and grow stronger. Once your power is formidable, the Yi family will think twice before crossing you. Lu Ran contemplated this for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, without strength, nothing could be accomplished. This world is built on power. Take their master, Dong Feng, for instance. His absolute strength allowed him to meet the challenges posed by the Qiyang and Xianyu dynasties with ease. Moreover, due to his prowess, his disciples also benefited greatly. Am I not correct? So, when shall we set off for Ling Shao sect? Wait, may I inquire why you are so adamant about accompanying us to Ling Shao sect? I already mentioned it. I greatly admire Master Dong Feng and wish to become his disciple. Listening to Qian Minghan's reasoning, both Lu Ran and Mo remained skeptical, particularly Lu Ran. He was all too familiar with this little demoness and her antics. Her grandfather, Qian Wu, and her father, Qian Ya, were both exasperated by her. To provoke her family to the extent of seeking to leave the capital and even the western continent could only imply something monumental had transpired. Young master, someone from the Qian family has come to find Miss Qian and is waiting at the entrance. This announcement. Qian Minghan's expression shifted dramatically. Observing her demeanor, Lu Ran was increasingly convinced that she was being coerced into some obligation by her family, prompting her to flee. Understood, you may leave for now. I will head out shortly. After saying this, Lu Ran turned to Qian Minghan, who clasped her hands together and beseeched, Lu Ran, I implore you, do not reveal my presence here, or I shall face dire consequences. Thus, she inquired, might you now enlighten me as to the reason? Gazing at Lu Ran's smile, Qian Minghan, after a moment of struggle, conceded. However, this was not a tale of a pampered young lady fleeing from an engagement, but rather that the Qian family had arranged for her to join the Tianyuan sect for cultivation. Qian Minghan was reluctant, for there resided someone she wished to avoid, a person who had also facilitated her opportunity to enter the Tianyuan sect. Moreover, she had quarreled fiercely with her family, leading to her confinement by Qian Wu. Lu Ran and Mo Yiji encountered Qian Minghan because she had fled and fortuitously crossed paths with them. Upon hearing of the legendary feats of the peak master of the Eastern sect, she had developed a profound admiration for him and a keen interest in the Lingxiao sect, prompting her to seek their guidance in becoming his disciple. The Tianyuan sect is the foremost sect in the Tianyun continent. Why would one not seize the opportunity to join? Mo Yiji expressed his confusion, recalling his own aspirations for the Tianyuan sect. I remember your sister, Qian Sahan, is also there. It is precisely because she is there. Qian Minghan murmured quietly, though her words went unheard by the two. Never mind, since you have divulged the truth regarding my grandfather's poisoning. I shall not be ungrateful. First, let us dismiss the Qian family members, Lu Ran sighed, then strode towards the main entrance. However, upon seeing the individual at the door, uncertainty clouded her mind regarding her ability to send him away. For it was the Qian family's steward, Qianli. This man was notorious for his ruthlessness and was not easily dealt with. Steward Qian, may I inquire about your business at the Duke's residence? Young Master Lu, it has come to my attention that my young lady was seen in your company. Hence, I have come to ascertain whether she is in your estate. If she is, I kindly request you allow her to emerge. I did encounter Miss Qian earlier, but she is not within my residence. Oh? Might I be permitted to enter and verify? Qianli clearly did not believe Lu Ran's words and insisted on entering to confirm. Yet, Lu Ran would not allow him entry. Regardless of his reputation, this was the Lu family's domain, and she would not permit a steward from the Qian family to waltz in based on mere words. Steward Qian, I have already stated that whether you believe me is your choice, and my relationship with Miss Qian is not particularly close. Our earlier exchange was but a few words. Why apologies? Young Master Lu, but my lady is rather whimsical. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that she has made some arrangement with you to elicit such a response. I hope you understand and allow me to enter for verification. Is the Qian family so unreasonable? Just because someone disagrees, you insist on entering our home? The Duke's residence is not to be trifled with. Lu Ran, now incensed, was resolute in preventing his entry. Observing Lu Ran's demeanor, Qianli furrowed his brow. Although the elder Lu was bedridden, Lu Ran's master was the renowned peak master of the Eastern sect, known for his fierce protection of his disciples. Since the Eastern peak master was indeed the peak master of the Lingxiao sect, it was likely he would act similarly. Thus, Qianli was cautious not to offend Lu Ran too greatly, lest the Eastern peak master come seeking retribution, which would be a difficult predicament for the Qian family to navigate. Then I apologize for my earlier abruptness. Should young Master Lu possess any information regarding my lady, please do let me know. The Qian family would be most grateful. With that, Qianli departed the Duke's residence. Watching him leave, Lu Ran released a sigh of relief, gradually relaxing her grip on the jade pendant bestowed by Dongfang, which contained the force of a full strike at the 9th level of the transformation realm. Had Qianli truly intended to force his way in, she would have had no qualms about confronting him, but fortunately, that was not the case. Upon Lu Ran's return, Qian Minghan looked at him with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. At last, I have successfully sent that steward of yours away, but there is one matter I must address. What else is there to say? You must return to the Lingxiao sect with us. Should our master find you unsuitable, you must refrain from pursuing him. Rest assured, I am of the Golden Spirit Sea. I firmly believe Master Dongfang will take a liking to me, as long as you are willing to take me along. All will be well. Mo Yiji, observing Qian Minghan's unwavering confidence, shook his head. He harbored doubts that Dongfang would find her appealing, and given their master's character, it was not solely talent that determined his choice of disciples. Qian Minghan might very well find herself disappointed. Nevertheless, considering her talents from the Golden Spirit Sea, along with her current status at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, nearing the formation of her Golden Core, it was possible that other masters within the Lingxiao sect might take notice, such as the master of the all-female Huanyu Peak, Su Liyu. After several days, Qian Minghan had settled into the Lu family. However, the Qian family was frantically searching for her, even posting missing person notices throughout the imperial capital. While out buying medicine, Lu Ran felt tempted by the substantial reward offered by the Qian family. Yet he resisted. Thanks to Qian Menghan's assistance, Lu Wan was able to stand, albeit his strength remained at the 8th level of transformation, which did not concern him as he was now in his twilight years. Focused on enjoying retirement. Child, you have been back for quite some time. It is nearly time to return to the sect. Grandfather, are you truly feeling well? Yes, thanks to the assistance of that girl Qian. I have made a full recovery. You need not worry. I am unafraid of the Yi family. Now, go back and cultivate diligently under your master. This home will one day belong to you. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ran realized that he had now reached the 9th level of foundation establishment and should indeed return to the Lingxiao sect to prepare for the formation of his golden core. Otherwise, if Qian Menghan successfully became a disciple and became his junior sister, with her talent from the Golden Spirit Sea, it would not be long before she surpassed him. Very well, we shall depart in a few days. Splendid, at long last, we can leave. Upon hearing Lu Ran's decision to return to the Lingxiao sect, Qian Menghan beamed with excitement, for this signified that she would soon meet the legendary peak Master Dongfang. If she could indeed become his disciple, she might quickly surpass her extraordinarily talented sister. After all, this was the peak Master Dongfang, renowned for nurturing even those deemed talentless. On the morning of their departure 2 days later, the three of them, under Lu Wan's farewell, boarded a cloud ship and left the imperial capital. However, Lu Ran entrusted Lu Wan with the jade pendant imbued with Dongfang's consciousness. Although its utility was uncertain, having it in his grandfather's possession would at least ensure the safety of the Lu family, serving as a commendable safeguard. Once the cloud ship had cleared the imperial capital, Qian Menghan stood at the bow, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Ah, we are finally leaving. Do not be so exuberant. If our master does not deem you worthy, you will still have to return, I am aware." Qian Menghan shot Lu Ran an exasperated glance at his discouraging words. How could he be so oblivious to the mood? Time passed swiftly, and after several days of travel, the three finally arrived at the gates of the Lingxiao sect. However, both Mo Yiji and Lu Ran regarded Qian Menghan, now clad in tattered, filthy attire, with perplexed expressions. "Why have you changed into such clothing? You simply do not understand. This is a method to increase my chances of being accepted as a disciple by Master Dongfang. Just by donning such rags? Stories say that great beings prefer to take in students with tragic backgrounds, but exceptional talents. I have concocted several woeful tales to weave together. I am certain it will be foolproof." As the three conversed, they had already disembarked from the cloud ship and approached the sect's entrance. However, instead of the usual disciples at the gate, they encountered a familiar figure suspended upside down. Sporting a bruised countenance, even Qian Menghan gazed curiously at the dangling individual. "Brother Doyun, have you once again angered our master? Ah, disciples, you have returned? And who is this beggar girl? She is someone who is determined to become a disciple of our master. She has assisted me, so I promise to bring her to meet him. Brother, what happened to you?" "Ah, it is of no consequence. While you were away, I inadvertently gained insight and broke through while assisting the little uncle. But the sword aura destroyed half of the mature vegetable patch, leading to my punishment and being suspended here to guard the gate." Upon hearing Doyun's explanation, the two exchanged looks of understanding. After 2 years of interaction, they had become familiar with all their senior disciples. Doyun was the one who had faced the most penalties from Dongfang, and they had grown accustomed to it. "Well then, brother, do take your time hanging there. We shall return to the Xiaoyao Peak. Go on. With just one more day, I should be able to come down." Doyun waved his hand nonchalantly as they made their way back to Xiaoyao Peak. Qian Menghan remained curious about the earlier incident. "Who was that person?" "Brother Doyun. He is our 5th master uncle, the eldest disciple of the master of the Divine Sword Peak. He is at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. No, he mentioned a breakthrough, so now he is at the 4th level, and he possesses sword intent." "Sword intent? How impressive. Is he more extraordinary than my sister?" The two fell silent. The eldest brother Su Chun was the most extraordinary of them all. Having reached the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, he would undoubtedly be the first direct disciple of the Lingxiao sect to enter the transformation realm. Upon reaching the mountain peak, the trio spotted Dongfang seated beneath an ancient tree, sipping wine. "Ah, you have returned? And who is this beggar girl?" "Master. She is Peak Master Dongfang." As Lu Ran had yet to introduce herself, Qian Menghan, with tears streaming down her face, suddenly collapsed at Dongfang's feet, clinging to his calves. Upon observing Dongfang's attire, she immediately recognized him as the master of Dongfang Peak. Mo Yi and Lu Ran were momentarily taken aback by Qian Menghan's sudden action. And even Dongfang himself was puzzled. What was this all about? Was she seeking sympathy or merely offering greetings? Master of Dongfang Peak, you may be unaware, but I am a young woman without family, wandering aimlessly and relying solely on the meager resources I can gather to cultivate. I have been fortunate enough to hear tales of your renown, and I encountered your 2 disciples, which is why I implore them to bring me before you. I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. As she clung fervently to his leg, expressing her emotions, Dongfang, maintaining a calm demeanor, took a sip from his wine flask and regarded her. This girl possesses quite the acting talent. She hails from the Golden Spirit Sea and has reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment. There is also a faint medicinal aroma about her, akin to that of my 4th senior brother, suggesting she has long been in contact with herbs. My dear girl, your talent for performance is commendable. However, this is not a drama academy. You have come to the wrong place. You noticed? While you have applied something to your face, presumably soot from the cook's pot, should your delicate and unblemished hands not also be adorned? Moreover, your tears are rather exaggerated. At Dongfang's reminder, Qian Menghan realized her hands had not been prepared at all. Having focused solely on her face and attire, embarrassed, she offered a silly smile. Hee, as expected of the master of Dongfang Peak. You see through everything. Then, who exactly are you? Why have you asked my 2 disciples to bring you here to seek me as your master? Master, she is Qian Menghan from the Qin family in the Qiang imperial capital. My grandfather was poisoned, and she helped me uncover some truths and assisted in his recovery, which is why I promised to bring her to see you. Lu Ran interjected, stepping forward to clasp her hands respectfully. Master of Dongfang Peak, please accept me as your disciple. I am from the Golden Spirit Sea, and my medical skills are quite proficient. I will not bring you shame. My dear girl, given your lineage and talent, it should not be difficult for you to find a formidable master. Why then must you come to the Lingxiao sect to seek me? Dongfang remarked with a hint of resignation. Glancing at Qian Menghan, coming from the Qiang imperial capital like Lu Ran indicated, she was a young lady of noble birth, and it appeared she had never engaged in labor. At least Lu Ran had the capacity to learn. Dongfang held no prejudice against girls from such backgrounds, but it was challenging to teach those raised in such environments. Chapter 53. A chance encounter at sea. Noticing Dongfang's expression, Qian Menghan seemed to perceive his reluctance to take her as a disciple. She tightened her grip around his leg. Qian Menghan, perhaps you should reconsider. Have you forgotten what you promised me? No, Master of Dongfang Peak, I implore you. I will not disappoint you. I will do whatever you ask. I heard from Lu Ran that even if it means doing menial labor, I am willing to learn. On the sidelines, Mo Yi chose not to continue observing the scene. Instead, he took the little white fox that had leapt onto his shoulder and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Only Lu Ran, with a pained expression, watched the girl stubbornly clinging to Dongfang's leg. Why, dear girl, might you share with me the reason behind your insistence on becoming my disciple? Master of Dongfang Peak. I do not wish to live under the shadow of my sister for the rest of my life. I do not want others to refer to me as Qin Sahan's little witch sister instead of my own name. Even the opportunity to enter the Tianyuanzong for cultivation was granted because of my sister. I do not want this. Hence, I asked Lu Ran to bring me to find you. I wish to be your disciple. I want to show everyone that I, Qian Menghan, can succeed without relying on my family or my sister. Qian Menghan spoke earnestly, though many in the imperial capital called her the little witch. Few mentioned her name. The feeling of always being overshadowed by her sister was unbearable. Observing Qian Menghan's resolute demeanor, Dongfang exchanged a glance with Lu Ran before turning back to her. I see now that you seek to prove yourself. However, from your description, it seems your sister treats you fairly well, even securing you an opportunity to cultivate in the number 1 sect. She has never treated me well. She has looked down upon me since childhood. The opportunity she secured for me was likely just out of pity for me. Very well, if you claim you can learn, let us put it to the test. I ask this for real, master? Lu Ran inquired uncertainly. Taken aback by Dongfang's acquiescence, coincidentally, Do Yun, that little rascal, ruined my half-grown cabbage. Let this girl have a trial period. If she can endure it, accepting her may not be out of the question. You shall be responsible for teaching her the ropes. With that, Dongfang stood, patted Lu Ran on the shoulder, and extricated himself from Qian Minghan's grasp before departing from Xiaoyao Peak to enjoy some music. Seeing Dongfang's agreement, Qian Minghan gazed at his retreating figure, brimming with gratitude. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Meanwhile, high above the distant sea, Su Liu and Gu Chun had been traveling on their cloud ship for many days. Yet, they were still far from the distant Yunlan continent. I hadn't anticipated that the Yunlan continent would be so far away. Despite our long journey, we are still surrounded by endless ocean. We are fortunate. When I once sailed, the swaying sensation, coupled with unpredictable weather, was not something an ordinary person could endure. But you managed to withstand it, and even joined a faction that boasts a Tribulation Realm powerhouse. It's worth noting that in recent years, there hasn't been a single Mastery Realm expert in Tianyun continent. While they conversed, a massive cloud ship appeared behind them, even more luxurious and several times larger than their own vessel, emblazoned with the characters Xianyu. A ship from the Xianyu dynasty? How could it possibly be here? Could they also be headed to the Yunlan continent? I am unsure. However, the recent events regarding my junior brother and the Xianyu dynasty are known to all. Though they likely do not recognize us, it is prudent to remain cautious. Jiu Chen nodded, his expression solemn as he scrutinized the enormous cloud ship overhead. Just then, a voice emanated from the ship. Who goes there? State your name. Gu Chan and Su Liu exchanged glances before leaping onto the larger cloud ship. They beheld a resplendent woman seated regally upon a phoenix chair, her demeanor exuding authority. Unable to ascertain her strength, Gu Chen deduced that she must be stronger than himself. He quickly stepped forward, introducing himself. I am Gu Chan, the fourth disciple of Master Chen from Shuhai Mountain Institute, and this is my wife, Su Yu De. We pay our respects to the esteemed one. Yu Chun refrained from disclosing Su Liyu's name, as she was renowned as the Fire Glass Fairy. If the woman were to discover her true identity, she would undoubtedly know of her association with the Lingxiao sect. It was best to keep Su Liyu's true name concealed. Upon hearing that he was a disciple of Master Chun from Shuhai Mountain Institute, Su Yun's expression shifted slightly. As a native of Yunlan continent, she was well aware of Shuhai Mountain Institute, a sacred place for Confucian cultivators and one of the 6 foremost factions in the continent. Master Chun ranked among the top 5 Tribulation Realm powerhouses on the Yunlan list. Disciples of Shuhai Mountain Institute, do you have any proof? Rather than responding, Gu Chun produced an ancient, weathered book. The Confucian tome was a symbol of identity for every disciple of Shuhai Mountain Institute, unique to each individual, crafted from their own spiritual sense. Thus, it was impossible to counterfeit. Upon seeing Gu Chun present this, Su Yun smiled. I did not expect to encounter a disciple of Shuhai Mountain Institute here, especially one of Master Chen's students. That explains your cultivation at the 4th level of the Void Refinement stage. And what is your esteemed title? I am Su Yun, the Empress of the Xianyu dynasty and the eldest daughter of the Su family in Yunlan continent. Gu Chun remained unfazed upon learning that she was the Empress of the Xianyu dynasty, but his demeanor shifted upon realizing her connection to the Su family. Although the Su family was not among the 6 top-tier factions, its reputation and status held significance in Kanglan. The current head of the Su family was a formidable figure at the 6th level of the Tribulation Realm. It is an honor to meet a senior from the Su family. Since you are a disciple of Shuhai Mountain Institute, why not travel with me? I am returning to Yunlan continent, and you need not address me as senior. After all, my father and your master are contemporaries. If you do not mind, you may call me Sister Yun. Su Yun's offer was also intended to leave a favorable impression on Master Chen. After all, if Gu Chen returned to report that she had treated him poorly, it would be a significant loss. This was a rare opportunity to cultivate a relationship with a top-tier powerhouse like Master Chen. Beside Gu Chen, Su Liu felt a surge of anxiety. She had not anticipated that the woman would be the Empress of the Xianyu dynasty, the same one who had been defeated by her little junior brother in a single move. She also did not foresee that this individual was from Yunlan continent. What was her purpose for returning? Was she planning to leverage her family's influence to retaliate against the Lingxiao sect and her little junior brother? Thank you, Sister Yun, but my wife is rather shy. We shall not trouble you further. We have our own cloud ship. Is that so? In that case, I shall not press further. Here, take this. With that, Su Yun tossed Gu Chen a token inscribed with the character Su. This is a credential for esteemed guests of the Su family. Fortunately, I still have a few. As a disciple of Master Chen, you are deserving of this. Should you require assistance, feel free to visit the various branches of the Su family across the continent. After expressing his gratitude, Gu Chan led Su Liu back to their cloud ship. Watching Su Yun and her entourage swiftly depart, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, thankful not to have been recognized as members of the Ling Shao sect. Chapter 54. The secret of the profound fire technique. To her astonishment, the Empress of the Xinyu Empire turned out to be from the Yunlan continent as well. Could it be that she intended to leverage her family's influence to create trouble for my junior brother and the Ling Shao sect? Su Liu, standing at the bow of the ship, expressed her concerns to Gu Chun and gently patted Su Liu's back. Do not fret. If that is indeed the case, I shall seek my master's assistance. Isn't your master a tribulation-level expert? Would he truly intervene in such matters? Su Liu felt uncertain. Although they could not gauge the full extent of the Dongfang's power, it was widely believed that Dongfang's peak strength was akin to that of Duan Kong from the Tianyun continent, merely at the 9th layer of the fusion stage. After all, it had been 4 centuries since a Mahayana expert had emerged from the Tianyun continent, and the notion of Dongfang possessing Mahayana-level strength seemed implausible. If Su Yun were to casually bring back a Mahayana ancestor, the Ling Shao sect might find itself in dire straits. Moreover, her apprehension stemmed not from fearing whether Gu Chun's master would come to their aid, but rather from the prospect of being separated from Dongfang and the others when the Ling Shao sect faced adversity. You are my wife, and the Ling Shao sect is now my family as well. Though Dongfang and brother Lin Yuan may harbor discontent over our marriage, I sense their genuine blessings for us. Therefore, should trouble arise, I will spare no effort to protect the Ling Shao sect along with Dongfang and brother Lin Yuan. Listening to Gu Chun's words, Su Liu felt considerably reassured, and the two continued their journey towards the Yunlan continent. On the peak of the Shaoyao mountain, during the evening, Dongfang, having finished listening to the melody, hummed a tune as he made his way to the summit. However, upon seeing Qian Minghan toiling in the vegetable garden, he was somewhat taken aback. The young lady from a prominent family was genuinely engaged in work? The fatigue and sweat from labor could not be feigned, and she exhibited no airs of nobility whatsoever. Master, you have returned. Yes. Where is Mo? After he chopped the firewood, he mentioned that you would be back soon and went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. I am here feeding the little fox. Lu Ran indicated towards the small white fox that was munching away. Indeed, this girl has shown considerable perseverance. I thought she would give up after half a day. She has truly surprised me. Following the instructions of senior brother Mo Yi, she has sealed her spiritual power while working, laboring as an ordinary person, and she has diligently persisted until now. Her attitude is commendable. From now on, she will be your junior sister. However, do not inform her just yet. Let her continue for a few more days. As for you, it is time to prepare for the condensation of your golden core. Dongfang nodded at Qian Minghan, not intending to crush her spirit, but rather to assess her determination and attitude. It appeared that her attitude was indeed favorable, and he was more than willing to welcome such talent into the Ling Shao sect. I'm already prepared and plan to start tomorrow. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. After dinner, meet me at the waterfall on the back mountain. Also, let that girl take a break. She has done enough for today. With that, Dongfang reclined onto a lounge chair and closed his eyes. Lu Ran approached Qian Minghan and snatched the hoe from her hands. Hey, what are you doing? Enough. It's time for a rest. Master said your attitude is commendable, so you may stay at Shaoyao Mountain for now. Really? When can I become his disciple? That hasn't been decided yet. There is a lake and waterfall on the back mountain where you can bathe. There are a couple of empty bamboo houses. After you finish bathing, you can choose one to stay in and then help with dinner. That makes sense. It would indeed be impolite to dine with Senior Dongfang while looking so dirty. Thank you. Watching Qian Minghan's retreating figure, Lu Ran smiled wryly. This little enchantress had truly made significant changes to become worthy of her master, and he found himself impressed. After dinner, Lu Ran accompanied Dongfang to the lake beneath the waterfall on the back mountain. Master, what should I do? Dongfang remained silent and simply gestured with his sword finger towards Lu Ra and I. In an instant, Lu Ran was transported to the center of the lake, where a formation of blades rose beneath his feet, enveloping him entirely. Master, how is this supposed to help me condense my golden core? Do you remember what I told you? Your perseverance may yield unexpected transformations, allowing you to break through to the golden core under the tempering of the blade formation. It could be quite effective. I want to die in there. Will I? Who knows? It depends on your strength, resilience, and willpower. You might indeed perish. Dongfang jested, though Lu Ran could not decipher the humor in his words. Given his own capabilities, he knew he could not escape the blade formation, and after some hesitation, he resolved to give it a try. After leaving Lu Ran on the back mountain, Dongfang glanced at the little white fox perched on the tree. It had already reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while he had only just retrieved it when it was at the 4th layer. Moreover, its physique had visibly become plumper. "Senior Dongfang, you've returned? Ah? You haven't rested yet?" "No, I just took a stroll. There are so many vegetable gardens and fields here." 1819. "You've reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Seems you've been diligent in your cultivation. Surely, you're not merely proficient in medicine?" As Dongfang spoke, he took a seat. Qian Minghan obediently poured tea beside him. "My skills in medicine are a result of family circumstances, but my cultivation is indeed quite strong." As she spoke, Qian Minghan produced her fire feather illusion flute, and with a thought, it transformed into a longbow wreathed in flames. This weapon appears to be of high quality and has dual forms. "You primarily practice fire-type techniques, then?" "Indeed." Dongfang raised an eyebrow, recalling the 6 artifacts he had obtained from the Fire Flame Taoist legacy. Could this truly be fate? He had been contemplating finding a suitable recipient for the artifacts, having offered one to his 3rd senior brother, who had declined. Since he was to take Qian Minghan as a disciple, perhaps this was indeed fate, but it would be prudent to hold off on giving them to her for now. "Very well then, consider this an incentive for your future work." Dongfang directly handed a tome entitled The Secret of the Profound Fire Technique to Qian Minghan. This was a fire attribute cultivation method modified from the 3 flavors True Fire. Although its power did not match the original, it was sufficient for Qian Minghan. He decided to provide her with this for the time being, planning to acquire additional resources from the system once she formally became his disciple. "For me?" Qian Minghan queried, uncertainty in her voice. "Do you not want it?" "I do." Fearing that Dongfang would retract his offer, Qian Minghan eagerly accepted the book and hugged it close to her chest, viewing it as a promising beginning. After perusing The Secret of the Profound Fire, she could clearly discern that the techniques she had previously practiced paled in comparison. Chapter 55. The 6 Great Forces of Yunlan. Observing Qian Minghan bouncing back to her quarters, Dongfang chuckled to himself, feeling as if he had raised a daughter. Had he truly aged into his 70s? From a modern perspective, he felt old, but witnessing the joy of the younger generation brought a smile to his face. He then turned his gaze to the white fox in the tree, aware that she had not fallen asleep. "Little one, you've been at my Xiaoyao Peak for several days now. Is there anything you wish to share?" Upon hearing Dongfang's words, the little white fox leaped onto the table, looking at him. After these days, she had sensed that Dongfang and his companions harbored no malice towards her. They even considered her needs when it came to food. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from this tree was so potent that Dongfang had never attempted to drive her away. "What do you want me to say? Tell me about your origins. If you are from the demon tribe, how did you manage to breach the barrier with your level of Qi refinement?" "All right, I am indeed from the demon tribe, specifically the Tianhu clan's 5th princess, Mei Yin Yin. However, I am uncertain how I crossed over. I merely remember feeling as if I were being torn apart after passing through a certain place, and I desperately tried to escape, only to lose consciousness and wake up in the previous room." Mei Yin Yin pointed to a bamboo house. Dongfang nodded thoughtfully to it. Seemed likely that the gathering of foxfolk he had encountered near the barrier was an effort to locate this little fox. Furthermore, the fact that she had managed to endure a barrier that even fusion stage experts could not withstand suggested that she harbored secrets unknown even to herself. "How long will it take for you to transform?" "What do you want that for?" Mei Yin Yin retreated a step, wary. Within her clan, she had heard elders mention that many wicked human cultivators were fond of capturing fox demons like herself. Drawn by their beauty upon transformation, it was all too clear what would happen thereafter. Seemingly sensing Mei Yin Yin's apprehension, Dongfang rolled his eyes. He was not one of those infamous figures infamous for their cruelty. "Rest assured, I have no interest in you little girls, especially since you're a fox. I am merely curious about what level of cultivation is required for your kind to achieve transformation." "Really? Absolutely. You could transform and stand before me in your natural form, and I would still have no interest." That statement left Mei Yin Yin feeling somewhat hurt. She wondered why it felt like a slight against her. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she continued, "For us demons, we must reach at least the 5th layer of foundation establishment to transform." "The 5th layer of foundation establishment? That's less than I expected. I thought one would need to reach the golden core stage to take human form." but I suppose for your kind, it should be referred to as a demon core, right? Indeed. All right then, you may return to your lair. I have no further questions, is that all? Mei Yinyan gazed at Dongfang in a state of disbelief. She had anticipated that revealing her identity would prompt Dongfang to assign her some task, perhaps to inquire about the demon clan or some such matter. Instead, he merely posed a few trivial questions, or suggested sending her back rather than allowing her to remain here for cultivation. Is that all? What else do you expect of me? You are aware of my association with the demon clan, rather than being an independent cultivator with sentience. Are you really not going to send me away? If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. Enough, I need to sleep now. Please do not disturb me. After saying this, Dongfang reclined on the lounge chair, shutting his eyes and ignoring Mei Yinyan further. Observing this, she refrained from speaking again and instead leapt back to her nest in the tree to continue absorbing spiritual energy for her cultivation. A few days later, on the Yunnan continent, Su Yun had already arrived ahead of Gu Qian and Su Liyue, entering the Su family. Under the watchful eyes of the elders of the Su family, she approached the center of the grand hall, where a white-haired elder sat before her. This was her father, Su Lai, the current head of the Su family. Father, I have returned. You have returned for a reason. I presume Su Lai was well aware of his eldest daughter. She would not return unless compelled by circumstances. Before the decision to send Mo Yi as a hostage to the Qiang dynasty was made, Su Yun had sought the Su family's help, only to be rebuffed by Su Lai. Without delay, she recounted the events that transpired in the Tianyun continent. Upon hearing her account, Su Lai slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. Humph! I have truly failed in my teachings. How could you allow your own son to be treated this way, and that good-for-nothing Mo Tian was even handled by a junior? Such disgrace. Listening to Su Lai's reprimands, Su Yun remained silent, enduring the scolding. Very well, let your brother accompany you back to bring Mo Chi with you. As for Mo Yi, to cultivate for 2 years without a spiritual C yet achieve the golden core stage and comprehend sword intent. This is indeed due to the bloodline of the Su family. What relation does he have with a country bumpkin? Bring him back as well, and let us discipline him. That fellow named Dongfang is not worthy to instruct the bloodline of the Su family. After Su Lai finished speaking, a middle-aged man at the 5th level of the Great Ascension realm stepped forward. This was Su Yun's younger brother, Su Hui. Seeing her father instruct her brother to accompany her back, Su Yun felt reassured. Furthermore, Su Lai's assistance to Su Yun primarily stemmed from his recognition of the talents of Mo Yi and Mo Chi since both possessed the Su family bloodline. Mo Chi would undoubtedly achieve what Mo Yi had accomplished in the future. The addition of 2 direct bloodline prodigies to the Su family would indeed be a commendable matter. When shall we depart? Sister? We will return in a few days to fetch your nephew and niece. Meanwhile, Gu Qian and Su Liyue had reached the border of the Yunnan continent. Observing the bustling border city that even lay by the sea, Su Liyue couldn't help but marvel. Truly impressive, this Yunnan continent is indeed superior to the Tianyun continent. This mere border city surpasses the combined size of several sections. Finally, we have arrived, yet there remains some distance to Shuhai Mountain Academy. Is Shuhai Mountain Academy entirely composed of Confucian cultivators? Not entirely. There are numerous sword cultivators and other practitioners, though Confucian cultivators do predominate. Is your master the academy's head? Indeed, he is the 9th headmaster of Shuhai Mountain Academy. It is thanks to him that I was able to cultivate. What about the 6 major powers of the Yunnan continent you mentioned? Besides Shuhai Mountain Academy, what are the other 5? Seeing Su Liyue's curious expression, Gu Qian smiled gently and began to explain. The 6 major powers of the Yunnan continent are Shuhai Mountain Academy, Tianyan Valley, Shindao Xin Sect, Xingyun Palace, Zhixiao Divine Pavilion, and the Wanjian Palace, a sanctuary for sword cultivators across the Yunnan continent. Are these truly the strongest 6 powers of the Yunnan continent? Indeed. Each of these powers boasts several individuals at the Tribulation Crossing stage, especially Wanjian Palace's master, Wan Huai, the foremost sword cultivator of the Yunnan continent and the strongest among the 9th level of the Tribulation Crossing stage. It is said that he is the most likely candidate to ascend to immortality. As Gu Qian spoke, a look of respect appeared on his face for Wan Huai. During the great competition of various powers, he had the fortune to witness this esteemed individual, whose aura radiated a formidable sword intent that was truly intimidating. Very well, let us hasten our journey. After meeting your master, I wish to return to the Tianyun continent as soon as possible. Chapter 56. A duel between brothers on a deep night 2 days later, Lu Ran remained ensnared within the blade formation on the lake in the back mountain, consolidating his golden core. At that moment, Dongfang, who lay asleep in a lounge chair, suddenly awoke, gasping for breath. What a peculiar occurrence! This is the first time I have had such a vivid dream, transforming into the Monkey King. Dongfang clutched his chest, reflecting on the dream eye in it. He had inexplicably become the Monkey King, and to protect two figures, he had been engulfed by a massive beam of golden light. Shaking his head, Dongfang quickly took a sip of wine to clear his mind. Yet, as a wave of blade and tint surged from the back mountain, he vanished from the lounge chair in an instant. Watching Dongfang's sudden disappearance, Qing Niu seemed to ponder something. Suddenly, a small glowing orb appeared beside him, having just experienced a dream. What sort of dream could rouse this carefree fellow? Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the small orb, Qing Niu inquired, "Is it about that monkey?" "Indeed. Has he been assimilated by the monkey's spirit so soon?" "Uncertain. For now, it is merely a symptom of the dream. Though you think he might detect any signs that I fused the monkey's spirit with his? Given his carefree demeanor, I wouldn't he count on it. You should see the state you've led him into. Let us simply follow him obediently." As Qing Niu spoke, the glowing orb slowly faded away. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Lu Ran drew Mo Yi and Qian Minghan, who hurried over. Upon arrival, they found Dongfang standing by the lake, observing Lu Ran's rapidly surging aura. "Master, Senior Dongfang, you have arrived. Lu Ran, what is happening? It seems that my expectations were not misplaced. This young man has truly undergone a transformation." Dongfang's keen eyes assessed the purple spiritual sea within Lu Ran, which was gradually morphing into a golden spiritual sea, while the blade and tint radiating from him enveloped the entire lake. Qian Minghan, astonished by Lu Ran's soaring aura and the fierce blade and tint, could hardly find her voice as Lu Ran extended his arms outward. His spiritual sea completely transformed into a golden spiritual sea, and the golden light emanating from it began to coalesce into a flawless golden core. Remarkable. Not only has he transformed his purple spiritual sea into a golden one, but he has also comprehended blade and tint, and the golden core he has formed is perfect. What? Senior Dongfang, you mean his purple spiritual sea has become a golden one? He has comprehended blade and tint and formed a perfect golden core? Hearing Dongfang's words, Qian Minghan felt as though she were dreaming. Is it truly possible for one's spiritual sea to undergo such a metamorphosis? This has only strengthened my resolve to become Dongfang's disciple. He is truly extraordinary. As Lu Ran gradually descended before Dongfang and the others, he asked, "Master, you must be able to sense the changes in your body. Why spiritual sea has transformed into a golden one." "Congratulations, Lu Ran. The master was indeed correct. Your perseverance has truly yielded remarkable changes." Mo Yi expressed his joy for Lu Ran, patting his shoulder. However, Lu Ran regarded Mo Yi in silence, noticing Lu Ran's intense gaze. Mo Yi felt puzzled. "What is it?" "Senior brother, may I spar with you? I would like to test my current strength and solidify my newly attained second level of the Golden Core stage." "Well?" Master Mo Yi did not respond to Lu Ran but turned a glance at Dongfang. After yawning, Dongfang waved his hand, summoning a lounge chair that appeared before the group's eyes, and he reclined back down. "Since Lu Ran has requested this, why don't you, as the senior brother, indulge him? I find myself unable to sleep at the moment. Consider it a spectacle." With Dongfang's endorsement, Mo Yi had no further objections and soared into the center of the lake with Lu Ran. Qian Minghan obediently stood beside Dongfang. "Senior, will they be serious in their spar?" "Uncertain, but if they do not engage earnestly, what is the point? Observe the duel between your two senior brothers. It will greatly benefit your cultivation." "Yes, senior." As soon as Qian Minghan finished speaking, she suddenly froze in astonishment. Earlier, Dongfang referred to them as her two senior brothers. "Senior, do you wish to take me as your disciple?" "What, are you unwilling?" "No, thank you, no." "Thank you, master." Just as Qian Minghan finished speaking, the two combatants on the lake began their spar. Lu Ran wielded the dragon-patterned saber, clashing with Mo Yi's clear frost sword, as the glimmer of blades and shadows danced across the surface of the lake. The two distinct auras stirred the waters into a frenzied turmoil, captivating Qian Minghan entirely. "Impressive, junior brother. Things are about to get serious." Mo Yi pointed his sword skyward, and the listening rain sword flew forth. resonating in the air alongside the clear frost sword. Witnessing Moyi's display of skill, Lu Ran gripped the dragon pattern saber tightly, brushing his left hand across the blade, causing the dragon patterns to gleam with golden light as a mighty dragon's roar erupted. Be cautious, junior brother. Rainfall in a cold sky. This was a combined technique derived from Moyi's inheritance, merging the listening rain sword technique with the clear frost sword technique. The two swords intertwined in the air, forming a colossal vortex of sword chi, as a torrent of icy sword rain cascaded down upon Lu Ran. Lu Ran swung his saber, creating a massive wall of water to shield himself from the incoming sword chi. Though it was merely a temporary measure, with the passage of time, the dragon pattern knife in Lu Ran's hand began to emit a phantom that rapidly expanded. After the water wall was shattered by the rain of swords, Lu Ran was already wielding a golden long knife nearly 10 meters in length. With a single swing, the rain of swords that came rushing towards him was instantly scattered. The long knife then descended directly towards Moyi's head. Observing this, Moyi swiftly maneuvered two swords to cross above his head, releasing sword energy that clashed with the long knife. Master, is this truly not a life-and-death struggle? Qin Minghan swallowed hard as she watched the two adversaries. Is the sparring at Xiaoyao Peak always so serious? If I were to spar with either of them, would I not be knocked down? One comprehends sword intent, while the other grasps knife intent. The outcome had already been determined. Moyi had only utilized 50% of his strength, while Lu Ran had exerted 80 to 90%. Moreover, Moyi had restrained his power to match Lu Ran's cultivation at the second level of the Golden Core. After taking a sip of wine, Dongfang remarked, however, Lu Ran's strength is quite impressive now, at least stronger than Dou Yun and Mu Yunxue at the same stage of power. As the residual shockwaves from their clash sent great splashes of water soaring. The competition reached its conclusion. Once Dongfang removed the barrier that shielded against the splashes, Lu Ran and Moyi slowly returned to the lakeside, the only difference being a trace of blood at the corner of Lu Ran's mouth. As he still panted slightly for breath, Moyi, on the other hand, exhibited no signs of distress, gradually sheathing his sword back into its scabbard. All right, you two rascals have finished your brawl and put on enough of a show in front of your junior sister. Now, off you go to sleep. Chapter 57. Shuhai Academy as a sacred ground for Confucian cultivators. Shuhai Academy emanated an aura of literary elegance. Su Liyue and Gu Chun arrived at the entrance of Shuhai Academy. And as the cloud ship descended slowly, they disembarked and prepared to enter. However, a middle-aged man dressed in simple clothing stood before them, smiling and awaiting Gu Chen's arrival. Junior brother, you have returned, third senior brother. What are you doing here? Upon recognizing the person before him, Gu Chen excitedly pulled Su Liyue to the front. Master mentioned you would return today. I had just finished my classes at the academy and was waiting for you here. This must be your wife, right? Yes, this is the girl I often spoke of before, now my wife, Su Liyue. Liyue, this is my third senior brother, Wen Yu, a second-level Tribulation Realm expert. Hello, senior brother, Su Liyue greeted politely. Encountering a living Tribulation Realm expert in Tianyun continent was enough to instill fear, but Wen Yu exuded a refined and gentle demeanor, not at all resembling a powerful figure, but rather fitting the image of a scholarly teacher. Sister-in-law, there is no need for formality. It's a pity that the other senior brothers are not present. Otherwise, they would have all had the chance to meet you. Please follow me, Master is waiting for you. After saying this, Wen Yu turned and led the way into the academy. The two exchanged glances before quickly following. Observing Wen Yu's retreating figure, Su Liyue curiously asked, your third senior brother has reached the second level of the Tribulation Realm. What about your second senior brother and first senior brother? My second senior brother is a sixth-level Tribulation Realm expert. He has been wandering the world for years, declaring his intent to read every book under the sky. And rarely returns. As for my first senior brother, he is the strongest in the academy after Master, at the 9th level of the Tribulation Realm, and there are few who can match him throughout the entire Yunlan continent. Where is he now? Perhaps out drinking again. Everyone in the academy says my first senior brother is less of a Confucian and more of a drunkard. Upon hearing the term drunkard, Su Liyue thought of Dongfang, who also had a penchant for alcohol. According to Gu Chen, Dongfang and his first senior brother might indeed get along famously, as they were both fond of drinking. As they walked, Su Liyue observed numerous students engrossed in books, each possessing considerable strength, some of whom were even beyond her comprehension. signifying they were stronger than her. In the center of a grand courtyard stood a massive statue. Gu Chan explained that it was the founder of Shuhai Academy, known simply as Ru. After reaching a secluded bamboo courtyard, when Yu and the two halted, "Master is inside. You may enter," Ji Yuchen nodded, offering reassurance to the somewhat nervous Su Liyue, and they stepped inside. Within the courtyard, an elderly man sat sipping tea, the sound of the nearby water wheel resonating crisply and ethereally. Gazing at the kind-faced elder, Su Liyue felt her anxious heart gradually settle as Gu Chan knelt beside her. Su Liyue followed suit, bowing before the elder. "Disciple Gu Chan, here with my wife, has returned to see you, master. Rise, my child. So, this is the girl you have been longing for." Master Chen set down his teacup and smiled warmly at the two. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already set off for Tianyuan Continent with his younger brother Su Hui, who was at the Great Ascension Realm, along with a 9th level and 3 8th level cultivators. That moment, Dongfang was watching his two disciples as they examined the dishes prepared by his youngest disciple. "Master, senior brothers, please eat. This meal is to celebrate you taking me as a disciple, and I personally cooked it." Qian Minghan looked at the three with joy. "Your cooking skills seem quite impressive. Each dish looks appetizing. Indeed, when did you, a young lady from a wealthy family, learn to cook?" Lu Ran and Demoi regarded Qian Minghan with admiration, for during their 2 years at Xiaoyao Peak, they had struggled to develop culinary skills merely to meet Dongfang's taste. Yet, Qian Minghan effortlessly produced such a sumptuous feast. However, Dongfang merely gazed at the seemingly delightful dishes without lifting his chopsticks. "Master, you should try it. If you don't, the two senior brothers won't dare to start. May I ask how long you have been cooking?" "About a year, I suppose. Aside from cultivating and studying medicine at home, it was quite boring, so I thought to learn cooking from the chef to cultivate some interest. But this is the first time I've cooked without the chef's assistance." Upon hearing Qian Minghan's response, Dongfang nodded and looked toward Lu Ran and Demoi. "I am not particularly hungry. If you are, feel free to eat first. I'll have a sip of wine." "Really, master? Then we won't hold back. Let's taste Junior sister's cooking." Having said that, the two quickly picked up pieces of meat and placed them in their mouths. However, their expressions soon changed as an overwhelming explosion of flavor assaulted their taste buds, leaving their minds somewhat hazy. As their bodies trembled, they slumped down from their chairs, and Dongfang wore an expression of knowing anticipation. "Hey, what's wrong with you two? They must be tired. Youth is wonderful, they can just fall asleep. Alas, I have been drinking a bit too much lately and lack appetite. So let them wake up and eat later. I shall take my leave." With that, Dongfang stood, stretched lazily, and vanished before Qian Minghan's eyes. Looking at the two sprawled on the ground, Qian Minghan, puzzled, picked up her chopsticks to taste a bite herself. With a similar explosion of flavors overwhelming her senses, she too collapsed, perched upon a tree. The little white fox Mei Yin watched this scene with a look of relief. "Fortunately, I had a hearty breakfast. I'm not hungry now. Otherwise, I might have ended up like these three." After this incident, the entire Xiaoyao Peak decided that Qian Minghan should not be allowed in the kitchen, and even Dongfang solemnly advised her to focus on her cultivation. "You are now at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Concentrate on reaching the pinnacle of your realm to successfully condense your golden core." Many days later, outside the Grand Hall of Xianyu Imperial Palace, Missouri Tian, accompanied by the returning Mo Yue and Mo Qi, observed a massive cloud ship descending slowly. Though Mo Qi had regained his vitality, he still appeared somewhat weak, and now he had become a mere shell of his former self. "Your Majesty, I have returned." "Yue, cheer. This is your uncle. Hurry over." Seeing Mo Yue and Mo Qi approach to bow, Su Hui coldly waved his hand. "Enough, I have come at my father's behest to bring Mo Qi and Mo Yi back. As for that Ling Xiao sect, I will deal with them in passing." "Uncle, why is that?" Mo Yue inquired in confusion. Mo Yi was no longer related to them, so why would he be brought back? Was it because of his unique talent for cultivation despite lacking a spiritual seed? A rural sect and its people do not qualify to instruct the bloodline of the Su family. Su Hui's words were akin to an insult to the entire Tianyuan continent. Yet, upon hearing this, Mo Tian felt a surge of anger but could not retort. Before him stood his wife's brother, who had known Mo Yi long before their births, a powerful Great Ascension realm expert. What could he possibly say? It had been centuries since a Great Ascension expert had appeared in Tianyuan continent, and its overall strength was already inferior to that of Yunlan continent, which boasted numerous Tribulation Realm experts. Chapter 58. One arrow annihilates thousands of enemies. A few days later, atop Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang sat drinking while watching his 3 disciples work. Suddenly, he halted, the gourd poised to reach his lips, as he gazed into the distance. At this moment, dozens of miles away from Lingxiao's sect, several cloud ships emblazoned with the emblem of Xian Yu were heading toward the sect. Led by the formidable Great Ascension Realm expert Su Hui, accompanied by several other combined realm experts from the Su family. The remainder comprised soldiers from the Xian Yu dynasty, a grand fleet of several thousand ships advancing relentlessly toward Lingxiao sect. Originally, Mo Tian had planned to accompany them, but Su Hui had declined his presence, insisting that Su Yun take Mo Qi and Mo Yue ahead to Yunlan continent first. Once he resolved the situation with Lingxiao sect, he would promptly pursue them. As the sovereign, Lin Yuan had received the news, for the commotion caused by the Xian Yu dynasty was evidently directed towards the Lingxiao sect and the east. Thus, he swiftly made his way to the Carefree Peak. How can you remain so calm? It is merely the Xian Yu dynasty that has arrived. Rest assured, senior brother. Also, do not let that child Moe hear this. What if he thinks the cause lies with him? Observing your demeanor, do you truly have confidence in resolving the situation with so many capable warriors? You should simply continue with your own affairs. There is no need to worry about the rest. Really indeed. Seeing Dongfang's demeanor of tranquility, Lin Yuan chose to remain silent. After all, he would observe how Dongfang would handle the matter, for at present, he was the strongest within the Lingxiao sect. Lin Yuan subsequently departed from the Carefree Peak. After glancing towards the direction of the Xian Yu dynasty's cloud ships, Dongfang called over his little disciple, Qian Minghan. What is it, master? I am currently feeding the cattle. What is your proficiency with the bow and arrow at this moment? Well, I can assure you that I can hit every target within my line of sight. Is that so? Today, I will teach you how to utilize your divine consciousness along with the 3 flavors of mysterious fire technique to injure enemies within your range of perception. Bring me your bow. Qian Minghan obediently nodded and quickly produced her flute, which transformed into a bow enveloped in flames, handing it to Dongfang. After receiving the bow, Dongfang lightly tapped her forehead with a finger and directed her gaze towards the cloud ships of the Xian Yu dynasty. What do you see? So many cloud ships, each emblazoned with the character Xian Yu. They must be from the Xian Yu dynasty. They wouldn't be seeking you out, would they? That's enough. Just observe closely. Once your divine consciousness reaches a certain level, I will teach you how to employ it to strike enemies from a distance. As he spoke, Dongfang snapped his fingers, and an arrow of fire, conjured from the 3 flavors of mysterious fire, was knocked onto the bow, aimed directly at the location of the Xian Yu dynasty's cloud ships. With a gentle pull, he released the arrow, which soared forth, transforming into a fiery phoenix as it flew toward the horizon. On the cloud ship, Su Hui and others, who were navigating, witnessed a brilliant crimson object approaching them. Brother Hui, what is that? It appears to be a phoenix of fire. Just as Su Hui finished speaking, his pupils dilated in shock, for it was indeed a fire phoenix, soaring toward them with a fierce and blazing aura. Be careful. Before he could finish, the fire phoenix had already arrived with great speed, igniting the sky in an inferno. Across the entire southern continent, many could see the distant sky ablaze and feel the intense heat radiating from it. The thousands aboard the cloud ship were utterly consumed, leaving not a trace behind, save for Su Hui, whose consciousness had been deliberately preserved by Dongfang. The rest were incinerated without exception. The mightiest forces of the Xian Yu dynasty were annihilated in an instant. Qian Minghan bore witness to this spectacle, swallowing hard. Could her master truly be a deity descended from the heavens? With just a single arrow, he had dispatched over 10,000 skilled soldiers. Master. Enough. Contemplate that last arrow well. I must step out for a while. Upon finishing, Dongfang returned the bow to Qian Minghan and vanished from the Carefree Peak. The next moment, he appeared at the site where the Xian Yu army had just been, extending his hand to grasp the remnants of the consciousness he had intentionally spared. At that moment, Su Hui's consciousness was in a daze as Dongfang placed his hand atop his head and began to search his memories, gaining access to all of Su Hui's recollections. After a brief moment, Dongfang withdrew his hand, dispersing the remnants in the Yunlan continent. The Su family. I did not anticipate that the queen of the Xian Yu dynasty had such a background. With that, Dongfang vanished back to the Carefree Peak. Upon his swift return, Qian Minghan stepped forward to inquire, "Master, where did you just go?" "Nowhere of consequence, but I must step out again. If your sister Yunxue, or the elders of the illusionary Feather Peak, come looking for me, have them wait. I will return shortly. After advising Qian Minghan, Dongfang glanced at Mo Yi and Lu Ran, who were laboring in the fields. He departed from the carefree peak, and when Dongfang returned 3 days later, he found himself in the Book Sea Mountain Academy of the Yunlan continent, where Gu Qian and Su Li Yu were dining with Wen Yu, junior brother. "You mentioned yesterday that you obtained the Su family's guest elder token. Correct? What is it, senior brother?" "It's nothing. I merely heard something while lecturing this morning. The Su family has recently suffered a significant blow." "A significant blow? What happened?" "It is said that the Su family was inexplicably struck down by heavenly lightning, resulting in numerous casualties. Even the family head and another transcendental elder have sustained severe injuries and are now in seclusion. Moreover, their treasury has been looted of more than half its treasures." After hearing Wen Yu's words, Gu Qian and Su Li Yu exchanged incredulous glances. The Su family, after all, possessed 2 transcendental experts. However, they were not yet at the stage to withstand tribulations. Even if it were the tribulations of heavenly lightning, such devastation seemed excessive. Coupled with the fact that their treasury had been ransacked, it was clear they had offended someone and were now being targeted. Just as the news of the Su family's plight spread across the Yunlan continent, a shocking event transpired in the Tianyun continent. All the palace structures of the Xianyu dynasty were obliterated by heavenly lightning, leaving only the common folk in the capital unscathed. This was undoubtedly the most devastating blow for the emperor of the Xianyu, as his strongest elite had vanished before even reaching the Ling Shao sect, and the powerful Su Lai was also missing. His wife had departed the Tianyun continent with their son and daughter. Though he remained unharmed, everything his ancestors had painstakingly built was now lost. Chapter 59. The Rare Second Senior Brother on Carefree Peak. Dongfang summoned Su Qian and a host of his direct disciples, distributing the remaining treasures from the sect's treasury. Upon receiving the gifts from Dongfang, Su Qian and the others were elated. "Uncle Junior, where did you procure such an abundance of treasures?" Doyun inquired, playing with a newly acquired defensive artifact. "I found them. Of course, if you do not want them, you may return them to me." "I want them. How could I possibly refuse? Uncle Junior is the best." "Hey, Mo Yi, are you all right?" Doyun suddenly noticed that Mo Yi was lost in thought, and he comfortingly patted his shoulder. Given the recent events concerning the Xianyu dynasty, they were aware of the situation. Mo Yi exhibited no emotional turmoil. Instead, he continued to cultivate and work diligently. "It's nothing, senior brother. I do not mourn for them. I have severed ties with them. This is my home now. I am merely feeling a bit contemplative." Mo Yi smiled and shook his head. He suspected that his master was behind the incident, but he bore no resentment toward Dongfang. After all, it was the Xianyu dynasty that had persisted, not Dongfang who had instigated the conflict. He merely felt a sense of lamentation that the Xianyu dynasty, which had stood for over a millennium, had been reduced to ruin due to the emperor's folly. "Well, the items have been distributed. Go about your business. Minghan, come with me." After speaking, Dongfang led Qian Minghan to the Qiyang Peak, with Olua accompanying them. As they stepped onto Qiyang Peak, Qian Minghan clearly sensed a rich and pure flame spiritual energy. "Master, what are we doing at Third Uncle's Qiyang Peak?" "I am preparing to help you condense your golden core. This place is quite suitable indeed. Since little junior sister cultivates fire-based techniques, this location is indeed ideal. It is a pity you did not take my master as your teacher," Olua expressed regretfully. Though he was the eldest disciple of Yen Yu, he did not possess the physique suited for fire cultivation and focused instead on body refinement. "All right, you rascal, I will take her to the foot of the peak to find your master. You hurry off to your tasks. I will take my leave, Uncle Junior and Little Junior sister. If you have time in the future, do come to visit with Mo Yi and the others." "Okay," Qian Minghan responded with a smile. After spending the last few days together, she had come to understand why Mo Yi and Lu Ran were so fond of the Ling Shao sect. The seniors were genuinely kind to them. Even the seemingly aloof Mu Yunxue had treated her, the little junior sister, with great care and had gifted her numerous items. Furthermore, she was astonished to discover that Olua and several other seniors, despite their youth, had already reached the 9th level of Golden Core and were all perfect Golden Cores, soon to undergo tribulation and break through to the nascent soul stage. The Ling Shao sect was far from the rumors of decay. After entrusting Qianming Han to Yinyu, Dongfang departed from Qiyang Peak, instructing her to condense her golden core and return to Carefree Peak afterward. However, upon returning to Carefree Peak, Dongfang encountered an unexpected visitor. "Second senior brother, it is quite rare for you to visit me. What brings you here today?" Dongfang remarked as he slowly sat down opposite Xiang Ming, while Lu Ran poured a cup of tea for him. "Indeed, the last time I came was to hear that you had accepted Mo Yi as your disciple. The affairs of the disciplined peak are simply too numerous. So, second senior brother, do you have a favor to ask of me?" "Actually, I only thought to request your assistance after seeing your formidable strength." Originally, the senior brother intended to handle it himself after transcending to the integration stage, but he has been quite fatigued. So I thought it best to ask for your help. Come now, senior brother. We are all family here. There's no need for such formality. Just speak freely. Dongfang helplessly waved his hand, lamenting that his second senior brother was the most indecisive among them. Even when seeking assistance from others, he would deliberate for an eternity. He had pondered for quite a while before proposing to his sister-in-law, worrying excessively about the possibility of rejection. After exchanging an awkward smile with Xiang Ming, he began to discuss the matter he needed assistance with. However, upon hearing it, Dongfang's expression turned peculiar, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Was the leader of the Miaoyin sect in Beizhou an old acquaintance of his master? Why hadn't he mentioned her before? Moreover, she had not attended the old man's funeral either. "Well, at that time, my master only took me as his disciple, while your elder brother and third senior brother were not yet present, and the fourth brother had yet to arrive at Lingshao's sect. Therefore, I had no knowledge of her and did not mention it. Furthermore, before leaving, my master specifically instructed us three not to tell her. But if I go to assist her in reinforcing the seal, she will inevitably find out. It's simply a matter of time, as my master had made a pact with her that whenever the seal weakened, the sect would send a combined realm practitioner along with a sealing artifact. Now that the time is approaching, we have no choice, and currently, you are the only one in the sect whose strength is confirmed to be in the combined realm." Dongfang took a sip of wine, truly unable to commend his master's judgment. The disciples he had taken were all quite talented, yet when he founded Lingshao's sect, he had recruited very few formidable individuals. Most of them remained in the void refinement realm, having been surpassed by his senior brothers. Of course, there were combined realm practitioners, but due to a major invasion by the demon clan, nearly all had perished in battle. Except for their master. For instance, the second leader of the Xiaoyao Peak, Lu Ran, the original owner of that dragon-patterned sword, had also been a master of the combined realm, perishing alongside a demon of equal standing. However, at that time, only their elder brother had joined the sect, while the other six were still absent. "Very well, if I must go, then so be it. I shall entrust this task to you. Rest assured, I will merely reinforce the seal. Nothing untoward will occur." Dongfang nonchalantly nodded, believing it sufficient to resolve the issue directly without further reinforcement. Keeping a demon cultivator with an immortal body restrained for too long would inevitably lead to trouble. Since the leader of the Miaoyin sect was an old acquaintance of his master, it would be prudent to assist her in resolving the problem at once. After all, she was, in a sense, their sect matriarch, albeit unmarried due to their respective roles as sect leaders. Moreover, this demon cultivator's immortality only applied to their kind. Here, Dongfang could easily reduce him to ashes, erasing even the remnants of his cells and consciousness. Dongfang was skeptical that this immortal body could regenerate itself without any consciousness. Upon seeing Dongfang's agreement, Xiang Ming refrained from saying more, handing over the artifact for reinforcing the seal and advising him to depart the following day and to leave Xiaoyao Peak within 20 days. As there were numerous matters awaiting resolution. The next day, after briefing Mo Yi and Lu Ran, Dongfang departed from Lingshao's sect accompanied by Qing Niu. Chapter 60. Inquiring about the sword with Mo Yi 5 days after Dongfang's departure, Qianming Han had successfully condensed her golden core and returned to Xiaoyao Peak. However, upon discovering that only Mo Yi and Lu Ran remained at the peak, she felt a pang of disappointment as she had hoped to share her joy of achieving the golden core with Dongfang. "How unfortunate that my master is absent. I wanted to bring him some happiness with my fire-type golden core, which rivals even the perfect golden core of my brother Mo Yi. Fire-type." Lu Ran and Mo Yi exchanged puzzled glances. "Another special golden core? Indeed. After condensing my golden core, it radiated flames. When I inquired with third uncle, he explained that this was a result of my fire affinity physique. hence the name Fire-type Golden Core. Moreover, thanks to my master's teachings of the 3 flavors of mysterious fire technique, my cultivation level soared to the 2nd layer of the Golden Core realm immediately after. Congratulations. It's a pity your master is away. How long will he be gone? I cannot say. He instructed us to oversee Xiaoyao Peak. During their conversation, Dou Yun and Su Chen arrived at Xiaoyao Peak. Upon seeing the two, the trio hurried forward. Elder brother, Dou Yun, what brings you here? Of course, we have matters to attend to. Wait, little junior sister has broken through to the Golden Core realm so quickly. All right, Dou Yun, Moe, as the eldest disciple of Xiaoyao Peak, you should handle this matter. What matter, elder brother? Dou Yun waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing significant. Someone has heard rumors about little uncle and your achievements in the Xianyu dynasty and has come specifically to challenge you for a spar. A fellow at the 5th layer of Golden Core, who looks somewhat similar to you, has yet to introduce himself. Thus, we sought you out to see how you, the esteemed disciple of Xiaoyao Peak, would respond. After all, it's a trivial matter, so there's no need to disturb little uncle. Su Chen nodded in agreement. After pondering for a moment, Moe agreed, and the 5 of them flew towards the gates of Lingxiao sect. There, they found a young man clad in black, somewhat handsome yet exuding a roguish air, standing at the entrance, chewing on a blade of grass. So, has Moe arrived? I am Moe, the eldest disciple of Xiaoyao Peak. Moe stepped forward and addressed the young man. Upon hearing Moe's name, Zhuahong spat out the grass, cracking his knuckles excitedly. I am but a mere loose cultivator, Zhuahong. Having heard of your exploits, I have come to seek your guidance and, if possible, to meet the esteemed Dongfang. If you wish to spar, I will oblige, but my master is currently absent from the sect, so you will not be able to meet him. That's all right. Let us have our duel first. As for meeting Dongfang, we can discuss that afterward. I am eager to witness the prowess of your sword box. Seeing the rising tension between the two, Su Chen and the others instinctively took a step back. Zhuahong gripped his left hand, summoning a sword of equal quality to Moe's sword box, his 5th layer Golden Core aura and sword intent fully unleashed. You possess sword intent as well? It took me considerable time and effort to comprehend it. You should not hold back either, for I do not plan on going easy on you. Given that he was facing a peer of similar strength, Moe showed respect and summoned the 7-star sword box, with Qing Shuang, Ting Yu, and Qi Lei flying out to hover beside him. As the two ascended, their sword intents began to clash, attracting the attention of other disciples who had been idle. Elder brother, what is going on? Who is that fighting with junior brother Moe? He also possesses sword intent. Someone here to seek a spar with junior brother. And they wish to see little uncle. Could it be that he seeks to apprentice under little uncle? Auro looked at Zhuahong, who was engaged in a fierce duel with Moe. Although he seemed impressive and was a self-taught cultivator, whether he would be accepted into Lingxiao sect ultimately depended on the judgment of the 7 peak masters, eye in the sky. As their clash intensified, Moe maneuvered his 3 swords to counter the relentless barrage of attacks. This was the first time, aside from Dou Yun and a few senior brothers, that he had to wield all 3 swords seriously against an opponent. Truly worthy of being Dongfang's disciple, your strength is indeed formidable. You are the first opponent I have encountered who has been able to hold their ground against me for this long. You are impressive as well. It is rare to find a self-taught cultivator who has achieved this level of mastery. After exchanging words, both began to gather their strength, preparing for a decisive strike. As their energies collided, Su Chen immediately released his sword aura to shield against the ensuing shockwaves. Once he retracted his aura, both combatants had landed on the ground. Moe withdrew his swords and returned to join Su Chen and the others. Phew, what a thrilling experience. I am thoroughly impressed. I have made my decision. I shall join Lingxiao sect. Upon hearing Zhuahong's declaration, Su Chen and the others exchanged glances, choosing to ignore him as they turned to leave. Hey, are you not welcoming me? Zhuahong, are you hoping to apprentice under my little uncle Dongfang? Unfortunately, he is not here at the moment, so we cannot take you to meet him. How long will Dongfang be away? I cannot say. Little uncle is quite spontaneous. Although he has gone to Beizhou on business, it is uncertain if he will linger there for a while afterward. Hearing that Dongfang was in Beizhou, Zhuahong felt somewhat speechless. After all the effort he had put into traveling from Beizhou to Nanzhou, the person he wished to meet had gone back to Beizhou. Observing Zhuahong in a daze, Su Chen said nothing further and entered Lingxiao sect alongside Dou Yun and the others. Determined, Zhuahong gritted his teeth and decided to wait at the entrance, accustomed to a life of hardship. He would simply wait for Dongfang's return. Meanwhile, Dongfang, accompanied by Qing Niu, had already entered the central continent and was enjoying drinks with Yu Daoqiu. Your reputation has spread far and wide lately. There's nothing much to say about that. By the way, are you sure you don't want to resume your cultivation? I can assist you. Dongfang looked at Yu Daoqiu, considering him a friend of Liao Si. Given that Liao Si had a close friendship with Dongfang's master, who had previously crafted a sword for Su Liyue, Dongfang remained curious about how Yu Daoqiu could forge weapons without any cultivation. Yet, it was not his place to pry into others' secrets. I am old now, and my life is quite satisfactory as it stands. The pursuit of high realms is a matter for you young ones. Yu Daoqiu glanced at the sword with a sense of contentment as he spoke. Upon observing the situation, Dongfang chose not to elaborate further. After spending a night at Yu Daoqiu's residence, he resumed his journey northward atop his azure ox. Chapter 61. Master S. Wife. As the 20 days entrusted to him by Xiang Ming dwindled down to the final 5. Dongfang finally arrived at the location of the Miaoyin sect, taking in the scenery along the way. Upon seeing 2 male disciples guarding the entrance, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own naivety. Having assumed that the sect, given its name, would be predominantly female. Greetings, esteemed disciples. I am Dongfang from Lingxiao sect, here to pay a visit to Miaoyin sect. Might I trouble you to announce my arrival? Are you the esteemed Peak Master Dongfang? The 2 disciples exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. They had heard rumors about Dongfang, and the young man seated upon the ox indeed matched the eccentric attire described in those tales. Out of courtesy, they clasped their hands in greeting. If you truly are Peak Master Dongfang, please wait a moment while I inform the elders. It's no trouble, please go ahead. I shall wait here with that. Dongfang dismounted from his azure ox. After a brief interval, the disciple returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man at the 4th stage of integration. Master Dongfang, I am Wang Kun, the 3rd elder of Miaoyin sect. The sect leader has sent me to escort you to her. Please, follow me. Thank you for your kindness. Dongfang left his azure ox to graze, confident that the lush grass would sustain it, and followed Wang Kun into the sect. As they traversed to the back mountain of the sect, Dongfang beheld an expanse adorned with various blossoms, where a beautiful woman was seated in a pavilion amidst the floral sea, quietly sipping tea. Sect leader, I have brought Master Dongfang. Very well, you may return. Wang Kun nodded at Dongfang before departing. Dongfang gazed with curiosity at the enchanting woman before him, pondering whether this was indeed his mentor's old flame. She was undeniably exquisite, a fitting match for his mentor, who always bore the appearance of a middle-aged man with white hair. Moreover, she was a formidable expert at the 7th stage of integration. You must be Dongfang? Dongfang's eyes sparkled as he bowed respectfully. I have the honor of meeting Master S. Wife. His words. Zhao Zimo paused, her hand holding the teacup faltering momentarily. She turned her gaze towards Dongfang. Intrigued. Did your master teach you to address me so? How is he faring? My master has. Dongfang hesitated, the weight of unspoken sorrow hanging in the air. Understanding his implication, Zhao Zimo's expression remained serene, devoid of grief. How long has it been since his departure? 50 years. To this day. 50 years. How cruel indeed. That Lin Yuan did not allow that child to inform me. Yet, what is done is done. It serves no purpose to dwell on it. I take it you are here with a magical artifact to assist in reinforcing the seal. Indeed, for within the sect, my fellow disciples are merely at the void refinement stage. Hence my presence. It is unfortunate for you young ones to shoulder the burden of Lingxiao sect at such a tender age. Yet, you are fortunate to have a disciple like you. Please make yourself at home in the sect. In a few days, I shall take you to the sealing site. Not at this very moment, Dongfang queried, taken aback, as he had hoped to resolve the matter of the demon cultivator immediately. Since you have called me Master's wife, I naturally wish to host you within the sect for a while. Are you so eager to reinforce the seal and depart? Do you think little of your Master's wife's sect? Not at all. It's merely that I possess the means to completely resolve the matter with that demon cultivator, eliminating the need for a mere reinforcement of the seal. I thought it best to address the issue directly, and then I could stay afterward. Realizing Zhao Zimo had misinterpreted his intentions, Dongfang hastened to clarify. However, Zhao Zimo regarded him with a curious expression. Dongfang, that demon cultivator has attained immortality. If it were not for your master wielding the sealing artifact alongside Liao Si and Duan Kong to assist me, we would not have succeeded in sealing him. What confidence do you possess to completely eradicate him? Dare you jest with Master S' wife? Master S' wife, since I have called you so, you are akin to family. I would never jest regarding such matters with family. Seeing the resolute gleam in Dongfang's eyes, Zhao Zimo began to believe his assertions. Very well, how do you intend to deal with him? I shall simply unseal him and let him out. The rest shall be left to me. Are you truly certain? This is a gamble not to be taken lightly. Should you fail to resolve him? The entire Miaoying sect may face catastrophe, I am confident. Thus, I implore you, Master S' wife, to take me to the sealing site without delay, so we may eradicate this menace and spare you the burden of the seal. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zimo chose to place her trust in Dongfang. She led him directly to the site of the seal, adjacent to a vast lake, where 5 pillars were anchored with iron chains that plunged into the lake's depths. Dongfang could distinctly see the shimmering array upon the lake's surface, resonating with the sealing artifact. Let us hope you can indeed accomplish this. I shall place my trust in you, Master's wife. Give me the artifact. I shall unseal it. Without further ado, Dongfang produced the artifact and handed it to Zhao Zimo. Upon receiving it, she cast it above the center of the lake, directing her finger toward it as her spiritual energy flowed into the artifact. A blue glow emanated from it, infusing the array upon the lake's surface. In a matter of moments, the array began to dissipate before Dongfang's eyes, and a figure bound by 5 chains at the lake's bottom suddenly opened its eyes. Fixating on the surface in the next instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, and a massive vortex erupted upon the lake, from which a column of black light surged upward towards the sky. He is emerging. Dongfang, whatever means you possess to deal with him, do so swiftly, otherwise, his demonic energy will spread, and it will be dire. Zhao Zimo reclaimed the artifact and urged Dongfang. Ha ha ha, after so many years, I am finally free. Ling Feng, Zhao Zimo, Liao Si, and Duan Kong, await your reckoning. The debts of the past shall be repaid tenfold. However, as this immortal demon cultivator emerged from the vortex, what awaited him was a colossal flame descending from above, engulfing him instantly, leaving no time for protest as he was reduced to ashes, the sky returning to its clear state. The inferno had evaporated the entire lake, leaving only a steaming crater in its wake. Is it done? Indeed, it is resolved. Are you certain? Absolutely. Are you well, Master S' wife? After retracting his hand, Dongfang waved it in front of the still-stunned Zhao Zimo, who finally snapped back to reality. Chapter 62. Ambush upon regaining her composure. Zhao Zimo regarded Dongfang with newfound respect. Dongfang, just how powerful are you? I merely find myself in a situation where I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent. Is that so? It appears your master truly took in a remarkable disciple. Who would have thought a junior in his 70s could surpass him? This is indeed extraordinary. Master S' wife owes you gratitude for resolving this calamity. Your praise is unwarranted, Master S' wife. Let us return. Dongfang gestured dismissively, and together, they returned to Miaoying's sect. That night, Zhao Zimo arranged accommodations for Dongfang, who, upon entering his room, suddenly had a thought. Wait, have I forgotten something? Shaking his head, he lay down upon the bed and promptly fell asleep. Entirely oblivious to the azure ox he had left grazing upon the grassy expanse outside the sect. Several days later, having resolved matters with Zhao Zimo, Dongfang prepared to depart, feeling he had sufficiently enjoyed his time there. However, he was taken aback to find Zhao Zimo insisted on accompanying him back. Master's wife, what will become of Miaoying's sect if you leave? No need for concern. The elders remain. I simply wish to see your master. Even if just for a moment. Seeing Zhao Zimo's steadfast determination, Dongfang could not argue further. He thus acquiesced to her wish. However, as they exited the sect, he noticed his azure ox regarding him with an expression of disdain, prompting him to recall it had been left behind. What is a cow doing outside the sect? Master's wife, it belongs to me. I thought to bring it along for a change of scenery, but ended up forgetting it. Your disposition mirrors that of your master, always forgetting this and that. Zhao Zimo chuckled lightly, having observed the similarities in character between Dongfang and Ling Feng throughout their days together. Embarrassed, Dongfang scratched his head and stepped forward to apologize to the azure ox, which, having grown accustomed to Dongfang's absent-mindedness, chose not to hold it against him soon. With the aid of Dongfang's Nimbus Cloud, they swiftly returned to the entrance of Lingxiao sect, where Zhao Zimo experienced such speed for the first time. Upon encountering a figure sprawled asleep near the entrance, Dongfang regarded the two guarding disciples with confusion. What is going on here? Junior uncle, you have returned. He came seeking Moe for a duel, insisting on meeting you and stating he would not leave until he did. The senior brother advised us to ignore him. Then let him be, not inform him of my return. Understood. Understood. After bestowing upon them a few small magical artifacts, Dongfang led Zhao Zimo directly to Lingxiao Peak. Upon notifying Lin Yuan, he found Lin Yuan already waiting outside the sect leaders' hall, accompanied by Bei Ming and Xikong, along with 4 others. Zhao, my esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize for the delay in our welcoming. It was only after my junior disciple brought you to the sect that we were informed of your arrival. It seems we have failed to extend our greetings properly. Yet, I must say, this child, Dongfang, has already addressed me as Shiji upon our first meeting, while you still choose to call me senior. Furthermore, you have kept the passing of your master a secret from me, along with the matters concerning Xiangming and Yanyu. This, I must say, is something my master advised against disclosing, and I hope you can understand. After Lin Yuan escorted Zhao Zimo to Ling Feng's tombstone, Dongfang returned to his carefree peak. Upon his return, Qian Minghan joyfully rushed over. Master, I have condensed my golden core, which rivals senior brother's sword core, the fire core. The fire core? Golden cores have become quite peculiar nowadays, yet a breakthrough is undoubtedly a good thing. Has anything significant occurred in the sect recently? No, but a few days ago, someone named Zhua Hong challenged Brother Moe and ended in a draw. He then declared his desire to take you as his master, stating he wouldn't leave until he met you. The one who fell asleep at the main gate. Indeed. Dongfang nodded. To be able to draw with Moe indicates some degree of strength. However, Dongfang currently has no intention of accepting new disciples. If that lad wishes to linger at the main gate, let him beat on the Yunlan continent. Su Yun returned to the Su family with Mo Qi and Mo Yue, only to learn of a significant blow to the family, as well as the shattering of the life token belonging to her brother, Su Hui, who had returned with them. Aside from Su Hui's life token and those of a few others who returned with us, what are the family's losses? More than half of the treasures in the treasury have been lost, and a majority of the clan members were struck down. The clan leader and the elder were both severely injured by some unknown heavenly lightning, each losing 6 small realms in the process, and are now in seclusion. This shocking news felt like a thunderbolt to Su Yun. If not for Mo Yue quickly supporting her, she would have collapsed. A thought crossed her mind, Dongfang. But if he truly was responsible, then he is an extraordinarily terrifying individual, capable of rendering even the Su family's tribulation realm experts powerless. Should one continue to provoke such a person? Moreover, she had lost contact with Mo Tian a few days prior, fearing that the Xinyu dynasty might also suffer after Dongfang dealt with her brother. Miss, are you all right? What do you think? Yue, cheer, assist me to rest. At this moment, within the Shuhai Mountain Academy, Su Liu successfully transcended her tribulation and entered the refining void stage. Ji Yuchan and she were preparing to leave the Yunlan continent and return to Lingxiao sect. Safe travels to both of you. However, I fear it won't be long before we meet again. Meet again? Third senior brother, are you coming to Tianyin continent? You will know when the time comes. Upon your return, focus on your cultivation. When you did not provide Gu Chun with further explanation. Observing this, Gu Chun and Su Liu did not inquire further and, after bidding farewell to Wanyu, boarded the cloud ship to leave Shuhai Mountain Academy. However, just after departing, their cloud ship came under the watchful eyes of several individuals hiding outside the academy. To be precise, Gu Chun and Su Liu had been seen returning that day. Elder, shall we pursue Gu Chun now? Yes, the 2 refining void experts we previously dispatched to follow Gu Chun have been missing for some time. Their life tokens shattered, and we know not where they perished. This time, we cannot allow him to escape too far. We shall strike once he is a little further from Shuhai Mountain Academy. The elder, a 3rd-level integration stage cultivator, remarked while observing Gu Chun and Su Liu's cloud ship. He then led several refining void cultivators to follow closely behind. After 3 full hours of sailing, they were confronted by 6 figures blocking their path. Jiu Chan furrowed his brow at the sight of their attire. People from Yaoguang's sacred ground? How persistent you are. How did you know I had returned? Haha, we have been waiting for you for quite some time. Today, we kindly ask you to accompany us back. Otherwise, do not blame us for resorting to force. You are well aware that my master is Chen Fuzi, and yet you dare to treat me this way? And what of it? Although Yaoguang's sacred ground does not compare to Shuhai Mountain Academy, we are still a top-tier power. Besides, you won't have the opportunity to inform Chen Fuzi. With that, the 5 refining void cultivators beside the integration stage elder launched their attack. Jiu Chun, quick on his feet, seized Su Liyue and escaped from the cloud ship just in time, evading the onslaught while the ship was subsequently shattered into pieces. Chapter 63. The pillaging of the sacred ground facing the 5 individuals before him. Gu Chen's expression darkened, as none appeared weaker than himself. The 5 did not grant them a moment's respite, attacking again without warning. With no choice, the 2 were compelled to defend themselves, leaving Su Liyue no chance to wield the jade pendant given to her by Dongfang. Ha ha ha, is this all that Chen Fuzi's disciple can muster? Our lowest ranked member is at the same level as you, and you, with only a first-level refining void girl, cannot possibly contend with us. As the 2 found themselves at a disadvantage, it became evident that even though Gu Qian was a scholar, he could not muster the strength to counter such an assault. Liyue, seeing Su Liyue on the verge of collapse, blood spilling from her mouth, and the next attack aimed at her, Gu Qian summoned all his strength to forcibly repel the 4 assailants and swiftly flew in front of Su Liyue to absorb the blow. He immediately coughed up blood. Chen, continue the assault. Do not give them a chance to use their trump cards. With that, the 5 attackers charged once more at Su Liyue and Gu Qian. Clutching the injured Gu Qian, Su Liyue channeled her sword intent and unleashed a torrent of sword energy, preparing to counter the 5 attacks with all her might. That moment, the jade pendant at Su Liyue's waist began to radiate white light just as her sword energy was on the verge of being shattered. Enveloping her attack, instantly, the assault was rebounded, and the integration stage elder moved to shield the 5 from the returning strikes. As the white light faded, Dongfang's figure gradually materialized before Su Liyue and Gu Qian. His expression icy as he regarded the 6 adversaries. Junior disciple, cough, cough, cough. Dongfang, brother. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a sorry sight. And you claim you would protect my senior sister. Is this how you do it? Dongfang cast a glance at Gu Qian and then at Su Liyue, whose mouth bore traces of blood. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to chill. May I inquire as to who you are, fellow cultivator? As soon as the elder uttered these words, cold sweat broke out on his brow. For Dongfang had already closed the distance between them. With a flick of his hand, he executed a gesture that sent a light strike to the elder's forehead. An integration stage cultivator was instantaneously killed, his body dissolving into light points and vanishing into thin air. The remaining 5, witnessing this, turned to flee with all their might. Dongfang, however, merely extended his hand and clenched it. 5 clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. After concluding this, Dongfang slowly floated back to Gu Qian and Su Liyue. Hey, are you dead? Junior disciple, do not be like this. Thank you, Dongfang, brother, for your assistance. It seems I underestimated you. A single flick of your divine consciousness is enough to dispatch an integration stage expert. Enough about them. Those 6 are the individuals from Yaoguang's sacred ground you mentioned earlier, correct? Indeed. Dongfang lightly tapped his chin and snapped his fingers. A cloud of mist flew directly before the 2. With this, you will soon be able to return. After saying this, Dongfang transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the jade pendant held by Su Liyue. Meanwhile, on the carefree peak, Dongfang disappeared from his reclining chair. That night, a great upheaval occurred at Yaoguang's sacred ground on Yunlan continent. Their blessed land had been utterly plundered, with precious and countless other treasures stripped bare. Magical artifacts and exquisite weapons were also seized. Yet Yaoguang's sacred ground did not allow this news to spread. However, their leader, an 8th-level Tribulation Realm expert, was so enraged that he spat blood, currently in the main hall, unleashing a furious tirade at the core members. Find out who did this. I must know who this person is. Master, we have conducted more than 10 searches, yet have found no trace. Even the Xuanji mirror has yielded no results. I do not care. You must uncover this matter for me. The following day, within the treasury of Ling Shao sect, Xiangming and Lin Yuan stood in astonishment at the array of magical artifacts and treasures Dongfang had presented. Did this lad go on a robbery spree? They pondered, yet this seemed implausible. The quality of these items was such that even the top sect of Tianyun continent would possess few of them. It was inconceivable that Dongfang could have seized so many junior disciple. Where on earth did you acquire such exceptional items? I found them. Xiangming and Lin Yuan exchanged exasperated glances. If such rare treasures were so easily found, they would have collected them long ago. However, since Dongfang chose not to elaborate, they refrained from pressing him. Regardless, these items now belong to Ling Shao sect. All right, that will be all that I will prepare the remaining herbs for fourth senior brother's alchemy. Watching Dongfang's departing figure, Xiangming and Lin Yuan exchanged glances. How many secrets do you think our junior disciple still holds that we are unaware of? I am not certain, but I feel that bringing him back was the wisest decision our master could have made. Indeed, this little brat, whom we have watched grow up, is now the strongest within our sect, and thanks to him, Ling Shao sect's reputation has soared. Upon returning to the main hall, Lin Yuan found Su Chun already waiting at the center. Holding a scroll in his hands, upon seeing yet another scroll, Lin Yuan felt speechless. What message has arrived this time? It is from the head of Tianyuan sect's Kanglin Academy, Elder Liao Si. He arranged for someone to deliver it. I thought it was yet another challenge. Well, master, in a sense, it is. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lin Yuan extended his hand, and the scroll flew into his grasp. The specific content pertains to the grand competition among various sects. Centered around the Tianyuan sect in the central continent, held once every 300 years. Only the formidable sects receive invitations, while others are left to attend on their own accord. Lin Yuan, overwhelmed with busyness, was caught off guard by the timing. He resolved to inform his master's uncles to gather at the sect master's hall later. That evening, within the sect master's hall, the 7 siblings convened once more. This competition was distinct from the one in the southern continent, as it involved sects from all over, meaning our disciples would face all the talented individuals from across the land. What is the process for this event? Each sect has only 9 slots for participants, so I would like to discuss which of our most cherished disciples should compete. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized the significance of the competition, a splendid opportunity to elevate the sect's reputation, necessitating careful consideration of which disciples to send forth. Without a doubt, Su Chun, Do Yun, and Mu Yunxue, the 3 strongest among our direct disciples, would undoubtedly take part. Furthermore, Chao Xing and O Luo, both nearing the tribulation at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, would certainly secure their spots. As for Dongfang's eldest disciple, Moe, despite being at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, his prowess surpasses that of many direct disciples, making his participation a non-issue. However, deciding on the remaining 3 slots proved to be quite challenging. After pondering for quite some time, the 7 remained uncertain about who else to select. Have you made a decision yet? The remaining direct disciples possess comparable strengths, making it difficult to choose. What about the other 2 disciples of our junior brother, Ming Han and Lu Ran? Xiang Ming furrowed his brow and turned to Dongfang. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Dongfang replied, "It's best to reconsider these 2. One is at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, and the other at the 2nd, neither possessing special constitutions akin to Moe. For now, it is advisable to refrain from sending them into battle, as their capabilities remain insufficient. No, those 2 little ones aren't ready yet. Even if they were to participate, it would merely be for the sake of joining in the fun. What about that persistent child lingering at the entrance? Upon my return, I heard Yunxue mention he is a loose cultivator who has comprehended the sword intent through his own cultivation, and his strength is on par with Moe. Su Liu spoke up, having seen the child waiting at the sect's entrance when she returned with Gu Chan. Refusing to leave until he met Dongfang, she felt it was better to let the child remain. As it pertained to Dongfang's affairs, that lad? Perhaps our 5th senior brother could take him in? After all, you are the foremost sword cultivator of the southern continent, so it would be quite fitting. If he specifically requested to become your disciple, taking him in would make sense. Besides, if a loose cultivator can achieve strength equal to Moe, his talent is undoubtedly exceptional. It would be advantageous for our sect to have another disciple of such caliber. Seeing the 6 pairs of eyes turned toward him, Dongfang reluctantly put away his wine flask. Very well, I shall go see that boy. If he can cook, I will take him in. After all, the dishes prepared by Moe's 3 little companions leave much to be desired. You all should disperse. We still have over 30 days to deliberate further. With that, Dongfang vanished from the hall. The next instant, he appeared at the sect's entrance, gazing at Zhuoheng, who lay sleeping on the ground. Dongfang plucked a blade of grass and squatted down to tickle Zhuaheng's nose, who, feeling someone tugging at his nose, Zhuaheng immediately opened his eyes and drew his sword. However, he was swiftly immobilized by Dongfang, who pinched his sword between two fingers upon seeing the uniquely dressed individual before him and realizing he could easily restrain his sword. Zhuaheng immediately deduced that this was the esteemed Sect Master Dongfang he had longed to meet. Sect Master Dongfang, I have finally seen you. But how did you know it was me before I even introduced myself? Hehe. Word has spread far and wide about Sect Master Dongfang's formidable strength and distinctive attire. If I were unaware of this, how could I possibly aspire to become your disciple? Why do you wish to become my disciple? Did you not have a scuffle with my eldest disciple? Of course, it is because you are formidable. Moreover, I heard that your eldest disciple managed to reach the Golden Core stage in just 2 years without a spiritual see and comprehended sword intent. I wanted to test myself against that what you call a challenge. I have not even agreed to this yet. Your personality is quite forward. Can you cook? Yes, over the years, I have roamed the lands, often preparing my own meals, and my culinary skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Is that so? Splendid. Come with me to Xiaoyao Peak and prepare a meal so I may judge your abilities. And no problem. After a while, atop Xiaoyao Peak, a lavish feast materialized before Dongfang and his 3 companions. Qian Minghan looked displeased and turned to Dongfang. Master, I can learn to cook well too. Let it go, junior sister. The meals prepared by senior brother Mo are already deemed unsatisfactory by master. Let alone yours. Following your last cooking attempt, we unanimously decided not to allow you in the kitchen. I would prefer not to lose my sense of taste, so your primary task now is to cultivate diligently. Hearing Dongfang's words, Qian Minghan felt even more dejected, realizing she truly lacked culinary talent. The little white fox, Mei Yinyan, comforted her with a gentle paw, while Zhuaheng eagerly watched Dongfang as he sampled the dishes. After finishing, Dongfang nodded. The flavor was not inferior to Su Chen's cooking. What do you think, Senior Dongfang? Quite good. From now on, the kitchen will belong to you 4 junior disciples. Wait, Master, you are going to take him as your disciple? At the very least, we need someone who can cook here at Xiaoyao Peak. Additionally, in just over 30 days, the grand competition among all sects across the Tianyuan continent will take place, and each sect must send forth 9 participants. Mo and Zhuaheng have secured 1 slot each. Seeing their lack of opportunity to participate, Lu Ran and Qian Minghan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, they understood. Their current strength was insufficient to compete. As every sect boasts its own talents, it was imperative to send forth the strongest disciples. Master, will the grand competition include sects from across the Tianyuan continent? Renowned sects will undoubtedly receive invitations to attend. As for others, since it is an event for the entire continent, they will likely participate as well. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, Zhuaheng felt uneasy. He was reluctant to go. Dongfang tilted his head at Zhuaheng's expression. Sensing that the lad harbored secrets, am I running a refuge for protagonists here? You don't want to go? There is a bit of reluctance. You seem to have a story of your own. Observing the eager gazes of Mo and the others, along with the little fox, Zhuaheng's mouth twitched, yet he refrained from revealing his reasons. If he didn't wish to speak, then so be it. However, attending the competition was non-negotiable, as he was now part of Lingxiao's sect. Since Master has commanded it, I certainly will not refuse. But may I wear a mask during the competition? That is entirely up to you. If you wish to maintain an air of mystery, feel free to do so. Dongfang held no objections, as the 7 slots had already been determined. The remaining 2 would be left for his eldest senior brother to ponder over. He had already sent forth 2 disciples himself. After several days, the final 2 disciples were confirmed. Xiang Ming's second disciple, Tu Ming, and Li Daoyan's eldest disciple, Zhao Yuanfeng. A few days later, atop Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang was dragged by Baiming Sikong into the city to drink and listen to music, while the direct disciples gathered again at Xiaoyao Peak. Chao Xing and O Luo were both poised to undergo tribulation. Opting for the spacious Xiaoyao Peak, they prepared for the trial. However, as they observed Chao Xing and O Luo seated atop the roof, Su Qian and the others grew weary from waiting. It had been quite some time, and they expected the tribulation to commence soon. Senior brother Chao and senior brother O have been meditating for so long. Why has the tribulation not yet arrived? Qian Minghan idly mused, fiddling with Mei Yinyan's fluffy fur. Just as she finished speaking, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the tribulation for both disciples gradually coalesced. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly distanced themselves. The simultaneous tribulation would double the intensity of the lightning, and being within range could prove disastrous. This joint tribulation was Dongfang's suggestion, as Luo, being a body cultivator, could utilize the lightning for body refinement, thus benefiting greatly from the appropriately powerful heavenly thunder. Atop Xiaoyao Peak, the gathering storm clouds rumbled ominously, the thunderbolts within eager to strike. Chao Xing and Luo, witnessing the situation, soared into the sky, and the heavenly lightning fell upon them. Luo positioned himself at the forefront, absorbing the majority of the tribulation. However, the intensity of their tribulation exceeded everyone's expectations, even damaging several of Dongfang's vegetable patches. Oh no, the little master's vegetable fields. This isn't our fault. It was senior brother Dou Yun's suggestion to have senior brother Chao Xing and senior brother Luo undergo tribulation at Xiaoyao Peak. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly distanced themselves from Dou Yun. Rolling his eyes at their reactions, Dou Yun shrugged. It was merely a matter of facing consequences, something he had grown accustomed to. After a while, both Chao Xing and Luo successfully weathered the tribulation, stepping into the first layer of the nascent soul stage. As they landed, Moe and the others returned from their flight. Phew, Junior Master S' suggestion was indeed brilliant. I feel invigorated. Luo stretched his shoulders, while Chao Xing assessed his newfound strength. Don't celebrate just yet. We should make ourselves scarce, lest the Junior Master returns. Where are you all headed? Dou Yun had yet to finish speaking when Dongfang appeared behind them. Upon encountering Dongfang, the crowd hastily distanced themselves from Dou Yun, Chao Xing, and Luo. Wearing expressions that conveyed an air of detachment, it was only then that Chao Xing and Luo realized the recent tribulation had devastated Dongfang's vegetable garden. And upon witnessing Dongfang's smile, their fear intensified. A bunch of little rascals, thinking I wouldn't notice their audacity to come here for tribulation while I was away. Who proposed this? The others remained silent, yet in unison pointed towards Dou Yun. However, it was not long before disciples, led by Su Chen, were suspended at the entrance of the sect, including Moe and 3 others. The spectacle was quite impressive. Attracting the attention of other disciples, Dou Yun, indifferent to the situation, was already accustomed to such treatment. Yet, it was the others who suffered. Dongfang remarked, since you all seem so united in your tribulation, let's have everyone suspended together. Which included Mei Yin. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of Tanyuan Sect's Tianqiong Academy, a girl resembling Qian Minghan flew back on her sword. Upon seeing her, the disciples greeted her as second senior sister. Qian Sahan nodded in acknowledgement. Returning to her quarters, she wearily set down her sword. Back from home? Asked the eldest brother. Upon seeing the visitor, Qian Sahan quickly stood. Have you found your sister? No. After returning home, we searched everywhere, but she seems to have vanished. That's why I came back to ask Master to seek help from Elder Liao. Alas, you care so much for your sister, yet your relationship is like oil and water. Now that she's missing, you finally anxious? I merely wish to spare my father and grandfather from worry. Yuan Ji, observing Qian Sahan's stubbornness, shook her head in resignation. Despite claiming indifference towards her sister, she rushed back in a panic upon hearing the news of her disappearance, even skipping the sect's secret realm trials. Now, she feigned nonchalance, truly a matter of pride. Fine. I shall accompany you to find Master and ask him to seek Elder Liao's assistance. As evening fell in the courtyard of Kanglin Academy, Qian Sahan stared intently at the copper coins in Elder Liao's hand, which he tossed onto the table. Upon seeing Elder Liao's serious expression, she felt a surge of anxiety. What news, Elder? Strange, I can't seem to read the fate of your sister. Elder Liao furrowed his brow. The last time he encountered a similar situation was when he attempted to divine Dongfang's fate. Now, he found himself unable to discern even a little girl's destiny. How can this be? Your calculations are unparalleled, Elder. Please, I implore you to try again. Sahan, calm down. A beautiful woman beside him reminded her, I apologize, Master. No need to blame the child. The reason I cannot divine your sister's fate is that her destiny may be entangled with a significant cause and effect, which even I cannot touch. As Elder Liao spoke, he inadvertently thought of Dongfang. Could this child be connected to him? Upon hearing that her sister was in such a predicament, Qian Sahan grew even more anxious. For those of their cultivation, the concept of cause and effect was the most terrifying. No one dared to meddle with it, lest it lead to dire consequences in the future. Do not be so alarmed. It is not necessarily a bad thing if she is entangled with significant cause and effect. Perhaps this will bolster her future achievements, but, right now, we do not even know where she is. I fear for her safety. Rest assured, generally, those entangled with great cause and effect are not easily harmed. Even if she wished to encounter misfortune, the heavens would not allow it. You need not worry. Focus on your cultivation. You will meet again when the time is right. Your master speaks true. Relax, return, and cultivate diligently. Calm your heart. Do not forget you still have to participate in the upcoming grand competition among the sections. You cannot afford to be in this state. The beautiful woman, Yu Yunhan, also comforted Qian Sahan. With no other choice, Qian Sahan could only return to the Tianqiong Academy with her master in the frigid lands of the northern continent. Beneath a chasm stood the formidable Blood Demon sect, a place no one expected this troublemaking sect to reside. Within the dark hall, two 8th-level harmonization realm cultivators gazed excitedly at a massive blood sphere before them. This demon seed will awaken soon. Once the grand competition among the sects begins, we shall execute our plan and seize control of Miaoyin sect and Baihua sect, thereby establishing dominance over the northern continent. And what of the Phantom Shadow sect? They are merely pawns in our game. They are not yet qualified to share in the spoils. Recently, that Dongfang from Lingxiao sect, who has been all the rage, remains an uncertain factor. We have yet to ascertain his true strength. So what? No matter how strong he is, he cannot possibly rival the demon seed. Then I shall make arrangements. Once the grand competition begins, we will strike directly at Miaoyin sect and Baihua sect. With that, the individual transformed into a mist of blood and exited the hall. Days passed as the sects prepared for the grand competition. Heading towards Tianyuan sect, Lingxiao sect was no exception. This time, Dongfang, along with Baiming Xikong and Lin Yuan, the sect leader, were responsible for leading the disciples. However, aside from the 9 disciples participating in the competition, other inner disciples also accompanied them to witness this grand event. The skies were filled with cloud ships from various sects heading to Zhongzhou. Chapter 66, The True Dreamscape After 2 days. Dongfang and his companions were nearing Zhongzhou. At this pace, they would soon reach the affiliated city of Tianyuan sect. Yet, at that moment, Dongfang found himself once again ensnared in a dream. In this dream, upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself floating in the air, surrounded by fluffy white clouds. What is going on? This time I dreamt without transforming into the Monkey King. What the? Who are you? System. When did you gain a physical form? Startled by the small luminous orb beside him, Dongfang soon recognized the familiar mechanical voice of his system. This is your dreamscape. Anything can happen here, but it feels so real. Wait, how are you in my dream? Just as Dongfang finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly dodged a golden, elongated staff that lunged at him. Stabilizing himself, he was momentarily taken aback by the figure wielding the golden staff, adorned in golden chainmail. With lotus silk shoes and a phoenix-winged golden crown, though his eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. What is happening? This time I dreamt without becoming the Monkey King, yet now I am to be beaten by him. What are you afraid of? Fight back. It's your dream. He cannot truly harm you. I'm to fight the Monkey King. Is this for real? Just as he finished his question, the Monkey King swung the extending golden staff down towards his head. In response, Dongfang quickly reached for his ear, summoning another golden staff to block the attack, but the impact left his hands numb. Facing the great sage, even in a dream, he felt no fighting spirit whatsoever. How was he to contend? Yet, this dream version of the great sage wasted no time, retracting the staff before charging directly at Dongfang. With no choice but to brace himself, he met the oncoming attack. The clash of the 2 golden staffs sparked brilliant flashes in the air. However, Dongfang was no match for the great sage. A moment of inattention resulted in a blow to his shoulder, causing him to recoil in pain as he staggered backward to create distance. Ouch, this is a dream, right? Why does it hurt so much? Just as Sun Wukong prepared to continue his assault, a brilliant white light suddenly illuminated above them. Halting his advance, Dongfang squinted against the brilliance, seeing a colossal figure extending its finger down towards them. In the next moment, Dongfang awoke in his cabin aboard the cloud ship, only to find the pain in his shoulder still lingering. Was that really a dream? How can my own dream cause pain? After calling out to the system several times without receiving a response, he decided to abandon the idea. However, who was that enormous figure in the dream? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Dongfang stepped out of his room and overheard Doyun and others discussing the Xianyu dynasty. Do you think the Xianyu dynasty will participate in this grand competition? Doyun, brother, are you unaware? Recently, while I was on a mission in Dongzhou, I heard that the Xianyu dynasty has been completely annihilated. The cities under its banner have either been claimed by other sects or the local lords have declared themselves independent. Zhao Yuanfeng informed Doyun with curiosity. What about the Xianyu emperor? He is dead, and I heard from someone in the know that his palace was struck by heavenly lightning and completely destroyed. The Xianyu emperor, unable to bear it, committed suicide on the spot. His body was handled by the Yufeng sect. Yufeng sect? ISNT that the sect second only to the Xianyu dynasty in Dongzhou? Yes, they had received support from the Xianyu dynasty, hence they took charge of the emperor's remains. As the group conversed, Dongfang approached from behind, startling them. Oh, little uncle, you walk so quietly. It seems you were too engrossed in your conversation. I've been right behind you for quite some time, little uncle. We still have a while before we reach our destination, so we thought we'd come out to chat and pass the time. Very well, you may continue your discussion. As evening approached, the group finally arrived at the affiliated city of Tianyuan sect. Yet, what they did not anticipate was that Liao Ci's third disciple, Qianwen, had already been awaiting their arrival. After meeting with Lin Zhongzhu, Dongfang Fengzhu, and Baiming Fengzhu, Qianwen inquired, "Are you here to wait for us?" "Indeed. My master instructed me to await your arrival and escort you to Kanglan Courtyard for your temporary residence. After noticing your cloud ship approaching, I have been here ever since. Senior Liao is too courteous. We can manage in the city without such trouble," Lin Yuan replied while still rubbing his slightly aching shoulder. The dream he experienced was undoubtedly troubling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to dispel it even with his celestial power, and the system had chosen to remain unresponsive at that moment. Despite Lin Yuan's protests, Qianwen insisted, and they were ultimately escorted to Kanglan Courtyard. Upon hearing that Emoe had arrived, Ping Nanhui could hardly contain his excitement and immediately dragged him off to spar, while the other close disciples, having nothing else to do, followed suit. Lin Yuan and his companions, however, chose to engage in conversation and tea with Liao Si.At the martial arts arena of Kanglan Courtyard. The onlookers marveled at the grand floating arena being constructed, a testament to the prestige of the Tianyun continent's foremost sect. It was clear that this would be the battleground when the grand competition commenced. "How boring, senior brother. May I go to the city for a stroll?" Qian Minghan implored, clutching her small white fox, Mei Yin. Seeing the earnest expression on Qian Minghan's face, Su Chun reluctantly permitted her to join Mu Yunxue and two other close disciples, Zhao Qingyu and Feng Yuyu, who were also there to witness the grand competition. At that moment, Qian Sahan was also in the city, shopping at the Kaibao Pavilion with her senior brother. Just as they exited, they unexpectedly ran into Qian Minghan and her companions. Upon seeing Qian Sahan, Qian Minghan's mood soured instantly. Minghan, when she saw her sister was unharmed, Qian Sahan's initial reaction was one of joy, but it quickly faded into a frosty demeanor. "What brings you here? Didn't you leave home with such resolve? You caused father and grandfather much worry. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs. Ladies, please, there's no need for such hostility. You must be Sahan's younger sister. I am Sahan's senior brother, Yuan Ji, a disciple of Tianyuan sect's Tianqiong Courtyard." Yuan Ji awkwardly smiled at Qian Minghan, who bore a striking resemblance to Qian Sahan. Ignoring him, Qian Minghan turned her head away in silence. However, Mu Yunxue felt compelled to speak up, being the eldest among them. I am Mu Yunxue, the eldest disciple of Lingxiao sect's Huanyu Peak. Minghan is now the third disciple of my Lingxiao sect's Xiaoyao Peak. Xiaoyao Peak. Is that the peak belonging to Dongfang Fengzhu? Upon hearing that Qian Minghan had joined Xiaoyao Peak, Yuan Ji expressed surprise. "Please forgive my absence due to a day spent in the hospital for a stomach ailment. I will inform you in advance if I am unable to update in the future." Chapter 67. Tiangong Pavilion Main Character, Dongfang Qian Sahan. Upon learning that her sister had taken the renowned Dongfang Fengzhu as her master, understood her reluctance to join Tianyuan sect. Presently, rumors about Dongfang suggested a strength that rivaled Duankong's, making it indeed a more advantageous choice for her sister. "Indeed, Xiaoyao Peak is my little master uncle's peak." It was unexpected that Sahan's sister had such an opportunity, to become a disciple of Dongfang Fengzhu. Since you have taken a master, why not inform the family? They are still searching for you everywhere. At the very least, you should reassure them. Moreover, since your master is Dongfang Fengzhu, are you still fearful of family disapproval? Although Qian Sahan felt happiness for her sister, her words remained sharp. Witnessing the sister's animosity, those around them were left speechless. They only care about you. I refuse to accept your insincere concern. With that, Qian Minghan dashed away, clutching Mei Yin, leaving Mu Yunxue and Zhao Qingyu with no choice but to hurriedly follow. Yuan Ji, feeling helpless, patted Qian Sahan's shoulder. Must you maintain such a facade? If you care for her, just express it. How can sisters be this way? Qian Sahan remained silent, choosing instead to follow after her sister. Back at Kanglan Courtyard, Lin Yuan and Bai Ming Sikong had returned to rest, leaving only Dongfang and Liao Si engaged in conversation. As their discussion continued, Dongfang produced some wine to replace the tea they had been drinking. Ha ha ha, you truly understand me. Well, you mentioned that you are close friends with my master. Making you a senior to me to it is only right to show you respect. By the way, has my master's wife arrived yet? Ah, she is likely to arrive tomorrow. However, she did mention that you dealt with that immortal repairing demon cultivator in one move. You have surpassed expectations. Dongfang chuckled awkwardly, as he had not anticipated reaching the level the system had labeled as golden immortal in such a short time without having faced tribulations. Although he found it puzzling at the time, he eventually accepted it, deciding it was better to focus on other matters. Perhaps you are the one I have been waiting for. Huh. Are you familiar with Yunlan Continent? Of course, my master sister's husband is a disciple from Shuhai Mountain Institute in Yunlan Continent. You attended the wedding banquet, did you not? Indeed. Do you know of a place called Tiangong Pavilion on Yunlan Continent? Tiangong Pavilion? Liao Si took a sip of his wine and began to share about the Tiangong Pavilion of Yunlan Continent. It turned out that Liao Si hailed from Tiangong Pavilion, where although the number of practitioners was few and their overall strength low, their mastery of divination and calculation earned them respect among the 6 top powers of Yunlan Continent. Moreover, Duankong also originated from Tiangong Pavilion, and the two had entered Tianyuan sect under different identities. Later, after the 5th sect leader of Tianyuan sect passed away, Duankong was appointed as the new leader due to his prominence, while Liao Si became the dean. Why isn't Senior Duankong's calculation prowess more impressive? Because he is more devoted to cultivation, and the art of divination is inherently defiant against heaven, making it difficult to master. The practitioners of Tiangong Pavilion are few. Only I have achieved some results in the art of calculation. There are so few of you in Tiangong Pavilion? Yes, currently, counting myself and Duankong, there are only 10 of us. Dongfang found it hard to believe that there were merely 10 practitioners, yet he could understand. Dividing the heavens was akin to opposing the heavenly will, and few dared to do so. You both have come here to wait for someone? Indeed, as you mentioned. Perhaps that person is me? Dongfang pointed at himself, recalling Liao Si's earlier remark that he might be the one they awaited. Precisely. This has been the task of Tiangong Pavilion throughout its history. After the first master established the pavilion, this mission was set forth. Then how did you come to wait here? Initially, I utilized the Tiangong Pavilion's treasured artifact to forcefully deduce that the one we awaited would appear in Tianyun Continent 70 years ago. Thus, my senior brother Duankong and I decided to come here. Considering your age, and since I cannot see through your fate, perhaps it is indeed you. But, wait for what? Dongfang felt overwhelmed. Had he not come here due to the system's manipulation? How had he suddenly become the person Liao Si and Duankong were waiting for? To take you back to Tiangong Pavilion. You don't mean to say we should leave right now? Of course not. The time is not yet ripe. It appears this elder is just as enigmatic as the system and that stubborn bull. After finishing his drink with Liao Si, Dongfang returned to the accommodations arranged for them at Kanglan Courtyard, only to immediately spot the fuming Qian Minghan and her companions trailing behind her. After learning about the situation from Mu Yunxue and the others, Dongfang felt somewhat exasperated. Could these sisters not communicate without conflict? He told them to rest first before heading to his own room to prepare for some rest, only to be called out by Qianwen's voice. What is it, Qianwen? Senior Dongfang. I apologize for the interruption. Tianqiong Courtyard's second disciple, Qian Sahan, wishes to pay her respects to you. May I ask if you are available? Qian Sahan. Minghan's sister? Certainly. All right, I will bring her to you. Before long? Qianwen returned with Qian Sahan to Dongfang's room and then stepped out. Upon seeing Dongfang, Qian Sahan first performed a respectful bow, as Dongfang was considered an elder and a guest of Kangling Courtyard. Greetings, Senior Dongfang. There's no need for such formality. You are Meng Han's sister, correct? Please, have a seat. Thank you, Senior. I apologize for any trouble my little sister has caused you. Not at all. That girl has quite the talent and resilience. I quite like her. It is her honor to be under my tutelage, but I must admit, I have come with a request for your assistance. Speak freely, Dom. I would like to ask you to pass this on to my sister. With that, Qian Sahan produced a small orb enveloped in purple flames, which she had intended to gift to Qian Minghan upon her entry into Tianyuan sect. Observing the orb being offered, Dongfang regarded it with interest. This is an inner core from a Yuan Ing-level demon beast, and it has been carefully refined for ease of absorption. It appears to be of the fire attribute. For those cultivating fire-related techniques, its refinement would yield significant benefits. Since Minghan resides here, why not deliver it to her personally? I find myself vexed upon seeing her, and she, too, regards me with little warmth. I must trouble my senior. If possible, please refrain from mentioning that this is my doing. Observing Qian Sahan's stiff demeanor, Dongfang discerned the truth. She was indeed tsundere, manifesting concern for her sister while stubbornly refusing to voice her feelings. Very well, I shall convey this to her. However, as an elder, I must offer a piece of advice. Since there are no deep-seated grievances between sisters, let us not treat each other as adversaries. Seek an opportunity to converse genuinely. I shall keep your words close to my heart. Thus, I take my leave, Senior. With that, Qian Sahan departed from Kangling Courtyard. After toying with the inner elixir, Dongfang gradually rose and made his way toward Qian Minghan's chamber. Chapter 68. The assault on Miaoyin sect. After presenting the inner elixir to Qian Minghan under some pretext, Dongfang returned to his own quarters to rest. 3 days passed, and on the first day of the grand competition, the arena constructed around Kangling Courtyard was brimming with seats, accommodating all present. Yet, many disciples were left standing, with only the sect's elders granted seating. After exchanging greetings with Zhao Zimo, Dongfang and Lin Yuan proceeded to their designated spots. Wow, there are so many people, truly befitting the grand competition of all sects on the continent. Master, uncle, aside from our senior brothers, is there really no way for us to compete? Alas, the quotas are limited. It is fortunate you are allowed to witness this. Behave, for even spectating can yield benefits. After taking a sip of wine, Dongfang consoled Qian Minghan. If there were enough spots, all direct disciples would certainly have their chance. But with only 9 available, what could he do? He then glanced at Zhuahang, who had already donned a mask, so quickly adorned. Who are you so afraid of being seen by? Upon hearing this, the others noticed that Zhuahang was indeed masked. Oh dear, Zhuahang. It seems you enjoy an air of mystery, Do Yun teased him. All right, the drawing is about to commence. You 9 contenders, hurry over. I do not expect you to achieve remarkable results. But do not allow others to look down upon our Lingxiao sect. Understood? Nodding, the 9 of them flew towards the arena to prepare for the drawing, akin to the other disciples from various sections. As the 4 erected arenas filled with participants, the sect leader of Tianyuan, Duan Kong, stood up and waved his hand. A stream of light containing the lots soared above the 4 arenas before instantaneously transforming into numerous luminous streams that landed in the hands of the crowd. The arenas were designated A, B, C, and D. Those drawing matching numbers would face each other, with the one drawing number 1 commencing the battle while those with later numbers would await their turn. Senior brother, I do not quite understand, Do Yun remarked, holding a lot marked C6 as he approached Su Chun. It's simple. A1 faces A1. Since you drew C6, your opponent will also be C6, and you will compete in the C arena. Then, senior brother, what did you draw? Su Chun raised his hand, revealing a lot marked D1 at Wow, who was so unfortunate to face senior brother in the very first match. He reached the 7th level of Yuanying just yesterday. Enough, let us go. Those who drew number 1 must remain in the arena. We should return for now. The subsequent matches bore little suspense, as Su Chun effortlessly dispatched his opponent. Meanwhile, Dongfang found himself nearly dozing off. While a few matches showcased evenly matched competitors, the truly thrilling encounters lay ahead among the Yuanying realm disciples from various sections. However, it appeared they would have to wait for several days to witness those. By the end of the day, not a single disciple from Lingxiao sect had been eliminated, marking a promising beginning. That night, within an inn in a Tianyuan-affiliated city, Dongfang and Baiming Sikong visited Zhao Zimo. Their master, You two children are quite thoughtful, knowing to come see me. After all, you are our master. As the trio conversed, a Miaoyan sect elder suddenly knocked at the door. Noticing the elder's flustered demeanor, Zhao Zimo furrowed her brow. What is it, Elder Chen? Not good, sect leader. Miaoyan sect has been attacked by Blood Demon sect. Elder Su has been ambushed and gravely injured, barely holding on. What did you say? Upon hearing of the assault on Miaoyan sect, Zhao Zimo slammed the table and rose abruptly. Both Dongfang and Baiming Sikong wore troubled expressions. Blood Demon sect was causing chaos again. Master, please do not panic. I will take you back to investigate. With that, Dongfang waved his hand, and a massive rift appeared in the air. This was a feat achievable only in the Void Refinement realm, tearing through space to travel. However, due to differing strengths, there would be distance limits. Dongfang had previously refrained from using it, wishing to enjoy the scenery while traveling. But given the urgency of the situation at Miaoyan sect, he decided against using the cloud-soaring cloud. Come, master. Once we cross over, we shall reach Miaoyan sect. Without hesitation, Zhao Zimo stepped through the rift alongside Dongfang. Baiming Sikong hastily followed suit, and in the next moment, the trio found themselves outside the Grand Hall of Miaoyan sect, where Blood Demon sect members were bombarding the sect's barrier from above. Sect leader, you have returned, Elder Su. How is Yaqin? Elder Su is gravely injured and unconscious. Master, please enter and assess Elder Su's condition. I shall handle things here with my junior brother. Nodding in agreement with Baiming Sikong, Zhao Zimo set aside her curiosity about how Dongfang had managed to tear through space from such a distance. Just as Baiming Sikong was about to act, Dongfang placed a hand on his shoulder. What's the matter? I'll take care of it. Stepping forward, Dongfang extended his hand towards the multitude of Blood Demon sect members outside the barrier. A series of blood mists erupted in midair like fireworks, causing the leader of the Blood Demon sect, a 7th-level harmonization realm cultivator, to wear a look of horror as he beheld Dongfang. When did Miaoyan sect acquire such a monster? With a mere gesture, he has annihilated so many of our elite. But in the next instant, Dongfang had already appeared before him, delivering a strike to his crown. Instantly extracting his consciousness, the body was sent flying, exploding in the air like the others. Who are you? Enough of your prattle. After extracting the soul from this individual, Dongfang obliterated him and then gazed into the distance. Blood Demon sect, Demon Seed, and Phantom sect, seeking to create chaos across the continent. They certainly know how to pick their moments. With that, Dongfang ascended into the clouds, closing his eyes as he extended his hand. The once bright starry sky over the continent grew dark and stormy, thunder and lightning crackling. Concurrently, those from Blood Demon sect and Phantom sect, who were poised to create chaos or were already engaged in unrest at the 100 Flowers sect in the northern continent, halted upon sensing the disturbance as they looked up at the ominous clouds, confusion etched across their faces. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning descended, striking every member of Blood Demon sect, reducing them to mere ash. Chapter 69. The Insufferable System. After dealing with the members of Phantom sect and Blood Demon sect across the continent, Dongfang noticed crimson energy gathering frantically towards a location in the northern continent. Thus, he stepped lightly and vanished into the air. When Dongfang reappeared, he found himself at the entrance of Blood Demon sect. Observing the red energy continuously flowing into the sect, he calmly sipped his wine and strolled toward the sect's entrance, intent on entering. Who dares to approach Blood Demon sect? In the next moment, the one who had spoken was obliterated, yet not a drop of blood stained Dongfang. Most of the members had already been dispatched, and those remaining had been dealt with by Dongfang's divine lightning. Blood Demon sect was now left with few survivors. Merely through his oppressive aura, Dongfang slaughtered the remaining members. Upon entering the Grand Hall, he beheld a figure clad in blood robes, standing with his back to him before a gathering of crimson energy, the sect leader, Shui Wudao. I never expected such an existence to linger in Tianyun continent. However, it matters not. You have merely expedited the implementation of my contingency plan. I had initially intended to utilize your righteous sects to collect nourishment, but you single-handedly resolved that. Thank you, Peak Master Dongfang. You know me? From the Demon Seed, I witnessed all that transpired. I am grateful for the ample nourishment you have provided. Now that the resources are plentiful, even you cannot prevent what is to come. Suddenly, Shui Wudao spread his arms and shouted toward the blood sphere, Chaotic Blood Demon. I offer my body and consciousness as your vessel. Awaken. As his words fell, the blood sphere transformed into streams of light. Surging into Xue Wudao's body, Dongfang observed as Xue Wudao's form flickered with blood-red light, crimson patterns appearing on his face. Initially, he considered allowing the so-called chaotic blood demon to emerge, but after deliberation, he thought it would be an easy defeat regardless. Thus, he extended his finger toward the blood sphere and Xue Wudao, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Xue Wudao in an instant. Not even a scream escaped his lips before he was completely incinerated, leading to the annihilation of Blood Demon Sect. After leaving Blood Demon Sect and effortlessly dispatching Phantom Sect, Dongfang returned to Miaoyin Sect. With Baiming Sikong's assistance, Zhao Zimo had also managed to stabilize the sect. Phew. This time we owe it all to Dongfang. Had you not brought our master back so swiftly, the sect would have suffered catastrophic losses. Zhao Zimo gazed at Dongfang with profound gratitude, yet Dongfang merely waved his hand dismissively. He refrained from mentioning the recent annihilation of the Blood Demon Sect and the Shadow Sect, for the matter was already resolved. And the possibility of further disturbances from these two factions was non-existent. It hardly mattered whether he spoke of it or not. Please, master, are you returning with us, or no? I shall remain within the sect. Kindly inform Elder Chen that he is wholly responsible for matters over there. Given the magnitude of recent events, it would be wiser for me to stay. Very well. After bidding farewell to Zhao Zimo, Dongfang waved his hand, conjuring a spatial rift, and returned to the residence at Kanglin Academy alongside Baiming Sikong. Meanwhile, Liao Si sat within his chamber, clutching 3 copper coins. Just moments ago, aside from Zhongzhou, other regions had experienced celestial thunder, yet Liao Si had calculated only one outcome: the complete severance of fate for both the Blood Demon Sect and the Shadow Sect, and it had occurred in an instant. Could it be that rascal Dongfang? The events of the previous night had not stirred much commotion due to Dongfang's influence. The grand competition proceeded as usual. However, upon witnessing Mo Yi's opponent today, Dongfang felt an inexplicable discomfort, for Mo Yi's adversary was a monk hailing from the Western continent's Buddhist sect. Dongfang had not paid much attention yesterday, but upon seeing these monks today, an unaccountable sense of aversion arose within him. This puzzled Dongfang, as in his past life, he would often enter temples to pay his respects. How was it that he now felt such disdain upon seeing a monk? He held no animosity towards Buddhism. What troubles you, Dongfang? Are you concerned that Mo Yi may lose? Baiming Sikong inquired, observing Dongfang's discomfort. Not at all, merely a sensation I cannot quite articulate. Perhaps I have not been sleeping well of late. Dongfang shook his head, reluctant to admit that his unease stemmed from the sight of Mo Yi's monk opponent. Below, as Mo Yi commanded his 3 swords to descend, the monk's golden bell was instantly shattered and sent flying from the arena, securing the victory for Mo Yi. Only after witnessing Mo Yi's triumph did Dongfang retract his gaze and once again summon the system in his mind. System, have you perished? Why have you not responded in so many days? You are the one who is dead. I am not dead. Why have you been silent like a mute for all this time? What on earth are you doing? Mind your own business and just tell me what you need. Be honest with me. Are you truly hiding something from me? I am not, and if I were to deceive you, I would not be human. However, I would advise you to hasten your strength's enhancement. Brother, I have already reached the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. What more enhancement do I need? Is greater power necessary here? Moreover, it is exceedingly difficult to advance further. Dongfang rolled his eyes. While this realm was not particularly significant in the context of the vast wilderness, he was nonetheless capable of holding his own. In this place, he could say that no one was his equal. Though he believed it was true that beneath the saintly level, all were but ants, that was in relation to a higher-tier world like the vast wilderness. Here, even an earth immortal could regard the inhabitants as mere ants, let alone himself, a golden immortal. You can descend to the mortal realm. You have remained in the sect for too long and seldom walked among the world. For an immortal, descending is also an excellent method to enhance one's strength. Wow, your reasoning is quite sound. But you must tell me why I should still seek to enhance my strength. And why do I keep dreaming about the Monkey King? Not telling you. If you have the ability, come and fight me. After that, the system fell silent. Dongfang suppressed his urge to explode in anger and exhaled deeply. Yet, he began to harbor doubts. Was this fellow truly just a system? Which system delights in riddling their host? on the peak of the carefree, the old cow, in the midst of a deep slumber, felt the presence of the system's little light orb once more. The old cow slowly opened his eyes to regard it. "What brings you out again?" This lad is becoming increasingly sensitive, and the influence of that monkey's soul over him is growing stronger. If it were not for that figure intervening in his dream the other day, he might have discovered the monkey's existence. That figure actually intervened. He created you, and that was one thing. But why did he personally step in? Upon hearing the system's words, the old cow's eyes widened in astonishment. Do not ask too many questions. If that lad comes to inquire about anything, just give him vague answers. Sigh, how long will it be before we can return? Here, my strength can only manifest as a golden immortal, just like that lad. It is rather uncomfortable. The old cow sighed in resignation, but he had no choice but to accept his fate. Chapter 70. Su Chan versus Zhao Wanqing. Several days passed in the grand competition, and the moment of excitement had arrived. The remaining participants were merely a group of nascent soul disciples engaged in sparring. Moe and his companions had long since been crushed into conceding defeat upon encountering those of nascent soul level, far surpassing their strength. Only Su Chun, Do Yun, and Olua remained among the nascent soul disciples of Lingxiao sect. As for Mu Yunxue and Chao Xing, they had faced misfortune, with one contending against Qianwen and the other against Zhao Wanqing, resulting in their defeats. However, Su Chun had eliminated numerous direct disciples from the 6 great halls of Tianyuanzong, including Qianwen and his 2 senior brothers. Consequently, Su Chun gained even more recognition, as his cultivation level was the highest among all present disciples at the 7th layer of nascent soul, surpassing even the eldest disciple of Duankong, Zhao Wanqing, by a small realm. Following Dongfang, these Lingxiao sect direct disciples who participated in the competition brought further fame to their sect. Where is that rascal Zhuaheng? And Ming Han? Zhuaheng said that since he finished his match, he is currently meditating in his room. Ming Han mentioned she did not wish to see a certain individual, so she did not come. Upon hearing Mo Yi's words, Dongfang nodded thoughtfully. This lad must be afraid of being seen by that sect. He had previously requested Dongfang to enchant his mask to prevent it from being shattered or knocked off during the competition. As for Qian Mingan, Dongfang felt he could not intervene too much. They needed to find an opportunity to converse themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Ran felt somewhat speechless, as there was a gaze persistently fixated upon him. His former fiancée Yi Long Qingyu. Though he was surprised she had become a disciple of Tianyuanzong, he realized that Yi Sun was a direct disciple here, and with Long Qingyu's talent, it was no surprise she could gain entry with a little help. Unfortunately, he could not participate in the battle this time. Otherwise, he would have relished the chance to settle scores with Yi Sun over the poisoning incident involving his grandfather, which he still recalled vividly on the other side. Upon noticing Lu Ran, Long Qingyu was equally astonished. She had not anticipated Lu Ran's rapid advancement after becoming a disciple of that master Dongfang. Having already reached the 4th layer of Golden Court on the arena, Su Chun and the others had also completed their draws. However, to everyone's surprise, the 2 strongest competitors, Su Chun and Zhao Wanqing, found themselves matched against each other so soon, whereas it was initially thought they would only clash in the final showdown. This demonstrated the randomness of the draw. Relying solely on luck, there had been many instances of disciples from the same sect facing off against one another. Although it was a grand competition among various sects, the primary focus remained on showcasing the disciples' strength. Thus, no one was overly concerned. Ultimately, only the most formidable disciples would remain in the end. Who would have thought that the grand disciples of Duankong sect would encounter Su Chun so soon? Little disciple, who do you think will win? Su Cha is so certain. Aren't you concerned that this Zhao Wanqing might have some hidden trump cards? She doesn't possess anything that Su Chun lacks. Besides, Su Chun is a small realm higher than her, and his sword intent far surpasses that of Zhao Wanqing. What could she possibly use to win? Your grand disciple is rather fortunate to have drawn a bye. Dongfang cast a sidelong glance at Do Yun, who seemed to be extraordinarily lucky, consistently facing opponents weaker than himself and now drawing a bye below. Su Chun had already ascended the arena, standing face to face with Zhao Wanqing. At last, we meet? Though I did not expect you to not be a disciple of Master Dongfang, I regret to disappoint you. However, I have received guidance from my little uncle Master. It is my honor to spar with the disciple of the number 1 person in Tianyun continent. Su Chun replied with a faint smile, As the elder of Tianyuanzong signaled the start, the two immediately drew their swords and engaged in combat. The clash of their sword intents on the arena captivated the audience's attention. Indeed, the battles between geniuses were the most thrilling. Su Qian evaded Zhao Wanqing's assault and swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swiftly transformed into white dragons, surrounding Zhao Wanqing. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wanqing positioned her sword vertically against her chest. As their swords crossed, a massive sword formation materialized beneath their feet, and powerful sword energy erupted from the formation, confronting the white dragons encircling her. White Dragon Break. Heavenly Sword Formation. As the two engaged, the sword energies of the white dragons and the sword formation clashed incessantly, sending shockwaves that reached the spectators. Fortunately, each sect had formidable figures present who swiftly erected spiritual barriers to shield against the aftermath. As for Lingxiao's sect, Dongfang merely snapped his fingers, and the residual energies instinctively veered away, requiring no barriers at all. Truly impressive. Though I may lose, I will not tarnish Tianyuanzong's reputation. You deserve me using this move, Sword Domain. Activate. Zhao Wanqing dramatically extended her arms, enveloping both of them within a realm of sword energy. Su Qian had not anticipated this move. Zhao Wanqing possessed a sword domain, which could only be achieved once a sword had birthed a sword spirit. This indicated that her sword had already attained a sword spirit, and this sword domain was likely her greatest trump card. Moreover, only those with substantial strength, like Dongfang and his companions, could discern the situation within. Other disciples could only see a massive white sphere of light. Impressive. Allow me to test your sword domain. Upon finishing his words, Su Qian directly wielded his sword and unleashed a technique. To his surprise, his own sword strike was absorbed by Zhao Wanqing's sword, which was then swiftly redirected back at him. What an intriguing sword domain, capable of turning my own moves against me. I must respond in kind and see if you can withstand this. Su Qian tossed his sword above his head, pointing it towards his own blade. Oh, everyone outside. I shall borrow your swords for a moment. Instantly, the swords of those outside flew uncontrollably into the sword domain. Even the 7 blades from Mo Yi's sword box nearly escaping their confines. However, due to the box being shut, they were prevented from doing so, prompting Mo Yi to stabilize his own sword. Inside the sword domain, Zhao Wanqing firmly gripped her sword, astonished that her own sword spirit was also inclined to heed Su Qian's call. Observing the multitude of swords converging behind Su Qian, she realized the immense power of this technique and promptly summoned the sword energy within the domain, coalescing it into a colossal sword. This technique was passed down by my junior master. The return of 10,000 swords to their origin. Under Su Qian's command, the summoned swords surged forth, radiating a formidable aura towards Zhao Wanqing. Unyielding, she unleashed her giant sword to clash with the oncoming blades. Yet it soon became apparent that she was struggling to maintain her ground. Refusing to concede so easily, she unleashed her sword energy and charged forward. Hey! Are you out of your mind? Witnessing Zhao Wanqing's reckless actions, Su Qian was taken aback. Her speed was astonishing, and even if he were to retract his technique, she would still be injured. With no other option, Su Qian called back his sword and rushed forward. Outside, under the gaze of the onlookers, the sphere of light formed by the sword domain erupted, scattering the swords summoned by Su Qian in all directions. Su Qian then gently descended onto the stage, cradling Zhao Wanqing, whose lips bore traces of blood. Observing this scene, Dongfang couldn't help but chuckle, amused by how this young man ended up carrying the princess. Chapter 71. The spectators Zhao Wanqing gazed at Su Qian, realizing that had it not been for his brave intervention, her injuries would have been far worse than mere blood loss. Su Qian, too, bore numerous sword wounds on his back, leaving the elders of Tianyuanzong at a loss as to how to announce the outcome. Thank you. It's merely a contest. Be more cautious next time. Life is far more valuable than reputation. I concede defeat. After Su Qian declared his surrender, he turned to the elder to confirm his decision. However, before the elder could announce the result, Zhao Wanqing, now set down by Su Qian, interrupted him. I am the one who lost. Had it not been for senior brother Su Qian, I would not be in this state. With that, Zhao Wanqing turned to her master, Duan Kong, and met his gaze, which seemed to convey a sense of understanding. This time, the competition has been won by Su Qian, and I must extend my gratitude. Duan Lao, you are too humble. Lingxiao sect, Su Chun is victorious. Upon hearing the sect leader's proclamation, the elder wasted no time in confirming the outcome. Once Su Chun stood up, he nodded at Zhao Wanqing and slowly made his way back to Lingxiao sect, where Dou Yun and Mo Yi hurriedly supported him. Zhao Wanqing, meanwhile, stood there, somewhat dazed as she watched Su Chin's retreating figure. It was only when the elder beside her reminded her that she snapped back to reality and turned to leave the arena. Dongfang cast a glance at Su Chun before gently channeling a hint of celestial power into his body, fully restoring his wounds and replenishing his spiritual energy to its peak. Are you all right now? I'm fine, thank you, senior uncle. Enough with the formalities. Tomorrow is the final day of the competition, and it seems the first place is already secured for you. Following the day's matches, Dou Yun successfully advanced due to a walkover, leaving a total of 6 participants remaining, including Su Chun. Originally, Ulu, a body cultivator, could have also advanced, but he became overly arrogant, relying on his physical prowess, and was cunningly defeated by Zhao Wanqing's second disciple. Consequently, Ulu found himself on the receiving end of a beating from Dongfang and was hung outside the door of his residence. Had he truly given it his all and still lost? Dongfang would not have said much, but this, not using the golden hoop to thrash him, was already lenient. Observing the bruised and battered Ulu, the others could only shake their heads in resignation. Who would dare speak against the order given by senior uncle to hang him there? They didn't even dare to feed him. As evening fell, Qianwen brought Zhao Wanqing to the entrance of the courtyard where Dongfang and the others resided. Surprised by the sight of Ulu hanging there, he entered the courtyard but, out of politeness, asked Zhao Wanqing to wait outside while he knocked on Su Chin's door. Junior brother Qianwen, is there something you need? Senior brother Su, Zhao's sister cares about your injuries and wishes to visit you. She specifically asked me to inquire if you have time. Of course. Very well, please follow me to the courtyard. Su Chin nodded and closed his door. Proceeding with Qianwen to the courtyard, as they departed, several heads poked out from their respective rooms, exchanging glances before sneaking out to hide in the corner. After introducing the two for a meeting, Qianwen took his leave. Zhao Wanqing stared at Su Chun for a prolonged moment without speaking, making him feel a bit awkward. Zhao's sister? Him? I apologize, senior brother Su. I came to see if your back injury has improved. This is a revitalizing pill. Taking it will expedite your healing. Startled back to attention by Su Chin's call, Zhao Wanqing handed over a small vial of medicine. Meanwhile, in the corner, several heads lined up, watching this scene with eager expressions, while Qin Minghan embraced Mei Yanyan, both wearing gossiping looks. Wow, could it be that senior brother is experiencing romantic interest? I see now that shielding a girl from harm can spark feelings as well. I've learned something that I believe this is a sign of senior brother's romantic fortune. Although he may not be as handsome as senior uncle, he is still a fine-looking man. Oh, you think that what Zhao Wanqing handed him could be a token of affection? Who gives a vial of medicine as a token of affection? Moe looked up at Chao Xing with a puzzled expression. Mu Yunxue also regarded the scene with curiosity, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Su Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head at the vial Zhao Wanqing offered. Actually, my senior uncle had already restored me after I returned from the arena, so I don't need it. That makes sense. Senior Dongfang is indeed formidable and must have ways to heal you. Upon hearing Su Chin's words, Zhao Wanqing felt a bit awkward, standing there at a loss as the conversation fell into an uncomfortable silence. In the corner, the others, upon hearing Su Chin's response, rolled their eyes in exasperation. Sometimes, senior brother can be quite oblivious. He usually handles sect affairs competently. Why does he act like a fool when it comes to matters like this? Just then, 3 voices chimed in from behind them. SK, this lad is truly dense. Couldn't he just say his injuries aren't healed yet and accept it? The girl's kind intentions seem wasted on him. It's not easy for a disciple like him to find a partner. I think junior brother is right. Senior brother Su Chun clearly hasn't grasped the shameless essence of how you pursued sister-in-law. What do you mean by shameless, you two? Though, it must be said, this lad has indeed embarrassed himself. The group turned to see Dongfang, Baiming Xikong, and Lin Yuan standing behind them, observing the scene. Yet their expressions conveyed disappointment, frustration, and resignation. Master, senior uncle, elder uncle, what brings you here? What's wrong? Are we not allowed to watch? Dongfang shot a glare at Dou Yun, who quickly waved his hands in defense. Meanwhile, Su Qian and Zhao Wanqing exchanged a few more awkward words before he escorted her out of the courtyard. Upon returning, he found Dongfang and the others seated in the yard, gazing at him. Master, senior uncle, elder uncle, and all of you. What's going on? Dongfang approached Su Chun, patting his shoulder, sighed, and then left the courtyard to find Liao Si for a drink. Baiming Xikong also came over to offer Su Chun a word of encouragement before chasing after Dongfang, while Lin Yuan huffed and retreated to his room. What's going on with him, senior brother? Although you are a role model in everyone's eyes, sometimes you can be quite disappointing. After Do Yun's remark, the others collectively sighed and returned to their rooms. Watching them leave, Su Chun was left even more puzzled. Wondering what had just happened, he then turned to Ulu, still hanging at the gate. Ulu merely sighed in response, mimicking Do Yun and the others, turning his back to Su Chun as if unwilling to see him. Chapter 72. The underestimated Fire Flame Taoist. The next day marked the final day of the competition, and it was widely accepted that Su Chun would secure first place, given his strength at the 7th level of the nascent soul and his mastery of sword intent. They genuinely believed no one could rival him. After Do Yun and Zhao Wanqing's second disciple contended for 2nd and 3rd places, Do Yun faced Su Chun and, having exhausted his spiritual energy, promptly conceded defeat. Without a doubt, Lingxiao sect emerged as the most renowned sect of this competition, with Su Chun rightfully claiming the title of the foremost among the younger generation and receiving substantial rewards. While the sect gained numerous resources, however, under Liao Si's insistence, the group, initially planning to return to their sect, decided to stay a few more days in the courtyard at noon. Dongfang was instructing Qianming Han in her cultivation. After several days of diligent practice, Qianming Han had successfully reached the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. However, Qian Sahan would occasionally seek excuses to visit the Kanglan courtyard to see Qianming Han, resulting in the two sisters behaving as though they had encountered a nemesis upon meeting. Well, your strength has improved considerably. You should be ready for this now, Dongfang remarked as he produced 6 magical artifacts inherited from the Fire Flame Taoist that he had acquired in a secret realm. Gazing at the 6 artifacts, each emanating different flames, Qianming Han looked at Dongfang with admiration. Master, how many treasures do you possess? These were obtained from a secret realm, left behind by a deceased transcendent expert. The 6 artifacts contain his legacy. Initially, I intended to give them to your 3rd master uncle, but he declined, so they are now yours, and they are perfectly suited for you. The legacy of a transcendent expert? You are giving it to me just like that? Mei Yin, sitting at a nearby table, also looked at Dongfang with intrigue. Now at the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer, she was eager to become his disciple once she reached the 5th layer and transformed. After all, despite Dongfang often having his disciples do chores and cook, the benefits he provided were undeniably substantial. I have no use for them, so it is only fitting to pass them on to you. Thank you, Master. Qianming Han nodded and promptly seated herself in a cross-legged position, closing her eyes. With a gentle push of his hand, Dongfang caused the 6 artifacts to fly around Qianming Han, surrounding her. The radiance emitted by the artifacts began to converge slowly toward her brow. Within her spiritual consciousness, upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a different space, where an ethereal old man in a soul form awaited her. Upon seeing Qianming Han, the Fire Flame Taoist furrowed his brow and spoke in a voice inaudible to her. What is this, a girl? Well, as long as she can provide a physical body for revival, that suffices. Just as the Fire Flame Taoist prepared to act, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Outside in the courtyard, Dongfang extended his hand, radiating golden light that enveloped Qianming Han. Had I known you harbored a hidden soul, I might not have expected you to remain until now, were it not for my disciple. This statement reached Qianming Han's spiritual consciousness, yet only the Fire Flame Taoist could hear it this moment. The Fire Flame Taoist could not speak and could only watch as Qianming Han approached him. Who are you? This is the soul form left behind by that transcendent expert. It cannot speak or possess consciousness, but will assist you in comprehending the legacy. Absorb it well, Master. Can you still communicate within my consciousness? I am capable of many things. Now, focus on your comprehension. The Fire Flame Taoist felt a sense of despair. How could his own methods fall into the hands of such a powerful being? Now, he was merely facilitating the advancement of someone else's disciple. Hearing Dongfang's words, Qianming Han immediately began to accept the legacy. Observing this, Dongfang infused a surge of celestial energy into Qianming Han's body, forcibly instilling the Fire Flame Taoist legacy into her spiritual consciousness. The soul form of the fire-flamed Taoist within her consciousness shattered and transformed into tangible cultivation for Qian Minghan. After half a day had passed into the night, Qian Minghan's cultivation level surged to the 7th layer of the Golden Core stage, surpassing both Mo Yi and Lu Ran, as well as Zhuoheng. Radiating intense flames, she opened her eyes to find Mo Yi and Dou Yun standing with Dongfang, gazing at her. Master, what is my cultivation level? You've improved remarkably, but this is merely the beginning. The soul form you encountered is, after all, a transcendent being. However, your body cannot withstand such rapid advancement, so I have placed 3 seals upon you. Each time you transcend, 1 seal will be lifted, enhancing your cultivation. So, I can still improve after reaching the void refinement stage? Indeed. Congratulations, junior sister. Your cultivation has now surpassed the 3 of them. Qian Minghan looked gratefully at Dongfang. Upon opening her eyes, she also realized that her mind was filled with numerous cultivation techniques, though they paled in comparison to what Dongfang had provided. Nevertheless, they were still impressive for being left behind by a transcendent expert. These 6 artifacts are now yours. Take them with you. By the way, where is your senior brother? At that moment, Dongfang noticed that Su Chan was absent. Senior brother was invited by senior sister Zhao Wanqing to the Inquiry Institute, claiming he wished to consult him about swordsmanship. This lad is quietly making significant moves, however, Dongfang reconsidered. It seemed that Su Chan might not possess the wits for such matters. It was likely that he was genuinely discussing swordsmanship with the young woman, and given their personalities, they might not engage in conversation about anything else. Little master uncle, do you think senior brother will develop feelings for that senior sister Zhao? Haha, I find it unlikely. Let me take a look. Master, we want to go too. After Qian Minghan stowed away the 6 artifacts, she turned to Dongfang. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Dongfang shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, causing them all to vanish from the courtyard. The next moment, they appeared in a thicket by the Pure Heart Lake at the Inquiry Institute, where Su Chan was sparring with Zhao Wanqing. Though it lacked the intensity of their previous battle on the arena, noticing 2 figures nearby, Dongfang left the group there and quickly approached the 2 elders. Dongfang, you have come too? The 2 elder men, Liao Si and Duan Kong, exclaimed. You 2 seem quite lively. Have you come here to spy? Dongfang remarked, his lips twitching. Aren't you here as well? You brought those young ones along with you. Are you afraid that my eldest disciple will take advantage of your nephew? What you say is absurd. I merely came to enjoy the spectacle. I genuinely wish to form a union with Ling Xiao's sect, and I have taken a liking to this Su Chen lad. Hearing Duan Kong's words, Dongfang struggled to contain his amusement. We haven't even made any arrangements, and you are already considering such matters? It seems the elderly tend to think far ahead. Chapter 73. Transformation days passed, and Su Chan and Zhao Wanqing's relationship grew increasingly intimate, with her frequently seeking him out at dusk to discuss swordsmanship. However, it was time for the group to return, as they had lingered long enough. With a snap of his fingers, Dongfang tore through space and transported them back to Ling Xiao's sect. Yet, he soon heard Yin Yu mention that there was movement from the Fox clan near the barrier, as if they were searching for something. After understanding the situation, Dongfang returned to Xiaoyao Peak to find the little fox. The 2 of them stared at each other, wide-eyed. For quite some time, madame. What exactly is going on? Why do you keep staring at me since I returned? Upon hearing Mei Yin Yan's words, Dongfang withdrew his gaze. He had never inspected the little fox's secrets before, but now he realized that within her spiritual consciousness resided the primordial spirit of a 9-tailed fox demon, along with a rich aura of spiritual blood. Mei Yin Yan's ability to withstand the barrier's suppression stemmed from this primordial spirit. This also explained why the Fox clan dared to venture so close to the barrier. Mei Yin Yan could potentially lead them to greater heights in the future. Recently, your clan has been increasingly active near the sect's barrier. It seems they are looking for you. Are you not planning to return and check on them? No. If I go back, they will confine me and prevent me from going anywhere, forcing me to cultivate tirelessly without a moment's rest. I refuse to return. You rebellious little princess are quite willful. Master, I have finished feeding the cattle. At that moment, Qian Minghan approached after completing her task. Minghan, go fetch me a piece of clothing. Oh, all right, master. Qian Minghan was momentarily taken aback, but obediently ran to her room to retrieve a light pink garment. Master, I have brought it. Dongfang nodded, then directed a surge of celestial energy into Mei Yin Yin, who was instantly enveloped in golden light and began to levitate. Her cultivation level rapidly ascended to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. But it did not stop there. Her aura continued to rise, and she began to condense her demon core, soon entering the golden core stage. Her tail gradually transformed into 3 tails. As Mei Yin morphed from a small white fox into a young maiden. Dongfang withdrew his hand and turned away in the astonished gaze of Qian Minghan. The now unclothed Mei Yin gently descended to the ground. Qian Minghan quickly realized the reason Dongfang had asked her to fetch clothing and hurriedly offered the garment to Mei Yin. Once she was dressed, Dongfang turned back around. Truly, the Fox clan is renowned for their beauty. Their human forms are indeed striking. Why are you helping me? Mei Yin sensed the extraordinary power still resonating within her demon core. No longer perceiving Dongfang as merely a human, such feats were beyond mortal capability. To so easily assist you in condensing your demon core and achieving transformation. Surely only a deity could accomplish such a feat. If you wish to remain here, you must contribute. It has been nearly 2 years of free living and feasting. Are you implying that you wish to take me as your disciple? Well, will you accept me as a disciple? Before Dongfang could finish speaking, he heard a thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Mei Yin knelt before him. This left Dongfang momentarily stunned, as he had merely made a jest. Yet, since the young girl had already knelt, he decided to accept her, treating her as he did Qian Minghan. Perhaps one day she could aid in fostering harmony between humans and demons in Tianyun continent. Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. All right, rise. From now on, you are the 5th of Xiaoyao Peak. Wonderful, Mei Yin. Upon awakening, Qian Minghan instantly embraced Mei Yin, as the two had long cultivated a particularly close sisterly bond. Mei Yin had not taken residence in that tree. Rather, she had already been living in the same room as Qian Minghan. Dongfang cast a glance at the two girls, pondering whether their relationship might take on an unusual turn in the future. Meanwhile, above the Wanjian Palace in the Yunlan continent, a fierce battle was unfolding. The protagonists of this conflict were Wanjian Palace's master, Wan Huai, and a handsome young man clad in white, with a wine jug hanging at his waist. Below them stood the elders of the Wanjian Palace, along with the most formidable experts from 5 other top-tier factions, including Gu Qin's master, Qian Fuji. Given that Wan Huai was the foremost figure in the Yunlan continent, these experts had sensed the commotion and rushed over, intrigued by anyone who could engage Wan Huai in such a fierce contest. Those of lower cultivation levels dared not approach for fear of being overwhelmed. Wan Huai regarded the young man before him, along with the black and white sword energies swirling behind him, with a grave expression. This individual's swordsmanship was on par with his own, and his unfathomable strength was evident. Despite Wan Huai exerting his full power, his opponent appeared completely at ease, fighting without even drawing his sword. Why have you not come forward? If you intend to concede, remember your promise to me. Although you are formidable, even I, having endured the 9th layer of tribulation, cannot claim victory over you. Yet, conceding outright is not something I can accept. Prepare to receive this move. With a flourish of his hands, all the swords of the Wanjian Palace surged toward him, their potent sword intent resonating throughout the sky. The young man, observing the imposing aura emanating from Wan Huai, could not help but admire the elder's prowess in the sword path, capable of invoking a response from the heavens. It seemed he too must respond in kind. This next move is one I comprehended during my 3 years of wandering the world, and it is a technique I seldom employ. The young man pointed his sword toward the heavens, and the myriad black and white sword energies soared into the clouds, radiating a sword intent that matched Wan Huai's. 10,000 swords opened the heavens. The name of this technique is Drunken Floating Life. As their words echoed, a colossal black and white sword descended from the sky, colliding with the sword summoned by Wan Huai. The resulting sword energies obliterating numerous structures within the Wanjian Palace. The elders of the Wanjian Palace instantly sprang into action, fearing further destruction. After the clash, Wan Huai, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and clutching his chest, gazed at the young man, who maintained a relaxed demeanor. Will you continue? Cough, cough. I concede. I never anticipated encountering someone of your caliber. Now, may I inquire about the whereabouts of the most powerful individual in the Tiangong Pavilion's divination arts? He ventured long ago to the northern region, to the Tianyun continent, though I am unaware of his precise location. as I have not received word from him in quite some time. The young man nodded, realizing it was time to depart. However, just as he prepared to turn away, Wan Huai's voice called him back. "May I ask for your name?" Upon hearing this, the young man smiled slightly and replied, "Zhao Lingyu." Chapter 74, News of Parents. Not far from the Wanjian Palace, within a bustling city, a beautiful girl was offering free medical consultations on the street. Upon returning, Zhao Lingyu smiled at the girl and quietly sat beside her. Waiting for her to attend to the patients, it was not until evening, after the last patient had been seen, that the girl stretched and sighed. "Ah, I'm exhausted. So, did you find out anything at that Wanjian Palace?" "Yes, there is a Tianyun continent to the north. We must head there." "All right, let us return to the inn first. I'm in the mood for a hearty meal." After tidying up, the two returned to the inn. Meanwhile, in the affiliated city of Lingxiao sect, after transforming into human form, Mei Yinyan was pulled by Qian Minghan to explore the city, shopping for various items. Soon, they arrived at Fenglai Tower to dine with Dongfang. But upon seeing the singing Mei Xian, Mei Yinyan grew somewhat anxious. "You know her, don't you?" "Yes, she is the sixth elder of the Fox tribe, Aunt Mei Xian." "Yinyan, she is also of the Fox tribe?" "Indeed, I haven't seen her in ages. I didn't expect her to be here." "Master, were you aware of this?" Dongfang nodded but felt pity for Mei Xian. Having been here for nearly 2 years, she had mostly survived by singing, and since she had not engaged in any harmful deeds, Dongfang had chosen to leave her be at that moment. Mei Xian felt despondent, having grown accustomed to her life of singing for a living. And frighteningly, she sometimes truly considered herself human. Moreover, the people in this city were more courteous than those she had known among humans, never uttering lewd remarks about her appearance, and the proprietor treated her kindly. "Master, may I discuss something with you?" "Speak freely. No need to hesitate," Dongfang said, sipping his drink while observing the singing Mei Xian. "I wish to return home for a visit to see my mother. After my sister learned of my presence in Lingxiao sect, she must have informed the family. This morning, my senior brother brought me a letter from home, written by my mother, so I wish to see her." Qian Minghan gazed at Dongfang imploringly. Although her grandfather and father favored Qin Sahan, her mother had always treated her well. Having been at Lingxiao sect for so long, she felt it was time to visit. "I thought it was something serious. If you wish to return, then go. I cannot very well bind you here." "Thank you, master." "Yinyan, do you wish to accompany me? Is that permissible?" "Of course. I will treat you well there." The following day atop the Xiaoyao Peak, Qian Minghan and Mei Yinyan prepared to return home. However, upon learning of their departure, Lu Ran decided to join them to visit her grandfather, calling upon Zhuahong and Mo Yi to accompany them, both of whom readily agreed. Dongfang, seeing this, felt there was no harm in having Mo Yi along, so he rent the fabric of space, allowing them to reach the Qiang Empire instantly. "Master, I'll bring you back the finest wine from the imperial capital. Then I shall await your return. Now, since you're set to go, hurry along and remember to return early. We're off, master." With that, the five stepped into the void, and in the next moment, they materialized in Lu Ran's family courtyard, startling the servants who were busy at work. "Why, young master, how have you returned? Where's the master?" "Father is in the back courtyard enjoying tea." "Very well, you may return to your duties. We will see ourselves in." "Actually, you all go ahead. I want to take Yin Yin to visit my mother. Please send my regards to grandfather Lu." With that, Qian Minghan took Mei Yinyan's hand and left the Lu residence. The people in the street, upon seeing Qian Minghan, whispered among themselves, for the imperial capital still displayed wanted posters of her. "You ran away from home too, didn't you? Why are there wanted posters of you everywhere? Indeed, if I hadn't fled, I wouldn't have had the chance to become Master S disciple, and if it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't have returned." As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Qian family. The doorman, upon seeing Qian Minghan, hurried inside to announce her arrival. However, Qian Minghan did not wait idly at the gate but entered with Mei Yinyan. Just as they reached the main courtyard, they spotted her grandfather and father, both of whom were smiling broadly at her return. "Minghan, you have finally returned. What a surprise! Since you have taken Master Dongfang as your teacher, why did you not inform the family? My apologies for causing concern." "Grandfather and father, where is my mother?" "She is in the back courtyard, embroidering." As soon as Qian Yi finished speaking, Qian Minghan took Mei Yinyan's hand and headed toward the back courtyard. The two elders sighed, feeling helpless at Qian Minghan's demeanor. We should treat her better in the future. Otherwise, if she were to sever ties with us like that prince of the Xianyu Empire, it would be a loss we cannot afford. Within the Lu residence, Lu Ran and the others accompanied Lu Wen in a pavilion, sipping tea. Grandfather, has there been any news from the Yi family recently? You need not worry about that. The Yi family dares not take action against the Lu family now, given your master's influence. But what about the poisoning incident they perpetrated against you? That is of little consequence right now. I am fine now. After all, more importantly, I must tell you what I know about the circumstances surrounding your parents' demise. Lu Wen waved his hand, stating that when Dongfang had extracted the poison, he had offered the chance for him to resume his cultivation, but he had declined, requesting that Dongfang keep this from Lu Ran. He had long passed the age of competitiveness, and seeing his grandson excel alongside the protection of a powerful figure like Dongfang, he no longer cared about realms or cultivation levels. Upon hearing that her grandfather was about to reveal information regarding her deceased parents, Lu Ran's expression grew solemn. Do you know of the Yunlan continent? The Yunlan continent, ISNT, that where Master Su's husband's sect is located? I recall hearing my master mention it. Moe, who had been listening, interjected, and Lu Ran nodded, while Zhuahong, who had only recently joined their ranks, remained unaware. Your mother hails from a force known as the Qingmu Sacred Land in the Yunlan continent. Shortly after giving birth to you, she was located and taken back. Your father, missing her dearly, left home when you were 3 to search for her in the Yunlan continent, but he ultimately disappeared without a trace. Wait, grandfather, didn't you say that my parents were dead? To be precise, they are missing at the time. I assumed they had perished, and that was how I conveyed it to you. Now that you have grown, it is time you learn the truth. In the realm of Yunlan, Master Su remarked that nearly all renowned factions possess formidable experts at the tribulation stage, and it seems that the Qingmu Sacred Land is no exception. Upon hearing Mo Yi's words, Lu Ran remained silent, tightening his fists. Compared to the loss of his parents, whose fates remain unknown, this situation at least allows him to cling to the hope that they may still be alive. Chapter 75. Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu. Upon learning that his parents might still be alive, Lu Ran's spirits lifted considerably. However, with his current strength insufficient to seek out the Qingmu Sacred Land in Yunlan, he could not continuously rely on his master's intervention. The most pressing concern was to enhance his own power. Meanwhile, after the 5 disciples of the Shaoyao Peak ventured out, the once lively atmosphere reverted to its previous tranquility. Dongfang, feeling somewhat out of sorts, pursed his lips. He seemed to have grown accustomed to the presence of this lively bunch, experiencing a taste of the empty nest syndrome, despite being merely in his 70s. In the realm of cultivation, this age is akin to being 17 or 18 in the mortal world, if not even younger. Subsequently, Dongfang glanced at the deceased cow in the pen, its eyes closed. He slowly approached and gave it a hearty slap, causing it to open its eyes and stare at him. Oh dear, were you having a nightmare? You little rascal. I wasn't even asleep, the cow retorted. Why did you hit me? Dongfang replied, just a bit of boredom. Thought we could spar. You and me? Are you trying to bring down this world? Besides, you can't possibly defeat me. With that, the old cow lay down again, disinterested in Dongfang, unable to retaliate even if it were not largely sealed here. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Dongfang's mind. How long do you plan to remain mortal? Haven't thought it through. Not planning to yet. Then let me tell you something. You should visit the South Sea. There's a surprise waiting for you. Huh? What surprise? Did you find me a wife? Get lost. But if you go, you might meet someone who brings you joy. Upon hearing the system's words, Dongfang decided to check it out, considering it a chance to clear his mind. He then summoned Do Yun and O Luo to watch over Shaoyao Peak before departing from the sect. At the South Sea's shoreline, a young man and a girl flew slowly from the distant sea to the shore. Oh dear, my hair is a mess. Every time you take me flying, you never take care of my hair. You can fly on your own now. Why do you insist on me carrying you? Besides, you could have arrived in an instant, but you wanted to admire the sea view. What is so fascinating about the sea besides water? Zhao Lingyu rolled her eyes at Gu Qing'e, still so lacking in appreciation. So, is this the so-called Tianyun continent? I don't know. It might not be. Let us find a place to rest and inquire. This should be the 5th world, and we were brought here by a large shadow after leaving the 4th. Is quite strange. You couldn't defeat that large shadow in the rift? Could you? If I could, would we have been brought here? After this exchange, Zhao Lingyu fell silent and began walking towards a distant city. Regardless, since they were here, they might as well make themselves comfortable. Moreover, it was surprising to find that this world had a familiar cultivation system. He was certain that the level he reached across several worlds was far superior to the tribulation stage. But beyond the tribulation stage lies the realm of immortals, right? Was he already at that level? He was uncertain. Within Lehigh City, Zhao Lingyu accompanied Gu Qingyi as they explored the surroundings, eye in the distance. Dongfang approached. As the three brushed past each other, Zhao Lingyu's pupils widened, turning to gaze at Dongfang. How long had it been since he saw someone dressed in a style that existed solely in his memories? About 400 years, he reckoned. What is wrong, Lingyu? Why are you staring at that oddly dressed person? Nothing, just wait a moment. With that, Zhao Lingyu hurried after Dongfang. Excuse me, brother. Upon hearing the voice, Dongfang turned to Zhao Lingyu. Astonished. The white-clad youth before him was, astonishingly, at the initial stage of heavenly immortality. What was going on? He had thought that apart from himself and the deceased cow, the strongest here was merely at the tribulation stage. May I ask about your attire? Huh? Oh, I made it myself. Is there something wrong? White sail shoes, casual pants, a t-shirt, and a jacket. As Zhao Lingyu listed off his outfit, Dongfang's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had encountered a long-lost family member. Zhao Lingyu's eyes mirrored his. After traversing several worlds, he had not encountered a fellow townsman until now. Brother, you can't be. Zhao Lingyu nodded vigorously, and the two grasped each other's hands, both filled with exhilaration. Gu Qingyi watched the two with a puzzled expression. What was going on with them? This was the first time she had seen Zhao Lingyu display such emotion. That night, after Gu Qingyi fell asleep, Zhao Lingyu and Dongfang climbed to the rooftop of the inn to drink. Indeed, regardless of where one is, the moon never feels as comforting as that of home. Strange, I've been here for about 70 years. Yet it feels the same. But since you can traverse worlds, why haven't you returned? After I broke through my bottleneck, I comprehended a sword that merged space and time, and discovered I could split the space of the world to traverse. However, it's random. I have no control over where I end up. So you and your girlfriend came here the same way? Not exactly. After leaving the previous world, a gigantic shadow suddenly reached out toward us during the transition. I used every attack I had, yet before I even touched it, my efforts were nullified, and then I was engulfed in darkness, only to find myself here in Yunland. A gigantic shadow? Upon hearing this, Dongfang couldn't help but recall a dream where a giant shadow had prevented him from being beaten by the Monkey King. Could Zhao Lingyu's encounter have been the same? So, what are your plans now? Are you leaving? I wish I could, but it doesn't seem possible, and no matter how I wield that sword, it feels as though something is obstructing me, leaving me stranded here. Later, I heard there is a powerful individual at the Tianji Pavilion who excels in divination, and I intend to consult him for clues. Zhao Lingyu shrugged helplessly, regretting his initial agreement to bring Gu Qingyi along. At least she could keep Zhao Qianqian company. But considering they had been gone for 400 years, it was likely that only Duan Yunfeng was still alive. Him? He probably can't predict your fate. You are now at the heavenly immortality stage. How could a mere fusion stage cultivator's divination be sufficient for an immortal? Do you know him? Yes, he is a close friend of my master. Nodding, Zhao Lingyu realized this avenue was also blocked, and it seemed he would have to remain here with Gu Qingyi. Yet, encountering Dongfang, a fellow townsman, appeared to be a fortunate turn of events. Chapter 76. The secret realm of Qiang. Dongfang soon understood the surprise the system had mentioned, which turned out to be the meeting with Zhao Lingyu. His fellow townsman, you are quite impressive yourself, having a system as a golden finger. I initially thought I would lead an unremarkable life after my crossing. By the way, would you like to join my sect? Since you can't return for now, how about becoming an elder on my mountain? At least you would have a place to settle, if you don't mind. I'll call you brother you. Considering you're a few hundred years my senior, Dongfang looked at Zhao Lingyu, feeling somewhat inferior in comparison. After all, Zhao had traversed several worlds and cultivated to the heavenly immortality stage, while Gu Qingyi had also achieved the tribulation stage through her own efforts. Without the system, Dongfang feared he wouldn't even be able to cultivate. After contemplating, Zhao Lingyu agreed. Constantly wandering was not a viable option, and staying with someone like Dongfang, who had a system, might offer a chance to return home someday. More importantly, they both hailed from the same homeland. Alright, having a place to stay for now isn't bad. Right? Who knows, you might even take on a disciple. I already have disciples, but they're likely all gone by now. Considering that low martial world, for them, reaching the fourth realm was already their limit. The following day, Zhao Lingyu and Gu Qingyi were brought back to Xiaoyao Peak by Dongfang. Wow, this is your mountain? It looks much better than our Huifeng mountain, and it's several times larger. If only someone wasn't so lazy and had tended to the fields back then, Yu Qingyi remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Lingyu. Ancestor, we only stayed at the old man's memorial day throughout the year. Who had time to farm? Observing the interaction between the two, Dongfang couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, don't you have 5 disciples? Where are they? 2 went home to visit their families. The remaining 3 accompanied me here. Just wait a moment. I'll arrange some rooms for you. With that, Dongfang waved his hand, and a multitude of bamboo shot forth from the mountainside, swiftly constructing a bamboo house atop the peak. Upon hearing the news of a runaway, one could not help but wonder how they had returned. As the 2 raised their heads, they beheld a young man with a folding fan. His gaze frivolous, accompanied by several servants, one of whom bore a knife and was of the Yuaning realm. The sight of him caused Qian Menghan's expression to shift dramatically. Menghan, who is this? He is Wu Qi, the son of the Minister of Revenue, a lecherous scoundrel who, due to his family's ancestral merits, has enjoyed the emperor's leniency. Consequently, he has become notorious for his debauchery, a true prodigal son of this place. He appears quite shameless. Do not pay him any mind. Let us depart. With that, Qian Menghan grasped Mei Yinyan's hand, preparing to leave. However, Wu Qi obstructed their path, his eyes fixated on Mei Yinyan as if bewitched. It was his first encounter with such a stunning girl. Do not leave. We are acquainted after all. How about inviting this young lady for a drink with me? Wu Qi, step aside. She is my junior sister. Not someone you may covet. Restrain your sordid thoughts, for our master is not to be trifled with. Do not overestimate your own worth. As she spoke, Qian Menghan unleashed her aura of the 7th layer of golden core. Unperturbed by the Yuaning expert beside Wu Qi, what nonsense. My Wu family also possesses a harmonization realm expert. How formidable is the sect you have joined? Listen well. We are disciples of Lingxiao sect's Xiaoyao Peak, the 3rd and 5th disciples under the Eastern Peak Master. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's fan came to an abrupt halt, his expression morphing into one of disbelief as he gazed at Qian Menghan and Mei Yinyan. Currently, in the Qiyang imperial capital, they were only aware that Lu Ji's Lu Ran had taken the Eastern Master as his teacher, not anticipating that Qian Menghan had also done so. Lingxiao sect? The one that guards against the demon race in the southern continent? Is there another? Now that you are aware, step aside. Wu Qi, his body stiffening, reluctantly moved aside, fully aware that the Eastern Peak Master was not someone his family could provoke. Nor was it a matter for the entire Qiyang dynasty. Yet he could not suppress his gaze lingering on Mei Yinyan's silhouette, frustrated at the thought of encountering such a gem, yet being unable to approach her. Young master, should you desire, I can find an opportunity to bring her to you, ensuring no one is the wiser. How would you accomplish that? Do you wish for my Wu family to be targeted by the Eastern Peak Master? Yet there must be other means to how could I forget that item? After all the effort to acquire it, it must be put to good use in a few days. It will be that time in the imperial capital. Qian Menghan will surely bring that girl along, and by then, she shall follow me wholeheartedly. The Eastern Peak Master will have little to say. Wu Qi suddenly conceived a plan, and with a face alight with excitement, he returned to the Wu residence. The Qian residence. Upon returning, Qian Menghan and Mei Yinyan encountered Qian Sahan, her older sister, who had also just returned. Qian Menghan's expression shifted at the sight of her. Who would have thought that the pride of the Qian family would return home? This is my family too. Am I not allowed to return? Qian Sahan, taken aback by Qian Menghan's swift ascension to the 7th layer of golden core, responded coldly to her remark. Caught between them, Mei Yinyan felt awkward, unsure of what to say. You 2 sisters need not quarrel upon meeting. Your sister has returned because the Qiyang secret realm is about to open. Qianyi interjected as he entered the hall. Upon hearing of the impending opening of the Qiyang secret realm, Qian Menghan recalled that the royal family had once produced a tribulation realm expert, though that was a matter of 10,000 years past. This Qiyang secret realm was a legacy left by the ancestors of the Qiyang royal family, initially allowing only royals to enter. However, as the dynasty waned, the 3rd Qiyang emperor altered the rules, permitting talented youths from various families in the imperial capital to enter as well. Menghan, Will you accompany your sister? No, even if we were to participate. We would join our senior brothers, sparing the talents of the Qin family the troubled. The Lu residence. Lu Ran received a token for participation in the secret realm personally delivered by the Qiang Emperor. This was an opportunity he certainly would not squander. Mo Yi and Zhuo Hong also expressed their desire to join, as who would turn down such an opportunity? In the back courtyard of the Lu family, Lu Ran and the others were seated in a pavilion, inquiring about the Qiang secret realm's particulars from Lu Wan. After leisurely sipping his tea, Lu Wan regarded the 5.as for the Qiang secret realm. I must confess I am not well versed, for back in the day, I was unable to enter due to other matters that kept me away from the imperial capital. I see. It seems we must explore it ourselves. Though I lack knowledge, this is a secret realm left behind by the first Qiang Emperor, and it undoubtedly contains many treasures. However, it also carries certain dangers. You five must prepare yourselves if you wish to enter. We shall see. After all, there are still 6 days remaining. 6 days later, at the royal tomb of the Qiang Palace, numerous young talents gathered, ready to enter the secret realm. Upon seeing Mo Yi and his companions, they instinctively distanced themselves. After all, who was not aware that Lu Ran and Mo Yi had taken the Eastern Peak Master as their mentor? The youths present had previously mocked and bullied Mo Yi when he served as a hostage, fearing his retribution. Furthermore, Lu Ran, who had been associated with Mo Yi, had faced their scorn, yet now both were among the most formidable figures present. Even more surprising was the fact that Qin Minghan, the renowned little demoness of the Qin family, had also become a disciple of the Eastern Master upon her recent return. Ling Qingyu, who had returned from Tunyuan sect with Yi Sun, regarded Lu Ran with a complex expression. Why do I feel so many eyes upon us? Most of those present once bullied senior brother Mo Yi when he was here as a hostage, and now that he has grown so powerful, they dare not provoke him. Did they bully senior brother? Does that include you, third senior sister? I am not so morally bankrupt as they. I merely had little interaction with senior brother at the time. And we hardly am. As they conversed, a void appeared on the high platform, and the Qiang Emperor slowly emerged to observe them. Upon sighting the Emperor, everyone bowed respectfully. The Qiang Emperor glanced at Mo Yi and his companions before speaking slowly. Today marks the opening of the Qiang secret realm. You are all the pride of Qiang. Once inside, fortunes will depend on your capabilities. However, I must caution you. While this is the Qiang secret realm, it does not mean it is devoid of danger. Exercise caution. Upon finishing, the Qiang Emperor tossed a round token engraved with a flame insignia, infusing it with his spiritual energy. A massive red vortex materialized before them, and the Emperor's sons and daughters charged in first, followed closely by the others. Mo Yi and his group were among the last to enter. A flash of red light enveloped them. The five found themselves in a spacious area, where others who had entered earlier were already dispersing to explore. This is the Qiang secret realm. It does not seem extraordinary. Indeed, the spiritual energy here is even less abundant than that at Xiaoyao Peak. Suddenly, Mo Yi's expression shifted. He drew his sword, and the Qing sword flew from its sheath, swiftly severing a massive tree in the distance. Several figures emerged hastily. Do not make a move, young master Mo Yi. Wu Qi led a few young men toward them. Although they were also of the Golden Core realm, the strongest among them was Wu Qi, at the 4th layer of Golden Core. Upon recognizing Wu Qi, the five wore displeased expressions, as they had heard of the incident involving Qin Minghan and Mei Yinyan encountering him on the street. Are you the shameless one? You certainly look the part, Zhuo Hong remarked, causing Wu Qi's expression to twitch with barely restrained anger as he forced a smile at the five. This brother truly enjoys jesting. Why, friends, and I awaited you here to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Why should we collaborate with you? I possess detailed information regarding the various areas of the secret realm, which I gathered after my Wu family entered and exited. I wish to collaborate with you based on your strength. As he spoke, Wu Qi produced a scroll detailing the secret realm specifics. Yet his gaze frequently strayed toward Mei Yinyan, which made the five uncomfortable. Zhuo Hong stepped forward, clenching his fists. If you know we are formidable, why would you dare present such a valuable item? I could easily overpower you and seize it myself. Why should I collaborate with you and be burdened by a few deadweights? Wait. As a disciple of the Eastern Peak Master, would I engage in such shameless acts? As Zhuo Hong advanced, Wu Qi and his companions recoiled in fear. Enough, Zhuo Hong. Do not intimidate him. Wu Qi, We have no interest in collaborating with you. Do not harbor such thoughts. Lu Ran quickly intervened, recognizing that directly seizing items was not a commendable act. Hearing Lu Ran's admonition, Wu Qi and his companions exhaled in relief. Nonetheless, this scoundrel often leveraged his family's influence in the imperial capital to force women, and his companions were no better. Having sullied the purity of numerous girls, they could forego snatching the scroll, but giving him a beating without killing him would suffice. A while later, Wu Qi and his companions lay battered and breathless. Yet Wu Qi glared venomously at the direction in which the five had departed, unable to believe that his plan for collaboration had failed, and he had been thoroughly beaten. On the other side, within the Lingxiao sect, several brothers from the Dongfang family gathered together, as this day marked the memorial of their master, Lingji Daoren. After a brief preparation, the seven of them ventured deep into a secluded bamboo grove within the sect, where a simple gravestone stood. Dongfang found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the gravestone. When Lingji Daoren was so frail that he could only lie in bed, Dongfang had secretly visited him, offering assistance, only to be declined. Life and death are inevitable. The cycle of reincarnation is the fate of my master. How could I expect a disciple to provide salvation? The Lingxiao sect will ultimately be entrusted to you, brothers. It is merely a matter of time. You must all strive to uphold and expand the sect, and I shall have no regrets. While lost in reverie, recalling Lingji Daoren's words, Lin Yuan gently patted his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Dio, you miss the master? Yes, if he knew how remarkable you've become, surpassing even me, your elder brother, he would surely be delighted. Dongfang nodded in acknowledgement, then glanced at Bei Ming Sikong, who was still brooding over his defeat to Zhao Lingyu. Fifth brother, are you still troubled? Shao Qi, what realm is this elder you brought back? I couldn't even withstand a mere wisp of his sword energy. He is quite formidable, much like myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought him back to serve as an elder of the Xiaoyao Peak. Upon hearing Dongfang's ambiguous response, Bei Ming Sikong lost interest in probing further. However, Zhao Lingyu, for some inexplicable reason, exuded a similar aura to that of his younger disciple. Chapter 78. The little white beast within the mysterious realm, Mo and his companions had traversed for some time without encountering any fortuitous opportunities. Nonetheless, this secret realm was indeed vast, experiencing the cycle of day and night. As night fell, the group found themselves in a grand canyon, gathered around a fire pit, roasting portions of a recently slain demon beast. After wandering for half a day, we found nothing of value. This is truly exhausting. I should have insisted on bringing that shameless scroll along. It would have spared us from aimless wandering. Just as the group was feeling dejected, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the nearby rock face, casting a colossal shadow before them. The five instantly took a defensive stance, questioning whether they had trespassed into the territory of some formidable beast. What is going on? Ignorant mortals, you should not be here. Huh, this shadow can speak. What sort of beast is this? Mind your words, mortal. I am not to be compared with those mere beasts. Do you dare to challenge me? Moe seemed to discern something and gestured for silence before cautiously approaching the corner. The other four followed suit, and upon rounding the bend, they beheld a small creature covered in white fur. Sporting two tiny red horns, standing before a small fire, its back turned to them. The shadow on the rock face was merely the firelight casting the small creature's silhouette. Why have you ceased speaking? If you are afraid, leave the meat you are roasting and hastily depart from my domain. Today, I am in a good mood and will not hold it against you. How about I roast you a little white dog instead? Upon hearing a voice from behind, the small creature's fur bristled, and it turned its head with some difficulty to face the five. Just a little joke. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Just as the small creature prepared to depart, it was abruptly grabbed by the tail by Zhuohong, lifting it off the ground. The creature flailed its four legs and roared, "Let me go. Do you know who I am, you ignorant little pests? This little thing can actually speak? Yin Yin, do your kind possess such creatures?" Mei Yin Yin shook her head, indicating she had never seen this particular small beast before. Strangely, upon encountering the little white beast, she instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Do not refer to me with such a lowly term as beast. My status is far superior to yours. Release me at once. Hiss, clearly your mind is troubled. Otherwise, I might just skin you and roast you. As he spoke, Zhuahang produced a small dagger, ready to take action. Wait, you are here seeking opportunities, right? I know of a fortuitous location. If you let me go, I will take you there. How can we trust that you are not deceiving us? Perhaps we should just skin you. No. I truly know. Enough, Zhuahang. Why do you so delight in scaring others? Senior brother, it is not human, Zhuahang said, releasing the little white beast, which shook itself before gazing at the group. Upon noticing Mei Yin, its expression turned peculiar. Oh? A little fox demon mingling with 4 humans. How curious. All right, if you know where the opportunity lies, speak swiftly. Otherwise, I shall indeed skin you. Hearing Zhuahang's words, the little white beast quickly waved its tiny paws. Why do you always want to skin me? I will take you there if you let me go. Satisfied with this response, Zhuahang nodded and placed the little white beast on his shoulder. The 5 then soared into the air, flying in the direction indicated by the little white beast. After a while, they gradually descended upon a massive altar, flanked by 4 statues, the eerie stillness of the night amplifying the atmosphere. Is this the opportunity you spoke of? Just a few broken statues? You do not even recognize these 4 statues? They represent the 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. The 4 sacred beasts. Are they not merely figments of legend? Mei Yin frowned upon hearing the little white beast's words. Strictly speaking, it should be 5 sacred beasts. The last one is the Qilin. Among the demon clan, these 5 have always existed solely in legend, never having appeared in reality. How could a human secret realm possibly contain statues of the 4 sacred beasts? Just because you have never seen them does not mean they do not exist. Enough of your ignorance. I have brought you here. Whether you can seize the opportunity is no longer my concern. But why are there statues of the 4 sacred beasts in a human secret realm? Do not ask me. I awoke here not long ago and had no idea this was a human secret realm. Besides, I cannot leave. Mei Yin examined the 4 statues, perplexed. The matter of the sacred beasts had always been a mystery. It was said that the ancient ancestor of the Fox clan, the 9-tailed celestial fox, had interactions with these legendary beings. Unfortunately, that was many years ago, and their existence could not be verified, especially that of the foremost sacred beast, the Qilin. Search around. Perhaps there truly is some opportunity here. Moreover, it is unlikely that these 4 sacred beast statues were erected here for no reason. Upon hearing Imoyi's words, the group nodded and began to spread out in search of clues. Only Mei Yin remained fixated on the 4 statues, but soon she too began to search nearby, eventually discovering a small indentation at the altar's corner, which bore a tiny paw print. After pondering for a moment, she approached the little white beast. Could I trouble you for a favor? Little girl, do not bother. I tried that a few days ago. Although it matched my paw size, there was no reaction. Seeing the little white beast's demeanor, Mei Yin had no choice but to relay her discovery to Mo Yi and the others. Did that little white dog truly say its paw prints would not work? Yes, perhaps it is deceiving you. Maybe something else is needed. What kind of thing? Watch this. Zhuahang patted his chest and directly walked over to the little white beast, grabbing it once more. What are you doing now? You little brat, let me go. Do not move. Senior brother, hold its paws down. Lu Ran shot an apologetic glance at the little white beast before firmly restraining its paws. Zhuahang swiftly produced a dagger and made a clean incision on the little white beast's paw, causing blood to flow, and then forcibly placed its paw into the indentation. Yet, still, no reaction occurred. I told you. I have tried this. It does not work. What are you all doing? Just as the little white beast lamented, the blood smeared on the paw print began to visibly merge into it. The surrounding statues slowly began to rotate, and a radiant glow emerged beneath the feet of the group. Chapter 79. Movements of the demon clan as the glow enveloped them. The group exchanged glances, realizing that the little white beast was indeed connected to this place. This tremendous disturbance also attracted the attention of others from different areas, who hastily made their way towards the 5. However, the first to arrive was Qin Sahan, a second-level Yuanian cultivator. Upon arrival, she witnessed her sister, Qian Menghan, and the others vanishing into the immense glow. Menghan, seeing her sister disappear in that manner, Qin Sahan immediately panicked and rushed forward. Unfortunately, no matter what method she employed, she could not damage any part of the area. Those who arrived afterward could only see Qin Sahan standing alone. This led others to mistakenly believe that Qin Sahan had obtained an opportunity here. and given that she was a disciple of the Tianyuanzong, they refrained from saying anything, begrudgingly departing. Meanwhile, Dongfang and his brothers and sisters returned to Xiaoyao Peak after paying their respects to their master, joining Zhao Lingyu for a drink. Where is Qingyi Jia? She went to the city in front of the sect to provide free medical consultations. It's her habit. She used to do this often, so do not worry about her. Shall we listen to some music and give Qingyi Jia a chance to rest? Zhao Lingyu pondered for a moment. That sounds good. Subsequently, the two individuals proceeded to find Gu Qingyi, awaiting her return after attending to her patients, and together they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant named Fenglai Building. However, upon gazing at the name, Zhao Lingyu's thoughts seemed to drift back to several centuries ago. To a time when he was still in his own era.at that time, he had just returned home after 3 years of wandering, only to be summoned by the emperor to serve as an inspector in the southern regions to rectify the officials. The restaurant where he dealt with a group of wealthy merchants was also called Fenglai Building. Upon entering the establishment, the trio opted not for a private room, but rather chose to sit outside, where they overheard some gossip. Alas, did you hear? The Buddhist sect has been flourishing lately. Indeed, just a few days ago, a Buddhist disciple emerged, reportedly advocating for the teachings of Buddhism far and wide.it is said that there are now many adherents not only in the Western continent, but also in the Southern continent. Upon hearing this, Dongfang paused momentarily, his hand holding the wine cup faltering at a disciple. Why had he not encountered any such disciple during the grand competition in Zhongzhou? Why was this disciple suddenly making an appearance? Zhao Lingyu also noticed Dongfang's unease. What's wrong? Ah? Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious about this Buddhist disciple. A disciple of such significance is undoubtedly a pivotal figure in the Buddhist sect, so it is only natural for him to propagate the teachings. Dongfang nodded, though he could not quite grasp why he felt uncomfortable at the mention of Buddhism. Was it possible that, having inherited the abilities of the Monkey King, he had also inadvertently adopted some of his traits? Yet, wasn't the Monkey King revered as the victorious fighting Buddha? He shouldn't harbor any animosity toward Buddhism. Little Shirshu, so you are truly here. I have encountered Elder Zhao. Upon seeing Su Chun, Dongfang looked at him with a puzzled expression. Little Qin, what brings you here? Master is looking for you. I couldn't find you at the Frivolous Peak, so I was sent here to locate you. What does big senior brother want? Should we go see? Zhao Lingyu had no objections, but Gu Qingyi still needed to provide free consultations, so she did not accompany the two. Inside the main hall of the sect, Lin Yuan, upon seeing Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu arrive, urged them to sit down promptly. What is the matter, big senior brother? You always summon me with such gravity. This situation is different. The barrier protecting against the Demon Clan is gradually weakening, and recently, not only have the Fox Clan been lurking near the barrier, but other demon clans have also been present. Your third senior brother has already hastened to the barrier. Are we to face yet another great battle? Dongfang, having some knowledge of the past conflicts with the Demon Clan, recalled that the last war had persisted for a decade. At that time, Lingshao sect was newly established by their master, and the Seven Peaks had only just begun to flourish. Their overall strength not insignificant, however, due to their proximity to the Demon Clan, Lingshao sect was the first to bear the brunt of the demon's onslaught. In those tumultuous times, the peaks had seen at least 2 changes in leadership within a short span. The 3 successive leaders of Frivolous Peak had all perished due to this conflict, including the original owner of that treasured blade, Lan Ran. The second leader of Frivolous Peak had just broken through to the integration stage and assumed leadership shortly after the first leader fell in battle, only to perish in a mutual destruction with a formidable demon. It was only after the Demon Clan's defeat that their master had united powerful beings from various regions to establish the barrier, thus restoring peace. Although the third leader had also taken the position in a short time, he ultimately sustained grave injuries in the battle with the Demon Clan and, after their master forcefully sustained him for 200 years, he ultimately departed. Frivolous Peak, having suffered the most extensive losses, gradually lost its disciples and became an abandoned mountain. It was only after Dongfang was taken in and raised by their master that the fourth leader emerged. While the specifics of the impending battle were uncertain, it was evident that the Demon Clan was poised for significant action. Understood, brother Yu. I trouble you to assist my third senior brother at the barrier while I take a trip to the city. With that, Dongfang vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, in the city, Mei Xian returned to her residence and, upon entering, found Dongfang seated in her room, idly toying with a teacup. As she prepared to flee, Dongfang snapped his fingers, rendering her immobile. So, the mightiest of Lingxiao's sect has finally come to confront me. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to inquire about a few matters. What do you wish to ask? What is your purpose in coming here from the demon clan? Speak the truth, for I would not hesitate to delve into your soul if you allied. Go investigate the strength of Lingxiao's sect and provide support to our faction. At that moment, the basin beside them began to stir, as the Fox clan attempted to contact Mei Xian. Observing this, Dongfang's eyes twinkled, and he promptly released his hold on Mei Xian. Go ahead and report to your kin. But you are aware of what is appropriate to disclose and what is not, correct? Once freed, Mei Xian noticed that Dongfang did not leave, and thus she refrained from speaking. She then cast a spell to elevate the basin, revealing a watery mirror, through which the fox demon appeared before them. However, it seemed the figure on the other side had not noticed Dongfang sitting next to Mei Xian and was solely focused on her. Have you made any progress in locating the fifth princess? No, there has been no advancement. We cannot find her. Then cease the search for now. Once our demon clan breaks the barrier and secures the southern continent, we shall continue the hunt. Are we to engage in war with the human race once more? Indeed. Ensure you fulfill your role as an informant, for you are a fox demon. After the watery mirror was lowered, Mei Xian could only roll her eyes in exasperation. To be an informant. She had relied on her own efforts for so long to gather intelligence about Lingxiao's sect. What could she possibly contribute as an informant? Moreover, with Dongfang beside her, a man capable of ending her life at any moment, she felt increasingly trapped. Meanwhile, upon hearing of the impending conflict between the demon clan and the human race, Dongfang had already discerned the entirety of the demon clan's situation through his spiritual sense. A transcending tribulation-level golden-winged great Peng had emerged. Could this creature be the one associated with the Buddha? Yet, that did not seem plausible. If it were indeed the Buddha's, how could it only be at the transcending tribulation level? Chapter 80. Reinforcing the barrier. So, your demon clan intends to wage yet another great war? How did the golden-winged Great Peng clan come to be? I have heard of the past battles. Why was there no mention of the golden-winged Great Peng clan? Realizing there was no escaping, Mei Xian reluctantly shared the origins of the golden-winged Great Peng with Dongfang. A century ago, a formidable golden-winged Great Peng suddenly appeared among the demon clan, leaving behind its bloodline before vanishing. Due to the potency of its bloodline, nearly every newly born Great Peng possesses the strength of the God transformation stage, which is why the golden-winged Great Peng clan, though few in number, has become the strongest faction within the demon clan. The clan leader, who is also the current demon king, has reached the 9th layer of transcending tribulation, merely a step away from becoming an immortal. I see. After listening to Mei Xian's account, Dongfang comprehended the situation. The barrier was indeed insufficient to withstand a great demon at the transcending tribulation level, but his intervention would make a difference. If they sought to breach the barrier, then he would establish an even stronger one. What did it matter if a golden-winged Great Peng appeared? Even if the Buddha's relative came, he would remain unfazed. After their conversation concluded, Dongfang cast a glance at Mei Xian. Considering you have not harmed anyone, and your singing is quite commendable, I shall spare you this time, if you wish to return to the demon clan. I can assist you once, but should you choose otherwise, returning will be impossible. No, it is far better here than over there. Mei Xian declined, observing Dongfang's nonchalant demeanor upon learning of the demon clan's formidable transcending tribulation level entity. Clearly, he possessed some means to deal with the demon clan, and frankly, she had no desire to return to face those fools. In retrospect, she felt justified in her decision to leave the 5th princess. Seeing this, Dongfang remained silent. Everyone has the right to choose, and as long as Mei Xian posed no threat to others, he had no reason to force her back. Gradually, under Mei Xian's watchful gaze, Dongfang vanished, and once he disappeared, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, at the barrier, Dongfang soon reappeared beside Zhao Lingyu and Yin. Junior brother, you have come as well? Yes, 3rd senior brother, you should return now. I will handle things here with brother Yu. Seeing the two present, Yin felt no need to linger. After all, with the 2 mightiest members of Lingxiao's sect here, his concerns were unwarranted. Once Yin departed, Dongfang extended his hand toward the barrier, channeling a beam of golden light into it. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. What was that? reinforcing the barrier. Indeed, there is a golden-winged great Pong at the 9th layer of transcending tribulation seeking to lead the demon clan to breach the barrier. So I came to strengthen it. Now, I shall see how it intends to break through. Zhao Lingyu, observing this, remained unfazed, confident that even if the demon clan did manage to breach the barrier, he would not be frightened. Meanwhile, within the Qiyang's secret realm, Mo Yi and his 4 companions, along with the little white beast, opened their eyes to find themselves in a vast, dilapidated palace. Where are we? It appears we have been transported here. Mo Yi surveyed the surroundings of the palace, astonished to discover such a place within the Qiyang's secret realm. Little White, do you have any recollections of this place? No, I do not remember at all. Do not expect anything further from me, and by the way, do not call me Little White Dog. Then I shall call you Little White. After all, you do not possess any other name, Shuaheng remarked. Placing Little White upon his shoulder, and the 5 of them began to explore the palace. However, they soon discovered that only a dark tunnel was present, while other stone doors remained tightly shut. Impervious to any form of attack, left with no choice, the 5, along with the beast, ventured into the tunnel. After traversing for nearly half a stick of incense, they finally emerged from the tunnel, only to find themselves in an even larger palace, adorned with 4 enormous corpses that bore an uncanny resemblance to the statues outside. Are these corpses? They look just like the statues outside. Could it be that the 4 great sacred beasts truly existed, and these are their remains? Mei Yinyan gazed incredulously at the 4 corpses. Yet, as Little White beheld the bodies, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up within him. What troubles you, Xiaobai? They appear so familiar. Yet I cannot recall them. I suspect Xiaobai may indeed have a connection to them. Otherwise, why would its blood activate the teleportation array to bring us here? Xiaobai tilted its head in contemplation. It genuinely had no memory of these 4 corpses, yet that sense of familiarity lingered. Just as they were enveloped in confusion, a beam of white light suddenly erupted from the center of the 4 corpses, gradually coalescing into a young man clad in simple white garments. Upon noticing Xiaobai perched on Lu Ran's shoulder, the young man expressed mild surprise. You have come with a human, and there is even a little fox. Very well, since you were able to accompany it, it must be fate that May I ask who you are? Me? Merely a being who has been dead for over 10,000 years, the young man replied with a smile. He then beckoned with his finger, causing Xiaobai to uncontrollably fly to his side. Gently, the young man touched Xiaobai, sending it into slumber, and cradled it in his arms as a luminous barrier rose behind him. Come with me. Since you share a bond with it, you must possess some significance. Perhaps you can assist it in fulfilling its mission. With that, the young man stepped into the luminous barrier, carrying Xiaobai with him. The 5 exchanged hesitant glances, pondering whether to enter or not. What should we do, Shixiang? The 4 turned to Mo Yi. Being the eldest, it was only fitting to heed his decision. Let us go in and take a look. After all, we have the divine sense jade pendant given by our master, so we should be safe. With that, Mo Yi took the lead and stepped through the barrier. The others quickly followed. As they crossed the threshold, the blinding light vanished, revealing a picturesque landscape. In the distance stood the young man holding Xiaobai, and at the center of the lake before them lay a formation emanating 5 beams of light in varying colors. Senior, may I inquire why you have brought us here? The young man did not respond to Mo Yi immediately. Instead, he placed Xiaobai at the formation center and then spoke slowly. You are intertwined with great karma? I cannot foresee your destinies. Allowing it to accompany you may prove beneficial. What exactly is Xiaobai's identity? What connection does it have with the 4 holy beasts? Upon hearing Mei Yinyan's question, the young man glanced at her. Since you are aware of the 4 holy beasts, you must also know of the Qilin. Are you suggesting it is a Qilin? In a sense, yes. It is a life form born from the amalgamation of the bloodlines of the 5 holy beasts. I have been awaiting its arrival. After saying this, the young man formed hand seals, and a golden light infused into the formation beneath Xiaobai. The 5 beams of light each projected a phantom, 4 of which resembled the corpses they had seen earlier. Chapter 81. A sword to repel foes. Staring at the 5 phantoms before her, Mei Yinyan was rendered speechless in astonishment. The legendary holy beasts truly exist. And that little white creature is indeed a manifestation of the bloodlines of the 5 holy beasts. As the 5 phantoms merged into Xiaobai, its fur began to glow, and its aura steadily soared until it reached the Yuaning realm before ceasing. The formation's radiance gradually faded. From here on, it must rely on itself to increase its power. Let it accompany you, the young man said, waving his hand, causing the unconscious Xiaobai to land in Imoyi's embrace. I have a question, Senior. How is it that you and the relics of the Holy Beast are found within the human clan's secret realm? The human clan's secret realm? I cannot say. I am merely a fragment of consciousness trapped here, waiting to fulfill a task as for this place. It has always been the domain left behind by the Five after their demise. How it has transformed into a human clan's secret realm is beyond my understanding. Upon hearing the young man's words, the expressions of the Five turned uneasy. It seems the Qiyang secret realm is not as simple as merely being left by the first Qiyang emperor. Well then, I thank you for bringing it here. Regrettably, I possess no precious treasures to offer as thanks. Since my task is complete, I see no reason to remain. The young man waved his hand, and a unique horn appeared before each of the Five, shimmering with a translucent glow. As the young man became entirely transparent, his form barely discernible, he added, "This can withstand 2 full-force strikes from a 9th-layer tribulation practitioner. It is the best I can do. You may take it and leave." After uttering these words, a luminous barrier reappeared behind the Five. Before they stepped through, Mei Yin turned to the young man once more. "Who exactly are you?" "I am called by Zhe." The barrier's white light flared, and the Five, along with Xiaobai, were instantaneously transported away. When they reappeared, it was back at the altar, where the 4 statues stood. They glanced at Xiaobai, placing it gently on the pedestal. The little creature gradually awoke, finding 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon it. "Why are you all staring at me? Weren't we just in a grand palace encountering someone? How did we end up back here? You don't remember what happened earlier?" "Of course not." That person touched my forehead and then everything went black. I woke up only to find myself here. The 5 exchanged glances, deciding it best not to inform Xiaobai of its identity just yet. Since that young man had asked them to take it along, they would wait to present it to their master. "Do you wish to come with us? If you stay here and encounter others, they may not treat you as kindly as we have." "What? You want me to go with you? Who do you think you are? Do you expect me to become your spirit pet?" "Absolutely not. Regardless, you will have food and shelter. Where shall we go?" Observing Xiaobai's rapid change of demeanor, the 5 couldn't help but roll their eyes. Where had that defiant spirit gone? Nonetheless, finding such a little creature on this journey through the secret realm was a decent reward. As for the opportunities elsewhere, it would be left to fate. Meanwhile, at the boundary of Lingshao's sect, a colossal figure soared through the air, while below, a throng of monsters eagerly prepared to breach the barrier. On the opposite side, a few disciples of Lingshao's sect, who were conducting patrols, appeared unfazed, casually playing Do Di Zhu, not even glancing at the gathering horde of monsters. 3. With so many monsters, are we not concerned? What is there to fear? The little Shirshu has reinforced the barrier, allowing us to relax and no need to patrol as we used to. "It's much easier now," replied one of them. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the Golden Elixir disciples, the monsters felt insulted. Jinwan, the leader of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, sneered and unleashed a piercing cry, releasing a beam of golden light toward the barrier, yet it remained unyielding. He was taken aback. His 9th-layer tribulation strike could not breach a barrier established by a group of integration realm cultivators centuries ago. Meanwhile, atop the Xiaoyao Peak, Zhao Lingyu and Dongfang were engaged in a game of chess. Having procured it from the system, aren't you going to take a look? What is there to see? Even if celestial beings arrived, they wouldn't break the barrier. "Let them be," Dongfang said nonchalantly, then captured Zhao Lingyu's piece. "Yet, they remain idle. It cannot continue like this. Why not intervene and warn them, perhaps eliminate that 9th-layer tribulation monster to deter them?" Upon hearing Dongfang's suggestion, Zhao Lingyu's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard as he slowly extended his left hand toward the barrier. A massive sword quickly coalesced above Jinwen's head, descending to impale him into the ground. Extinguishing his life force, the monsters stared in shock. The leader of the strongest clan, the Demon King, had fallen so easily? The astute among them fled without revealing themselves, having witnessed a 9th-layer tribulation monster being effortlessly dispatched. Lingshao sect was no longer the same Lingshao sect of old. Meanwhile, the few disciples on the other side of the barrier remained calm. This must be the handiwork of Elder Zhao, who recently joined Xiaoyao Peak. Indeed, the Lord of Baiming Peak has proclaimed him a master of the sword. It is only reasonable for someone personally selected by the Little Shirshu to possess such strength in the Qiyang's secret realm. The five had already departed from the altar. They had heard tales of a place filled with unmarked steels, believed to enhance one's cultivation and potentially bestow secret techniques. Many had gathered there, and the five made their way to the foot of the mountain. However, numerous individuals remained below, unable to ascend. What is going on? Wasn't it said that there are unmarked steels above? Why is everyone staying down here? Just as Zhuo Hong finished speaking, a figure suddenly sprang from halfway up the mountain. Observing this, and glancing at those struggling on the steps, Moe appeared to discern something. He approached the steps, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure the moment he set foot on them. Gradually, he retreated. What did you find, Shi Xiang? As I suspected, this mountain is ensorcelled. Once inside, flying is prohibited, and spiritual energy cannot be mobilized. One can only ascend while bearing the pressure. Ha, this is the fiery mountain left behind by my royal ancestors who ascended through tribulation. Not everyone can reach the summit, remarked Chen Wu, the second prince of the Qiyang dynasty. Casting a cold smile at the five, seemingly still resentful over a prior matter, oh dear. The Qiyang dynasty has fallen so low that its emperor is merely in the integration realm, and even his offspring are so sharp-tongued. Truly, the forebears have labored in vain, Zhuo replied disdainfully. Among the five, Zhuo shared a similar disposition with Dou Yun, often reveling in sarcasm, which is why they had developed a close friendship. Chapter 82. Spectator. Upon hearing Zhuo words, Chen Wu's eyelid twitched slightly. He wished to retort but hesitated. Recalling his father's admonition against provoking Lu Ran and his companions, he had merely sought to seize an opportunity for a moment of verbal reprieve. Unexpectedly, one among the five displayed a rather sarcastic demeanor. Rather than engage in a war of words with me, it would be wiser for them to exert themselves and attempt the ascent. After all, my royal brother has already reached the summit. Indeed, there is little merit in conversing with someone who has yet to ascend after such a long time. After a brief moment of derision, Zhuo ceased to acknowledge Chen Wu, and upon inquiry, discovered that only the first prince of the Qiyang dynasty, Qian Sihan, Yi Sun, and Lung Qingyu had reached the peak. Subsequently, the five prepared themselves to embark on their ascent. The onlookers were filled with curiosity, for as disciples of the Eastern Peak Master, they might just achieve the summit as well. After stretching his limbs, Zhuo, accompanied by Xiao Bai, took the lead and stepped onto the staircase. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhuo swiftly ascended, quickly surpassing numerous climbers. The four, with their eyes fixed on Zhuo diminishing figure, followed suit. During their time working at the Xiaoyao Peak, they had sealed their spiritual powers, laboring as ordinary individuals, thereby significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Meanwhile, Mei Yinyan, being a fox demon, naturally possessed a physique superior to that of humans. Furthermore, with Dongfang having infused her with celestial energy during her transformation into a human at the Golden Core stage, her physical attributes rivaled even those of body cultivators. Thus, the restrictions imposed by the Qilian mountain posed little challenge for them. Aside from a slight strain after traversing halfway, they soon reached the pinnacle. Indeed, as disciples of the Eastern Peak Master, their prowess is quite extraordinary, such swiftness to ascend. Is this the disparity that separates us from the truly gifted? We shall proceed steadily, one step at a time. After all, these restrictions can also serve to hone our cultivation. What need have we to compare ourselves with prodigies? Upon reaching the summit, the five beheld Qian Sihan and his companions seated before a blank monument. Their eyes closed in meditation. Notably, Yi Sun, whose aura had once emanated from the fifth layer of the Golden Core, now sat before the monument, his presence having ascended to the seventh layer, suggesting he had gleaned some insights. This unadorned monument appeared unremarkable, resembling a gravestone. Sighing, Chen Wu remarked, Lu Ran, that Lung Qingyu is the fiancée you mentioned, as stated by my senior brother Moe. I have no connection with her anymore. Could you refrain from being so inquisitive? Just asking, that's all. Just then, from afar, the first Prince Chen Bin of the Qiyang dynasty advanced to the third layer of the nascent soul stage, capturing the attention of several onlookers. Wasn't that Chen Bin, the prodigy of Qiyang? Remarkably, he had not aligned himself with any sect, yet under the tutelage of the Qiyang emperor, He had attained such heights it was a pity he had lost to our brother Ulu during the grand competition. All right, with so many blank monuments, let us each select one to test ourselves. Perhaps we too can elevate our realms. With that, Imo, E and the others dispersed, each seeking a blank monument to meditate upon. Only Xiao Bai, having leapt from Zhua Heng's shoulder to lick its paws, observed the meditating individuals with disinterest. At that moment, Yi Sun abruptly opened his eyes, having completed his comprehension of the monument. Only to notice Lu Ran and the others behind him, his expression shifting subtly, however, as they awaited Long Qingyu, he did not hasten to depart. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao sect, the movements of the demon clan had not stirred significant unrest. Lin Yuan, though astonished that Dongfang had managed to strengthen the barrier to such an extent, did not probe further, content as long as no troubles arose. At Xiaoyao Peak. Zhao Lingyu and Dongfang had concluded their game of chess and ventured into the city to accompany Gu Qingyi in providing medical assistance. While Dongfang succumbed once more to slumber, this time, his dreams did not involve battling the Monkey King nor transforming into him. Instead, he floated amidst a cerulean sky. Why is it always such a peculiar dream? Yet this time, why is the Monkey King absent? No sooner had Dongfang pondered this than 3 beams of golden light streaked overhead, followed closely by a golden dragon and a tiger, encircled by 16 rays of golden light. Upon discerning their identities, Dongfang wore a look of incredulity. Umitba, the victorious fighting Buddha, the purity envoy, golden body Arhat. Why have you left the Buddhist fold? The golden dragon transformed into a monk, casting his gaze upon the 3 encircled figures. Has the Tathagata dispatched you 18 Arhats, believing that I, Sun Wukong, would fear you? Big brother, do not waste your breath on them. There is no need to engage with such sanctimonious pretenders. Zhu Beiji, brandishing his rake, glared at the 18 Arhats, while Sha Song, wielding his Suluo staff, appeared poised for action. If you remain obstinate, do not blame us for taking you down and returning to await the Buddha's decree. Dongfang observed this scene with perplexity. Was this not a plot he recognized from the novels he had read? The 18 Arhats were attacking the Monkey King's comrades. Sun Wukong, as the victorious fighting Buddha, held a position within the Buddhist hierarchy, while Zhu Beiji, as the purity envoy, was a bodhisattva. Only Sha Seng's golden body Arhat stood on equal footing with them, while the others surpassed their ranks. Wasn't this a breach of propriety? Moreover, could they even triumph in this conflict? Curiously, he noted that despite being adjacent to them, they seemed unaware of his presence. However, he soon realized that this was likely a dream of his own making. As Dongfang remained in contemplation, Sun Wukong and the others had already engaged in battle against the 18 Arhats. Yet, the Arhat strength proved insufficient to match even Sun Wukong alone, let alone with the assistance of Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng. Before long, the Arhats found themselves at a disadvantage, and as Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, sending several Arhats sprawling, a colossal figure suddenly materialized before the group, causing Sun Wukong's expression to darken. Tathagata, Sun Wukong, I had hoped that upon your enlightenment, you would shed your unruly nature. It appears I was mistaken. You 3, return with me at once. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the way to salvation. Return with you? In your dreams. Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions regarding me and those 2. Then do not blame me for what comes next. With that, the Tathagata summoned a massive golden bowl. Swiftly descending upon the 3. Sun Wukong, witnessing this, paled and pushed Zhu Beiji and Sha Song aside, but he found himself ensnared by the radiance emanating from the bowl, rendering him immobile. The golden staff slipped from his grasp, tumbling onto the clouds. Monkey King, big brother? As Sun Wukong felt himself being drawn into the golden bowl, he summoned all his celestial energy, coalescing it behind him. A small golden orb emerged from within him, soaring into Zhu Beiji's hands, where a tiny monkey curled up, clasping its knees. Observing this scene, Dongfang began to question the state of his own mind. Was this dream excessively bizarre? After Sun Wukong's corporeal form was ensnared, the Tathagata turned his attention to Zhu Beiji and Sha Song, who appeared ready to strike. Suddenly, a glowing celestial sword flew from the distance, interposing itself before the 2. Chapter 83. Journey to the Demon Clan. The sword, radiating a verdant light, stood firm before Zhu Beiji and Sha Song. Shortly thereafter, 2 venerable Taoists materialized before them. Upon seeing these figures, the Tathagata hesitated to act. Shakyamuni, these three were originally disciples of my Taoist sect. Why must you obstruct their return? Acknowledging the presence of the two, the Tathagata recognized that securing Sun Wukong's corporeal form was the best outcome as for the orb containing Sun Wukong's essence and spirit that Zhu Beiji held. It was no longer attainable. Without uttering a word, the Tathagata turned and departed with the 18 arhats. Zhu Beiji, bewildered, gazed at the two Taoists. Given their strength, it seemed implausible for the Tathagata to resist their efforts to reclaim their master's corporeal form. Why had he allowed the Tathagata to leave with Sun Wukong's body? Meanwhile, Dongfang, who had been observing, shared in the confusion, astonished at having dreamt of saints. Celestial Venerable, why do you take with you the remnants left by the monkey and follow us? There are those who wish to meet you. Before Yuan Shi could speak, the master turned to the two and addressed them. With a flick of his whisk, a flash of white light enveloped Dongfang, and he awakened. This dream was even stranger than the previous two. Had he been influenced by the myriad tales of the investiture of the gods he had read, or was it due to the mystical elements surrounding him? Within the Qiyang secret realm, after their introspection at the blank monument, the five had all experienced improvements in their strength, except for Mei Yinyan, who had yet to reach the 5th layer of the golden core. The others had progressed significantly. Even Lu Ran, who was initially the weakest among them, had ascended to the 6th layer. They did not linger elsewhere, as their experiences were deemed sufficient. Imoi had advanced to the 9th layer of the golden core through the blank monument. And it was time to prepare for tribulations upon their return from the Qiyang secret realm. After 6 days had passed, the time to depart the secret realm arrived. The five concealed Xiao Bai and were the first to exit, immediately encountering numerous families who had sent representatives to await the return of their young masters and mistresses. Moe and the others made no delay and headed straight back to the Lu residence. Are you planning to return? Yes, we must seize the opportunity to cultivate. Each of us has our own aspirations, and without diligent practice, we cannot achieve them. Yuan nodded in agreement. After learning that his parents had merely vanished yet were still alive, Lu Ran had become increasingly dedicated to his cultivation. During his time at home, he often practiced alone late into the night. Days later, at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect, upon their return, the five encountered Dou Yun once more suspended at the gate. Dou Yun, what is this? Have you angered my master again? How did you also involve Brother Ulu? Humph. Ulu shot Dou Yun a glare, snorting disdainfully without speaking further. Please refrain from looking any longer. Upon your return, make haste to Xiaoyao Peak, for our little martial uncle has brought back an elder for Xiaoyao Peak, a formidable master of the sword path. Hearing that our master has procured a sword path expert for Xiaoyao Peak, Mo Yi and Zhuahong could hardly contain their excitement. However, just before they departed, Zhuahong turned back to gaze at the suspended Dou Yun and, with a playful grin, remarked, Brother Dou, I truly believe the title-hanging brother should belong to you. Get lost, Dou Yun retorted, and Zhuahong laughed as he dashed off to catch up with the others. At Xiaoyao Peak, the two individuals engaged in a game of chess, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu, looked up upon the return of the young disciples. So these are your little apprentices? Welcome back. Allow me to introduce this esteemed elder, Zhao Lingyu, who is as powerful as your master, though I must admit my swordsmanship pales in comparison to his. We also have Elder Gu, and when Ming Han returns, you can learn some medical skills from her. We greet Elder Zhao. You brought back a dog? Dongfang remarked, glancing at the little white creature perched on Zhuaheng's shoulder. With a gentle wave of his hand, the little white dog flew uncontrollably to stand before the two men. Master, it's not a dog. We encountered it in the Qiyang secret realm. Qian Minghan recounted the events that transpired in the secret realm, and they were not particularly surprised to learn that the little white creature possessed the bloodline of 5 familiar divine beasts. What piqued their curiosity was the young man, Bai Zai. Bai Zai? I never expected to hear that name here. Elder Zhao, do you and Master know him? Bai Zai, an ancient divine beast, is capable of speech, understands the emotions of all beings, and possesses knowledge of the supernatural, able to dispel all malevolent forces from the world, understanding all beings. Such an existence exists. Why have I never heard of Bai Zai among the demon tribes? Mei Yinyan asked in confusion. Your demon tribe? A golden-winged great Pong can transform into the ruler of the demon race, yet you remain unaware of Bai Zai's existence. Master, how do you know that the current demon king belongs to the golden-winged great Pong clan? Because not long ago, The demon tribe was preparing to attack Ling Xiao's sect, but that demon king was slain by your elder Zhao with a single sword strike. At this revelation, the 5 of them were left utterly astonished, especially Mei Yinyan. The demon king was killed by the elder that my master brought back with just 1 sword. Does this mean the demon tribe will fall into chaos now that their king is gone? You seem quite concerned about the death of the demon king causing chaos among the demons. Is your fox tribe in trouble? My sister and the others are still over there. Several demons from other tribes have their eyes on the fox women. It was the demon king's presence that kept them in check, and now that he is dead, so have I committed a grave mistake? Zhao Lingyu scratched his head awkwardly, a matter he and Dongfang had not considered. For a group or several groups to develop peacefully, a powerful figure to maintain balance is indeed necessary. However, Dongfang remained calm as he sipped his tea. The demon king is dead. We can simply find another. With that, Dongfang turned his gaze toward Mei Yinyan. Master, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. I plan to visit the demon tribe. Would you 5 little ones like to join me? Dongfang smiled. His intention to cultivate Mei Yinyan into a leader of the demon tribe, believing it would foster peace between humans and demons. A proper show of strength could be beneficial, but excessive intimidation would be counterproductive. He could not annihilate all demons, after all. The world does not belong solely to humans. You intend to go to the demon tribe? Yes, to see what the demon tribe is like, if you do not wish to accompany me. I shall go alone. Master, I will go, Qian Minghan declared, eager to stay by her master's side. Ultimately, aside from Moe and Lu Ran remaining at Xiaoyao Peak, Shuahong, Qian Minghan, and Mei Yinyan prepared to accompany the little white creature to the demon tribe. Dongfang wasted no time. After discussing matters with Zhao Lingyu, he crossed the boundary with the 3 and the beast, entering the demon territory. Chapter 84. Territory of the Fox Tribe. Upon crossing the barrier and arriving at a secluded spot, Dongfang extended his hands toward Zhuahong and Qian Minghan, causing 2 beams of golden light to enter their bodies. Their ears transformed into fox ears resembling Mei Yinyan's, and 3 tails sprouted behind them. Master, what are you doing? Just a minor illusion. Now the demon tribe will not discern that you are human, but will perceive you as fox demons. Do you not need this? Do I need to? I wish for them to see me as whatever demon I choose to be. Hearing this, both were left speechless. Such was the advantage of immense power. While they were uncertain of their master's true strength, it was clear he could roam freely among the demon tribe. Master, where do you plan to go first in the demon tribe? Before Dongfang could respond, several figures with the lower bodies of snakes and the upper bodies of humans suddenly appeared. Surrounding the 4.4 fox demons, the fox tribe is currently facing great peril. Why do you appear in the territory of the serpent people? Are you here seeking aid, serpent people? Is there not a leader named Medusa among them? Upon hearing the name of the serpent people, Dongfang could not help but chuckle. Apologies, esteemed ones. We are merely fox demons on a training expedition, passing through this area. What troubles have befallen the fox tribe? Upon mentioning the fox tribe's troubles, Mei Yinyan stepped forward, her face filled with concern. Did you not hear about the recent events? The demon king led various tribes to assault the human race but was slain by a massive sword that fell from the heavens. Now that the demon king is dead, strife among the demon factions has erupted over territory. You should leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Mei Yinyan grew even more anxious. It was precisely as she had anticipated while at Xiaoyao Peak. With the demon king's death, the balance among the tribes was shattered, and the fox tribe would undoubtedly suffer the consequences in the past, before the emergence of the golden-winged Great Peng's demon king. The fox tribe had long been oppressed, resulting in the loss of many powerful members. Now that the demon king was dead, the situation was dire. I will grant you a few moments to depart. Otherwise, we shall not be courteous. Master, let us not quarrel with them. I wish to return to the fox tribe first. I fear for my sister and the others. Enough. Worrying leads to chaos. I have not expressed any disagreement. Since this is the territory of the serpent people, there is no need for us to linger. With that, Dongfang waved his hand, and the 4 and the beast vanished before the astonished gazes of the serpent beings. The sudden disappearance left the serpents in shock. Was this sorcery? In the blink of an eye, Dongfang had taken Mei Yinyan and the others into the territory of the fox tribe. Yet they were immediately surrounded by several figures. These were demon beings with human bodies and tiger heads, but the strongest among them was only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Who would have thought that upon entering here, We would encounter 4 foxes. What good fortune! We shall keep the 2 female fox demons and eliminate the 2 male fox demons along with that white dog. Hearing himself referred to as a white dog, the little creature on Zhuo Heng's shoulder blushed furiously. It raised its paw and pressed down, its nascent soul aura instantly overwhelming the tiger demons, rendering them immobile. What is this? Tiger demons? Master, these are members of the Tongtian Demon Tiger clan. Their bloodline is exceptionally powerful, making them formidable within the demon tribe. Tongtian Demon Tiger. The name sounds quite imposing. Yet they seem rather unworthy of it. Little White, deal with them. Following Dongfang's command, Little White pressed down once more, and the tiger demons exploded into a mist of blood. It seems your fox tribe is truly a coveted prize. Brother, is this really the time for such discussions? Let us return and see what's happening at that moment. Within the core territory of the fox tribe, the tribe's leader, Mei Yin, sat at the main seat. Her complexion pale. She had just battled simultaneously with 3 8th-level demon tribe leaders. Though she managed to repel them with the tribe's treasured artifact, she herself had sustained significant injuries. The elders and her 4 daughters looked on with deep concern. Mother, you should rest for a while. I am fine. Third elder, what is the situation within the fox tribe? Fortunately, the eldest princess broke through to the fusion stage and emerged just in time. Otherwise, the losses would have been even more severe. That's good to hear. Remember to reassure the tribe. By the way, what news do we have regarding the whereabouts of the 5th princess? Mei Exine mentioned that we still have not located the 5th princess. It is possible she never entered the human territory. Could it be that our younger sister has cultivated to the point of being able to transform, and thus Elder Mei Exine does not recognize her? After all, she has been missing for over 2 years. Sister, even if our younger sister has transformed, with Elder Mei Exine's cultivation at the refinement stage, how could she not recognize her? The eldest princess. Mei Ruo looked helplessly at her sister. The 5th princess had been regarded as the most likely candidate to cultivate to a 9-tailed fox after being enlightened by the spirit of the fox tribe's ancestor. She had become the hope of the fox tribe's future. Yet, due to their pressure on her to train and their heavy-handed control, the little girl had developed a rebellious mindset and fled the fox tribe. The only assurance they had was that Mei Yinyan was still alive, as her fox spirit lamp remained lit, indicating she was safe. Let Mei Exine keep her there for now, if it were not for following that Demon King's arrangements. Sending fox demons to scout the situation at Lingxiao sect, she would not have remained there for so long. She wishes to return but cannot. Mother, you should rest and recuperate. Here, I, along with my sisters and the elders, can keep things steady for now. As Mei Ruo had just finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed through the air. Mother, sister, I have returned. Upon hearing this well-known voice, Mei Yin and her daughter rushed out of the grand hall without hesitation. Observing Mei Yin had already taken on her true form, Mei Yin dashed forward to scrutinize her closely. Yin, you are back. It's astonishing that you have transformed and reached the 3rd level of the Golden Core in just 2 years. Where have you been, and who are they? This is my master, along with my senior brother and sister. It's quite complicated, and I will explain everything to you slowly. May we find a quieter place? After a while, in a tranquil courtyard, Mei Yin poured a cup of tea and presented it to Dongfang. Although you do not appear to be a fox demon of my clan, I must express my gratitude for teaching Yin Yin. It is truly remarkable that she has progressed from Qi refinement to Golden Core in merely 2 years. Yin is my disciple. Guiding her is my duty. However, I still wish to inquire about your origins, for you are clearly not a fox demon, are you? What would you think if I told you that I am the Dongfang, the fox demon you dispatched to the barrier? At this revelation, an immediate silence enveloped the space, and Mei Yan's initial gratitude morphed into cautious vigilance. Sensing the atmosphere grow cold, Mei Yin clutched her mother's sleeve. Qin Minghan and Zhuo Hong had not anticipated that Dongfang would reveal his identity as a human so soon, subconsciously inching closer to him. Mother, my master means no harm. Be good. First take your senior brothers and sisters around the clan, and lend a hand to your sisters. The Fox clan faced a great battle yesterday, and your sisters are overwhelmed. Upon hearing her mother's words, Mei Yin glanced at Dongfang. After he offered her a reassuring look, she led Qin Minghan, Zhuo Hong, and Xiaobai out of the courtyard. Once they departed, Dongfang and Mei Yin exchanged silent glances, but Dongfang remained unhurried, slowly sipping his tea. You are quite astute. Had you chosen to act aggressively just now, it would have resulted in trouble. I am not foolish enough to endanger myself by attacking you, especially someone capable of slaying a demon king. Dongfang paused momentarily, considering that she perceived him as the one who had defeated the demon king. Whether he dared or not was inconsequential. After all, it mattered little who had killed Zhao Lingyu. Since she held such a belief, he decided to let her be. Then, with a subtle gesture, a golden light soared into Mei Yan's body, instantly mending her injuries from the previous battle. Mei Yan gazed at Dongfang in disbelief. You healed my wounds with just that? Why do you help me? Is it not because Yin Yan is my disciple? Furthermore, I have business in the demon realm, since you are Yin Yan's mother. I believe we can collaborate. Outside, after leading Zhuahong, Qianming Han, and Xiaobai away, Mei Yin felt somewhat distracted. Although Dongfang had just given her a reassuring glance, she worried about her mother's potential actions. What if she offended her master? Yin, my master is not one to act recklessly. You need not worry, I am merely concerned for my mother. What if she clashes with my master? That will not happen. Junior sister, you must have faith to be the way. Why is it that your mother is the clan leader? Yet we have not seen your father. My father, Mei Wuming, was severely injured 600 years ago due to his insistence on waging war against the humans. He was too radical, ignoring all advice, and insisted on leading the Fox clan to battle alongside other demon clans. My mother was left helpless, and after I was born 16 years ago, he departed, leaving the Fox clan in my mother and sister's hands. Unfortunately, that so-called demon king, while maintaining balance among the clans to prevent the Fox clan from being targeted, still held sway over us. Upon hearing Qianming Han's words, Mei Yin nodded. With the demon king dead, the Fox clan had once again returned to a state of being targeted, as every other demon clan now coveted the Fox clan's women. The moment they entered the Fox clan, the situation they witnessed confirmed that those entities could hardly contain themselves mere days after the demon king's demise. On the other side, after listening to Dongfang's thoughts, Mei Yin found his vision of aiding the Fox clan to become the strongest among demon clans somewhat difficult to realize. You want me to become the demon king and facilitate peace between humans and demons? How is that even feasible? Therefore, a leader is required to take charge. If the demon clans continue to confront the humans, it will result in either the annihilation of the demon clans or the humans. Currently, the strongest among the demon clans is merely the Golden Winged Rock, while the humans possess a continent teeming with Tribulation Realm experts. Even a casual force from them could deliver a fatal blow to your demon clans. It is rare to encounter a human who advocates for peace between humans and demons. Dongfang chuckled. Is that truly such a rare occurrence? So, would you like to collaborate with me? If you agree, I can assist you in becoming the Demon King, and I can also help awaken Yin Yan's nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Upon hearing Dongfang's proposition, Mei Yin was momentarily taken aback. How did he know that her daughter possessed the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline? Do not be so surprised, for I always keep my word. Master Dongfang, if it is indeed possible to elevate the Fox clan, I have no reason to refuse, but you must provide some tangible means to convince me. Of course, tangible proof is necessary. Otherwise, you might think I am merely boasting. With that, Dongfang waved his hand, and Mei Yin was suddenly lifted into the air, unbidden. Subsequently, the celestial power emanating from Dongfang elevated Mei Yan's strength to the 9th level of the integration stage. While the sky began to gather tribulation clouds, this commotion drew the attention of many in the Fox clan towards the direction of the thunder clouds. That Mother's courtyard? Is she about to undergo tribulation? Mei Yan's daughters exchanged astonished glances as they gazed towards the thunder clouds. Qianming Han and the others also turned back to the courtyard. Could it be the doing of our master? Mother is actually going to undergo tribulation? In the courtyard, Mei Yin stared at the thunder clouds above her head, somewhat bewildered. Go ahead and face your tribulation. If you cannot withstand the lightning, I will intervene. Mei Yin cast a glance at Dongfang. Now that the tribulation clouds had arrived, there was no escaping it. She could only leap into the air, and many in the Fox clan recognized her, their eyes filled with excitement. The clan leader is about to undergo tribulation to reach the Great Ascension stage. If this is the case, if the other demon clans dared to target the Fox clan again, it would become significantly easier for them. As the tribulation lightning began to descend, Mei Yan's expression turned serious, and she transformed back into her original form, the seven-tailed celestial fox. Her snow-white fur glistened brilliantly against the backdrop of the dark clouds. As the tribulation lightning struck her repeatedly, the wounds inflicted began to stain her pristine fur with crimson blood. Observing this, Dongfang swiftly summoned the primordial golden shield to protect her, allowing the remaining heavenly lightning to strike the shield. Once the tribulation subsided, the shield returned to Dongfang's hand, revealing Mei Yin curled up within. Emanating the aura of the first level of the Great Ascension stage, her wounds gradually healing. After releasing Mei Yin, she resumed her human form. I asked that all it takes to pass the tribulation? What else did you expect? Your strength now surpasses that of many other clan leaders among the demon clans. There is still something we must attend to. A moment later, the gates of Mei Yan's courtyard swung open, revealing the elders of the Fox clan and Mei Yan's daughters standing at the entrance, while Qin Minghan and her companions had also returned. Clan leader, have you broken through to the Great Ascension stage? Yes, I owe it all to Yin Yan's master. We have some matters to attend to outside. Eldest sister, while I am away, you must manage the Fox clan well. We will return shortly. Dongfang also instructed the three. If any other clans attempt to cause trouble during this time, use the jade pendant I provided. Chapter 86. Zhao Wanqing's visit. As the elders observed their clan leader alongside a strange male fox demon, their expressions turned peculiar, exchanging glances. Mei Yin felt the scrutiny of her sisters, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yin, who exactly is your master? Why has mother gone with him? Sisters, my master is a respectable person. Well, a fox demon, who would not harm mother. They must have urgent matters to attend to. Mei Yin hurriedly waved her hands, even though she lacked confidence in her own words. While it was true that Dongfang could be considered respectable, it was not guaranteed that he would not ignite any sparks with her mother. Meanwhile, after departing from the Fox clan, Dongfang and Mei Yin instantly arrived at the territory of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Atop a grand mountain, Dongfang surveyed the Golden-Winged Rocks below. With the Demon King deceased, the Golden-Winged Rock clan appeared to be the strongest remaining. There were even two beings near the Tribulation Realm, albeit not beyond the 5th level. Why have you brought me to the Golden-Winged Rock clan? There are some suspicions I need to verify, and I intend to help your demon clan address this suddenly emerging faction. Dongfang glanced at the enormous statue within the Golden-Winged Rock territory, concealing a primordial spirit. Could it truly be that foolish bird he had conjectured? If so, it would be intriguing. Dongfang casually dug at his ear, and the golden staff appeared in his hand, rapidly enlarging. Then, the colossal golden staff descended straight towards the territory of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. The enormous staff loomed down upon the great rock. A sense of panic washed over it, just as the two transcendent rocks were poised to strike. Their clan's colossal statue erupted in a brilliant golden light. A figure shot forth, deflecting the golden staff with ease. This being, with a bird's head and a human body, exhibited a fleeting change in expression upon seeing the staff return to Dongfang's grasp, a flicker of recognition unmistakably evident in its eyes. Who are you? It inquired. Who I am is inconsequential, but I now know who you are. You truly exist, which confirms my suspicions, Dongfang replied, extending his hand to crush the avatar of the primordial spirit instantaneously. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining golden-winged rocks, and with a mere snap of his fingers, they were transformed into a crimson mist, staining the territory of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Mei Yin, witnessing this scene, found herself at a loss for words. In the span of a heartbeat, an entire lineage had been obliterated. Let us proceed and see if there are any treasures. Bringing something back to your clan might prove beneficial, Dongfang suggested, gently guiding Mei Yin downwards. Upon entering the grand hall, they were greeted by an imposing statue of a Buddha. Indeed, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure from Dongfang's previous dream. However, as he beheld this statue, a surge of anger welled up within him. The Golden-Winged Rock clan worshipped a Buddha statue? Mei clan leader, why don't you explore other areas? There are likely no treasures here. He urged. What troubles you? Mei Yin asked, noticing the peculiar change in Dongfang's demeanor, his eyes beginning to glisten with a reddish hue. I am fine. Please, do take a look elsewhere, he reassured her, though perplexed by Dongfang's insistence for her to leave. Mei Yin complied and exited the hall. Once she was gone, Dongfang could no longer restrain the inexplicable emotions surging within him. He drew forth the golden staff and shattered the Buddha statue in a single blow. With that release, he exhaled deeply, the tumult of emotions slowly subsiding. After shaking his head, he stowed the staff and made his way out of the hall. Mei Yin hurried forward as he emerged, her concern evident. "Are you all right?" "I am well." "Did you not scour the other areas?" he inquired. "I used my spiritual sense and found nothing of value." "The golden-winged rock clan's strength stems from their bloodline." "Not from treasures," she replied. "Then let us depart," he concluded, and with a wave of his hand, they were instantly transported back to the territory of the Fox clan. Upon their return, the elders of the Fox clan and Mei Yan's daughters breathed a sigh of relief. "Mother, where have you both been?" one of the daughters asked. Mei Yin exchanged a glance with Dongfang but refrained from revealing the truth about the annihilation of an entire clan. Such an event was beyond comprehension, and she feared it would not be believed by those who had never witnessed it. Instead, she merely stated they had gone to attend to a matter, i.e. the entrance of Lingxiao's sect. Zhao Wanqing, having completed her sect duties, passed by with the intention of visiting, only to be startled by the sight of Dou Yun and O Luo hanging at the sect's gate. "Why are they suspended here?" "I know them, but does Lingxiao's sect truly enjoy hanging its disciples?" she pondered. Zhao Shiji, what brings you to Nanzhou?" Dou Yun exclaimed. "I was out on a sect mission and happened to pass by. I thought I might have time to visit Senior Su Chun." "What is happening here?" "Oh, it's nothing. We've grown accustomed to it. If you're looking for the senior brother, wait a moment and I'll summon him." Dou Yun replied, gesturing with his sword to conjure a small blade that flew towards Lingxiao Peak. Shortly thereafter, Su Chen arrived, his surprise evident upon recognizing Zhao Wanqing. "Zhao Shimi, is it truly you? I thought Dou Yun was merely jesting." "Come now, senior brother. Do you truly see me as one who delights in playing tricks on you?" Su Chen nodded solemnly at Dou Yun's teasing. He then escorted Zhao Wanqing into the sect, leaving the other disciples in stunned silence. Who is this beautiful lady accompanying the senior brother? They wondered. Su Chen, being the senior brother, was often busy, and many female disciples had expressed their affections for him, only to be rejected. His demeanor towards them had always been distant, making this moment all the more astonishing. Upon learning of the event, Lin Yuan observed from the shadows, amused by the sight. "It is rare for senior brother to be so close to a girl. Too bad Shaoqi has gone to the demon clan. What do you think I should prepare as a betrothal gift to propose to Tian Yuan's sect?" Lin Yuan asked earnestly, turning to Bei Ming Sikong. Hearing this, Bei Ming Sikong's mouth twitched. The two had yet to establish a relationship, and he was already considering gifts. "Senior brother Su, may I accompany you to visit Senior Dongfang's peak?" Zhao Wanqing inquired. Her curiosity piqued about the esteemed figure who could teach a student like Mo Yi, one without a spiritual C. Once they reached Xiaoyao Peak, however, they found not Zhao Lingyu but rather Mo Yi and Lu Ran working the fields, leaving Zhao Wanqing momentarily speechless. "Are they truly farming?" she mused. "Do cultivators really engage in such labor?" She observed that both were concealing their spiritual powers, appearing as ordinary individuals while they worked. "Isn't it surprising? This is something my little master must do upon taking over Xiaoyao Peak. Does this contribute to their cultivation? Naturally. Otherwise, how could they work with such zeal? When I was the sole direct disciple, I also contributed significantly. Then perhaps we should not disturb them." Zhao Wanqing replied thoughtfully. It was evident that the methods of instructing disciples employed by the master of Dongfang were indeed unique. Moreover, Imoi had already ascended to the 9th layer of the Golden Core stage. It would not be long before he crossed over into the nascent soul realm. This remarkable rate of cultivation was astounding, especially considering he had transformed from a supposed incapable individual to a genius in swordsmanship. Zhao Wanqing felt an urge to seek Dongfang as her master. "Where has Senior Dongfang gone?" "My little master has gone out. I do not know when he will return. He is truly busy," Zhao Wanqing remarked, causing Su Chen to feel somewhat embarrassed. Busy? He thought, if his master or the other elders were to hear such a statement, they would undoubtedly find it laughable. Yet, he envied his little master's carefree nature. Such a mindset was undoubtedly advantageous for cultivation. Su Chen then took Zhao Wanqing on a tour of various locations. As she prepared to leave, Lin Yuan suggested she stay for a few days, offering her the chance to learn swordsmanship from Su Chen. Casting a meaningful glance at him, Su Chen was left bewildered. But to his surprise, Zhao Wanqing agreed that a few days later, within the Fox clan, Mei Yin arranged a courtyard for Dongfang and his disciples to reside in. During this time, Dongfang dedicated himself to teaching Qian Minghan and the others in their cultivation. As for Xiaobai, Dongfang observed that it could engage in self-cultivation even while asleep, so he chose not to interfere. After all, it was a descendant of the four divine beasts and a Qilin, requiring no guidance from him, as it would inherently grasp the teachings left by those five beings. I wonder what realm the master of Dongfang truly resides in. It is indeed a blessing for Yin Yin to have such a powerful figure as her mentor. Mei Yin remarked with a smile while pouring tea for Dongfang. Dongfang took a sip and glanced at the trio of disciples engaged in practice. Let me put it this way, should I desire it, I could extinguish the entire demon clan with but a flick of my finger. Is your power truly that formidable? You must not merely be in the transcendent stage. Have you already transcended to the realm of the immortal? Mei Yin inquired. Did you not witness it yourself in the Golden-Winged Rock clan? With a mere clench of my fist, they were all gone, I can assure you. I no longer consider myself human. Dongfang admitted indirectly. Mei Yin paused in her tea pouring, struck by the implication. The demon clan had never succeeded in transcending the tribulation to reach the realm of the immortal, nor had any records in human history ever chronicled such an event. The being before her, should she even call him a person, was indeed an immortal. Your expression suggests that the demon clan has never encountered the realm of the immortal. Indeed, not once did I have perused ancient records, which indicate that there were times of peace between humans and demons, yet there has never been a mention of anyone achieving the immortal realm, not even among humans. This revelation left Dongfang momentarily taken aback. He had never delved deeply into the historical texts here. Though the Lingxiao sect's library contained such records, no human or demon had ever successfully transcended to the immortal realm, with so many forces boasting transcendent beings in Yunlan continent. How could none have achieved immortality? It was perplexing. Across any realm, prodigies were plentiful, and the intensity of the tribulation varied from individual to individual. How could no one have succeeded? Furthermore, there were no tales of an upper realm or heavenly realm, a destination for those who achieved immortality. It was indeed a curious matter, with no one having ventured beyond the tribulation stage. This has long been a mystery. During the height of the demon clan's power, several formidable transcendent demons attempted to transcend, making extensive preparations, yet they all perished beneath the heavenly tribulation, including my clan's second nine-tailed celestial fox ancestor. Dongfang drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating the primordial spirit of the golden-winged rock he had witnessed earlier. He is certain that the realm he is familiar with is indeed this celestial world. Otherwise, how could the uncle of the Tathagata leave behind his bloodline here and have a statue of the Tathagata venerated? As for the system and that deceased bovine, he lacks the inclination to inquire about them, for even if he did, they would divulge nothing of substance. It would be far better for him to investigate gradually on his own. This is becoming intriguing. What kind of chessboard have I become entangled in? Reflecting on the events that have transpired since his arrival in this world, Dongfang has begun to formulate a hypothesis. The most probable scenario is that he is caught up in the schemes of those six saints, including Zhao Lingyu, who shares a similar fate. Moreover, the occurrences surrounding him, particularly the dreams concerning Sun Wukong, are undoubtedly suspect. Dongfang even speculates that the figure above those six saints might also be implicated, but he promptly dismisses this thought. That figure has already achieved unity with the Tao, and matters among saints seem trivial in his eyes, akin to children playing house. Therefore, when the master of Dongfang declares himself an immortal, it truly astonishes him. It seems he has merely enjoyed some fortuitous luck. Might you elaborate on what the realm of immortals entails? I am rather curious, I must admit. Dongfang contemplated for a moment. He had perused an abundance of novels regarding the realms of immortality, each presenting a different narrative. After some reflection, he decided to explain the concept to Mei Yin according to his own understanding. Rooted in the realm of golden immortals, which he is most familiar with, the stages following the tribulation are mortal immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and great Luo golden immortal. As for the higher realms, Dongfang chose not to elaborate, for they are beyond his reach, realms unattainable even by renowned figures of the primordial era, such as Goddess Yunxiao and Zhao Gongming. Although his current realm is not weak within the context of the primordial era, it is hardly considered strong. To his surprise, there are so many stages after attaining immortality. Alas, for those of us who struggle even to reach the tribulation stage, how could we possibly aspire to become immortals? Mother, Just as the two were conversing, Mei Yan's eldest daughter approached. "Child, you are already at the unity stage. Your sister is here as well. What sort of demeanor is this, rushing about in a panic?" The celestial demon tiger, the soul-devouring ghost wolf, and the spirit crane clan have returned. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Mei Yan furrowed her brow. Previously, she had utilized a treasured artifact from her clan to repel the 8-layered clan leaders of these 3 factions. And now they have returned, seemingly intent on taking advantage of her previous injuries to strike at the Fox clan. However, she is now at the Great Ascension stage, even if merely at the first layer. She faces no challenge from 3 at the Unity stage. Chapter 88. A clan against 3. Mei Yan cast an apologetic glance at Dongfang. He had already aided her in reaching the Great Ascension stage, which was a significant help. It would be unreasonable to further trouble him to contend with those 3 factions. "I apologize. Allow me to resolve this matter before joining you for tea. You are busy. With your current realm, dealing with 3 at the 8-layer Unity stage poses no difficulty." Mei Yan nodded, and upon seeing this, Mei Yan also bowed to her master before departing the courtyard. Qian Minghan and Zhuahong exchanged glances. Should they offer assistance or refrain? "Master, will you not aid your junior sister with her clan? After all, it is an assault by 3 demon clans." Dongfang leisurely poured himself another cup of tea. "You may also join. Engaging in combat with the demon clans constitutes a form of training, and besides, Yin Yan's mother is now at the Great Ascension stage. Rest assured, Master. I shall ensure that I do not bring you shame." Upon hearing Dongfang's consent for them to proceed, they immediately followed suit. At this moment, on the border of the Fox clan's territory, the 3 factions watched intently as the Fox clan stood guard. Leading from above are the clan leaders of the 3 factions. Upon Mei Yan's arrival, she immediately noted the expressions of the 3 figures shift. Evidently, the injuries she inflicted upon them previously were far too light. "Haiming, Sol Shu, and Bai Qi, have you truly not learned your lesson from our last encounter? Ha ha, Mei Yan. Last time you merely seized an opportunity due to luck. This time, fortune shall not favor you." Below, Qian Minghan and Zhuahong arrived, taking their positions beside Mei Yan, observing the confrontation above. Each wielded their respective weapons. "Since you seek death, do not blame me," Mei Yan declared. "Fellow clansmen, today is the day we avenge our fallen kin." Charged with that, Mei Yan instantaneously conjured 2 doppelgangers to assault the 3 adversaries before her. Upon sensing Mei Yan's aura, the trio's expressions shifted dramatically. A Great Ascension first layer. She was evidently injured not long ago. Yet she has managed to ascend to the Great Ascension stage. How is this possible? Do not panic. She is merely at the first layer of the Great Ascension stage. We are all at the 8-layer Unity stage. Let us employ our abilities to hold her back. Her clan cannot possibly outnumber us. No matter how formidable she is, she stands alone, unlike the fox demons below. Hearing Bai Qi's remarks, Haiming and Sol Shu nodded in agreement and transformed into their true forms. Meanwhile, the battle below raged fiercely, as several of Mei Yan's sisters and elders engaged the strong opponents from the 3 factions, while Mei Yan, along with Zhuahong and Qian Minghan, fought valiantly amidst the chaos. However, Zhuahong, now at the 8-layer Golden Core stage, coupled with Dongfang's teachings and his mastery of sword intent, could even contend with those at the 1st and 2nd layers of the nascent soul stage. Soon, the number of wolf demons, tiger demons, and crane demons that fell before him became uncountable. Qian Minghan began to play her flute. Any adversaries not exceeding 2 minor realms above her were compelled by the melody to turn against their own kin. Furthermore, as she too was at the 8-layer Golden Core stage, this tactic significantly alleviated the pressure on the Fox clan, who were astonished by the prowess of their princess's 2 senior disciples. Above, Mei Yan pressed down on the 3 adversaries who had revealed their true forms. Haiming and his companions were left in a state of despair, realizing that the disparity in power between high realms could not be compensated for by mere numbers. Although they could temporarily hold their ground against Mei Yan by revealing their true forms, they had not anticipated that the involvement of Dongfang's 2 disciples would significantly lessen the pressure on the Fox clan, to the extent that they even gained a slight advantage due to Qian Minghan's influence. "Eliminate that flute-playing fox demon," a 2nd-layer nascent soul tiger demon exclaimed, revealing its true form and charging toward Qian Minghan. Yet, just as it was about to approach her, a blade of sword energy materialized before Qian Minghan, and Zhuahong, sword in hand, glared at the tiger demon, a 2nd-layer nascent soul. It is pointless to slay those of the same realm. If you dare to threaten my junior sister, today I shall sever you with my golden core. How dare an 8-layer golden core wretch lay hands on me? Zhuaheng enveloped himself in sword energy and engaged the tiger demon in battle. At this moment, Mei Yin, accompanied by several fox demons at the 7 and 8-layer golden core stages, reached Qian Minghan's side. Senior sister, continue playing your flute. We shall protect you. In the skies above. Dongfang sat cross-legged, observing the unfolding battle while playing with his golden staff. Given the current situation, it appeared that Qian Minghan had gained an edge, proving that crowd control skills are indeed a devastating strategy in group combat. Haiming, witnessing the Fox clan maintain an advantage despite their numerical disadvantage, swiftly identified the source of the trouble. Qian Minghan, the instigator of the flute playing. Damn it, when did the Fox clan acquire such a powerful fox demon? You two, hold her off, I shall deal with that little girl in return. Upon hearing Haiming's orders, Bai Qi and Sol Shu, a wolf and a crane, unleashed their formidable techniques against Mei Yan and her doppelgangers. Haiming then broke through one of Mei Yan's doppelgangers and transformed into a dark wind, charging toward Qian Minghan. However, before he could reach her, a bolt of azure divine lightning struck down upon him, incinerating the colossal Unity Stage demon tiger in an instant. This scene left all the demons dumbfounded, their gazes trembling as they stared at the clear sky. Haiming is dead? What on earth is happening? Bai Qi and Sol Shu had yet to recover from their shock. Where did this lightning come from? Yet, Mei Yin quickly deduced the identity of the one responsible. Only Dongfang could wield such power. Observing the dazed expressions of the two, Mei Yin swiftly fanned her hand, summoning 2 streams of azure spiritual fire that engulfed the wolf and the crane, rendering them unable to escape, upon witnessing their leader's demise. The tiger demons lost all will to fight and began to flee, save for the one that had just engaged Zhuaheng. That tiger demon, embroiled in combat with Zhuaheng, was filled with dread, for it was being overwhelmed by a golden core youth, a source of profound humiliation. Furthermore, with their leader now struck down by a bolt from the blue, it could no longer muster the resolve to continue fighting. Just as it prepared to flee, a wall of sword energy materialized before it. Where do you think you're going? The match has yet to be decided. Brat, are you trying to force my hand? Enough of your prattle. You wish to flee without determining the victor? It shall not be so easy. As the other fox demons witnessed their leader overpowering the 2 Unity Stage foes, they surged forward with renewed vigor. The tiger demon before Zhuaheng, face pale with dread, glared at him defiantly. If you seek battle, then let it be so. Even if I die today, I shall take you down with me with that. The tiger demon summoned its inner Dan, fully intent on taking Zhuaheng down with it, recognizing the latter as a prodigy of the Fox clan. Chapter 89. Departing the demon clan's territory, Mei Yin. Upon seeing the tiger demon prepare to detonate its demon Dan, turned pale. She hurriedly shouted to Zhuaheng, Senior brother. He intends to self-destruct his demon Dan. Be careful. Hearing Mei Yin's warning, Zhuaheng immediately summoned his sword intent. Enveloping himself, the tiger demon's Dan erupted. The power of the nascent soul stage surged forth, momentarily engulfing Zhuaheng. Yet he too unleashed his most formidable sword technique to counter the assault. Though wounded, he was not fatally harmed. At the very least, he still possessed the strength to stand. To his astonishment, he found that he had ascended to the 9th level of the Golden Core through this ordeal. Above, Mei Yin had directly inflicted severe injuries upon both Han Shuo and Bai Qi. Sensing the dire situation, they exchanged glances and prepared to flee, only to be intercepted by Mei Yin, who unleashed her full power to slay the two. The Fox clan, having secured victory, did not indulge in excessive joy. Despite the advantage gained from Qian Minghan's involvement, many of their kin had sustained serious injuries. This included several sisters of Mei Yin and the elders, who had to contend with 3 or 4 adversaries of the same realm. Had it not been for the sudden lightning strike and Mei Yan's resolution of the 2 merged beings, they might have reached their breaking point. After arranging for some clan members to assess the aftermath, Mei Yin led her kin back to the heart of their territory. Meanwhile, Dongfang returned to his courtyard. Quietly sipping tea, upon entering with Mei Yin, Qian Minghan, and Zhuaheng, Mei Yin offered a respectful bow to Dongfang. It was thanks to the intervention of the sect leader, Dongfang, that they had managed to intimidate their adversaries. Otherwise, the battle would not have concluded so simply. There's no need for such formality. After all, that sickly cat attacked my disciple. As her master, it would be remiss of me not to intervene. This time, you should gain fame within the demon clan, which will undoubtedly benefit the future unification of the demon races. There are around 20 clans within the demon race. If we wish to achieve unity akin to that of the Golden-Winged Roc, how did they accomplish such unity? Through absolute strength. The Golden-Winged Roc possesses an inherently powerful lineage. Although their numbers are few, in the face of overwhelming power, quantity cannot compensate. Dongfang regarded Mei Yin, noting that within her consciousness resided the essence of a nine-tailed fox. Coupled with her exceptionally strong bloodline, it was likely a product of the ancestral spirits from the Fox clan's ancestral lands. Placing their hopes upon a young fox. Very well, I shall lend you my assistance once more. With that, Dongfang infused Mei Yin with some of his celestial energy. She began to ascend uncontrollably, ultimately reaching the 9th level of the Great Ascension Realm before Dongfang ceased his support. This act thoroughly convinced Mei Yin of his formidable prowess. It was clear that this individual was not to be trifled with. She must align herself with him, especially since her young daughter was now his disciple. In the future, Mei Yan's accomplishments would likely rival her own. Perhaps, one day, Mei Yin would become the first fox demon to transcend the tribulation of ascension. 9th level of the Great Ascension is sufficient. As for whether you can reach the tribulation realm, that depends on your own efforts. I am profoundly grateful for such great kindness. Enough of that. This also aids the human race and the development of the demon clan. Given the current state of the demon race, you could say there are no rivals left. The unification of the demon clan now rests in your hands. Master, does this mean you plan to leave the demon clan? Mei Yin inquired, having just resolved the Fox clan's crisis, and she still hoped to show Dongfang around their territory. Upon hearing her words, Dongfang nodded, realizing that his objectives had been achieved more smoothly than anticipated. Now he awaited Mei Yin's preparations for the unification of the demon clan. Master, won't you stay a while longer? I have yet to properly host you and express my gratitude. Not this time. I intend to return. Will you remain in the demon clan or accompany me? Master, I wish to stay with Yin. Rest assured, I will not neglect my cultivation, Qian Minghan quickly responded. Now that Mei Yin had relaxed her restrictions on Mei Yin due to Dongfang's influence, there was no pressure for her to force Yin to train. Hence, Mei Yin intended to assist their clan for a while, as they were good friends. Dongfang said nothing further and turned his gaze to Zhuohang and Xiaobai. Master, Xiaobai and I also wish to remain here to assist junior sister. It brings me joy to see such camaraderie among siblings. In that case, you may stay. Should you decide to return, simply present the jade pendant I bestowed upon you at the barrier to pass back to Ling Xiao sect. I shall take my leave. With that, Dongfang vanished from the courtyard. Hey, why did you leave me behind? Xiaobai rolled her eyes after Dongfang disappeared. Just a moment ago, we went out to battle. And you, with your mere nascent soul strength, were bullying those of lower realms. Where were you when I was fighting a second-layer tiger demon? As she spoke, Zhuohang coughed slightly. He had narrowly escaped a self-detonation from a tiger demon. And had he not acted promptly, the outcome might have been far more severe. Of course, he believed his master would not turn a blind eye, but he could not tolerate Xiaobai's remarks. Fourth senior brother, you should rest. That tiger demon's self-detonation was quite powerful. It's no trouble. I was fortunate to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core during that fight. I must continue to train diligently. Perhaps I will surpass senior brother Moe in reaching the nascent soul realm. Zhuohang waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, claiming that his injuries were merely superficial. Xiaoyao Peak. After Dongfang's departure, he returned to find that neither Moe nor Lu Ran was present, as they had been taken by Mu Yunxue to carry out a sect mission. Zhao Lingyu had just returned, accompanying Gu Qingyi after a medical consultation. Hey, weren't you supposed to be in the demon clan? You've returned so soon. Having completed my tasks, the remaining matters are in the hands of my little disciple's mother. Dongfang explained to them about his experiences in the demon clan and his plans. Zhao Lingyu nodded in agreement. With the strongest clan in the demon race eliminated, it is indeed time to find another to balance the scales. Such an entity is essential for peace between humans and demons. By the way, it seems that Su Chun has developed some romantic inclinations. What inclinations? A beautiful girl named Zhao Wanqing came to find him recently. According to Moe, she shares the same surname as me and has been residing in the sect, discussing swordsmanship with Su Chun. Why didn't you mention this sooner? With that, Dongfang hastily departed from Xiaoyao Peak. Indeed, certain qualities of Dongfang resemble yours. Both seem to enjoy the spectacle, Jiu Qingyi remarked, holding a teacup, her expression one of knowing amusement after Dongfang's disappearance. Chapter 90. The Rise of the Buddhist Sect. Upon hearing Gu Qingyi's words, Zhao Lingyu did not counter. Meanwhile, in the back mountains of Ling Shao Peak, Dongfang arrived at Lin Yuan's residence. Upon realizing that Dongfang had come to witness the antics of the two children, Lin Yuan could not help but roll his eyes, immediately blocking him from going to watch. Even watching a spectacle has its limits. Why interfere in the budding relationship between the two children? Where's my sister-in-law? She want to find your fourth sister-in-law. Women simply enjoy gathering and chatting, as you well know. What is the situation between Su Chun and that Zhao girl? You must prepare the betrothal gifts in advance. That's for you to say. At this moment, far across the distant sea of the South China Sea, ships from various factions of Yunnan continent were sailing towards Tianyuan continent. Within Tianyuan sect, Liao Si and Duan Kong stood in the main hall of their leader. Has the Buddhist sect been flourishing recently due to the sudden emergence of that Buddhist child, spreading the teachings of Buddhism everywhere? Perhaps. Nowadays, both the Western and Northern continents are beginning to venerate Buddhism, and sects like the Qiyang dynasty and Miaoyin sect are struggling to maintain control. It seems that the Buddhist sect is indeed on the rise. I heard that this Buddhist child is now in the southern continent. Do you think he might head to Ling Shao sect first? That is uncertain. I would genuinely like to see what happens if this Buddhist child encounters that little fellow Dongfang. Liao Si chuckled. That lad is an unpredictable enigma. The principles of Buddhism likely hold little sway over him. A day later, Ling Shao sect indeed received word that the Buddhist child would arrive in 6 days to engage in a discussion of doctrines. Lin Yuan promptly summoned Dongfang and the others to ask the Buddhist sect intent on propagating Buddhism in Tianyuan continent. When did they become so materialistic? They used to be reclusive monks who focused solely on their cultivation. Indifferent to worldly affairs, the previous appearances of the monks during major sect competitions were astonishing enough. We should consider who will represent us during this discussion. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded the 6 individuals. This was no trivial matter. If they were to lose to the Buddhist sect in a doctrinal debate, it would be a significant disgrace. Currently, the Miaoyin sect, which is led by their master from the northern continent, and the Qiyang dynasty, the strongest in the western continent, had both suffered defeats. If Ling Shao sect were to fall as well, it is likely that Buddhism would rise in the southern continent. Shao Qi, do you have any ideas? Senior brother, do you expect me to debate with the monks? While I excel at spouting nonsense, Dongfang replied with a helpless shrug. He had participated in a debate competition during his university days, but their team had been eliminated in the first round, crushed without mercy. Perhaps he should consult Zhao Lingyu. After all, he had spent 3 years as a Taoist priest on Wudong Mountain. He might have some insights. The 7 of them deliberated for half a day without arriving at a satisfactory solution. Upon returning to Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang shared the matter with Zhao Lingyu. Hist, a doctrinal debate. Huh? 4 practitioners of the way? The essence lies in following one's heart. Unlike the Buddhist sect, which often engages in verbal sparring and expounds on incomprehensible principles. After finishing his tea, Zhao Lingyu fell silent. If they were to lose the debate, it would be a disgrace to the Taoist sect. After all, he had spent 3 years as a Taoist priest on Wudong Mountain. He could not tarnish the reputation of Master Sanfeng. While that is certainly true, losing would. Observing Zhao Lingyu's hesitation, Dongfang understood the gravity of the situation. After all, it was a contest between Taoism and Buddhism, and as a legitimate practitioner of Taoism, the pressure would indeed be immense. Dongfang slowly turned his gaze towards the deceased ox, nearly forgetting that the Jie sect also belonged to the Taoist lineage, and this dead ox was the mount of the sect leader. Gradually, he rose to his feet and approached the cattle pen. Having learned from his previous embarrassment, he confirmed that the ox was indeed asleep, and without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap. Who? Oh dear, did you truly have a nightmare this time? Youngster, do you really take me for a fool? Heh, I'm just teasing you. Recently, a fellow from the Buddhist sect will be visiting our sect for a discussion on the Tao. Would you care to grace us with your presence? After all, you are the mount of the sect leader. We cannot afford to lose face for the Taoist community, can we? Beside them, Zhao Lingyu also glanced at the ox, recalling his surprise when he first heard Dongfang refer to it as the sect leader's mount upon arriving at the Xiaoyao Peak. That fellow is also a practitioner of the Tao. Let him handle it, senior, you flatter me. How could I possibly compare to you? You are a great being of the Tao, existing since the primordial era. Zhao Lingyu added silently in his heart, although it was merely a mount. Upon hearing this flattery, the ox shot them a disdainful glance, disinterested in their conversation, and resumed its slumber, realizing this approach was futile. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Lingyu decided, very well, I shall take the stage. We cannot leave our guest unattended. Thank you for your hard work, I don't mind, but you mentioned that discussing Buddhism makes you uneasy. On that day, should you decide to attend, are you not afraid you might lose control and wield the Monkey King's golden staff against that Buddhist disciple? I will do my utmost to restrain myself. Recently, that system has been as unresponsive as if it were dead, and I have grown weary of seeking it out, Dongfang replied after taking a sip of wine. To be honest, he was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure. Especially after encountering the statue of the Tathagata within the Jinchi Daping clan that day, he felt his emotions had become increasingly difficult to control, yet he managed to suppress them for the time being. Subsequently, Dongfang informed Lin Yuan that Zhao Lingyu would engage in the Tao discussion with the Buddhist disciple, to which Lin Yuan had no objections. Indeed, there were no suitable candidates within the sect, and they could only rely on this junior disciple to retrieve the elder. The matter of the Buddhist disciple debating with the Lingxiao sect drew the attention of all sects in the southern continent. Now, as the strongest faction in the southern continent, if the Lingxiao sect were to lose to the Buddhist sect, it would likely face a fate similar to that of the northern and western continents. At such a time, other sects hoped for the Lingxiao sect's victory, even the Wuyuan sect, which had been at odds with the Lingxiao sect. Upon hearing about this, Liao Si hurried over to the Lingxiao sect, surprised to find that it was not Dongfang who would take the stage. However, upon seeing Zhao Lingyu, he sensed something was amiss. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to the feeling he had when meeting Dongfang. Ah, so you are the esteemed elder renowned for your prowess in divination. I had intended to seek you out, he remarked that ha. It seems my reputation has not waned since leaving the Yunlan continent. That old rascal Wan Hua even remembers me, yet he lost to you. Unbelievable, as he is hailed as the most likely candidate to transcend and become immortal. It was merely an exchange of techniques. Not to be taken seriously, modesty is not needed. However, do you truly have confidence for the debate in 3 days? I initially expected it would be Dongfang taking the lead. You overestimate me, Senior. I am not skilled in debates. But I can certainly hurl insults, Dongfang replied with an awkward smile, aware that Liao Si had come under the impression that he would be the one to take charge, hence his visit to offer advice. Chapter 91. The arrival of the Buddhist disciple. The day of the Buddhist disciple's arrival at the Lingxiao sect for the debate ultimately arrived. Numerous members from various sects in the southern continent gathered to witness the event. Thanks to Dongfang's influence, the Lingxiao sect had become the indisputable leading sect in the southern continent. Even Mu Yunxue, Moe, and Lu Ran, who were out on a mission, hastened back after completing their tasks. Though Moe had achieved the Yuanying realm during his mission, if they were to lose to the Buddhist sect, it would be a disgrace for the entire southern continent. In the Grand Plaza, the expressions of every observing disciple were grave. The 7 peak masters and Liao Si occupied the high platform, while the leaders of other sects sat on smaller platforms flanking them. Even Dongfang's master, upon learning of the event, made a special trip from the northern continent. Zhao Lingyu sat cross-legged in the middle of the Grand Plaza, awaiting the arrival of the Buddhist disciple, while Gu Qingyi watched him with a tense expression, constantly worrying about Dongfang since realizing the severity of a potential loss in the debate. Do you think Elder Zhao of the Lingxiao sect can win? I don't know, but the reputation of the southern continent's sects rests upon him now. Let us hope he can win. But I have heard that this Buddhist disciple is a rare talent, reaching the 9th level of the combined body stage, with profound Buddhist teachings. Our hopes for victory in this debate seem slim. As the crowd discussed Zhao Lingyu, even Dongfang, a golden immortal, felt a bead of sweat for him. Time passed until it was nearly noon, when a resonant voice echoed from the entrance of the sect. Poor monk Kongchan here, come today to the Lingxiao sect to debate the Dharma. As his words fell, a beam of golden light descended, and they saw Kongchan holding a simple staff, dressed in modest monk robes. Gracefully landing from the air, a faint smile adorning his face. Pleased, as Kongchan turned to him, Lin Yuan, as the sect leader, slowly extended his hand. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Master Kongchan walked slowly down the path cleared by the disciples of Lingshao sect and approached the center of the Grand Plaza. Fixing his gaze on the cross-legged Zhao Lingyu, the crowd fell silent upon seeing Master Kongchan, as he appeared far too ordinary, contrasting sharply with their preconceived notions of a venerable monk. Theoretically, he was already renowned in the western and northern continents. Yet here he resembled a mere ascetic, Taoist Zhao Lingyu. I have the honor to meet Master Kongchan. To engage in a discussion on the Dharma is a privilege. There is no need for such formality. Taoist Zhao, since the poor monk has arrived, let us commence. The debate on the Dharma essentially involved one party posing questions while the other answered in turn. Failure to respond would result in a loss. In the days leading up to this, Zhao Lingyu had contemplated various questions, yet found most unsatisfactory, facing an opponent steeped in profound Buddhist wisdom. In his previous life, he had been merely a Taoist for 3 years, primarily focused on martial arts and self-cultivation, which posed a challenge. Thus, he resolved to exploit linguistic loopholes and moral dilemmas. And why Buddha speaks. All sentient beings are Buddhas, as you claim to be a person of the Tao. I dare to ask, what is the Tao? Upon hearing Kongchan's inquiry, Zhao Lingyu could not help but marvel at the depth of his wisdom. Even the questions left no room for evasion. If he answered that everything in the world could be considered the Tao, it would equate to acknowledging that all sentient beings are Buddhas, a burden he could not bear. Yet, he managed to formulate a response that would not lead to defeat. I am the Tao. With these words, he shattered the stalemate. The Taoist philosophy emphasizes following one's heart, thus asserting I am the Tao presented no contradictions, marking it as an admirable response. More importantly, this bolstered Zhao Lingyu's confidence, as self-assurance was essential in a debate. Having triumphed in the western and northern continents, Master Kongchan's confidence had reached its zenith, which could serve to diminish the opposing side's morale. However, Kongchan remained unfazed. Seeing the victory as merely 1 point, it is now my turn. I have a story I wish to share, but first, may I pose a simple question to the master? Amitabha, naturally, please proceed. Master, is there anyone who cannot be saved by the Buddha? There is none. My Buddha can save all sentient beings and relieve them of all suffering, and even the most heinous of sinners. Naturally, upon hearing this response, Zhao Lingyu could not help but smile. He had anticipated this reply. Since even the most heinous of sinners can be saved, I would like to present my story for your elucidation. Taoist, please share. A woman's husband succumbs to an incurable illness and is on the brink of death. Devotedly, she visits the temple daily, prays earnestly, and performs good deeds, seeking the Buddha's protection for her husband. Yet, despite her efforts, he ultimately passes away. Overcome by grief, she descends into despair and chooses to end her own life. Since you, Master, assert that even the most heinous of sinners can be saved, how do you reconcile this woman's daily devotion and good deeds with the tragic fate she and her husband faced? Where is the Buddha in this? Kongchan found himself momentarily speechless, and after a prolonged silence of half an hour, he sighed in resignation. He had lost. However, the audience remained perplexed. How could such a simple story lead to the downfall of a Buddhist disciple renowned for his profound wisdom? Shaoqi, do you understand where Kongchan lost? Brother Lingyu is exploiting Kongchan's linguistic loophole. It's nothing more than a fallacious argument. He first inquired if the Buddha could abandon anyone, and any Buddhist would respond that all sentient beings can be saved. Then he presented the story to Douc. Upon hearing Dongfang's explanation, Bei Ming Sikong finally grasped the situation. Right? Since you claim that all sentient beings can be saved, why did this woman, who sincerely sought the Buddha, still meet such a tragic end alongside her husband? If the Buddha cannot see a devoted follower, how can we speak of saving sentient beings and relieving all suffering? Are we to believe that saving people leads them to death? Yet, to their astonishment, Kongchan, originally seated beside Zhao Lingyu, stood up, performed a Buddhist salutation towards Zhao Lingyu, and turned to leave the plaza. This scene left the crowd utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he conceded defeat after losing 2 rounds? Just like that? Had he truly lost? Zhao Lingyu was somewhat perplexed. Was it truly the case that one story could plunge a person into such depths of despair? Could this really be the demeanor of a child of Buddha? It seemed rather implausible. Yet, the reality was that Kongchan had indeed capitulated. The question posed by Zhao Lingyu had genuinely stumped him, for he had asserted that all beings could be saved. Thus, Any answer he offered would contradict that very statement. Dongfang stepped closer to Zhao Lingyu, gazing at the back of Kong Chan. Your offensive prowess is commendable, but one must ponder whether Kong Chan's demeanor is one of confidence or arrogance. Were it not for his declaration that the Buddha saves all beings and alleviates all suffering, he might not have become so ensnared in his own thoughts, leading to his defeat. It was mere luck. After all, I had not anticipated that my words would compel him to concede and depart. I merely sought to win this round. Zhao Lingyu shrugged in resignation, acknowledging that many within the Buddhist sphere indeed revel in their own dilemmas. Chapter 92. The ancestral land of the Fox tribe. No one had foreseen that this much-anticipated debate would conclude in such a manner. Moreover, they were unaware that after leaving Lingxiazong, Kong Chan did not return to the Buddhist sect but instead vowed to traverse the world and alleviate the suffering of humanity. However, Zhao Lingyu remained oblivious to the fact that this narrative would inspire Kong Chan to make such a decision. On Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu were sipping tea, while Gu Qingyi was enlisting the help of Moe and Lu ran to tend to the newly cultivated medicinal fields. How did you conceive of using this story to unsettle that monk? Because this story is rooted in truth, I merely adapted it slightly. After taking a sip of wine, Zhao Lingyu spoke with an expressionless countenance. Truth be told, he had entertained a personal motive in employing this tale, for it recounted events from his original world, involving his mother and his childhood prior to his transcendence. He had merely altered the details. His mother did not succumb to depression and take her own life due to his father. Yet she endured daily melancholia, merely putting on a fade in front of him. Sensing Zhao Lingyu's subtle emotional turmoil, Dongfang refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, on the side of the demon clan, with the assistance of Dongfang, Mei Yin had ascended to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm, swiftly subduing the 3 clans that had previously targeted the Fox tribe. Qian Minghan and Zhua Hong also lent their strength alongside Mei Yin to bolster the Fox clan. Moreover, having subdued the 3 major clans, the Fox tribe began to rise, and other demon clans became aware that the Fox clan's leader had now reached the Mahayana realm, while the Jinqi Daping clan had inexplicably perished. It was evident that the next demon king would likely be Mei Yin. Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted. The Tongtian Demon Tiger clan is putting up such a fierce resistance even after losing their leader. And you, little white dog. I just had a prolonged standoff with a 9th level golden core and 2 1st level nascent souls, and you only chose to intervene now? What gives? Who told you to keep calling me a dog? You deserve it, Little White retorted, launching a flurry of scratches at Zhua Heng's head. Zhua Hong attempted to catch it but found himself ensnared by its fur, resulting in a comical standoff. Watching the playful tussle between the two, Qian Minghan and Mei Yin, who were already weary, couldn't help but chuckle. Little White and Senior Brother are indeed bursting with energy. I wonder how Master is faring back home. As for Master, he is either off drinking or listening to music, or perhaps playing with Senior Brother Do Yun. Mother mentioned that there was no need to exert ourselves so much anymore. With her exhibiting such formidable strength, as Master said, unifying the demon clan anew is merely a matter of time. Let us linger a while longer before returning. The illusionary technique Master employed is truly remarkable. To this day, no demon has discovered that you and your senior sister are of human lineage. Zhua Hong, enduring the discomfort, forcibly pulled Little White down, inadvertently yanking a tuft of his own hair in the process. He then proceeded to rub Little White's face, while Qian Minghan and Mei Yin observed him with curiosity. By the way, Little White, why haven't you transformed like Mei Yin? I can't transform. The 3 exchanged glances, pondering whether Little White's inability to take on a human form was due to its unique heritage as a fusion of 5 divine beast bloodlines. Unlike Mei Yin, who was a typical demon. Furthermore, compared to all the demons present, Little White was far more noble, being of divine beast lineage. Perhaps we should see if Master has a solution when we return? No way. I don't want to turn into a human. This is quite comfortable as it is. Little White quickly waved its tiny paws, expressing contentment with its current form, remaining on Zhua Heng's shoulder without the need to travel on its own. Sister, Mother wants you to go find her. At that moment, Mei Yin's 4th sister approached. Upon hearing this, Mei Yin nodded and followed her sister away from their dwelling. However, what Mei Yin did not expect was that her sister would lead her to the entrance of the ancestral land. The ancestral land? Why did Mother want me to come here? I am unsure, but Mother instructed me to await you within. Please, go on in. Mei-yin nodded and slowly made her way inside. After walking for a while, she finally spotted Mei-yin, who was waiting for her in the resting place of the Fox clan's ancestral spirits. "Mother, have you summoned me? I wish for you to receive the ancestral inheritance. Come with me." With that, Mei-yin stepped ahead. Mei-yin hurriedly followed, entering the resting place of the Fox clan's ancestors. This was Mei-yin's second visit. The first had been shortly after her birth when her mother had brought her here, at which time she had yet to possess awareness. Observing the swirling blue spiritual flames nearby, she recognized them as the spirits of her ancestors. As they ventured deeper, a colossal statue of a nine-tailed fox loomed before mother and daughter, flanked by a blue and white array. Previously, she had been deemed too young and lacking in strength, and the ancestors had refused her acceptance of the inheritance. But now, with her mother having reached the 9th level of Mahayana, they dared not voice their objections. With a wave of her hand, Mei-yin ignited the flame beside the statue. The drifting ancestral spirits converged, transforming into fox-like apparitions that gazed upon the two. "Mei-yin, you've brought this child here. Has she reached the level required to accept the inheritance? I apologize, esteemed ancestors, but I have not come seeking your approval. Rather, I am here to inform you that Mei-yin must receive the inheritance." Mei-yin's mother took decisive action, and 8 tails suddenly manifested behind her, her aura causing the ancestral spirits to change countenance. "You are at the 9th level of Mahayana. Are you on the cusp of entering the tribulation realm?" The ancestors were astonished, having noted that she had only recently reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. Transitioning from the 8th to the 9th level of Mahayana in the Fox clan would trigger a bloodline transformation, ensuring that the tribulation faced would be at least twice as formidable compared to other demon clans. However, the strength gained post-breakthrough was significant, which was why the 9-tailed celestial fox was rarely seen in the nascent soul stage. The Fox clan's decline had led to a scarcity of even Mahayana-level beings. The requirement that Mei-yin reach a certain level of power before accepting the inheritance was due to her possessing the bloodline power of a 9-tailed celestial fox from birth. Although the reasons behind this phenomenon were unclear, Mei-yin represented hope for the Fox clan. To test her eligibility for the inheritance, it had been decreed that she could only receive it upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Though Mei-yin had only attained the golden core stage, her rapid 2-year ascent from Qi refining to golden core was ample proof of her talent and strength. "You are now at the 9th level of Mahayana. Granting this inheritance to you rather than this child seems preferable, considering she is already of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Acquiring the inheritance would greatly aid your bloodline transformation into the tribulation realm." After a deliberation amongst the ancestors, they turned to Mei-yin's mother. Should this occur, the Fox clan might very well possess 2 9-tailed celestial foxes simultaneously, a boon for their future tribulation crossing and ascension. They sought to maximize their benefits, and it appeared that bestowing the inheritance upon Mei-yin's mother was the most prudent course for the Fox clan at present. Chapter 93. The Inheritance of the Fox Tribe. Upon hearing the ancestors' discourse, Mei-yin remained silent. Their proposal indeed seemed prudent, for Mei-yin was already of 9-tailed celestial fox lineage, and upon reaching the Mahayana stage and entering the tribulation realm, she would not require a second bloodline awakening, a process with a notoriously low success rate. Yet this inheritance was meant for her daughter, and she was unwilling to acquiesce to the ancestors' decision. Esteemed ancestors, this inheritance belongs to Mei-yin. Once she obtains it, becoming a 9-tailed celestial fox is merely a matter of time. If it were to be given to me, it would only enhance my chances of success. It is far more important to secure Mei-yin's future. As for me, I shall safeguard the Fox clan until Mei-yin possesses the requisite strength. The inheritance is not something I require. Mother, Mei-yin attempted to interject, urging her mother to accept, but was met with a gentle refusal from Mei-yin. The assembly of Fox clan elders cast displeased glances at Mei-yin. "Mei-yin, while you are the clan leader, you lack the authority to overturn our decision. Have you forgotten the customs of the Fox clan? I am well aware of the customs, yet when weighed against the future of the Fox clan, such customs cannot bind me." Suddenly, Mei-yin took decisive action, producing the treasured artifact of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, the Celestial Fox Spirit Fan, a legacy of the first 9-tailed celestial fox. A mighty gale erupted. "Ensnaring the ancestral spirits, I have shown you respect as ancestors, yet when it comes to the future of the Fox clan, I shall choose the latter. If you refuse, do not blame me for seizing it by force." "Alas, very well. Since you are the current leader of the Fox clan, We shall abide by your wishes. Let the child enter the formation. Faced with Mei Yin's unwavering stance, the ancestral spirits had no choice but to concede. They were merely spiritual entities. Had Mei Yin still been at the fusion stage, they might not have yielded, but now she stood at the 9th level of Mahayana, wielding the Fox clan's treasured artifact. Should they refuse, they genuinely feared that Mei Yin would take action against them. Upon witnessing their compromise, Mei Yin gracefully reclaimed the fan and subsequently handed it over to Mei Yin. Take this with you and enter to accept the inheritance. From now on, this fan shall belong to you. But mother, this is a treasure of the Fox tribe. Are you truly giving it to me? You are, after all, of the 9-tailed celestial fox lineage. Upon receiving the inheritance, it is only fitting that this fan is bestowed upon you. Besides, I have my own life-bound artifact. Now, hurry and enter. Clutching the intricately carved fan, Mei Yin cast a glance at her mother before stepping into the center of the formation under the watchful eyes of her ancestors. At their behest, she settled cross-legged in the formation's heart. While the fan levitated above her head in response to the ancestor signals, they transformed into ethereal flames, encircling Mei Yin, and subsequently directed beams of light towards the fan. Upon receiving the beams, the fan emitted a beam of light that connected to the statue of the 9-tailed fox behind Mei Yin. The formation commenced infusing Mei Yin with spiritual energy. Gradually intensifying from a slow trickle to a rapid influx, as half an hour elapsed, the formation began to wane, and a faint silhouette of a 9-tailed fox emerged around Mei Yin. When she finally opened her eyes, the transmission of the inheritance was complete. As she returned to her mother's side, the ancestral spirits of the Fox tribe reappeared. Why have my powers not increased? Mei Yin inquired, perplexed as she examined her hands. Previously, Qian Minghan had experienced a significant elevation in her strength upon accepting the inheritance. Some of the ancestral spirits gazed at Mei Yin and spoke. Incredible! What force has tempered your body, child? Elders, what has happened to Yin Yan's body? Just now, we attempted to enhance her strength during the inheritance, but were thwarted by a mysterious force. Moreover, her physical form is remarkably resilient. Unbeknownst to the ancestral spirits, Mei Yan's transformation had been facilitated by the celestial power of Dongfang. Her body had long been refined by this divine energy. At that moment, the jade pendant at her waist radiated a light, and Dongfang, clad in ancient white robes, materialized before them. Do not be bewildered. It was I who prevented you from enhancing Yin Yan's strength. Master, humans, what brings you here? Merely spirits, unworthy of such outbursts. Now, your tasks are complete. It is time for you to rest peacefully. With a snap of his fingers, Dongfang transformed the ancestral spirits back into ethereal flames that soared away. After this, he turned his attention to his young disciple. Master, since my disciple is accepting the inheritance, I must keep a watchful eye. What if something were to happen? Besides, it is I who shall enhance your strength through this inheritance, as the methods of those old ones are not stable. Dongfang extended his hand slowly, causing Mei Yin to levitate, as the power granted by the inheritance began to coalesce into her own, propelling her strength to the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Well, this little fan appears quite remarkable. It is indeed a fine artifact, Dongfang remarked, observing the fan, now animated with sentience, attempting to absorb his celestial energy. It seems rather extraordinary, considering it is a treasure of the Fox tribe. Master Dongfang, how did you arrive here? Mother, it was the jade pendant imbued with my consciousness that protects us. Mei Yin nodded, acknowledging that such a feat was attainable only upon entering the void refinement stage. Furthermore, as Dongfang was a celestial being, the safety of her daughter was assured. After conversing for a while longer, Dongfang's consciousness returned to the jade pendant. Mei Yin and Mei Yin then departed from the ancestral grounds. Mei Yin needed to prepare, as becoming the demon king of the demon clan would require time, especially after recently subduing the 3 other demon tribes. The Fox tribe needed to be reorganized. Having received the inheritance, Mei Yin was ready to return with Qian Minghan and the others. What, are we leaving already? I still wish to spar with the other demon tribes, Zhuahong, cradling Xiaobai, expressed his reluctance upon hearing Mei Yan's intention to return to Ling Xiao's sect. He had discovered that battling the demon tribes significantly enhanced his own strength, and their physical prowess surpassed that of humans. making the encounters all the more exhilarating. Fourth senior brother, we should also return. You too are of the human race. Although the veil of time provides some protection, it is inappropriate to linger here for too long. Qian Minghan discerned Zhuo Heng's intentions, knowing he yearned to reach the nascent soul stage before returning. After all, they were the only two sword cultivators at Xiaoyao Peak, and both were keen to avoid falling behind one another. Zhuo Heng had previously achieved a stalemate with Moe, and should he return with only the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, while Moe had ascended to the nascent soul stage, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Chapter 94. The woman who came knocking after 10 days had passed. On Xiaoyao Peak, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu had just finished a game of chess and were feeling somewhat bored. At that moment, Mei Yin and her companions returned, but Zhuo Heng, upon learning that Moe had ascended to the nascent soul stage, appeared utterly deflated, having been outpaced. Qian Minghan, upon discovering that Gu Qingyi had cultivated a medicinal field, joined her in tending to it. Well done, Zhuo Heng. You've reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. However, you must strive harder. Your senior brother Moe has ventured on a mission and has successfully transcended to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage. Elder Zhao, are you jesting or complimenting me? Elder Zhao merely encourages you to exert yourself. In terms of swordsmanship, you should seek counsel from him, for he possesses greater expertise than at. After assigning tasks to Zhuo Heng and the others, Su Chen approached, accompanied by Do Yun. Junior uncle, Elder Zhao, what brings you here? Well, allow me, Junior uncle. A particularly beautiful female disciple from the 100 Flower sect has arrived outside the sect, seeking a disciple of Xiaoyao Peak, though we do not know who specifically. Upon hearing this, Dongfang cast a peculiar glance at Zhuo Heng, recalling how he had worn a mask throughout the last sect competition. Could it be that this young lady was seeking him? He then turned his gaze to Su Chen and Do Yun. Go and escort her to Xiaoyao Peak. I wish to see who this young lady is. After a short while, Dongfang instructed Zhuo Heng to inspect the newly opened vegetable garden in the back mountain, while the two brought a strikingly beautiful girl of the 1st level of the nascent soul stage before Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu. The girl immediately locked her gaze on Dongfang, who was dressed in peculiar attire. Stepping forward, she respectfully bowed. I am Yao Wanwan, the daughter of the sect master of the 100 Flower sect. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Dongfang. The 100 Flower sect of the northern continent. At the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, your strength surpasses that of many core disciples from Tian Yuan sect. However, my dear girl, why did I not see you during the sect competition? I was delayed due to certain matters, and when the 100 Flower sect was attacked by an evil sect, I remained behind to defend against external threats. We were fortunate that divine thunder descended from the heavens, enabling us to resolve the crisis. Dongfang calmly sipped his tea, recalling that during the chaos caused by the Blood Soul sect, he had swiftly spread his consciousness across the continent and utilized the pure divine thunder to eliminate them all. So, which of my disciples are you seeking? Zhuo Junin. Upon hearing this name, Dongfang confirmed that she was indeed looking for Zhuo Heng. That rascal has chosen such a cultured name. Is he attempting to win over this young lady's affections? If so, as his master, I shall have to intervene. Zhuo Junin, that little rascal has a talent for naming. Minghan? Yes, master? Please fetch that rascal Zhuo Heng for me. When Zhuo Heng was brought over by Qian Minghan, he immediately spotted Yao Wanwan standing beside Dongfang. He instinctively prepared to turn and leave, only to find himself unable to move. With a subtle flick of Dongfang's finger, Zhuo Heng found himself uncontrollably drawn towards them. Child, see if this is the one you seek. Yao Wanwan did not respond to Dongfang, but instead slowly approached Zhuo Heng. Qian Minghan and the others set down their tasks, donning expressions of eager anticipation as they congregated behind Dongfang. Even Su Chen and Do Yun chose to linger, curious to witness the unfolding scene. You are quite the elusive one, Junin junior brother. Sister Yao, I am no longer a disciple of the 100 Flower sect. Your heartache has been resolved, so why do you go to such lengths to find me? Though under Dongfang's control, Zhuo Heng was still able to articulate his thoughts and express emotions. Under Yao Wanwan's intense gaze, he felt increasingly uncomfortable. However, Dongfang remained silent, merely sipping his tea, relishing the amusement of the situation. Senior Dongfang, may I have a moment alone with him? Indeed, that can be arranged. Dongfang nodded slightly and waved his hand, creating a small world in which the two could converse privately. Master, we still wish to observe. Ultimately, the others returned to their tasks, and after a while, Dongfang released the two from the small world. What transpired within remained a mystery to him. However, Yao Wanwan expressed her desire to stay for a while, and without hesitation, Dongfang acquiesced to her request, much to Zhuo Heng's dismay. That night, after dinner, Yao Wanwan was taken by Qin Minghan and Mei Yin to the city with Gu Qing, while Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu summoned Zhuo Heng. Now, speak. How have you managed to attract this young lady? Well, all right, I shall explain. It turned out that Yao Wanwan had once shared a close bond with a fellow disciple, who tragically took his own life in her presence. However, Zhuo Heng was unaware of the reason. Since that incident, Yao Wanwan had begun to exhibit peculiar behavior, enveloped in a state of profound melancholy. Subsequently, the leader of the Baihua sect, Yao Wu, sought out Zhuo Heng. Due to Zhuo Heng's striking resemblance to a certain junior disciple, the two struck a bargain. Zhuo Heng would assist his daughter in overcoming her shadows, and in return, he would receive compensation. Eventually, while Yao Wanwan did manage to recover, Zhuo Heng seized the opportunity to feign death before her, thereby extricating himself from the Baihua sect. He wandered all the way from the northern continent to the Lingxiao sect, where he became a disciple of Dongfang. After hearing this, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu exchanged glances, filled with a sense of admiration for Zhuo Heng. Had he inadvertently nurtured a delicate flower of obsession, it was no wonder they had previously observed the possessive glint in Yao Wanwan's eyes whenever she gazed at Zhuo Heng. It all made sense now. Master, you must assist me. Stop that I cannot help you. You must resolve your relationship with the girl on your own. If you are willing, I could even approach your master uncle on behalf of the Lingxiao sect to propose marriage to Baihua sect for you. After all, you are my disciple, and I am capable of providing the marriage gifts. Dongfang waved his hand decisively, pondering how to assist someone who had offended a delicate flower. Nevertheless, he had no objection to gaining another disciple as spouse. Considering their age, it was about time for them to embrace grandchildren. Please, master, junior brother, I find Yao Wanwan to be quite admirable, Mo Ian remarked, suppressing a chuckle from the sidelines. All right, stop teasing the LA in any case. I will retain this person and ensure you handle your relationship properly. I shall make a trip to the Baihua sect. With that, Dongfang vanished from the peak of Xiaoyao. Watching Dongfang depart, Zhuo Heng let out a sigh of frustration. Even his master was not on his side. The next day, after arriving in the northern continent, Dongfang paid a visit to his master's wife before heading to the Baihua sect, INA pavilion on the back mountain of the Baihua sect. The sect leader warmly served tea to Dongfang, his expression radiating joy upon learning that his daughter had ventured to the southern continent during her time away from the sect. My daughter has caused trouble for the peak master. Not an issue. I truly pity the girl. However, as a father, what were you thinking? You sought someone to help your daughter emerge from her shadows, yet you chose someone who bears a striking resemblance to the source of her distress. Hearing Dongfang's words, Yao Wu felt somewhat embarrassed, but he had not considered the implications at the time, being solely focused on his daughter's well-being. He had not anticipated Zhuo Heng's dramatic act of feigned death, despite having compensated him to find a reasonable excuse for his disappearance. This was a desperate measure. Well, I came primarily to express that the girl may remain on my Xiaoyao peak. Rest assured, no harm will come to her. Once the two resolve their relationship, should they truly become in-laws, I shall personally propose. To establish a familial bond with the Lingxiao sect would indeed be splendid. And since Zhuo Heng is now your disciple, I have no objections. Then it is settled that I shan't linger. I must return. Are you leaving already? Perhaps you could stay a few more days. I would be delighted to host you. Dongfang waved his hand. Before arriving at the Baihua sect, Lin Yuan informed me that Liao Si sought me, so I must visit the Kanglin courtyard of the Tianyan sect. After bidding farewell to Yao Wu, Dongfang instantly arrived at Liao Si's location. Upon noticing his sudden appearance, Liao Si's eldest disciple, Wen Shui, nearly reacted with hostility but quickly welcomed Dongfang to sit upon recognizing him. Wen Shui, right? You performed remarkably during the competition. Senior Dongfang, your praise is unwarranted. Please, enjoy some tea, master. I shall take my leave. After serving tea to Dongfang, Wen Shui sensibly exited Liao Si's courtyard. What brings you here? Senior, many factions from the Yunlan continent intend to send representatives here. Sending representatives here? Indeed. They aim to consolidate the two continents, yet some factions may attempt to aggressively suppress the sects of the Tianyun continent. Thus, I sought you out. While your sect does have that old dog Chun as a disciple, you must still exercise caution. Dongfang lightly tapped his fingers against the table. Gu Qian had mentioned that the forces capable of standing firm on the Yunlan continent numbered over 10 in the combined realm, with at least 4 in the Great Ascension realm, not to mention the myriad of lower realms. This did not account for the top-tier forces, which, while not a match for either himself or Zhao Lingyu, could not be relied upon for every troublesome matter, fostering dependency within the sect. After contemplating for a moment, Dongfang devised a plan. It seems the overall strength of the Lingxiao sect must be enhanced. Oh? You have a method to bolster the strength of the Lingxiao sect? Sort of, but whether they can seize the opportunity depends on them. Thank you for the information, Senior. I shall return to the Lingxiao sect now. With that, Dongfang departed from the Tianyun sect. Upon returning to Xiaoyao Peak, he shared his thoughts with Zhao Lingyu while standing beneath the ancient tree, summoning his disciples. Master, we have yet to complete our tasks. Why have you called us? In due time, seize the opportunity. This is your chance to enhance your powers. Dongfang, what do you intend to do? Dongfang declared his intention to orchestrate an opportunity for the entire Lingxiao sect. Zhao Lingyu, believing in the prowess of a golden immortal, was curious about the execution of this plan. Will you use your celestial power? Upon hearing Zhao Lingyu's inquiry, Dongfang chuckled, stroking the ancient tree with its aid. Master, you have never mentioned the origins of this ancient tree. What exactly is it, and why does it emanate such abundant spiritual energy? Mei Yinyan had felt curious when she first nested in the ancient tree but had never had the chance to question Dongfang. It is called the Bodhi tree. Enough questions. Prepare yourselves to increase your strength. This was a gift from the system. It had initially been a sapling, gradually growing to its current form after Dongfang planted it. He had wished for more but was informed by the system that only this one existed. Otherwise, the entire Xiaoyao Peak would be filled with Bodhi trees. Subsequently, Dongfang spread his 5 fingers and pressed them firmly against the ancient tree. Channeling his celestial energy, the ancient tree began to radiate light, erupting into a colossal beam that shot skyward, drawing the attention of other peak masters. Upon realizing the disturbance originated from Dongfang, they relaxed. Having feared something was amiss at Xiaoyao Peak, Elder Zhao, what is this about my junior disciple? Sect leader, prepare yourselves. The Lingxiao sect is about to encounter a significant opportunity. Just as Zhao Lingyu finished speaking, Dongfang retracted his hand, yet the beam of light continued to soar, and the clear skies above the Lingxiao sect began to shower with droplets. All of the Lingxiao sect's disciples were astonished, for the droplets were not rain but pure spiritual energy. Lin Yuan and the others quickly realized that this impudent youth, who often remained silent, had unleashed an astonishing feat. Spiritual energy manifesting as nourishing rain. Exceptionally dense. Eldest senior brother, hurry and cultivate. This spiritual rain will persist for 7 days, and by the end, the overall strength of the Lingxiao sect will experience a tremendous enhancement. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, the 6 disciples rushed back to their respective peaks. Watching them depart, Dongfang waved his hand, instantly enveloping the entire Lingxiao sect in an imperceptible barrier. Impressive. Such pure spiritual rain can be conjured at will. There is no choice. The Yunlan continent intends to integrate here. Although the Lingxiao sect has the 2 of us overseeing it, we cannot rely on ourselves for everything. This nourishing rain fell for a full 7 days. The Lingxiao sect was incessantly engaged in crossing heavenly tribulations, with its strength surging at a terrifying pace. Among Dongfang's 6 senior brothers and sisters, aside from Su Liyue reaching the 9th level of the combined realm, the other 5 ascended to the Great Ascension realm, while Lin Yuan soared directly to the 9th level of the Great Ascension realm. The elders of each peak also advanced to the Refining Void and combined realms. The direct disciples, needless to say, almost all crossed 2 major realms, entering the Refining Void realm, with the lowest ranked direct disciple at the 4th level of the Refining Void realm. The other disciples were even more impressive. There were no disciples below the Golden Core realm within the Lingxiao sect. In the aftermath, they all came to understand that this miraculous opportunity was bestowed by Dongfang, yet they tacitly chose not to voice it. Such matters were best kept within the family of their sect, unnecessary for outsiders to know. After the 7th day concluded, the Lingxiao sect underwent a significant transformation, and thanks to the 7 days of spiritual rain, much of the vegetation flourished, radiating spiritual energy. Lin Yuan stood atop the highest hall's roof with his fellow disciples, gazing at the current scene of the Lingxiao sect, his eyes misty as he murmured, "Master, did you see? Your intuition was correct. My junior disciple has truly led the sect to new heights. Chapter 96. Expansion of the sect following a grand celebratory feast held by the Lingxiao sect. Life gradually returned to its usual rhythm. However, due to the recent enhancements, the sect required reorganization, as now the lowest-ranked disciples, according to the Lingxiao sect's regulations, qualified to become core disciples. Thus, it was necessary to re-evaluate the rankings of all disciples. Moreover, there was a pressing need to recruit new disciples to further expand the Lingxiao sect. With this in mind, Lin Yuan summoned the 6 peak masters and all the elders to collectively discuss the expansion of the Lingxiao sect. As they deliberated on the expansion, various ideas were proposed, each suggesting a preferable approach. I find Elder Zhao Lingyu's proposal quite commendable. The sect may be categorized into internal and external branches. Given the overall enhancement of the sect's strength, coupled with the fact that Lingxiao sect's reputation rivals that of Tianyuan sect, the announcement of recruiting new disciples is bound to attract a multitude of candidates. It is imperative to re-evaluate the classifications of disciples and elders. The division into internal and external branches is plausible. However, the extent of Lingxiao sect's expansion remains undecided, which raises concerns about the efficacy of this approach. You need not worry about the scale of the expansion. I shall ensure your satisfaction. You merely need to deliberate on the classifications of disciples, elders, the martial arts arena, and the various halls. Dongfang languidly remarked as he reclined in his chair. This task is relatively straightforward. One could simply establish a small world. Consequently, the internal sect shall reside within this small realm, while the external sect will remain as the Lingxiao sect we know, of course, with the 7 major peaks still accessible. Most elders have resolved that regardless of the arrangements, the 7 major peaks must remain paramount. I propose appointing a supreme elder for the Elder Council, with Elder Zhao Lingyu assuming this role. As he is currently the strongest among the elders. Does anyone have objections? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. The 2 prominent figures of Lingxiao sect at present are Zhao Lingyu and Dongfang. In critical moments, should Dongfang be absent, at least Zhao Lingyu and his wife Gu Qingyi will be present, with Gu Qingyi regarded as the 3rd strongest within the sect. They had previously engaged in combat with one another, and the outcome was decisive. After an entire day of discussions, a rough plan was established. Upon returning, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu immediately crafted a small world. The 2 entered this realm, which had already been adorned with 7 new peaks, each 10-fold larger than the original 7 peaks of Lingxiao's sect. Overall, it surpassed the combined size of the 2 first-rate powers in Yunlan continent. Truly, what a marvel to behold. A golden immortal can effortlessly mold a small world, wielding control over its rules. The Elder Council, Sister Qingyi's Divine Herb Pavilion, the Sect Master's Hall, and the Martial Arts Pavilion. Allow me to draw inspiration from the venerable Loki.as he spoke. Dongfang raised his right hand. Emanating a golden light and several grand edifices rose from the ground. In no time, an immense sect was completed by Dongfang. He then beckoned Lin Yuan and the others to enter. Wow, junior brother, where did you acquire such extraordinary skills? You've created a small world, something even those in the tribulation realm cannot achieve. Enough of your astonishment. This will henceforth be the internal sect. If you deem it satisfactory, we may commence preparations for recruiting disciples. No need for deliberation. We trust your capabilities, yet you have made this place so grand. Are you not intending to admit disciples beyond the direct disciples of Xiaoyao Peak? Xiaoyao Peak adheres to tradition. A larger number of individuals may encroach upon my territory. In response to Dongfang's attitude, the others refrained from comment. Upon leaving the secret realm, they began preparations to transfer most of the sect's members into the internal branch. Only Xiaoyao Peak remained tranquil, with some engaged in labor while others focused on cultivation. After approximately 10 days, the majority of Lingxiao sect had relocated to the small world, while the exterior transformed into the external branch of Lingxiao sect. The 7 peaks established 7 grand pavilions and other structures, becoming known as the 7 Great Pavilions: Huatian Pavilion, Bihai Pavilion, Kongling Pavilion, Xingshan Pavilion, Fengyu Pavilion, Haoyue Pavilion, and Yinyang Pavilion. The Grand Elder of Lingxiao Peak assumed the role of the external sect's leader, while 6 strong elders from the other peaks became the masters of the remaining 6 pavilions, overseeing their operations. The disciples within the sect were categorized into external and internal disciples, with the internal disciples further divided into deacon disciples, core disciples, and the highest-ranking direct disciples. Su Chun was appointed as the holy son of the sect, designated as the next sect master. Within the internal sect, aside from Xiaoyao Peak, which retained its bamboo houses, fields, and the Bodhi tree brought in by Dongfang, the rest featured grand architectural structures, further amplified by Dongfang's expansion of the small world. Thus, each disciple within the internal sect enjoyed personal accommodations or the option to establish their own cave dwelling. The beneath Qiyang Peak was relocated by Dongfang to its new position beneath the new Qiyang Peak, leaving behind only the original. This is the internal sect created by the master. Xiaoyao Peak feels remarkably reminiscent of its former self. Zhuohong surveyed his surroundings, perceiving that the peaks had merely expanded significantly. Meanwhile, Yao Wanwan, seated beside Zhuohong, was rendered speechless by the astonishment. Previously, Dongfang's creation of spiritual rain had already propelled her to the first layer of the void refinement realm, which was already incredible. Now, he had conjured such a vast world. Junin, is your master truly not a celestial being? Such feats seem beyond human capability. Ah, sister, please call me Zhuohong. That is my true name. As for my master, I can succinctly summarize my thoughts on him in 4 words. Omnipotent. Over the course of these days, Zhuohong had also accepted Yao Wanwan. Well then, aside from Zhuohong, everyone else should get to work. Although the fields have been brought in, they still require tending. Meng Han, accompany Elder Qingyi to the Divine Herb Pavilion and take note. I have established a medicinal field behind the pavilion. After a brief acknowledgement, Qian Meng Han took hold of Mei Yinyan and Yao Wanwan. Heading towards the Divine Herb Pavilion with Gu Qingyi. Had been previously agreed that Gu Qingyi would serve as the head of the Divine Herb Pavilion, overseeing all the rare herbs and treasures within. Elder Zhao Lingyu, now serving as the Supreme Elder of the Elder Council, was also present to settle matters with the other elders. Zhuohong, feeling somewhat anxious, was summoned to sit beside Dongfang, who seemed to have already contemplated the nature of his relationship with Yao Wanwan. That sounds good. Treat her well, and perhaps I might have the pleasure of cradling a grand disciple soon. In response to Dongfang's teasing, Zhuohong could only manage an awkward smile. Chapter 97. Inviting Yu Daoqiu. After several days, Lingxiao sect was officially reorganized into internal and external branches. Due to the scarcity of external disciples, an announcement was made regarding the recruitment of new disciples. Given the current reputation of Lingxiao sect, numerous rogue cultivators and young masters and mistresses from esteemed families flocked to the sect. Moreover, Lingxiao sect opened its doors to the recruitment of weapon refiners, alchemists, and herbalists. Notably, herbalists were not required to possess cultivation. Gu Qingyi stipulated that anyone with medical knowledge and good character could join. This initiative aimed to bolster the staff at the Divine Herb Pavilion. Additionally, alchemists would not only enter Danshu Peak, but also have opportunities to join the Divine Herb Pavilion, prompting Lingxiao sect to prepare for assessments for herbalists. Within the internal sect, atop Xiaoyao Peak, Lin Yuan and Zhao Lingyu sat across from one another, deliberating the matter of weapon refiners. Do you have anyone in mind to recommend for the position of the hall master of the weapon refining hall? Lin Yuan set down his teacup and gazed at Dongfang. Previously, Dongfang had commissioned someone to forge a sword for Su Liyue, which had turned out to be of remarkable quality, indicating that he indeed knew skilled weapon refiners. I do know someone. It was Senior Liao Si who mentioned him. He is a 9th-tier weapon refiner. Although he has since self-destructed his cultivation, that is inconsequential. Even without cultivation, he can utilize his experience to train weapon refiners for the sect. Therefore, could you invite him over? Lin Yuan was unperturbed by the lack of cultivation, considering that weapon refiners were exceedingly scarce in Tianyuan continent, with the strongest being only a 6th-tier refiner from Tianyuan sect. The fact that Dongfang claimed this individual was a 9th-tier refiner was astonishing. 9 tiers represent the pinnacle of weapon refining. Gu Chan had previously said that the only 9th-tier refiner in Yunlan continent was the master of the Divine Forging Palace. Such talent, even if he had relinquished his cultivation, would undoubtedly be coveted by any sect. Very well, I shall inquire with him. Dongfang set down his teacup and instantly departed from Lingxiao's sect in Zhengzhou. At Yu Daoqiu's blacksmith shop, upon hearing Dongfang's invitation, Yu Daoqiu hesitated, placing down his cup of wine. How about it? If you agree, I can restore your cultivation. Alas, I suppose I should pass on my skills. However, you must agree to one condition. If I join, assist me in finding a disciple. That is certainly agreeable. Soon, Lingxiao sect will be recruiting new members, and there will be an assessment for weapon refiners. If you join as the hall master of the weapon refining hall, you will undoubtedly set the assessment criteria, and I will also assist you in identifying young talents with an aptitude for weapon refining. All right then, I shall accompany you back. Upon seeing Yu Daoqiu's agreement, Dongfang nodded but knew he must first restore Yu Daoqiu's cultivation. As for how to restore it, it would be akin to enhancing the strength of Mei Yinyan's mother. Then let me restore your cultivation. With that, Dongfang extended his hand and poured celestial energy into Yu Daoqiu. As a powerful force surged into his body, merging with him, Yu Daoqiu's realm steadily ascended. Having previously undergone the heavenly tribulation, he swiftly regained his former 8th-layer status in the tribulation realm within mere moments. After completing this, Dongfang withdrew his hand, and Yu Daoqiu clenched his fists, feeling the return of his former strength. Incredible. Are you truly human? Does that sound like an insult to me? Haha. Well, Liao Si visited me a few days ago, saying you were the person he had been waiting for. It is only natural that your methods are shrouded in mystery. Come, let us head to your sect. Are you not concerned about this blacksmith shop? It matters not. I originally acquired it at a bargain, and in truth, business has seldom been brisk. In response, Dongfang said nothing further, instead leading Yu Daoqiu back to the internal sect of Lingxiao sect and summoning Lin Yuan and the others. Allow me to introduce the esteemed Yu Daoqiu, a formidable expert at the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm and a 9th-tier artifact refiner. He is poised to become the master of our sect's artifact refining hall, and he will be the one to set the questions for the upcoming artifact refiner assessment. Upon hearing Dongfang's introduction, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Another presence more powerful than the sect leader himself, and a master of the 8th level of Tribulation Transcendence no less. It is clear that Lingxiao sect is on the path to ascendancy. Considering the current state of Lingxiao sect, aside from its modest numbers, its strength is sufficient to establish itself within the Yunlan continent, surpassing many other factions. Junior brother, did you not mention that he had no cultivation? I restored his powers as soon as he agreed to join our sect. Such swiftness. Well, it is indeed an honor for Senior Yu Daoqiu to join us. Would you care to visit the artifact refining hall? There's no need for such formality. Since I have joined, I am naturally a part of the sect. Zhao Lingyu accompanied Yu Daoqiu to inspect the artifact refining hall, and Yu Daoqiu appeared quite pleased. The place is commendable. Alas, my Longshan furnace is not here. Otherwise, I could refine perfectly crafted magical tools for you. Your Longshan furnace? Indeed, it is at the Divine Forging Palace. I was once a disciple there. But due to certain circumstances, I was expelled by my master. Regrettably, my furnace remains behind. It left there due to its immense value? No, that furnace can only be utilized by me, even the current master of the Divine Forging Palace. My senior brother cannot wield it at the time. I was disheartened and lacked the inclination to continue refining, thus I did not take it with me. Why not? I can retrieve it for you. Although Dongfang had acquired numerous magical tools from Yaoguang Holy Land and the Su family, having a few more would certainly be advantageous for rewarding disciples in the future. Do you believe you can obtain it? Even though that furnace is solely for my use, it is a top-tier refining furnace. And the Divine Forging Palace will guard it meticulously. Rest assured, once the recruitment concludes, I shall prepare to make the journey there. They seem intent on merging the two continents, and I sense they are not coming with peaceful intentions. Your instincts are correct. Among the 6 major powers of the Yunlan continent, only the Shuhai Mountain Academy and the Wanjian Palace are amicable. The rest are aloof, and if they come here, given the overall strength of this place, they would likely be suppressed or forcibly absorbed. Yu Daoqiu stroked his beard contemplatively, well aware of the intricacies of the Yunlan continent. Only when one possesses formidable strength can they engage in meaningful dialogue with those lofty individuals. If one is too weak, they will only face oppression and bullying. Thus, those forces capable of establishing themselves in the Yunlan continent are not to be underestimated. Very well, you should focus on the upcoming recruitment assessment. The artifact refiner evaluation is entirely entrusted to you, and you may come and go freely between the inner and outer sections. Fear not. I shall diligently select suitable candidates to join us. You need not concern yourself with that. Dongfang nodded in agreement, conversing with Yu Daoqiu for a while longer before returning to Xiaoyao Peak. Chapter 98. The farce in the city. Time swiftly approached the recruitment period for Lingxiao sect, and a considerable number of individuals eager to join had already gathered outside the sect. Due to the overwhelming crowd, the city lord had no choice but to request that Lingxiao sect dispatch disciples to maintain order. Su Chun, occupied with the arrangements for recruiting new disciples, entrusted this task to Dou Yun and Zhuo Hong, who were responsible for overseeing the disciples' execution of duties. However, after organizing the disciples, the two found a tea house to indulge in tea. "Brother, do you truly believe we won't be reprimanded by our master? I fear nothing." The disciples' stabilizing order possess a minimum cultivation of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm, with the strongest at the 4th level of the Transformation realm. There is no need for us to intervene. We are already at the void refinement stage, stronger than many elders of other sects. As the two watched the bustling scene on the street, a dapper young man with a fan, accompanied by an elderly servant at the 9th level of the Transformation realm, approached them. "Are you two here to participate in the Lingxiao sect assessment?" Noting that the individual before him was merely at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, Dou Yun recalled that their direct disciples were not required to wear sect garments. It seemed he had mistakenly assumed they were also here for the assessment. He then inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Qi Huan from Qi family in Wuhan City. Master, I cannot discern the strength of these two. It would be prudent to exercise caution." The elder servant scrutinized Dou Yun and Zhuahang closely. Unable to fathom their strength, could they be employing some secret technique to conceal their cultivation? They appear to be of a similar age to me. Perhaps they are merely hiding their true abilities. Why not make friends? It could prove beneficial during the assessment. Though Qi Huan was unaware of the specific content of the Lingxiao sect's assessment, he knew that collaborating with others would provide a sense of security. "How courteous. I am a loose cultivator, Dou Xian, and this is Zhua Junin. We too have come to participate in the assessment. Is that so? Which mountain peak do you two aspire to join?" Before Qi Huan could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted not far below. Peering down, they saw a crowd gathered, and a team of Lingxiao sect disciples had already arrived. Dou Yun and Zhuahang exchanged glances, tossed a few spirit stones onto the table, and leaped down from the upper floor. Qi Huan, seeing this, hurriedly followed to find out what was happening. The disciples preparing to maintain order attempted to salute Dou Yun and Zhuahang, but were halted by a gesture from the two, indicating they should not reveal their identities and to leave the situation to them. The leading disciple nodded. With these two present, they could not act independently, for their senior brother had instructed them to heed the commands of these two. However, 3 figures on a nearby high building were also observing the scene. Remaining unnoticed by anyone, as they squeezed into the crowd, they witnessed a group of affluent young men and women mocking an elderly man lying on the ground. "You old fool, do you know who we are? How dare you collide with us? I was merely walking, and it was you who failed to pay attention. How dare you retort? A commoner of your lowly status should simply avoid our path. At your age, you still dare to venture out. Being bumped into is your own misfortune." Dou Yun and Zhuahang frowned upon hearing this, questioning the audacity of these individuals. Yet, Qi Huan tilted his head in recognition. "Oh, it's them. Do you know them, Qi brother? They are all young masters and young ladies from prominent families in Wuhan City. While their cultivation talents are decent, their reputations in Wuhan City are far from favorable." Upon realizing this, the two understood they were dealing with arrogant scions of wealthy families. Dou Yun stepped forward to shield the elderly man, crouching down to assist him. "Old sir, were you struck by them?" "Indeed, I was walking properly when that young lady collided with me." "Young man, do you wish to become a target? Excuse me, but you dare to be so brazen after colliding with someone? Are you not concerned that the disciples of Lingxiao sect might take notice? At this rate, you may not even be able to participate in the assessment." Zhuahang also stepped forward, though his warning bore little weight. These individuals had already been marked as lacking in character and would surely be barred from the sect's assessment. "Who do you two think you are? Whether we can join Lingxiao sect is not for you to decide. With our talents, entering Lingxiao sect is a certainty. Since when did Lingxiao sect guarantee your acceptance?" As soon as he spoke, the 3 figures observing from the high tower descended gracefully. Dou Yun, Zhuahang, and the nearby disciples hurriedly stepped forward to bow in greeting. "Greetings, junior uncle, master, Elder Zhao." "Hail, master, 5th senior uncle." "Elder Zhao." "Hail, Peak Master Dongfang, Peak Master Baiming, Elder Zhao." The newcomers were none other than Baiming Sikong, Dongfang, and Zhao Lingyu, who had come to the city for leisure, only to find themselves witnessing this scene before they could even enjoy their drinks. Hearing the disciples in Lingxiao sect address the 3, the countenances of the wealthy young men and women shifted dramatically. Qi Huan was equally astonished. It turned out these two were direct disciples of Lingxiao sect, which explained why they had not donned sect attire, leading him to misjudge them. Dongfang nodded slightly. "Dou Yun, there is no need to waste your breath on such individuals. Lingxiao sect has no need for them. Before Dongfang could utter further words, Baiming Sikong interjected decisively. Seeing this, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu chose to remain silent, allowing Baiming Sikong to handle the matter. Master, I merely wished to stand up for the old gentleman. And then you three appeared. Enough with the excuses. You lot, there is no need to participate in the Lingxiao sect assessment. Apologize to the old man and return whence you came. The attendants accompanying the wealthy youths hurriedly stepped forward to bow. Peak Master Baiming, our young master was unaware. Considering their admiration for your esteemed sect, we kindly request you grant them another chance. Indeed, my young lady merely spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive her. The young masters and young ladies, now stripped of their bravado, lowered their heads in silence, aware that even the rumored Peak Master Dongfang was present, and their prior words had been overheard. They could only hope their apologies would not be heavily penalized. Apologize and leave. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. Baiming Sikong had no patience for idle chatter and would not entertain the notion of playful banter as Dongfang might. He offered no good grace to such individuals. With a swift release of his formidable aura, the expressions of the attendants changed dramatically, compelling the young masters and young ladies to apologize and depart in defeat. Baiming Sikong surveyed the gathering crowd. Noting that many young individuals preparing to join Lingxiao sect were present, esteemed guests, in merely 2 days, the esteemed Lingxiao sect shall officially commence its recruitment. We find ourselves in the affiliated city of the Lingxiao sect. Thus, I implore you to refrain from bringing your tempers and dispositions into this realm. Chapter 99. The assessment commences following an uproarious spectacle. Baiming Sikong lost all interest in drinking. Though this, Dongfang and Zhao Lingyu remained indifferent. After all, alcohol is a constant companion. Subsequently, Dongfang turned his gaze toward Dou Yun and Zhuahong. You two rascals, keep a vigilant watch over the tranquility of the city and refrain from indulging in play. Understood, junior uncle, they replied. Soon after, Dongfang and his companions returned to the Lingxiao sect. The young individuals present regarded Dou Yun and Zhuahong with utmost respect. Qi Hun, who had previously contemplated collaborating with the duo for the assessment, now felt a touch of awkwardness, for one was a disciple of Peak Master Dongfang and the other was the foremost sword cultivator of the southern continent. Baiming Sikong. Ladies and gentlemen, you may disperse. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the Lingxiao sect's assessments. Let us all strive diligently. I look forward to the prospect of becoming fellow disciples. Upon hearing Dou Yun's words, the crowd dispersed with keen understanding. Moreover, the young guards accompanying them had been informed that they could not discern the strengths of Zhuahong and Dou Yun, unable even to perceive their cultivation realms, and as disciples of the Lingxiao sect. It was wise to remain obedient. On the morrow, the gates of the Lingxiao sect buzzed with activity at dawn, as numerous young aspirants and candidates for the positions of artifact forgers, alchemists, and pharmacists had arrived early to await entry into the assessments. As the crowd gathered near the entrance, Su Chen emerged with his disciples. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Chen, the senior brother of the Lingxiao sect, and I extend a warm welcome to all who have come to participate in the assessments. The disciples beside me are tasked with guiding you to your respective testing locations. Su Chen then devoted additional time to elucidate the structure of the Lingxiao sect, explaining the division into inner and outer sections. The assembly was taken aback. Previously, the Lingxiao sect was famed solely for its 7 peaks, yet now it had expanded to such a degree, boasting a core sect area known as the Inner Sect's Small World. Furthermore, there were multiple classifications for disciples, whereby those with exceptional talent could be granted direct entry into the Inner Sect by the Peak Masters or Elders, while others had to commence their efforts from the Outer Sect, competing in the Disciples' Grand Tournament to earn their place in the Inner Sect's Small World. Who would have imagined the recruitment process of the Lingxiao sect would evolve to this extent? Senior brother Su Chen, shall we also have the opportunity to witness Peak Master Dongfang and the others? The Peak Masters and Elders possess the means to observe the specifics of your assessments in the Outer Sect. Those of exceptional talent will undoubtedly be noted, so there is no need for concern about being overlooked. Now, having clarified everything, please follow the disciples accompanying me to your respective assessment venues. With that, Su Chen stepped into the Lingxiao sect, followed by the remaining disciples leading the crowd. Within the Inner Sect, Dongfang and his companions were stationed at their respective peaks, each in front of a mirror reflecting the various assessment locations in the Outer Sect. Akin to modern video surveillance footage, what a turnout! This is far more than what I observed yesterday with senior brother Do Yun in the city. How fortunate for senior sister Ming Han and junior sister Yin Yan to accompany Elder Gu for the assessments. Junior sister, they are assessing pharmacists, not disciples. Yet, isn't it splendid to have a leading role in the assessments? Perhaps you should step out to lend a hand. Do you possess knowledge of pharmacology? Dongfang remarked, holding a teacup as he scrutinized the screen. Well, Yin Yan is equally inexperienced. She is, after all, a close companion of Ming Han. And you? Do you aspire to join their sisterhood? The master could assist you. Zhuo Hong awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. Enough of that. I know you cannot stay idle. Go assist senior brother Su Chan. You two should accompany him. Upon hearing Dongfang's suggestion, Moe and the others nodded and departed from the Carefree Peak, making their way to the outer sect's assessment grounds, with Yao Wanwan following suit. This left only Xiao Bai, Dongfang, and Zhao Lingyu atop Carefree Peak. Care to take a look? No need. The Elder Hall is not recruiting. My position as the Supreme Elder is quite the leisurely one. Very well. I shall visit the assessments overseen by Elder Yu. You stay here with Xiao Bai, Dongfang replied, rising and stretching before departing Carefree Peak for the outer sect's artifact forging hall. What brings you here? I thought I would observe to see if there are any suitable inheritors among those participating in the artifact forging assessments. Greetings, Peak Master Dongfang. Upon noticing Dongfang's unusual attire, the participants in the artifact forging assessments bowed in greeting. There's no need for such formality. I hope each of you succeeds in your assessments and gains entry into the Lingxiao sect. The artifact forging hall has recently been established, and thus many positions remain unfilled. An excellent opportunity for all to elevate their status. Strive diligently. Dongfang waved his hand to encourage them, then took a seat alongside Yu Daoqiu at the main table. Meanwhile, the disciple recruitment assessment was even more vibrant, as numerous direct disciples representing their respective peaks personally attended, with 6 outer sect pavilion masters and the outer sect master seated at the main table. Drawing significant attention. Those must be the direct disciples. They certainly exude an imposing aura. The one with the sword box must be Moe, the senior disciple of Peak Master Dongfang. I have heard he can cultivate despite lacking a spiritual C. No wonder he has garnered Peak Master Dongfang's favor. Alas, how I wish to join the Carefree Peak. Save your breath. Did you not hear that the sect only accepts direct disciples at Carefree Peak? Besides, you must first pass the assessments to become an outer sect disciple. The disciple assessments consisted of 3 stages. Passing the first 2 would grant one the status of an outer sect disciple. The first stage involved a qualification test, followed by a strength evaluation. The third stage, however, was a mental state examination set by Dongfang, designed to assess the disciple's character and comprehension. As half a day passed. While many became outer sect disciples, none succeeded in passing the third mental state assessment. Isn't this mental state examination a tad too stringent? Many struggled to control their emotions and inner turmoil. Some wept while others nearly resorted to violence against their peers. Thankfully, we were present. Our junior uncle posits that this mental state will amplify the shadows they are most unwilling to confront or remember. Cultivation begins with the heart. If one cannot face their inner demons, what is the point of cultivation? The direct disciples nodded in agreement upon hearing Su Chen's words. He was most qualified to speak on this matter. As they were all aware of Su Chen's past, his village had been slaughtered, and he had witnessed his parents being dismembered before his eyes. The Su Chen of yore was a desolate soul, stripped of the will to live, wandering within the sect like a mere shell. Were it not for Dongfang, this junior uncle who helped him confront his past, he might not have become the senior brother he was today. Chapter 100. The sacred land of Qingmu. As the day drew to a close, many had yet to participate in the assessments, having to await the following day to continue. That night, at the summit of Carefree Peak, Dongfang prepared to depart for a stroll across Yunlan continent and inquired among his disciples if any wished to accompany him. Among the 5 disciples, Qian Minghan was occupied assisting Gu Qingyi with the management of the Divine Herb Pavilion, leaving her no time to join. Mei Yinyan, not wishing to go without Qian Minghan, also opted out. Moe would remain to oversee Carefree Peak. Although Zhao Lingyu would assume leadership in Dongfang's absence, someone still needed to attend to the tasks at hand. Ultimately, only Zhuohong, Lu Ran, and Xiaobai expressed their willingness to accompany him. Lu Ran, I recall you mentioning previously that your parents are not deceased, and your mother remains in the sacred land of Qingmu, while your father is unaccounted for, correct? Indeed, master. That is why I wish to accompany you to Yunlan continent. Lu Ran affirmed, now possessing the strength of the 6th level of the refining void realm, far surpassing peers of his age. While this strength might not be formidable in Yunlan continent, it was certainly not weak. Upon hearing this, Dongfang rested his chin upon his hand. He could easily help Lu Ran locate his father, provided he was still alive. However, allowing the boy to pursue his goals through cultivation would be more beneficial. It would not be fitting for a master to resolve all matters for his disciple. Then you shall go with Zhuohong and this little white dog.as for Carefree Peak. I entrust it to Mo E and Yin Yan. Should any issues arise, consult Elder Zhao. Rest assured, Master, as your senior disciple, I will handle all matters without troubling Elder Zhao. On the following day, Dongfang, accompanied by the two and the little white dog, materialized in an instant upon the coastal land of Yunlan continent. This territory belonged to a realm known as the Sacred Land of Hanhai, a first-rate power boasting several Tribulation Realm experts. Dongfang transformed into the image of a celestial being clad in white, twirling a golden rod that had morphed into a fan adorned with golden dragon patterns. Master, if you intend to maintain this guise, how many potential masters will we have? How can you forget that your master is still in his 70s? I am quite youthful, so refrain from addressing me as master. Call me young master. You two are now my bodyguards, and you, little white, are merely a pet. What? Why are we not brothers embarking on this journey together? However, before Zhuohong could finish, he found himself under Dongfang's bemused gaze, causing him to feel an instinctive chill. Heh, just a jest, master. Oh, I mean, young master. Now that's more like it. With a flourish of his fan, a carriage and a white horse appeared before them, assigning Zhuohong the task of driving it through the skies. Master, can we not make a detour to the sacred land of Qingmu? I understand what you are contemplating. You seek reassurance regarding your mother's presence, do you not? Worry not, for I shall ensure it, as the sacred land of Qingmu lies not far from here. You have recently reached the realm of Lianshu and have been tirelessly cultivating without respite. Remember, in extremes, one must find balance. Take this opportunity to rest adequately. When you next open your eyes, I assure you, we shall have arrived at the sacred land of Qingmu, remarked Dongfang, gently fanning himself with a folding fan. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, Lu Ran, displaying wisdom beyond his years, began to close his eyes and relax. Dongfang glanced out of the carriage window at the passing scenery and, with a flick of his finger, sent a beam of light that penetrated Lu Ran's brow. This would allow him to rest a little longer, for Dongfang worried that the child would remain tense even in slumber. He then communicated with Zhuohong, who was outside driving the carriage, advising him to slow down and allow Lu Ran more time to rest. After an hour had passed, Lu Ran opened his eyes to discover that their previously airborne carriage was now traversing the ground. Meanwhile, Dongfang was sipping wine. Awake, are you, master? Where are we? We have reached the sacred land of Qingmu. Ahead lies the nearest city to it. We shall rest there before continuing. As the carriage entered the city, the trio, accompanied by the small white creature, found an inn to stay in, subsequently heading to the inn's dining hall for a meal. However, the animated conversations of several young patrons nearby captured the attention of Dongfang and the others. In 3 days, the sacred land of Qingmu will commence its recruitment of disciples. I am truly looking forward to it. Indeed, and I have heard that this time, the sacred land has lowered its standards for disciple admission. Many may have the opportunity to join. Listening to this, Dongfang understood why they had encountered so many young individuals upon entering the city, reminiscent of the crowds during Ling Xiao's sect's recruitment. Suddenly, a thought crossed Dongfang's mind. You all heard that, did you not? Indeed, I never expected the sacred land of Qingmu to also be recruiting disciples, Lu Ran. It seems your mother's faction is quite formidable, master. Do you wish to imply something? Lu Ran did not respond to Zhuohong, but instead turned to Dongfang with curiosity. Is it not a recruitment? We should partake. With your talents, it should not be difficult to gain entry. Perhaps this will allow you to reunite with your mother. Master, will you be participating as well? I appear to be of a similar age to you, do I not? Others would not discern my true identity. Seeking some amusement may not be a bad idea. Dongfang gently stroked the fur of the small white creature nestled in his bowl of rice, encouraging Lu Ran to independently ascertain his mother's well-being, allowing the child a measure of relaxation. But are we not disciples of the Ling Xiao sect? Is this truly permissible? Just refrain from using your real name, Zhuojunan. Hearing Dongfang tease him with the alias he had previously used to deceive Yaowan, Zhuaheng responded with exasperation. Master, please do not jest. When shall we set forth for the sacred land of Qingmu? The assessment begins in 3 days. We shall rest here for a day before departing. At that moment, within the sacred land of Qingmu, atop the highest level of a tall tower, a beautiful woman gazed out at the scenery, her expression clouded with worry. An elderly man entered slowly. Addressing the woman, the arrangements for your marriage to the esteemed member of the Zixiao Divine Pavilion have been made. They shall come to propose after the sacred land recruits its disciples. You are well aware that I already have a child and a husband, as a father. Is this truly appropriate? Humph. Be grateful. They do not mind that you are not of pristine virtue. Moreover, he is the eldest disciple of the Zixiao Divine Pavilion, and you are the holy maiden of our sacred land. This is for the advancement of our sect. The future of our sacred land cannot rely solely on itself, but must forge alliances through marriages with other powers. As the leader of this sacred land, you have truly failed. The beautiful woman slowly turned her head, her gaze icy as she looked at the elder. The leader of the sacred land merely flicked his sleeve and departed without lingering. Chapter 101. Participating in the assessment on the day of disciple recruitment at the sacred land of Qingmu, Dongfang and his companions arrived at the outskirts of the sacred land. They came upon a secluded lake, where many individuals from various regions had gathered. After Dou Yun brought the carriage to a halt, Dongfang stepped down leisurely. Young master, it appears there are far more people here than when our sect recruited disciples. Zhuaheng had intended to address him as master, but quickly corrected himself upon recalling the situation. The Yunnan continent is already tenfold larger than the Tianyuan continent, and this is a first-rate faction. It is only natural for so many to participate. You two and the small white creature are in the Lianshu realm. During the assessment, be sure to conceal your true strength. Will we not be discerned by the stronger individuals here? With me present, what is there to fear? Rest assured. Dongfang lightly tapped Zhuaheng's head with his folding fan, transformed from the golden cudgel. Zhuaheng squatted down, clutching his head in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, the small white creature perched on Dongfang's shoulder wore a look of schadenfreude. Good sir, you appear to possess an extraordinary presence. Are you here to participate in the sacred land of Qingmu's assessment? Following the voice, the trio noticed a man and woman accompanied by a middle-aged man of the Hehetai realm approaching. The girl fixated her gaze intently on the small white creature on Dongfang's shoulder. Who are you? I am Gao De from the Gao family of Huayang City, and this is my sister, Gao Maxin. Upon hearing the name Gao De, Dongfang could not help but chuckle. What an amusing name. Do you require something? To speak plainly, my sister has taken a liking to the small white beast on your shoulder. Would you be willing to part with it? Name your price. Name my price? That sounds rather enticing. I want all the magical artifacts from your Gao family. Dongfang responded immediately, causing Gao De's expression to change drastically. Sir, are you jesting? You said to name any price. What is it? Are you unable to meet it? Then why boast? Zhuaheng rose to his feet, glaring at Gao De. Lu Ran, gripping his knife tightly, observed Gao De's demeanor, ready to take action if necessary. He was merely a 5th-level golden core cultivator. After all, young master, these three may be akin to you in golden core realm, and they appear quite distinguished. They might also belong to prominent families, and given that